Hey guys, tonight we travel back to a fading evening long ago, where the cold stone walls of Richmond Palace sink into the growing darkness. Outside, the March wind drifts through the ancient oaks, carrying with it the rustle of dry leaves like the whispers of history. Overhead, the full moon slowly rises, spilling silver light across the rippling Thames, as if determined to reveal the secrets of a reign coming to its end. And there, within this quiet scene, an aging Queen Elizabeth I enters the final days of her life. You will not survive if you try to fight against time and age, for even the most powerful Queen of England could not. Inside the vast chamber draped with heavy tapestries, candles flicker and tremble with every draught slipping through the narrow cracks. That pale golden glow is no longer enough to hide the thin figure resting motionless upon a high wooden chair, weighed down by velvet robes. Elizabeth, once the blazing icon of a golden age, now sits silent, like a wax statue slowly melting into the night. Yet tonight, we do not look upon her with the cold eyes of history. We are here to listen, to drift, to let the wind, the moonlight, and the story itself carry us gently into the twilight of a human life. If you close your eyes, you might picture the mist spreading across the rose garden outside. Each petal trembles in the wind, carrying the last trace of fragrance after a long winter. From afar, an owl calls, solitary, like an echo from another century. And in the stillness, Elizabeth gazes at the wavering candlelight with eyes heavy from fatigue, as though she is watching the long arc of her life dissolve before her. Perhaps she too hears the river, the soft lap of waves against the grassy banks, soothing her like nature's final lullaby. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd also love to know where you're listening from tonight, and what time it is where you are. Share it in the comments. Perhaps the wind outside your window sounds just like the one drifting through Richmond Palace this evening. The story of Elizabeth is not only about loss or the cruelty of time. It is also a gentle song of release, of how the sunset turns everything into a soft haze, blurring the border between past and present. And within that haze, you may find yourself slipping closer to sleep, drawn into a dreamlike space where time stands still. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. At dawn's hush, while mist still lingers on the small lake before the palace, we breathe gently, listening to the rhythm of our own heartbeat. A breeze stirs through the cypress trees, carrying the faint fragrance of candles and sandalwood. Beneath a crystal sky, pinkish clouds drift slowly, like vessels on a silken ocean. The air feels sacred, as though this place is not merely a royal residence, but the crossroads of the mortal world and mythic realms. Every gilded brick, every silver-inlaid mirror, reflects shimmering lights, forming a maze between reality and dream. Inhale slowly, then exhale, allowing the gentle energy to spread through every corner of your being. In the distance, towering white columns stand as markers of time, supporting vaulted ceilings where the silver moon might descend to hear the world's breathing. Nightbirds trill softly, adding silent notes to the tranquil space. Each call feels like a lullaby, soothing all worries and guiding us into a fairy tale setting. In the vast courtyard, meticulously trimmed gardens stretch like emerald ribbons. French rose bushes bloom, their petals diffusing a tender scent through the morning mist. That fragrance blends with the warmth of dawn, making one feel as if they have stepped into the deity's rose garden. Leaves rustle gently in the breeze, then fall silent, leaving room for our own heartbeats to echo. Amid this scene emerges our protagonist, the prince yet to ascend the throne, walking slowly along a marble pathway. Early morning light filters through his lustrous hair, weaving a soft halo around his delicate features. His skin, pale as ivory. His eyes, like crystalline springs that twinkle as brightly as the stars. Allow your heart to flutter softly, sensing his regal presence. He wears a silk mantle embroidered with shimmering threads, flowing in the wind like angelic wings. His footsteps carry no rush, as if dancing with drifting clouds. Each stride brings a serene exhalation, filling the air with a peaceful melody. Around him, Silent attendants bow in reverence, as though gazing upon a divine light. Flickering candlelight dances on cold stone walls. His shadow stretches across the doorway, hazy and ethereal, bridging reality and dream. Once again, the breeze hums softly, waltzing with the slow thump of our hearts, reminding us that magic breathes in this moment. This young prince is not just heir to a kingdom, but an emblem of boundless aspiration. Rumour says those eyes once deciphered the secrets of 1,000 stars, and that his voice could lull even a tempestuous sea. Each step he takes seems to plant seeds of hope in hearts long adrift in darkness. At 23 springs, he still carries the freshness of dawn's first light. Occasionally, he gazes skyward, seeking some hidden promise. In those pauses, the atmosphere thickens, then lightens, as if all creation halts to hear him breathe. That breath is not hurried, but slow and tender, like a crystal stream flowing through an ancient forest. Let us drift with that cadence, letting every worry dissolve. In the soft dawn glow beneath an ancient tower, the prince pauses, hand resting on the stone balustrade. A chill wind brushes his skin and lifts stray strands of hair across his brow. Moments later, he smiles a smile as faint as a distant star, yet warm enough to comfort every listener's heart. His footsteps resume, arranging a gentle melody. The gravel path sparkles beneath the enchanted light, each stone a glimmering fragment of history. He passes sculpted walls depicting mythic tales, where forest spirits and water nymphs dance in eternal celebration. Those carvings seem to whisper the ancient story of light's triumph over shadow. Entering the grand hall, heavy wooden doors creak open shyly. The space illuminates with hundreds of candles set on intricately carved silver stands. Candlelight floats like suspended jewels, casting patterns on elaborate marble floors. Everyone's breath stills, leaving only the echo of our hearts beating in unison with his. At the hall's centre, on a dusk-coloured tapestry, the prince's figure stands poised. His gaze sweeps over the silent assembly, then rises to the soaring dome painted with mythic scenes and dancing constellations. In that instant, we realize this is more than a realm of earthly grandeur. It is a land of dreams and enchantment. Finally, he approaches a throne of polished ebony, inlaid with mother of pearl, resting a hand on its carved back. His heartbeat resonates slowly, as soft as a breeze's exhale. We sit quietly, feeling warmth flow from his touch, and listening to history's whisper as it awakens. A breeze through the trees along the long avenue ushers us into a space where Versailles appears as an endless performance. Under the fading sunset, the sturdy columns take on a soft pink hue, reflecting the last glimmers of light. A wispy mist swirls around the bases of cypress trees, creating a fantastical scene where every shadow and every leaf quivers with nature's own breath. Around the grounds, jasmine and English rose petals exhale delicate aromas, reminding us of an unspoken ceremony that everyone senses. The distant clop of horses' hooves merges with strains from the court orchestra, the cello's warm timbre, the flute's fluid melody guiding us into a realm of silent power. Everything is orchestrated with painstaking detail, like an ancient play replayed without end. Inside the great hall, the vaulted ceiling soars like a colossal ladle, inlaid with royal frescoes of bygone glories. Every carving, every gilded trim, weaves a legend of a king believed to possess divine power. Courtiers form a long procession, stepping slowly over French-patterned tapestries, their hands brushing the backs of attendants to keep the fabric perfectly smooth. Their faces hidden behind lace masks, they exchange cautious glances as if players in a grand, enigmatic drama. At the far end, the radiant throne sits elevated on white marble. Crystal chandeliers scatter light across the floor, producing a constellation of sparkles. Here, every detail exists to exalt the central figure. Louis XIV, the Sun King, said to embody cosmic rays. Few suspect that beneath the thin golden crown lies secrets of a body slowly wearing away. Upon entering the chamber, one hears the soft breaths of servants mingling with their own heartbeat. They stand in line, holding small cotton puffs ready to dust the king's face with thick white powder each time he shifts. The notion that water could weaken him or invite evil spirits meant he washed only his hands and face. his flesh never immersed in the crystalline flow. We might liken it to modern PR shoots, where celebrities meticulously maintain flawless skin before millions of viewers. Versailles back then mirrored social media, flaunting splendor while concealing all imperfections. Fetid breath, blemished skin, hidden pains were locked away like treasures in a vault. Occasionally, the hush of an extinguished candle whispers through the air like soft gossip. Hundreds of servants vie for tasks. One replaces spent candles, another adjusts drapes to let a breeze dispel unpleasant scents. Each gesture is as precise as a note in a courtly symphony, evoking calm yet undercut by subtle tension. Under the warm glow, the king's silhouette sways like a mirage. His glossy black hair falls over broad shoulders beneath the weighty ceremonial robes. The soft rustle of silk against skin produces the tiniest sound one might feel, as if ripples gently lapping on a sandy shore. An attendant bows, places a large silver mirror before him, then retreats, leaving a momentary pause for his contemplation. Few imagine that in that stillness lurk skin slick with oil, faint traces of blemishes, and his laboured breath. Yet, no one dares speak. The ritual is paramount. We sense everyone's breath, slow, even like the wind rippling across a lake. It reminds one of the unspoken anxiety when stepping onto a stage under countless watchful eyes. When the ritual pauses and lights dim, a violet dusk floods the space. A soft rustle breaks the spell like a leaf drifting to earth, reminding us of the reality hidden beneath the grandeur. Even Chanel or Dior fragrances of later eras could scarcely mask the human scent. Thus the ceremony becomes an elaborate farce, a veil of light deceiving both sight and smell. We inhale deeply, feeling our hearts slow, as if drifting into slumber amidst this opulent world. The soft drip of water from an antique bronze basin echoes like the ticking of a clock. Each drop lifts us, buoyant and floating toward a dreamscape. As night falls completely, candlelight transforms into stars scattered across the intimate space. Wind whispers through a half-open window, bringing the scent of mint from the herb garden. It is then that Louis XIV departs, step by step, merging into the velvet darkness, leaving behind a silent palace and rituals that still hum in the dreamlike air, an invisible melody known only to history and the slumbering souls. A night breeze slips through the arches of trees before the palace gate, carrying a faint chill and the scent of decaying leaves after rain. A thin mist cloaks the cobblestones, reflecting the glow of oil lamps like lanterns floating in stillness. When Louis XIV settled into the velvet-upholstered chair, a silent tremor coursed through him, like an electric current tracing his spine. He drew a gentle breath, attuned to the rise and fall of his chest, his heartbeat slow like waves brushing the shore in the dark. One autumn afternoon in 1686, as crimson maple leaves carpeted the path to the banquet hall, the royal court noticed something amiss. At 47 years of age, Louis XIV bore himself with the unblemished dignity of an ideal monarch. Yet grand audiences grew shorter, and the intricately carved marble throne seemed colder beneath its glow of yellow candles. The relief-carved walls depicting goddesses and warriors of legend whispered secrets of undisclosed suffering. The physician Guy Crescent Fagan, famed for his advanced methods of steel and blood, was summoned. He entered with confident eyes and measured steps, echoing on wooden floors. Fagon declared it to be hemorrhoids, a condition both common and discreet enough to remain hidden. Yet within weeks, the swelling grew into pus-filled abscesses that seeped blood. A foul stench clung to the king's garments, weaving into every fold until even courtiers dared not inhale deeply. The sounds of court, once a symphony of ritual and power, now carried coughs and averted glances. Amid the opulence of the great hall, clusters of gilded robes rustled like silent rests in an unspoken melody. Incense burners dotted the chambers, exhaling cinnamon smoke in a vain attempt to mask odour, leaving the air heavy as if draped in thick velvet. Fagan unleashed his notorious regimen of crucifixion-like cleansing. The king endured 2,000 cold water and herbal irrigations over half a year. Water dripped in bamboo conduits into porcelain chambers, ticking like an antique clock. Louis XIV braced himself against wooden railings, each frigid wave coursing through him. Then the red-hot iron touched flesh, summoning the acrid scent of burned skin in the cloistered silence. The metallic hiss, the agonized gasps, they formed a mournful chorus of science and suffering. One might liken it to a modern software update riddled with critical flaws, deployed nonetheless to patch vulnerabilities. Fagan's treatments were brutal hotfixes, extreme measures that exposed how backward medicine still was. Instead of cure, Louis XIV emerged weaker, each movement requiring conscious breaths, like a weary dancer lifting limbs on a deserted stage. Candlelight flickered across treatment tables, casting elongated shadows on stone walls. His silhouette swayed uncertainly in the golden glow, like a lantern buffeted by wind. The rhythm of his breaths blended with beads of sweat dripping onto white linen. Absolute silence magnified the sound of his ribcage, expanding and contracting the silent symphony of life against pain. Gradually, the abscess became more than physical torment. It became a haunting presence. No amount of whiting, powder, or pumice could cleanse the stench. Each time he settled on his throne, the pressure stung like electric shocks through every tissue. Even processions through Versailles gardens, where courtiers once lightly sniffed posies, fell silent, replaced by the rustle of leaves and distant horse calls. Behind gilded walls and mirrored panels, Louis XIV's affliction was a secret nobody dared reveal. He told himself it was a trial befitting a king, but perhaps deep down he felt like an ancient ruin cracking within the passage of time. In that hush, Versailles stood not only as a splendid court, but as a prison for body and soul alike. As night deepened, the palace's hush grew more profound. Wind whispered through arched windows, carrying cool notes of mint from the herb garden. A few leaves fluttered, then dropped, leaving an echo of pause like a rest in a nocturne. Louis XIV lay upon silk sheets, eyes closed, focusing on even breaths, trying to steady pain like a warrior readying for battle. Rare accounts speak of Fagon drawing liters of blood under the humoral theory to purge toxins. Fresh blood-stained, sumptuous fabrics like rouge on silk. Some wryly suggest a museum dedicated to medical tech should feature Fagan's chambers as its most macabre exhibit. Yet in that era, power's veil kept all critique at bay. The relentless sessions waned only when Louis XIV inexplicably weakened. Instead of pity, the court's void was an unsettling silence. One could hear the palace breathe as though it were a living mummy. In that stillness, the silent pain etched an unnameable sorrow into the listener's heart. By the time candles guttered low, their glow patchy and frail, Louis XIV turned toward mythic frescoes, still bright upon the walls, visions of primordial heroes, and gleaming realms as if seeking solace in ancient myths before the ache spread again. Leaves rustled beyond the window as he drifted to sleep, and we listened to the final movement of a king locked in mortal struggle, where Versailles' splendor and his private agony merge into a silent symphony never before heard. The gentle crackle of the brazier in the corner merges with the hushed breaths of soothed-out candles, composing an ancient lullaby that resonates in stone. Night drapes Versailles in a velvet dusk, tinting the ancient palace walls with deep violet hues. The scent of western roses lingers in the air, mingling with undertones of sandalwood, cinnamon, and ash, the melancholic notes of rituals left unfinished. For a heartbeat, everything stalls. We catch our own hearts beating slowly, like droplets of oil in a brass lamp. Louis XIV understood that the only path remaining led to the operating table. When Versailles could no longer conceal that vague stench, he was compelled to embrace the final recourse, the fateful surgery. Heavy footsteps echo upon the marble floor as attendants glide through the long corridor, their cloaks stirring a faint draught that trembles the curtains. Candlelight spills across the tiles in shifting patches of light and shadow. Each single candle flame becomes a tiny beacon, guiding an inescapable journey. The scene recalls modern surgical suites, where harsh white lights bore down on stainless steel tables, radiating an antiseptic cold. Here, there were no antibiotics, no anesthetics, only an exquisitely crafted silver scalpel, partially sterile, wielded by Charles-François Félix, the barber-turned-surgeon. He had rehearsed each incision dozens of times on condemned prisoners, ensuring surgical precision. The operating chamber served as both a temple of science and a stage for tragedy. The wind outside whistled through narrow window slits, reminding us that life continued beyond these walls. Yet inside, time appeared to stand still. Louis XIV lay supine on a wooden table, 4 attendants pinning his shoulders and legs to restrain convulsions. A smooth wooden gag was placed in his mouth to prevent biting his tongue. At the first touch of the blade to flesh, a metallic hiss rang out, followed by guttural screams that pierced the air for 3 hours. His screams resembled a wounded beast, fierce, tragic. Greenish pus burst forth, splattering the surgeon's assistant's mask and prompting him to recoil. Eyes squeezed tight against rising nausea. Scents, unknown to the court, cauterized flesh, antiseptic fumes, and congealed blood interwove into an unforgettable bouquet. To modern viewers of medieval medical documentaries, such brutality seems grotesque. Yet in the 17th century, it represented progress, a drastic measure to salvage both body and throne. They performed 4 successive operations, reopening wounds, excising necrotic tissue, spanning over 15 hours across many weeks. The gleam of steel against flesh, then vein, then the deep-set abscess echoed like the ticking of a grand clock. With each retraction, cold draughts swept in through the cracked window, stirring the surgical drape in brittle rustles. We breathe in sync with that rhythm, sensing the chill against our skin, feeling its gooseflesh rise. Ultimately, Louis XIV survived. Yet the outcome was irrevocable. His anal sphincter remained forever open. He was doomed to wear linen pads, drenched in excrement, and pus for life, a permanent scar bearing witness to a savage fight for survival. Versailles no longer exuded the heavenly scent of divine powders. It was engulfed in the lingering odour of death. To mask that odour, the court burned incense, scattered fresh petals, and deployed mechanical incense burners imported from the East. Foreign envoys jocosely dubbed it the largest fragrance factory in Europe. They carried portable scent diffusers, miniature priests offering aromatic rites in a fetid cathedral. In the once sacred operating chamber, candlelight dwindled to faint pinpricks, illuminating splotches of congealed blood on the floor. The king's gaunt figure emerged, tenuous as an animation of the departed, each step slow and unsteady. His weary eyes mirrored the dim light, the last embers of fire in the night. When he emerged from the chamber, the world outside seemed to hold its breath. The wind stilled, and only the click of wooden clogs against stone resonated. Versailles lay in a rare silence, as though the palace itself watched the king ascend the steps, garments rumpled, death's aroma clinging to him. We stand in that hush, attuned to our own hearts, beating in gentle cadence, letting out a quiet exhale to enshrine this moment both tragic and serene in memory. Occasionally, a single western rose petal drifts to the ground by our feet, reminding us that even amid tragedy, small fragments of beauty persist. A wind chime by the palace veranda rings gently, like silent notes in the night's symphony. Versailles still gleams with ostentatious splendor, yet behind its stately marble columns, whispered secrets seep like mist coiling beneath the eaves. The air is heavy, with layers of floral scents and incense smoke, yet underscored by the faint odor of a decaying throne. Night shifts slowly, pale moonlight filtering through thick velvet drapes, painting shifting patterns of light and shadow upon the stone floor. In the great salon, a solitary candle atop a brass stand flickers, casting the silhouettes of Greek statues on the walls. Those marble forms, once emblems of timeless beauty, now silently observe the kingdom's strained masquerade. Rather than confront their sovereign's decline, the court devised hundreds of new rituals. The rustle of silk echoed as servants drew heavy curtains around the throne, a clandestine armor. Feasts that once stretched through the afternoon were shortened to mere moments. The king would nibble an almond cake, sip a draught of wine, then retreat. The gentle clink of fine porcelain became the solitary rest note in whispered conversations. In the main hall, courtiers formed a line carrying pomander spheres, simple accessories imbued with the sole purpose of masking the faint stench emanating from the throne. They clasped these spice balls, inhaled deeply before approaching, and exhaled the aroma of clove, cinnamon, and star anise. The sound of that breath mimicked wind through rustling leaves. A ritual as trendy as today's social media influencers, flaunting designer fragrances to conceal unseen blemishes. Under dim amber light, the deep crimson carpet appeared as a bloodstain sprawling across the floor. That shade of red, once a symbol of triumph and regal might, now served as a backdrop for latent suffering. A single misdrawn breath might prompt a startled gasp or stifled cough, quickly masked by a curt bow. Rumours beyond the realm circulated. Can this king even retain his seat, let alone command armies? Yet Louis XIV, in his agony, clung fiercely to absolute power. He'd ignite fresh incense, sweet magnolia, or peony oils imported from the east, and let the thick smoke swirl around his throne. In the gardens, thousands of blossoms, violet, blush pink, pure white, were replaced by waiting hands every hour. Dozens of hushed-footed servants swept fallen petals into ornate bowls, their footsteps a muffled drumbeat heralding the artifice. Legend has it the king spent a colossal fortune, millions of silver coins importing fragrances from across continents. Northern ambergris, Indian sandalwood, Bulgarian rose essence. Thus, Versailles earned the moniker Europe's grandest perfume factory. Like tech giants acquiring startups for reputational clout, he lavished resources to curate an olfactory veneer, yet sweat and sorrow festering beneath the surface remained aroma-sordid, proof. At times, cold, clinical halogen lights were trialled, beaming onto green gauze bandages dubbed the sun shield bands, highlighting rather than hiding the dimpling sores beneath. This spectacle of reflection was the court's answer to ocular deception, oblivious that it accentuated the unnerving grey-white fissures where pus had congealed. In the hushed nights at Versailles, the only sounds were a distant bell's toll, leaves drifting across marbled corridors, and the occasional creak of the throne as the king shifted. Each of his steps echoed like a lone drumbeat, sparse yet haunting. Louis XIV's breath grew laboured, as if he carried an unspoken horror within him. Diplomacy with neighbouring courts lost its former grandeur. The English ambassador sent invitations well in advance. Some dignitaries declined the official banquets, opting for garden conclaves instead. They arrived armed with folding chairs, personal scent spritzers, and perfumed handkerchiefs. Their polite laughter often caught in throats, dissolving into the air like mist, leaving a pregnant silence of suspicion. Unfazed, Louis XIV ordered morning feasts further curtailed. Only enough time for greeting and brief pleasantries. The solitary clink of glasses felt like a lonely chord in a short, poignant symphony. Praising glances hid unspoken questions. Will pomp suffice to conceal reality? Hence Versailles became a stench prison, each ritual another layer of mortar plastering over crumbling walls. In obscure journals, scribes noted that the king once personally adjusted a brass diffuser to emit lemongrass mist whenever the air grew heavy. It resembled today's air conditioning fix, yet preserved a facade of aristocratic control. As the final rays of sunset bathed the palace in golden haze, Versailles' shadow stretched across pebble walkways and straw-strewn lawns, mirroring a monarchy fiercely clinging to its image. Cypress trees sighed softly, shedding dewdrops that fell upon stone columns like invisible tears. Ultimately, no rare potion or perfume could mask the truth. The Sun King was decaying day by day. His body weakened, flesh trembled, and the mightiest court in Europe had become a suffocating chamber where illusion laboured to conceal a merciless reality. A final whisper of wind slipped through a half-open window, reminding all that however brilliant the light, darkness will inevitably reclaim its place. Morning mist gently sweeps across the gravel pathways, leaving tiny droplets that sparkle like pearls. Versailles awakens in a hushed glow of pale pink light, a dreamlike kingdom perched between slumber and reality. Beneath cypress canopies, fragile rays of sunlight filter through, painting rhythmic patches of light and shadow on the ground. The steady sigh of wind through the branches blends with our own slow heartbeats, guiding us into serene stillness. Louis XIV, the once Sun King, now moves slowly along the marble walkway. His form has changed, a body exceeding 140 kilograms, his gait heavy and deliberate, each step more crawl than stride. The gilded robe still drapes him, but its ornate folds weigh upon his enlarged frame, transforming divine radiance into palpable earthliness. His silhouette stretches across lawns and flower beds, interlacing darkness and light upon vibrant greens. Versailles mirrors these contradictions. The tarnished silver mirrors along the walls faintly reflect this burdened figure, while crystal chandeliers overhead scatter a trembling luminance. Ivy rustles against mullioned windows, as though whispering courtly secrets. The damp scent of layered bandages hidden behind velvet drapes mingles with the fragrance of ambersmith's incense, an artificial purity devised by the court. To veil this reality, the palace introduced a subtle code of signals. A red ribbon pinned to the chest announces the king's pain, warning courtiers to keep their distance. A white ribbon grants audience, provided one dons a perfume mask, an echo of modern health mandates. A black ribbon signifies absolute prohibition, reserved for the smallest circle of ministers. Ceremonies no longer hold sacred meaning but serve as choreographed veils, preserving the illusion of the immortal deity. Morning banquets once spanned 2 hours. Now they compress into half an hour. Guests barely taste a honeyed patisserie or sip jasmine tea before a discreet whistle ends the gathering, a hurried final chord in a fractured symphony. The hush of wind in marble corridors is replaced by the soft rustle of silk and the rapid click-clack of wooden clogs. At night, servants stealthily replace soiled linens beneath heavy drapes, tending the king's wounds by candlelight. Their silent footsteps, as light as drifting air, carry out this unrecorded ritual, Versailles' most vital secret. In letters exchanged with foreign courts, the English ambassador wryly described a olfactory expedition required to meet the monarch. The Spanish envoy mock-lamented Versailles as the kingdom of sachets, where one arrives armed with portable scent spritzers and mint pastilles. Much like creating burner email accounts to mask one's true identity, these customs safeguarded the throne's reputation. Each afternoon, Louis XIV sits alone beneath a colonnade, watching the fading sunset. His breaths come in laboured puffs, reminiscent of an aging engine struggling to run proof that even modern machines falter. The palace bathes in dusky purple as the final light streams through wooden shutters, marking its patterns on time-worn stone. Occasionally, the court imports rare blooms, eastern pink lotuses, northern peonies to dot reception rooms, yet mere minutes pass before petals wilt, their fragrance swiftly overwhelmed by the king's own royal aroma. Replacing these flowers became a social media-style spectacle, a fresh photo at dawn, withered by dusk. By candlelight, abstract shadows dance on vaulted ceilings. Wind sighs through open casements, casting shadows upon a marble Diana. We inhale, tasting the hint of moisture and a faint note of fruit from a diffuser perched nearby. These layered scents form an artificial ecosystem, an olfactory laboratory dressed in courtly finery. Beneath the splendid robe, Louis XIV has lost his godlike bearing. He has grown human, an elderly neighbour, fumbling with scented cloths and linen pads. Visitors now arrive less to marvel at majesty than to satisfy curiosity about the hidden truths behind velvet drapes. Once the mightiest court in Europe, Versailles has become a silent prison, where rituals mask an unspoken brutality, and illusions stand guard over an inescapable reality. Fireflies hover outside the tall windows, tracing soft patterns of light on the stone walls. Versailles seems adrift in a peculiar dream, its dazzling aura dimmed into a melancholy remembrance. Silence prevails, only the winds murmur through leaves, and the slow breaths of ancient marble statues witness this quiet transformation. In the year 1690-3, during gentle autumn days, the royal physician resolved on a final detox measure, removing all of the king's teeth. No anesthesia, no modern X-ray machines, no endoscopes, only cold iron forceps and nervous hands. Candlelight flickered over 2 anxious attendants seated before him, their eyes narrowed with concealed fear. In that suspended moment, Versailles held its breath. We could hear our own hearts beating, feel each breath tremble in our chests. The tall white columns rose like silent sentinels, bearing witness to the unfolding tragedy. The creak of an ancient wooden door cracked open, inviting a breath of incense-laden air. That rich fragrance seemed intended to mask the dread lingering just beyond the flickering light. The king sat erect, his crowded teeth trembling in a heavy jaw. His gaze grew hazy yet resolute. The physician inhaled deeply, steeling himself against hesitation. The forceps bit down on enamel with a metallic screech, an echo of a clock's ticking hand. Each clamp and pull rent the silence, followed by moments of crimson and foam-laced stillness. A soft Haas behut, the scent of fresh blood mingled with the king's laboured breath. Hidden behind velvets, observers dared only to hold their breath. It felt like watching a nightmarish spectacle on an unskippable broadcast. Louisa's agony composed a stark, wordless symphony. As the final tooth slipped free, a hollow gash connected mouth and nasal cavity. From then on, every bite of buttery pastry or sip of red wine shot through his nostrils, fragments spraying onto his collar. That subtle splatter light, matter of fact, felt like receiving an unexpected midnight text, jolting us fully awake. Courtiers joked that Versailles now hosted culinary misting, akin to modern cars' fragrance diffusers. Guests seated near the king would clutch handkerchiefs ready to catch the spray. An attendant caught without one earned a discreet side glance and the admonition, "Mind the steam room." Louis's voice devolved into a fractured mumble, like a disrupted radio signal. Once smooth tones now drifted unintelligibly, demanding concentration from anyone attempting to listen. Droplets slid from cracked lips down his embroidered collar, fused into the palace's pervasive odour of mortality. Beneath warm candlelight, his plump cheeks resembled leathered water balloons. With each exhale, a mist formed around his face like morning dew upon a window pane. We inhaled deeply, tasting metallic hints mingled with kerosene and sandalwood incense. This bizarre perfume evoked those moments when we sniffed the earthy scent of rain on asphalt, a bittersweet undertow of memory. The shimmering image of the Sun King azure eyes and commanding voice survived only in oil paintings. Court artists meticulously painted only his most flattering profile, masking furrows and stray droplets of residue. Portraits lined the corridors like a curated travel album, capturing only smiling snapshots, not the startled grimaces or awkward poses. Audiences with the king became muted dramas. Courtiers inhaled a dose of perfumed air, delivered 2 sentences of polite banter, and departed. The faint click of a cane, or the swish of velvet robes in the hush, struck dissonant notes in a truncated ensemble. They dubbed the practice scented protocol, equal parts farce and tragedy. The stench clung to tapestry, seeped into stone fissures, rode on every draught. To combat it, the court burned endless incense sticks, scattered dried petals, and installed Western import scent machines. It became an ongoing fragrance trial, like cosmetic companies launching endless product lines to stay ahead of fleeting trends. Foreign emissaries tiptoed through the palace. The Prussian ambassador donned tinted goggles. The Ottoman envoy hung a sachet blessed at his mosque. They likened Versailles to a waste treatment plant, requiring protective gear for casual diplomacy. Still, they persisted no power plays would falter over mere odour. At night, silver moonlight skimmed the reflecting pool, casting inky ripples across the courtyard. Outside, lavender sighs mingled with the king's occasional drip from his lips. That gentle tapping was not dramatic, but a hushed lament. A sovereign once revered, now wrestling with a broken body inside a weary palace. We breathe softly, letting our hearts slow in solidarity with this poignant calm. Then we close our eyes, allowing Versailles to sink into deeper slumber, accompanied only by rustling wind, lapping water, and the dance of fireflies drifting through shadowed halls. Morning dew still clings to the petals of roses lining the pebbled pathways as Versailles awakens under a blanket of mingled scents. Along the artificial canal, clusters of rose bushes bloom in deep crimson, their petals releasing an endless perfume under the pale dawn light. The gentle trickle of water from ornate spouts forms a lullaby that drifts through the gardens. Louis XIV decided to convert the entire estate into a grand fragrance factory. He allotted a staggering sum, $2 million each year, to import precious essences. Bulgarian rose, Arabian amber, Indian sandalwood. On occasion, the king personally sampled each fragrance, lifting the lid, inhaling deeply, letting the aroma lull him like a soothing tonic. Every 2 hours, Freshly cut blooms replaced their predecessors. As palace attendants scattered petals across silk carpets, their footsteps tapped rhythmically on gravel, blending with the soft rustle of gowns. The air brimmed with perfume. Sweet, heady, and gentle an embrace of dawn spread across every corridor. Armchairs, draperies, and table linens were all infused with scents. In the royal chambers, velvet hangings absorbed the warmth of sandalwood, mingled with a subtle amber note. Every breeze that stirred the curtains carried a whisper of fairy tale, sweet and fleeting. More than 50 mechanical diffusers hummed day and night, exhaling thin veils of scented mist. Their soft hiss resembled rustling leaves, creating a chorus undercut by the lullaby of flowing fountains and wooden clogs. Yet Versailles could not fully conceal the lurking stench. Beneath that exquisite perfumed veil lay the inescapable odour of decay, an undercurrent rising in unexpected waves. One inhalation too deep would cause a courtier to wince, draw a hesitant breath, and steady themselves against an invisible shock. The English ambassador quietly requested that meetings be held in the outer gardens. "I forgot my personal diffuser," he joked to his aide, a charming excuse masking genuine apprehension. The Spanish envoy dispatched a trusted lieutenant on his behalf, offering this note: "Regret I cannot attend. Urgent matters require my presence." Nobles carried pomander balls as indispensable accessories, slipping them from pockets to inhale like peppermint lozenges. Much like today's entrepreneurs flaunting designer car fresheners, Louis's courtiers proudly displayed their imported air sachets as badges of prestige. After lavish banquets, the ladies would slip away to hidden corridors, catching their breath before reappearing with reddened eyes. They blamed women's faintness, though residue lipstick at their corners betrayed a more desperate flight from the pall of decay. Lanterns guided guests into the wine cellars, dimming torchlight illuminating rows of casks, and offering haven to those wishing to escape the ambient odour. Soft laughter mingled with the chime of glasses, underscored by a sudden cough or sharp silence reminding everyone that even elaborate aromatics could not erase reality. The contrast between heady blooms and festering decay turned Versailles into a horticultural horror show. It resembled high-end cosmetic ads, gleaming visuals, captivating sounds, yet built upon elaborate illusions to mask flaws. No matter how potent the perfume, it was mere makeup for a grim truth. The Sun King's body continued to deteriorate daily. Draped in golden robes, Louis XIV clung to linen pads as his constant companions, struggling against the unceasing flow like a dam bracing for collapse. The palace grew lonelier. At night, candles burned low. Only silvery moonlight and a flicker from an oil lamp remained. The diffusers hissed in tandem with wind chimes at the entrance, a symphony both soothing and sorrowful. Throughout it all, Louis XIV remained perched atop his gilt throne, surrounded by fresh petals and swirling vapours, as though a drowning man grasping for his final fragments of glory. He sipped his wine, inhaled a warm note of scent, and closed his eyes, letting the world dissolve into a perfumed dream. Beneath the silvery moonlight spilling through vaulted arches, Versailles at night lies hushed as a city holding its breath. Gone are the scuttling sounds of perfumed sheets being changed, only chilly droplets of dew skitter across cobblestones, producing a soft clack in the air. Breezes drift along empty corridors, carrying echoes of ancient stone columns breathing silently. One autumn night in the year 1715, as the great hall clocks tolled midnight, Louis at 70R2-6 uttered a tortured cry. His left foot burned as if consumed by flame, forcing him to brace against the marble bedframe. The sound of his agonized call reverberated like a sorrowful aria piercing the stillness. He drew a deep breath, listening to his heart's steady beat, somehow calmer than the fire lancing through his soul. The court physician initially misdiagnosed the pain as sciatica, an allotio too sore, common convenient label for medical failure. Within days, however, the king's little toe turned jet black and fell away like a fractured twig. The acrid odour of burning, rotting flesh rose through 3 palace floors, clinging to velvet draperies and silk carpets. Versailles no longer exuded rose or sandalwood perfume. It was submerged in the oppressive stench of living decay. Dry gangrene crept upward, peeling away patches of skin to reveal stark white bone. Servants trembled as they changed his bandages, attempting to mask the odor by soaking linens in herbal infusions. Yet each time a wrap was lifted, the exposed shin bone appeared like a broken branch, causing onlookers to faint in droves. The soft thud of bodies hitting the floor gave way to heavy silence, punctuated by ragged gasps from those still standing. No one dared suggest amputating the king's leg. How could one sever the limb of the chosen of God? The court clung to ritual, replacing soiled cloth, strewing dried petals, and propping open northern windows to let in cooler air. The rush of winter wind through shutters sounded like whispered lamentations across crumbling ramparts. Day after day, Louis, the 76-year-old, remained on his gilded throne, signing edicts and issuing military commands as though his decaying flesh were but a detail. Sealed parchment in red ink flowed from his hand, each decree as vibrant as ever. Foreign envoys recorded in their journals. We are witnessing the rot of a king in real time, committing these cold observations to posterity. Some modern scholars liken gangrene to a digital virus that silently infects a system's core, irreversibly corrupting its functions. The court, like hapless IT technicians, patched the damage with more linen, fresh flowers, and imported diffusers, meticulously covering every fault, yet powerless to stop the program's collapse. The scent of charred flesh rose through stairwells, lodging in the lungs of anyone passing below. Clogs clacked across marble like alarm bells, abruptly halting when someone inhaled sharply to steady themselves. Courtiers carried spice pouches, tiny emergency detox kits, drawing deep breaths before bowing, much like today's citizens donning face masks to meet hazardous conditions. Audiences in the Grand Salon became a game of odor dodge. Visitors bowed within minutes, avoiding prolonged exposure. A delicate chime marked the end of each session, its tone as brisk as a bus stop signal. Where once grand orchestras played, now only brief announcements echoed, reminiscent of modern podcasts' sudden transitions. Yet Louis, the 76-year-old, clung to solemn protocol. He sat erect, candlelight glimmering on his thin golden crown, a reminder that the throne remained proud despite its wearer's rotting form. Ceremonies spun around him like a brittle veneer, concealing a deeper fracture. At night, the amber glow of lanterns guided footsteps down shadowed corridors, casting warm halos upon mythic Bassitore reliefs. The king's shifting silhouette danced across the walls, flickering like a sepia movie from a bygone era. The palace's collective breath, the drip of herbal infusions, the whisper of heavy drapes joined our own slow rhythms, lulling us toward unspoken reverie. According to obscure notes, on moonlit nights Louis dreamed of his youth, strolling through rose-filled gardens at Versailles. He'd awaken, inhaling deeply as though sipping the scent of blossoms past. Yet when he opened his eyes, only the stench of decay and the wind's hushed laughter greeted him at the window. Versailles had long stood as an emblem of power and splendor, but now it served as an open-air clinic for death itself. Every stone, every fountain spout, every mirror bore silent witness to this gradual decomposition, a living symphony of authority and demise. We inhale softly, allowing our hearts to slow in solidarity with this sorrowful calm. Then we close our eyes, letting Versailles drift into deeper slumber, accompanied only by the soft lap of unseen waters, the murmur of night breezes, and the tender breathing of nameless dreams. A late summer breeze brushes the dew-kissed grass after a gentle rain. Versailles awakens beneath a tapestry of lingering sandalwood, now tinged with the salty breath of night's mist. Footsteps on cobblestones echo softly, like the last fading notes of a lullaby. On the 1st of September, in the year 1715, Louis XIV, once lauded as the Sun King, exhaled his final breath, leaving behind a dazzling realm now reduced to embers. The dry gangrene had swept through his body, and as his spirit slipped away, Versailles seemed to hold its breath, the kingdom's heartbeats pausing in solemn unison. Within hours, the king's corpse swelled, his skin turning ebony as aged wood, and his intestines teeming with writhing worms, an image so ghastly that even a modern medical documentary would prompt viewers to recoil. The stench of decay permeated every corridor, forcing the palace to burn incense ceaselessly, and spread herbal compounds to stave off the rising odor. A fine layer of mist draped the gilded domes as a white shroud was drawn tight over the casket. Noble woods encased in lead became a hermetically sealed vault, like a door slammed shut on unspeakable secrets. The hammer's rap on the lid sounded like a staccato strike against the palace's attempt at silence. The funeral unfolded under flickering candlelight in air heavier than the enclosed chamber itself. Guests bowed their heads, each breath synchronized into a collective murmur of lamentation. The casket wept thin rivulets of dark fluid at minute cracks, the sickening drip-drip echoing like whispered dread. Silence swallowed every clatter. A curt proclamation from the court declared, "The king has passed away peacefully after a brief illness." This statement, eerily akin to a polished press release, flattened the harsh reality into agreeable news. Medical records and surgical notes were consigned to the flames, smoke spiraling upward in a vain prayer to erase history's scar. They sought to preserve the myth of the eternal Sun King as one frames a perfect royal portrait, revealing only the most flattering angle. Yet hidden archives, long forgotten, contained frantic annotations about worms and necrotic tissue. Ink-smeared, crumpled pages lurked in secret drawers, bearing witness to a truth not meant for daylight. At dusk, Versailles bathed in a muted crimson haze, the castle's silhouette bleeding across the reflecting pool like dried blood. The clock in the bell tower ceased its ticking, as though struck silent by grief. All that pierced the quiet was the crow of a distant rooster and the soft flutter of a lone swallow. In modern parlance, we might liken this to the death of a powerful CEO, quietly claimed by a terminal disease, followed by a sleek corporate statement asserting a peaceful passing, while internal teams scrub sensitive data and close emergency board meetings. The public, left with only a grand facade, remains blissfully unaware of the grim reality hidden behind closed doors. Louis XIV's demise stands as a stark testament. No throne, no ritual, no perfume can conceal the unvarnished truth of flesh and mortality. A sovereign once worshipped like a deity succumbed to decay, just as any impoverished peasant might. For when the body rots away, the majestic throne serves merely as a fragile shell. Before the final candle guttered out, Versailles bore silent witness to an empire's closure in pain and isolation. The last sound to linger was the wind's lament through the trees, a whisper reminding us that power, however grand, must eventually return to dust. Dawn's light glimmered on golden rooftops of Versailles, painting the domes with pale ember hues. Dew clung to willow leaves, dripping into the canal with soft patters like whispered secrets. At precisely 8:07, 15 on the 1st of September, in the year 1715, Louis XIV drew his final breath. But the true tragedy unfolded in the hours that followed. Within 6 hours of his passing, the emperor's corpse began to bloat. His skin blackened like charred nutshell, oozing putrid fluids that soaked the shroud. Candlelight flickered as court physicians, robed in solemn finery, attempted the embalming rites only to recoil in horror as viscera spilled forth, the smell of decay overpowering every corner. A makeshift autopsy was convened in the dead of night, the only witnesses gusts of wind whistling through narrow windows. When the scalpel first pierced the cadaver's dark hide, the sound resembled ancient timber cracking in a forest fire. Dissection revealed gangrenous bowels, liver reduced to pulp, and a 50-centimeter worm coiled within the colon, an image so gruesome that many attendants fled, coughing violently. Each wet, sickening squelch of decaying flesh fell into copper basins with a drumbeat of dread. Guards collapsed in waves, overwhelmed by the stench, abandoning their posts in terror. Courtiers whispered of imminent explosion, as trapped gases threatened to rupture the bloated form. Royal decree ordered the lead-lined casket be sealed without delay. An iron-clad sarcophagus plunged into a wooden outer shell, hammering shut the unspeakable. A ring of sentries guarded the hastily dug vault, as herbal fumigations sealed the earth in a cloud of antiseptic smoke. The state funeral proceeded by dim lantern light, eulogies delivered in rich baritone to mask the persistent odor. Muffled breaths rose in unison from bowed heads, like a solemn chorus counting out the final beats of an elegy. Black fluid wept from minute fissures in the coffin, its drippier drop dropping through marble halls. An official statement proclaimed, "His Majesty passed away peacefully after a brief illness." These carefully curated words rivaled any modern press release, entrapping public sentiment in comforting unreality. Medical logs and surgical journals were consigned to the flames, the smoke ascending in a silent vow to bury truth. Yet hidden fragments survived in clandestine letters, notes of blackened ooze, the twisting intestine, and commands to destroy all evidence. Ink smudges and creased pages remain in secret archives, haunted relics of a tale long denied. Diplomatic visitors reacted with quiet dread. The English ambassador demanded an outdoor memorial to avoid odours, while the Spanish envoy dispatched proxies with apologetic missives. Versailles transformed into a vault of silence, its corridors echoing with unspoken horrors, chronicled only in private diaries. Tonight, Versailles rests in stillness, pebbled paths glowing under moonlight, grass shadows dark on stone. Through iron gates drifts a breeze scented with lingering fumigants and damp earth, a reminder that the memory of the king's slow demise never truly faded. Mainstream history may gloss over this chapter, but modern scholars term it prolonged death, a tragedy far surpassing ceremonial bounds, illuminating the era's medical impotence. Some liken it to contemporary pharmaceutical scandals. Products hurriedly released, then rapidly withdrawn when their deadly flaws emerge. Louis XIV's hastened burial underscores a universal truth. Even the mightiest must yield to decay. No ceremony, no coffin, no official pronouncement can defy nature's law. Breathe in deeply now, feeling the coolness touch your lungs, and exhale softly, letting your heart return to a gentle cadence. Let Versailles settle into its deepest slumber, where only rustling leaves wind through vaulted roofs, and nameless secrets lie hushed until dawn. Dew clings to gilded columns as dusk melts into lilac grey, and wind chimes sway outside, marking the final act of a once grand performance. They drape black mourning banners along the grand avenue, the fabric rippling in the breeze like sorrow's fingers. Hundreds of tall beeswax candles ignite warm halos in crystal holders down every corridor. The guards' wooden sabots tap a slow funeral drumbeat on marble floors. The scene resembles a vast oil painting, velvet drapes against ebony walls, streaked with gilded flourishes reflecting candlelight. A cold wind drifts through arched windows, disturbs heavy purple curtains, and makes flames flicker like dying embers. Beeswax and incense mingle to shroud grotesque truths lurking beneath. Uprooted teeth scattered on the floor, fragments of rotten bone at the casket's feet, severed limbs hidden by darkened velvet, oozing black fluid seeping through every seam. Paintings and sculptures around the chamber present Louis XIV as an immortal saint, eyes aglow with conviction, a serene smile, a silver-embroidered mantle trailing behind. Marble sentinels flank the entrance, stoic and unyielding guards. This is the palace's art strategy, much like brands commissioning flawless advertising to mask product flaws, all to uphold the myth of the everlasting Sun King. Opposite, a rare ebony casket stands on a raised dais. Whispers flutter through the crowd like ghostly confidences. A king who once ruled Europe now reduced to a silent wooden box. Each polished panel is carved with intricate motifs and gilded trim, a flawless shell masking an empty nightmare within. Diplomatic whispers drift out to Paris. The English ambassador sends enthusiastic accounts of the opulence, quietly lamenting his personal fragrance mask. The Spanish envoy dispatches apologies and a devotional token, pleading for distance. They murmur that if the world glimpsed the horror behind the veneer, the monarchy's foundation would fracture like a trending internet conspiracy. In private antechambers, ivory fur rugs, cushioned guest chairs, platters of lilies and yellow tulips are replaced hourly. A single diffuser releases peony oil, its haze curling like breath, but even this laboured enchantment cannot banish the lurking stench. Like photo filters that beautify but cannot erase underlying blemishes, these blooms conceal only so much. Through a narrow window, canal mists slip in with a cool hush. Water laps stones in a gentle lullaby, guiding soft exhalations and inhalations in tandem with the palace's slow heartbeat. Outside, A column of soldiers marches past the stone pillars under lantern glow, their sabres flashing, their bayonets angled skyward, as though swearing allegiance to a ghostly relic. They perform their roles like players on a colossal stage, ensuring no onlooker sees the shadows creeping behind the scenes. A whispered rumour speaks of artists descending into hidden cellars after the ceremony, retrieving sketches too horrifying for public view. Rotting flesh, exposed bone. Each page is either shredded or locked away, leaving only radiant portraits to hang above grand foyer. It is the palace's meticulous post, cinema-grade clenature, up before the credits roll. When the final candles gutter, only pinpoints of flame remain, faint stars in a vast indigo sea. Versailles sleeps under a heavy velvet blanket of night. The wind sighs through the columns, mist drips on silent canals, and the hush of slumber envelops every secret. The darkness is a final, silent curtain, wrapping the palace in the ultimate illusion, splendor everlasting, hauntingly preserved in shadow. Dawn's pale light brushes the misty treetops along Versailles' main avenue, dew droplets shimmering on emerald lawns. The air is hushed, stirred only by distant sparrows' song, an echo that time moves on, even when memories lie heavy. Under the archway of crumbling stone, vestiges of a once mighty dynasty linger. Louis XIV reigned for 70 -2 years, a record yet unmatched, and built Versailles as the epitome of art and power. Yet the final legacy he left was not the splendid gardens or courtly music, but the bitter shame of a humiliating death that befell a monarch once worshipped as demigod. Whispers swirl through village markets. We once bowed before his sapphire gaze, now they say his corpse rotted like vermin in the cellars. Rumour spreads as swiftly as modern social media scandals, undermining faith in absolute authority. Historians still pore over surgical records. Dr. Felix and Fagon's meticulous notes chart every operation, every spread of gangrene, every drip of foul discharge. Ambassadors from England and Spain penned letters recounting worms, half-foutu, aso, meter long in the colon, and the sickening sloshing from his sealed coffin. This dossier ranks among Europe's most shocking medical political archives. In official chronicles, the glorious image of the Sun King survives only as a footnote. The rest of his story is inked in scholarly monotones, a cautionary tale of power's frailty. Like CEOs who once dominated global markets only to resign in disgrace, Louis XIV ended in ignominy far surpassing any tragedy on stage. At the Louvre today, a hidden cabinet preserves an Italian envoy's diary sketch. A deserted corridor where Baroque music once roared, now echoing only the wind through cracked shutters. Angelic frescoes flank an empty throne, a haunting portrait of faded grandeur. Across France, mourning poems and intimate plays retell the court's grim finale. Some productions lard their scripts with gentle irony. A bloated king writhed by gangrene, black mourning pennants rippling in the breeze, courtly music twisted into mournful wails. Audiences laugh and gasp, reminded that ritual alone cannot mask human suffering. Under a slatio grey sky, Versailles remains a gleaming tourist magnet, yet attentive visitors sense its quiet pulse. The wind sighing through columns, water dripping from canal spouts, bricks faintly murmuring tales of rotten secrets. The sweetness of perpetual blooms cannot fully eclipse the scent of buried memory, akin to the musty perfume of ancient books restoring forgotten truths. At a recent royal history symposium, scholars argued the king's shameful death outweighs his architectural triumphs. It stands as a lesson in human vulnerability and the limits of authority. A ruler may issue decrees and command obeisance, but no ceremony shields one from decay and death. Scattered letters surface in private collections, the Duke of Orleans writing, "I witnessed the coffin's leak of black ichor. We genuflected before his crown, yet each of us trembled at the stench." That confession transcends mere history. It voices a universal dread. How fragile the human form truly is. When night falls over the palace square, lanterns glow dimly by memorial plaques. Visitors pause to light incense in honor of a monarch who entered legend through ultimate tragedy. They inhale jasmine and amber's warm breath, then exhale softly, in time with their own heartbeats, echoing verses commemorating a faded hero. In the end, the legacy of that shameful death becomes France's sombre legend. It teaches that perched at the summit, or buried in rot, we all answer to flesh. Power, ritual, artistry, and poetry are but thin veils. When the body unravels, what remains are memories, and the aching lesson that every glory must fade into oblivion. Dawn's soft glow filters through the treetops along Versailles' Grand Avenue, dew sparkling like scattered pearls on emerald lawns. Gilded walls catch the early light, casting tremulous patterns as sparrows trill overhead. In this hushed stillness, we draw a slow breath, feeling history's echoes stir within us. Louis XIV's story unfolds as an epic of power and fragility. In his youth, courtiers clamoured to hold his mirror or lace his shoes, rituals proclaiming his absolute rule. Yet in his final days, those same nobles were summoned to pin him to surgical tables, change thick bandages, and mask unnameable stench. It was a twilight banquet of authority, where brilliance faded to bare bone. Versailles itself transformed into a living hospital. Reverberating in memory are the metallic creaks of scalpels, the nighttime gasps of surgeons, the wet gurgle of festering wounds. The incense of antiquity gave way to the sharp tang of antiseptics, an olfactory shift as jarring as lying in a modern clinical ward. 4 sterile walls enclosing us in mortality's embrace. Today's tech magnates may install cutting-edge health suites in their mansions and summon doctors at will. Yet when infection strikes, they too find themselves in hospital gowns, tethered to IV drips. Private jets and palatial homes cannot hold back bacterial invaders. It is a wry reminder, no hyperloop or hologram can ward off microscopic doom. The sound of royalty's power may echo through marble halls, but the steady rise and fall of a single breath anchors us to reality. Listen to your inhale, your exhale, the gentle sigh as eyelids grow heavy. That modest cadence proves mightier than any decree. Whether crowned or common, we share one boundary: mortal flesh, subject to dehydration, hemorrhage, infirmity, and final rest. A gentle ripple stirs the canal before the palace gate, each wave whispering that glory is but a thin veneer atop deeper currents. Similarly, global empires built on credit bubbles may crash when debt swells beyond control. Financial muscle is fleeting. The human body remains a perishable vessel. Amid the gilt corridors, a curious sight emerges. The king famed for exalting his natural scent, now swathed in dense medical gauze, replaced daily like a child's diaper. The image is both comical and poignant, an aged ruler reduced to Mr. Bandage in a satirical skit. Viral videos celebrate the fall of icons, yet none can fully capture the gulf between pomp and decay. By noon, sunlight floods grand hallways, casting latticework shadows on polished stone. Click-clacks of tourist sandals mingle with the flutter of handheld fans as guides recount the palace's architectural marvels. Yet beneath those facts lies a latent admonition. No amount of artifice can repeal pathogens or anesthetist's blades. At the canal's edge, a wedding photographer pauses to frame a bride and groom beneath canopy boughs. Her lens captures laughter and sunlight dancing on tulle. In that fleeting portrait, love triumphs over frailty, a testament that while bodies break down, affection endures beyond mortality's reach. Louis XIV's saga closes as both caution and balm. It teaches that pomp, protocol, perfume, and golden raiment are powerless before nature's laws. Each inhalation, each heartbeat, each cell carries the truth of human limits. When illness creeps in, only raw reality remains. We exhale softly now, our hearts lighter for embracing this truth. We close our eyes, attuned to leaf whispers underfoot, to our muted breaths mingling with a soft breeze. Versailles, emblem of splendor and sorrow alike, sleeps beneath plane trees, awaiting dawn when power and flesh meet anew in life's timeless dance. Late afternoon sunshine dips through the plane tree canopy, casting soft gold across the mirrored canal. Insects hum amid dew-dappled grass, leaves whispering secrets as breezes drift over cobblestones. Time seems to pause, inviting us to breathe deeply, to feel the mingled pulse of nature and memory. When Louis XIV fell, not only did Versailles lose a king, but it also lost the cornerstone of its authority. The ebony fences that once warded off royal chills now appear as mere relics of illusion. Villagers spoke of a hollow ache like an abandoned hearth whose final embers have cooled. His story echoes into the 21st century. Boundless ambition cannot rewrite biology. Much like tech giants that collapse under security scandals or leadership missteps, power draped in gilded mirrors and velvet rights is but a fragile facade before microbes and mortality. That fairy tale turret now resembles a modern wellness retreat. Subtle beeps of monitors and the hiss of ventilators fill its quiet wings. Visitors marvel on social media, yet behind the filtered snapshots lingers the old truth. No super yacht or villa can safeguard us from our frail bodies. The reverberations of regal might may have echoed through marble corridors, but the cadence of a single breath remains the truest soundtrack of life. Listen to your inhalations and exhalations, to the gentle nod that carries you into sleep. In this humble rhythm, all pretensions bow. Ripply waves on the reflecting pool remind us that glory is a thin film atop deep waters. Global empires built on credit can implode, just as human bodies can succumb to infection. Financial empires fall. Flesh endures only until it falters. Amid gilded halls, an ironic scene unfolds. The king once lauded for his natural aroma, now swathed in medical gauze, replaced daily like diapers. It's both comedic and tragic. An aged monarch turned bandage king in a farcical sketch. Viral reels may mock icons toppled by scandal, but none can capture the stark contrast of regality succumbing to rot. By noon, sunlight floods the grand galleries, dappling columns with latticed light. Tour guide fans flutter, sandals echo on polished stone, as visitors study statues and frescoes. Yet behind each masterpiece lies a silent admonition. No artwork or artifact can repel infection or scalpel. At the canal's edge, a wedding photographer frames a newlywed couple beneath arching branches. White silk sways in soft gusts, laughter bright amid blossoms. In that frozen moment, love outshines frailty, proof that though bodies break down, affection transcends mortality. Louis XIV's tale ends as both foreshadowing and solace. It teaches that pomp, protocol, perfume, and armor of gold are powerless against nature's decree. Each inhalation, heartbeat, and cell testifies to our finite state. When illness encroaches, only unvarnished truth remains. Take a deep breath now, let your heart lighten with this wisdom. Close your eyes, attuned to rustling leaves, and your own soft exhalations mingling with evening breezes. Versailles, emblem of splendor and sorrow, rests beneath plane trees, awaiting dawn when power and flesh meet anew in life's unending dance. Hey guys, tonight we will gently glide across the Thames, placing our weary feet onto the mystical, silent land of Tudor England. Before we begin, you won't survive this. I'm just kidding. Close your eyes for a moment, take a deep breath, and let the night breeze carry you all the way to the banks of London in 1522. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Don't forget to comment below where you're listening from and what local time it is right now. The moon hangs softly like a silver slice on a velvet sky, casting a faint glow across the languid water. The barge slowly parts each ripple, delivering Anne Boleyn, a young lady of a middling noble family, from the docks of Calais to the shores of the Thames. The salty wind carries a subtle chill, mingled with distant wisps of incense. The bells of Westminster toll in a steady rhythm, like a gentle heartbeat welcoming the stranger. On the deck, Anne gently closes her eyes, letting the cool breeze caress her dark, glossy hair. She is not the most beautiful face in the royal court, yet she carries an invisible weapon, a refined French education, eloquence in languages, and sharp intellect. Amid hundreds of shy English ladies in waiting, Anne stands like a solitary white rose in bloom, graceful, yet never timid. The Tudor palace rises across the water like a colossal castle in a dreamlike twilight. Ancient stone walls glow under flickering candles in the corridors, The clatter of wooden clogs against stone floors whispers to her, "Power awaits you, Anne." She inhales deeply, feeling the cold stone breeze press against her chest, and grips the railing. To Henry VIII, the king who spent 16 years beside Catherine of Aragon, and yet fathered only one daughter, Mary Anne is the crucial breath of fresh air. Rumours of the sharp-witted French maidens swiftly circulated through the court, prompting hushed discussions among the courtiers. She could alter the fate of an entire dynasty, they murmured. The candlelight in the ballrooms shimmered with that very hope. On her first night at court, Anne steps lightly through a heavy oak door, breathing in the scent of incense and oak. A solitary candle flickers beside the writing desk, reflecting in her eyes like stars against the night. Her heart flutters with a blend of excitement and apprehension. She knows she is no ordinary lady in waiting. She stands at the threshold of a power game. In the warm candlelight, she vows softly to herself, "I will not let fate lead me. I will make the most powerful man in England see my worth." And so, amidst the misty woods, with wind rustling the trees beyond the castle walls, Anne Boleyn takes her first steady step on the journey to Tudor lands, a slow but resolute stride that will pave the way for a destiny that changes history. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Outside the low arched windows, the night breeze rustles through pines, carrying the scent of fir and a gossamer mist. In the vast palace, sparse candlelight dances on stone walls, casting soft patterns of shadow and glow. Henry VIII sits upon his intricately carved throne, a crown of gleaming gold balanced upon his head. Beside him, a portrait of Catherine of Aragon hangs solemnly, reminding him of 16 years with a gentle queen who could not bear him a son. Far away in the green-draped chamber, Mary Boleyn, the king's former mistress, offers a subtle, knowing smile at whispered rumours. But Mary knows her influence is but a passing breeze, insufficient to alter the course of a dynasty. Then, like a billowing sail, Anne Boleyn's footsteps glide into the great hall. She carries with her the clear gaze of a foreigner, mingled with resolve and curiosity. Anne is unlike any other beauty who has crossed Henry VIII's path. She is a French rose, graceful, gentle, harbouring silent storms within. One day, word reaches the king that Anne has been betrothed to Henry Percy, the celebrated northern lord. Without delay, he issues a royal decree annulling the engagement, forcing Percy to marry another. As the parchment is torn, the palace resonates with the echo of change, a barrier drawn between past and present, between power and aspiration. From that moment, the pursuit begins. Lavish evening feasts, the gentle strum of lutes in the hall, and masked dances that glide slowly by all form the stage for a psychological game. Anne adorns herself in a gown of deep sapphire silk, its lace edges flickering in candlelight, rendering her an ethereal vision within a dream. Henry VIII sends Anne letters redolent with warmth, each opening an invitation to conquest. He speaks of a love arrow, the pointed force of power and ambition aimed straight at the lady's heart. The words curve like gentle rain, but carry the iron weight of the throne. Anne reads the letters and smiles quietly. She knows the stakes of this game. Acceptance means surrender. Refusal means defiance of royal might. In that moment, she retreats to the secret garden walls, where late-blooming white roses exhale a faint fragrance like the night's soft whisper. In the ensuing silence, darkness deepens its reach. Anne clasps the letter, her gaze following dewdrops drifting on petals. She listens to the soft sound of leaves falling in the breeze, a heartbeat steady amidst the storm. The next morning, the court buzzes anew. Courtiers whisper, awaiting the future queen's reaction. Mary Boleyn retreats into shadow, marvelling at Anne's composure. Catherine of Aragon, though consigned to history, still lingers in every royal decree. Anne steps onto the mosaic courtyard, morning mist clinging to the cold stones. She strolls deliberately, fingers brushing the old carvings. Each ornate Tudor carving seems to recount the passage of time, inviting her to pen a new chapter. Our heroine, Anne Boleyn, the French girl carrying western sun and wind, maintains her steady gaze. Under the rosy dawn, she watches the river hurry by, realizing that life here is not merely a labyrinth of etiquette, but a current of dreams and power. And in that tranquil moment, let your spirit merge with the ancient air, hear the distant echo of wooden clogs, and prepare for the hidden truths that lie within the heart of the Tudor palace. The dawn light creeps softly through the stone window, draping the castle corridors in a pale rose blanket, as gentle as a morning breath. The sparrow's soft chattering on the tiles blends with the distant toll of the valley bell, creating a lullaby for the awakening dream. In this world, the sturdy oak gates stand slightly ajar, opening onto a realm where each brick holds the echoes of a royal struggle. On a misty autumn afternoon in 1527, when raindrops clung heavily to the slate rooftops, Henry VIII resolved to end his 18-year union with Catherine, citing the charge of marrying his brother's widow. The decree resonated like a headline, breaking divorce in our late-night news drama fit for a modern tabloid. Unable to secure an annulment from the Holy See, he simply proclaimed himself head of the English Church, a twist so bold it left all of Europe in astonished silence. In the hush of a candle-lit study, Anne Boleyn quietly placed books and pamphlets into the eager hands of priests and scholars. She did not appear amidst the grand fanfare. Instead, she sparked the flames of the English Reformation through whispers, translating sacred texts into the common tongue and sharing ideas of royal supremacy. Each flickering candle, breathing warmth into the parchment, seemed to kindle a new faith in the realm subtle, yet seeping into every mind. That secret marriage in Dover of 1532 unfolded like a soft watercolor. Several golden candles upon a simple wooden table, the lull of waves beyond the cliffs, and the hushed footsteps of a trusted few. No fanfare of trumpets, no grand procession, just two hands clasped in the glow of candlelight. Legend holds that Anne hummed a line of a French folk song, her voice a whisper in the twilight, while Henry smiled, his eyes sparkling like the first light of dawn. Yet this union found no formal place in canon law or Roman records. It existed as a beautiful, fragile secret. Weeks later, Anne discovered she carried the king's child. Before the joyous drums could sound, she lay awake in the night, attuned to her own heartbeat. The weight of status, religious scrutiny, and legal constraints settled upon her like invisible armor. But imagine, if you will, breathing in that moment as though inhaling a crisp breeze through the willow grove outside her chamber, and realize that even in dreams, great responsibility must be faced. Now the palace's usual symphony had become a hush of courtly whispers. Will she bear the prince? This question echoed like a rerun of a popular series, night after night. But Anne did not rush. She retreated to the garden by the brook where late-blooming lilies unfurled their white petals, delicate reminders to be patient. The willow leaves whispered in the breeze, stirring dew into a gentle, rhythmic patter against the ear. And then, in that still moment, Anne closed her eyes, as if inviting a modern audience to share the reverie. Amid the world's clamour and spectacle, there remains the light of conviction and the power of serenity. Whether history credits or vilifies her, the volumes she passed hand to hand rest on a shelf somewhere, waiting for a lover of quiet courage to open their pages with gentle hands. Dawn of 1533 slipped through the grand oak canopy, painting the castle stone in soft pink hues, as gentle as a spring breath. The air was so calm, one could sense their own heartbeat, steady, rhythmic, a bridge between then and now. On the palace forecourt, rows of wooden benches lined the path, draped in deep crimson velvet like the heartbeat of ceremony itself. Crowds gathered at the base of the statue, moving slowly, each face reflecting a flicker of hope, the emergence of a new queen. Farther off, flickering votive candles of emerald and ruby glowed like a miniature galaxy, guiding the way toward power. The eve of her coronation had been a spectacle of light. Thousands of candles stacked on stone pedestals, their flames dancing over the gold silks of the handmaidens, turning every fabric into a dreamlike shimmer. A harpsichord melody drifted through doorways, mingling with hushed whispers of untold tales. They said candlelight not only dispelled darkness but stirred the soul, awakening hidden longings. When Anne Boleyn emerged in her rose-tinged silk robe embroidered in silver, Every sound seemed to pause in awe. She offered a soft smile, a silent song amid the waking world. The oak leaves shivered. Sparrows perched on the tiled eaves watched in silence, and the morning mist embraced her form like a delicate veil. The public regarded Anne with equal parts admiration and wariness. Catherine of Aragon, Henry's gentle wife of 18 years, had not easily relinquished her place in their hearts. This tension was akin to updating one's phone OS, excited for new features, yet anxious for the inevitable bugs that follow. The distant clatter of hooves and the cautious creak of guards announced the king's arrival. Henry VIII appeared in ceremonial armour, gold glinting under the rising sun, as though he himself were a second dawn. He bowed to his new queen, then led her up the steps. Each footstep echoed like a drumbeat of triumph, notes of faith and burden intertwined. The great bells of the chapel pealed in solemn harmony. A spring breeze carried the scent of late-blooming almonds, and cherry blossoms drifted onto Anne's train time's gentle reminder that glory is transient, leaving only quiet memory. Youths in the crowd giggled. She must brace herself for sleepless nights beneath all that pressure. Yet Anne remained composed as her vows spilled forth, to protect the realm, uphold peace, and safeguard her people's trust. Her words echoed like both the breath of justice and a lullaby for attentive ears. Applause and cheers filled the air, yet that joy was as fragile as dawn's morning dew. By September of the same year, Anne gave birth to Princess Elizabeth. In her private chamber, illuminated by a few warm candles and soft harpsichord notes, the newborn's cry heralded what should have been triumph. The moonlight slipped through an arched window, caressing Anne's tired yet radiant face like a nocturnal bloom. Still, the momentary bliss quickly faded. Henry, yearning for a son, quipped, "A lovely flower, but a kingdom needs swords." Silence settled over the court like a sea after the storm. Even the harpsichord's gentle notes seemed to sigh, each keystroke whispering, "Worth is not measured in gender." Anne sat by the window, hand on her empty womb, listening to ivy rustle in the wind. She recalled French gardens where lavender lined every path, lending serenity like a lullaby. Now lavender grew within the palace grounds, yet its scent could not banish her fears. Each fallen petal seemed to murmur, "Waiting is its own kind of courage." Despite the harsh reality, Anne smiled softly. In today's world, people still bear invisible expectations from academic grades to social media likes. Yet life is more than numbers. She inhaled deeply, letting her breath fill the ancient chamber, realizing that every life, male or female, holds its own worth. Twilight draped the day in mauve and rose. Westminster's evening bells tolled once more, a closing refrain to a ceremony both splendid and dreamlike. Anne stood on the coronation square, reaching out to catch the final rays of light, as if capturing a moment of peace amid the undercurrents of power. The sunset painted London's sky in soft purple hues, as the last rays danced across the Thames like a fragile ribbon. The gentle lapping of the water against the boat's side felt like a lullaby, its rhythm mirroring a calm breath before sleep. Inside the Tudor palace, red-tiled roofs and grey stones wove shadows of dusk into a scene both tranquil and tinged with sorrow. At the end of 1534, when yellow leaves drifted sparsely along the corridors, Anne Boleyn felt a fleeting pang, an unmistakable sign of loss. A queen's miscarriage was hardly rare in the 16th century, yet this time, that pain seemed to fracture the palace's chill even more. The candles in her chamber swayed like they were sighing, casting wavering light against the walls as if whispering, "Try again," softly. Court rumours spread as subtly as the dusk's creeping shadows. Council meetings thinned out, and hushed conversations in the peony garden carried a wary tone. Courtiers slipped behind pillars, exchanging glances of mixed curiosity and apprehension. Had Henry VIII grown weary of his new wife? Had Anne's chance to bear an heir slipped away forever? Suspicion drifted like a cool autumn mist. Seeking solace, Anne retreated to the quiet library, where the soft glow of a few candles mingled with the faint lantern light. She gently laid out translated scriptures and reform treatises on the table, hoping to spark fresh winds of faith among the clergy. In that hush, the turning of each page sounded like a courageous heartbeat, an echo of her own. still fluttering despite the ache within. She reminded herself, if a mother cannot birth a child now, let her at least birth hope for many. Yet Henry VIII turned his attention elsewhere. The gentle Jane Seymour, with her discreet poise, began to appear more at banquets. Candlelight caught in her clear eyes, offering a soft invitation. Meanwhile, Anne strove for composure, though her heart cracked a little each time Jane's name echoed through the halls. Music, ever present in the Tudor court, swelled anew. Lutes and harpsichords echoed longer, though for an audience who seemed to care less. At evening feasts, silken skirts drifted past glowing candles, laughter mingling with concealed loneliness. Moonbeams snuck through tall windows, skimming the wooden floors with silvery paths, silent reminders that even in splendor, darkness lingers. Amid the lavish gatherings, Anne often slipped out to the rear garden, where rose bushes blossomed in quiet defiance. Their fragrance floated softly in the air, a gentle solace. She would sit on a worn stone bench, close her eyes, and inhale deeply, letting her breath blend with the rustling leaves. There, she was no queen, just a woman nursing quiet wounds. In our modern world, we too face invisible expectations from academic grades to social media likes. Failures often feel like full stops, but Anne, for all her royal title, was human, cradling hopes and heartbreaks like anyone. She offered a wry smile to herself. No medal for mistakes, but motivation waits for the next time. Under the night sky, as the soft scrape of a broom swept leaves outside the corridors, Anne returned to her chamber. Her gaze fell upon Catherine of Aragon's portrait, a gentle queen bound to Henry VIII for 18 years, now a morning echo on the wall. Candle flames danced across the frame as if to remind her, every tale holds many chapters. Do not close the book too soon. And so Anne's story flowed on like a ceaseless river. Beneath the pale moon, wind whispered through weeping willows, composing a lullaby for the night. Doubt and waiting dissolved into the slow, warm cadence of breath in the quiet dark. The candle, in the empty chamber, flickered softly, casting shifting patches of light and shadow like a heart in turmoil. Outside the ebony window frame, the northerly breeze swept through the ancient oaks, carrying a chill that whispered against the stones. Each breath Anne Boleyn drew in that moonless night felt like a morning song, slow, steady, laced with fragile hope. Late in 1534, when the season's first snow had not yet blanketed the rooftops, Anne felt a sharp internal crack, the unmistakable sign of life slipping away. That loss was more than physical pain. It echoed an invisible curse. Must I fail as a mother again? The bedroom lay still, save for the dying wax and her quiet breaths, bridging doubt and longing. Henry VIII, once captivated by Anne's keen gaze, now watched only the gentle figure in the courtyard, Jane Seymour. Jealousy crept like a freezing north wind down the stone hallways, fracturing Anne's spirit. Rumours in the court rippled like soft waves, growing louder. A queen who bears no son is unfit for the throne. Council meetings thinned out, punctuated by the whisper of papers and hushed gossip. Yet Anne would not despair. She sought solace in the wild rose garden beyond the city walls, where untended blooms bowed before the breeze. The rustle of leaves at her ear spoke comfort. Every fallen petal reveals a new hope. There she convened scholars to discuss church reform, sparking fresh currents in England's spiritual life. Dawn's pale light filtered through the rose thickets, painting a tranquil scene that momentarily banished her inner darkness. But human hearts are unpredictable. Gradually, Henry's letters to Anne grew formal and cold, stripped of hearts and roses. In his final winter missive, he wrote simply, "I wish you a peaceful spring," before asking Jane's hand in marriage. The harsh lines on the parchment were like frost itself, reminding Anne that she had lost her place in the dance of power. The palace buzzed with music and celebration, but the melodies felt discordant. The grand hall's candles sought to preserve splendor, yet as their flames waned, shadows crept across every stone. Anne felt each shard of fading light like fragments of broken glass glittering under oil lamps drifting down at her feet. You might compare it to modern relationships, where an unanswered text quietly becomes silence, and one knows they have been left behind. That was Anne's realization in the still of night. She cherished the silence, for sometimes quiet is the clearest voice of all. In the hushed corridors, Anne sank into a velvet armchair, gazing at the melting wax in its silver candlestick. The warmth spread, yet could not banish the chill. She closed her eyes, envisioning the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, a heartbeat steady and sure. A few nights later, Anne gathered clergymen in the castle library, lantern light dancing across shelves of ancient tomes. She listened to the soft rustle of pages and spoke of royal supremacy and public faith, conducting the conversation like a symphony. Each shared idea fell like raindrops on parched earth, reviving hope, even if only a small spring of it. During those discussions, Anne allowed herself a quiet smile, her eyes alight with resolve. She knew she could not entirely escape fate, but could kindle a new flame for others. It was the gentle hand placed upon a friend's shoulder in sorrow, a candle's warm glow guiding through the storm. At last, she returned to her chamber beneath a velvet sky. Moonlight filtered through burgundy drapes, painting the floor with silver ribbons. Seated at her small brass mirror, she regarded her weary yet steadfast reflection. Each breath passed slowly into the still air, a lullaby fit for a queen. Every tale of triumph or tragedy holds moments of silent grace. Amid fading candles and tangled thoughts, Anne Boleyn preserved her spark of hope. Her story would continue, unwritten lines beneath the dawn's breeze, inviting weary souls into gentle dreams. Morning mist peeked through the marble-arched window, tracing thin silver lines on the palace walls. Spring of 1535 brought drizzle and fresh leaves, yet Anne Boleyn's heart remained as heavy as the overcast sky. The distant chime of Westminster's bell echoed like the heartbeat of an awakening yet anxious dynasty. Jane Seymour, with her gentle smile and clear gaze, seemed to greet the new day from another casement, where faint sunlight filtered through stained glass. This contrast Anne's shadowed introspection and Jane's bright presence drew Anne deeper into political manoeuvring. Al fresco tea gatherings, where the night's mist clung to warm cups, became moments for Anne to meet with reformist scholars. The soft sips of tea felt like lullabies, woven with discussions of royal supremacy, creating a cozy refuge amid courtly storms. On one new moon night, when the moon's glow was but a faint silver thread in the grey sky, Anne held a silent gathering beneath the weeping willow in the great hall courtyard. Dew collected on each slender leaf, whispering encouragement. Power must pair with wisdom. She invited forward, thinking clergy and academics, to debate the king's potential role as supreme head of the English Church, free from papal authority. The gentle tap of walking sticks on damp stone set the rhythm for her words, soft yet profound. By the warm glow of oil lamps, Anne envisioned a new religious structure, one in which priests and common folk walked in harmony, peaceful as ocean waves breaking on a moonlit shore. She shared tales of rural French priories, nestled among lavender fields, where monks and villagers shared nourishing meals of bread and broth. Such little-known facts of those small communities had sparked early reform ideas, leading Anne to believe England too could cultivate such harmony. Yet rumours of these clandestine meetings reached Henry VIII through the whispers of courtiers. He raised an eyebrow, musing, "The Queen grows bold beyond measure." In her formal portrait in the audience chamber, Anne's proud stance seemed defiant, breeding suspicion in the king's mind. Quiet adversaries waited in the wings, eager to brand her overreaching if she persisted in political involvement. Amid this silent game, Anne sought solace in the lily garden before the palace gate. White petals unfurled beneath morning dew, like tiny beacons of renewal. Sparrows chirped among the winding willow branches. Footsteps on worn stone laid a gentle melody. She perched on a moss-flecked bench, opened her tattered leather journal, and penned theories on religious freedom. Each line served as a small sacred text, placed upon the heart of every reader, nurturing faith and the desire for change. All around her, the world seemed to slow. The breeze softly caressed the grass. Floral perfumes drifted through the cool air, and dawn's light filtered down in jade-green patches. Nature's symphony guided her spirit to stillness, quieting the clamour of ambition. In modern times, one might liken these secret councils to future design brainstorms, where leaders and experts convene over steaming coffees. The atmosphere, filled with hope and a touch of apprehension, often begins with a gentle phrase, "Let's embark on this journey together." Despite centuries of difference, the essence of discreet collaboration endures. At a confidential meeting, Anne emphasized, "Belief cannot be forced, it must grow within each heart." Her voice, hushed yet resonant, seemed to carry through an empty hall, compelling every listener to nod in quiet agreement. Yet as they departed, Anne lingered, pacing between columns of cool marble, as if imprinting her resolve on every surface. Late that night, under a moon hidden by drifting clouds, the palace lay silent. Anne stood at a high casement, gazing at the Thames' silver gleam beneath dim stars. The gentle ebb of water offered a wordless lullaby to her soul. She whispered to herself, "Though storms rage beyond these walls, peace remains in quiet corners." In that moment, Anne felt a humble strength, not from titles or power, but from perseverance and compassion. Her unseen story would continue, scripted softly on parchment and spreading like candlelight through the dark. Rumours might betray, the king may doubt, yet Anne's spirit stood resolute, like the ancient willow in the courtyard, flexible, yet unbroken. Morning's pale light of 1636 filtered through ancient oak branches, scattering soft pools of illumination on the cobblestone courtyard. Mist clung like a thin blanket over the palace, and the toll of funeral trumpets from the chapel echoed solemn, unbroken, as though insisting that an era had ended with Catherine of Aragon's passing. As her final breath drifted away on the cold breeze, all eyes within the Tudor walls turned to Anne Boleyn. She emerged into the palace courtyard with dignified composure, wearing a gown of ashen velvet that absorbed the quiet light. In her hand, she cradled a bouquet of daffodils, delicate blooms of pale gold, symbolizing purity and rebirth, standing out vibrantly against the grey mists. The trumpets played on, casting Anne between two realms, one of a closed past, and another of uncertain whispers that heralded her future. Rumours began to spread like ripples across still water. Thomas Cromwell, now Henry's chief minister, methodically gathered evidence to bring Anne down. In the warm, lamplit confines of his chamber, he arranged journals of private meetings with reformist clergy and intimate letters exchanged with confidants into a hidden drawer. Innocent notes once meant to capture earnest discussion were twisted into proof of treasonous plots and betrayal of royal blood. Few realized that in the 16th century, putting political discourse to paper was as daring and as dangerous as leaked emails in our modern era. The official indictment was drafted under a flickering lamp in a sealed room, where Cromwell's conspirators watched the red wax seal break like a heart cracking. The cold draft of the corridor gusted in, carrying a chill as sharp as a dagger's point. This summons to trial arrived just as Anne believed herself at the zenith of triumph. The soft snap of wax felt like destiny's decree, impossible to ignore. One unannounced midday, as stained glass windows cast dappled colour across polished floors, Anne heard the startled rhythm of horses' hooves in the inner court. The clink of shackles echoed on the flagstones, a dissonant punctuation to the hushed gossip trailing her steps. She was led from her chambers under escort wooden clogs, tapping a measured march along grand corridors. The scent of leather, pine wood, and iron mingled in the chill air, pressing in on her with the weight of inevitable fate. Her carriage, an ornate wooden coach carved with fleur-de-lis, rumbled along the roadway beyond the palace gates. 24 purple-robed officials flanked her, their solemn silence as heavy as armour. The mist peeled back to reveal the cobblestone avenue leading toward the Tower of London, its formidable silhouette looming like a prison of stone and shadows. Inside the coach, Anne inhaled the faint tang of damp wood and candle soot, steeling herself against the murmured speculations of onlookers who treated her downfall like the latest sensational headline. At the tower, the Thames wind cut through the air like a blade as it rushed past the battlements. Grey light spilled across moss-covered stones, turning walls into shifting shadows. Anne, shrouded in a charcoal cloak, stood in the courtyard, calm and upright, her eyes clear even as destiny's pageant unfolded around her. Footsteps echoed beneath the vaulted walkways, the hushed voices of her jailers slipping through the gloom. Outside polls may swell with trending gossip, but inside these walls, every word felt like a hammer stroke on her spirit. Days later, 5 charges swirled relentlessly in Anne's mind: adultery, treason, and even incest with her own brother. Each accusation fell like a crisp autumn leaf in a swirling vortex, fragmented, uncertain, yet potent enough to sow doubt in any heart. She closed her eyes, letting the distant roar of the living river, the same river that carried laden barges to London, fill her ears. Truth will dawn anew. The water's gentle lapping against stone was both a lament and a lullaby, promising that hidden truths might yet surface. Outside, the court rang with speculation faster than today's viral posts. Everyone spoke of secret gatherings and loyalty turned to ash. Few paused to consider that the very parchment, once inscribed by candlelight with hope, had become the instrument of her undoing. Amid flickering torchlight and whispering walls, Anne whispered to herself, "They may judge me, but my soul remains my own." As night fell, palace sound faded to silence. In her narrow cell, the only music was her own steady breathing and the occasional drip of water from mossy stone. She lifted her gaze to the tiny barred window, where a glimpse of Thames lights sparkled like distant lanterns on a dark sea. Shadows drifted along like drifting dreams, inviting her spirit to join their endless flow. This fleeting drama, so at odds with her aspirations, carried moments of a quiet smile. In Anne's eyes, the daffodils she once held, though dulled by cold, could yet herald another spring. After every shock in our modern lives, we too learn to rise once more, to pen fresh chapters in our own unfolding stories. Morning mist clung to the tower's battlements in late April 1636, forming a delicate veil between Anne Boleyn and the world. Soft drizzle tapped the stone windows, tracing small rivulets like hopes that vanish before fully forming. Standing before the cold scaffold, Anne felt her breath join the long sigh of the air, slow, even, filled with pride, yet steeped in deep sadness. 26 nobles in solemn attire sat in a ring around the scaffold, their faces as cold as marble beneath the soaring Gothic vaults. Candlelight flickered across their white beards and dark velvet robes. The gentle tap of paper upon the judging desk echoed in the hush like the heartbeat of justice, calm yet unyielding. Witnesses filed in, their voices trembling as coerced testimonies interwove with nervous steps. They recounted private meetings with reformist clergy and letters exchanged with friends, twisting earnest discourse into accusations of treason and betrayal of royal blood. Those whispered depositions cut into the reputation Anne had built over countless moonlit nights. The quiet murmur felt akin to the droning hum of bureaucracy in a modern newsroom, reminding everyone that process can overshadow truth. Anne stood tall, her gaze as sharp as tempered steel, yet not devoid of feeling. She heard her heart's steady rhythm echo a distant sea chant, "Keep your heart pure, even as storms roar." She denied each charge calmly, her voice a harp's resonance in the silent hall. Yet, despite her defiance, the verdict rang out with somber finality. Guilty. For an instant, her heart paused. A single tear escaped down her cheek beneath the stone vault, glinting beside the dying wax of a nearby candle. Only her formal portrait, frozen in timeless splendor, bore silent witness to history's cruel irony. Gothic columns cast long shadows like invisible blades overhead. Anne was led between rows of guards, each footstep hammering her spirit. The clatter of iron-soled boots on stone felt like nails sealing fate's decree. Yet she held her posture erect, her head held high. On the eve of her execution, she received back the wilted daffodils she once carried. Their faint scent offered a last comfort. Though the body may fall, the spirit stands proud. Gently she inhaled the fragile blooms, recalling misty mornings by the riverbank, sweet memories in the face of finality. Seated by flickering candlelight in her small cell, Anne penned a letter to her daughter Elizabeth. Each stroke of quill on parchment rang like a lullaby, offering simple guidance: live kindly, nurture inner freedom, remember a mother's love always. Her flowing script was a soothing melody in the silent dark. The palace, once vibrant with triumphal music, now lay hushed. The grand hall's candles lay extinguished, leaving cold stone floors. Outside, the court buzzed with scandal as claimed and retweeted gossip. But within the tower's walls, time slowed, echoing the Thames' calm flow. Just before dawn, Anne closed her eyes. She envisioned the waves' soft cadence, tasted the sea breeze's brine. Moonlight slipped through narrow bars, a silver diadem crowning her dark tresses. Accusations and sorrow melted into the stillness, leaving a serene peace to cradle her heart. Her breath eased into a wordless lullaby. Even in that final hour, Anne Boleyn upheld her dignity and compassion. Though history recorded this darkest day, her spirit soared free like a proud daffodil, facing its last tempest with unbowed grace. The morning mist of 1536 draped gently over the Tower of London's rooftop, painting a dreamlike tableau at sunrise. Soft light filtered through the iron bars, while pale rose clouds drifted across a sky awakening today. Anne Boleyn, clad in ash-grey robes weathered by fate, ascended the execution platform with deliberate, measured steps. She felt the cold stone beneath her feet, an ancient breath exhaled by centuries of history. Chirping sparrows in the early summer air furnished a lullaby to the new day, echoing against the mossy walls. In that unusual stillness, only the Thames' subtle ripple could be heard, water flowing gently far below, its rhythm a tender heartbeat of the river. Anne's breath mingled with the briny breeze drifting inland, carrying a final oceanic farewell before her destiny's bell tolled. She paused, lowering her head in a silent prayer, eyes closed in serene resignation. Upon the granite slab before her, a single dewdrop clung, shimmering like a sacred gem holding her final invocation. May God witness my steadfast heart. In that moment, she was like a blossom unfurling in the dawn, fragile yet resolved. A gentle wind wafted through an opening in the battlements, bearing the scent of distant seas and the cry of gulls overhead. It felt like nature's very own benediction, reminding all that even in the darkest hour, light endures. In the hush, one sensed the whispered echoes of Tudor spirits, hidden behind each weathered stone. Anne opened her eyes to the Thames' silver glimmer in the sunrise. The river ever-flowing carried away past sufferings, quietly urging life to continue. She held on to the belief that, like the water's course, truth and wisdom would carve paths through obstacles and foam. In a flash, the executioner's gleaming steel arced through the air, severing flesh but sparing the indomitable soul. The cold blade could not reach her dreams, her convictions, nor the legacy she had woven through whispered halls. Anne's story reverberated like a timeless symphony amid the Tudor mist, an ethereal lullaby for restless nights, affirming truth, justice, and reason withstand every tempest. In the days that followed, as evening fell over the Thames, her portrait appeared in woodcut prints, and a violet-stained handkerchief emerged as a symbol of unwavering fidelity. Jane Seymour, who ascended in her place, could not entirely erase Anne's imprint on the court's heart. Outside, gossip coursed through the populace like viral headlines, perpetuating her saga of courage and sacrifice. Few recalled that the delicate handkerchief, still faintly redolent of daffodil scent, became a token of steadfast hope. In dusty archives, Anne's handwritten treatises on religious reform are treasured like hidden treasures, testaments to her dream of a more just realm. Much like confidential digital files shared in modern networks, her true vision lay concealed beneath the surface. On nights of full moon, moonbeams danced across the Thames' gentle waves, and Anne's tale was recounted in hushed tones, of fog-kissed dawns, of daffodil purity, of prayer echoing in sea-swept wind. Her legacy, though, forged in tragedy, endures as an ode to justice and intellect, promising that despite every storm, glimmers of hope remain. Let your spirit transform into the calm river at first light, listening to history's final lullaby. Truth, justice, and reason, though battered, never fade. As you close your eyes tonight, remember each breath is a song, each silence a comforting whisper, and every dream a pathway toward dawn. A pale dawn mist still clung to the Tudor palace rooftops as Jane Seymour, the ninth Queen, stepped into the great hall, bathed in soft rose light. The sky slowly shifted from lavender to blush pink, like silken curtains drawing aside for a new day. A delicate haze drifted beneath her steps, creating the illusion of a spring garden hidden among ancient stone towers. Jane moved with measured grace across the marble floor patterned with heraldic emblems, her fingers brushing the cool, smooth railing. Dawn's gentle light filtered through stained glass, painting gentle hues across her cheeks. Her pale rose silk gown fluttered with each step, reminiscent of cherry blossoms unfurling at dawn. A breeze rustled the great oaks overhead, as though a secret orchestra whispered welcome to the new queen. Henry VIII, once known for his harsh decree, had replaced his thunderous roar with a warm, quiet murmur. He adjusted his gold circlet, its gleam softened by the morning glow. When his gaze met Jane's, the hardness of old gave way to rare tenderness. His words fell like low notes in a palace symphony, colouring the tapestry of royal life with newfound calm. Yet in Jane's gentle eyes lingered a trace of worry. The Tudor throne, though splendid, bore weight as fierce as any storm. Shadowed mists of previous reigns still clung to the ramparts, reminding her that every crown carries burdens. She inhaled softly, merging her breath with the crisp spring air, grounding herself in the present moment. Life at court resumed its steady rhythm. Church bells pealed across the morning mist, their sonorous tones a promise of renewal, banishing the dark shadows of the past. In the rose gardens behind the palace, sparrows chirped merrily among the budding blooms and jasmine vines, a serenade for a fresh start. Harpsichords in the royal chamber softly played a new ballad, weaving harmony with the dawn chorus. In modern terms, this felt like rolling out a new software update, familiar features refreshed, accompanied by the gentle caution of users awaiting patches. Jane, like a sleek new interface, offered hope and also cautious appraisal from those nostalgic for Anne's bold designs. Few recall that Jane Seymour became the sole Tudor queen to die in the joy of motherhood. After bearing the heir Prince Edward, she smiled at a moment of happiness before succumbing to the rigours of childbirth. Her quiet sacrifice is recorded not with fanfare, but in hushed notes among old chroniclers, marking a poignant finale to Tudor's trials. Inside the grand hall, nobles gathered to present congratulatory letters and recite odes in embroidered scrolls. Candlelight flickered across carved wooden panels, each portrait of former monarchs reminding onlookers, though faces change, the soul of the realm endures. The gentle ripple of paper on oak tables recorded new oaths, pledges for a reign shaped by compassion as much as by might. When evening fell, the palace corridors glowed with lantern light. Jane lit rows of brass lamps along the parapets, casting a warm aura that banished the chill of stone. That glow spoke of sanctuary proof that the throne, though precarious, could shelter tender hearts. Outside the ramparts, the River Thames murmured under twilight skies, horse-drawn carriages trundling across cobbled streets. Londoners drifting in narrow barges savoured the calm waterside air, choosing serenity over courtly storms. They shared fresh whispers of palace intrigue. Did you know Jane secretly gifted the king a handwritten tome on humility and grace, like quiet updates on modern social feeds? On the eve of the new year, courtiers gathered at windows overlooking the bridge, aflame with torchlight. Jane and Henry sighed in unison, aware that kingdoms shift, but history's march continues. The court musicians slowed their tune to a lullaby pace, inviting every soul to find stillness and hope amid the long night's breath. The Tudor palace brimmed with floral scents and joyous laughter when Jane Seymour welcomed Prince Edward into the world. Yet within those same ancient walls, a different resonance lingered. Dawn's gentle light bathed the great hall in rose and gold drapery, mingling with scattered blooms of rose and violet carried on a soft breeze. Trumpets and flutes wove an uplifting fanfare of new life, each note floating into the hearts of the court. But behind thick stone archives and beneath vaulted ceilings, a different story whispered through corridors. In the early hours, when windows shuttered and corridors fell silent, the Thames wind would hiss through slits in the masonry, echoing against the hulls of moored barges. Servants spoke in hushed tones of a pale grey figure. Anne Boleyn's ghost seemed drifting through candle-lit passageways, her gown the colour of smoke. On some nights, a lone grand piano key was heard, tolling a slow lament to restless spirits. Such rumours spread through the court as swiftly as tweets today, a rumour thread that lent new meaning to each echoing footstep. The hush of gossip piled upon chipped floor tiles, a restless hum that no perfumed chamber could entirely mask. Yet the stones themselves, worn by decades of triumph and tragedy, remained steadfast reminders of past wrongs, their cold surfaces holding stains no lavender could erase. Amidst the celebration of royal birth, Queen Jane envisioned a riverside park, a place where children could play among flowers wild and free. Let laughter be the new breath, she urged, and indeed, she planted white lilies along the palisade, hoping their purity would drive out residual sorrow. Yet as petals drifted to the cobblestones, they whispered, "Power and affection, if not balanced, cut like a double-edged blade." Surprisingly, in Tudor London, hushed office gossip need only travel a few whispers to spark scandal, much like a midnight alert email in our digital age. In some quarters, the nighttime winds carried chilling speculation. Who among the living court was truly safe from suspicion? Through it all, Jane maintained a gentle smile. By lantern light each dusk, she placed a single light on every balcony, its pale glow beckoning lost souls toward peace. Anne's once cherished daffodils, now fragile and wilted, hung in the chapel tokens of enduring warmth that even the cold Thames air could not extinguish. Once, when morning's brilliance broke through stained glass, Jane paused in the great hall before Anne's portrait. She poured jasmine tea into a delicate porcelain cup and set it before the painting, murmuring, "May you find rest now, dear sister." The soft pour echoed like a river's current, washing away sorrow while leaving behind a gentle echo of comfort. Thus Tudor endured, weaving light and shade, laughter and lament within its storied halls. Anne's shadow drifted perpetually through its stones, a reminder that ambition, fame, and love, if unchecked, can return as sharp as any blade. Yet even amid such spectral memories, hope glimmered, born of resilient hearts, of lilies that bloom in morning mist, pure, enduring, and softly perfumed with promise. The early summer mist of 1537 drifted lightly over the Tudor palace rooftops, painting the dawn sky in soft lavender hues. Beneath the silent archway where Anne Boleyn once sought solace, Princess Elizabeth now emerged like a new moon ascending through the night. In the rose garden beyond the palace walls, Elizabeth listened as a court singer's gentle melody drifted from the listening hall, her small footsteps cradled by each note. The harmonies of lute and harpsichord mingled with sparrow songs at dawn, creating a dreamy symphony to cradle a young princess's childhood. Under the rustling willow, Elizabeth was raised by stories of her late mother. Anne's own quest for peace amidst blossoms and ocean breezes was woven into every petal that bore her name. Each evening, as twilight fell, Elizabeth would stand by a window, attuned to the Pacific waves echoing across a distant map on the wall, an almost modern metaphor bridging oceans and eras. The ancient chart displayed coastline cracks like the footprints of history's tides, reminding Elizabeth that the world stretched far beyond her palace. She imagined steering the nation toward a luminous age, her heart drawn to the wild surge of waves charted in ink centuries before. As sunset's gold gave way to moonlit silver, Elizabeth's silhouette in the arched window became a beacon of hope. Roses in the garden burst into bloom at her touch, petals drifting onto the stone sills, gentle reminders that sorrowful pasts can indeed sow seeds of new life. Court whispers carried modern humour among palace staff. "Anne's ghost must be double-tapping Jane's social feed tonight," they joked in hushed tones. Such playful quips underscored how memories, like online posts, flickered alive before fading, connecting past to present with a wink across time. Elizabeth's tutors, midwives, and clergy alike taught her the art of steady breathing in joy and sorrow. Dew-laden rose petals melting between her fingers became lessons in impermanence and grace. Each dawn, when first light brushed the rose fence, she breathed in that subtle warmth, as though her mother's spirit whispered, "Be brave, my child." Tudor court rituals continued with solemn precision. Hours echoed with the beat of drums, court notices akin to modern calendar alerts. Yet Elizabeth, eager for reform, would remind ministers, "Power serves best when it is gentle." her words spread through corridors like an inspiring tweet, softening the austere chill of protocol. Few recall that a French duchess once gave Anne a sprig of orange blossom, symbol of hope and tranquility. Elizabeth upheld this custom, planting a small orange tree by the palace hearth, its blossoms perfuming morning air. She plucked a ripe fruit at dawn, placing it on her writing desk as a gift to her mother's memory. Sunlight spilled across the rose garden, each petal aglow with dew like tiny crystals. The rustle of silk curtains accompanied the rise of the day breeze. Elizabeth inhaled deeply, letting her breath merge with the morning's gentle rhythm, a lullaby for any soul drifting into peaceful sleep with this tale. Under the pale new moon, the shadows of Anne and Jane seemed to entwine, one past fraught with tragedy, one present glowing with promise. Elizabeth stood between them like a bridge, her dark eyes shimmering with resolve, and with each breath, she whispered to herself, "Truth, justice and reason, through every trial and triumph, endure forever." When the night falls and the sky drapes itself in deep velvet blue, close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and listen to the breeze as it wanders through the rose garden. The world's breath becomes a soft symphony, blending with the whisper of leaves and the faint perfume of petals. The story of Anne Boleyn, from her first step aboard the Thames barge to her whispered prayer under a moonlit sky, resonates within every breath of nature. Beneath the night's canopy, each rose leaf drifting onto the stone path feels like the final notes of a lullaby. The gentle rustle beside your ear reminds you that, no matter how tumultuous life may become, inner peace can be found in each moment's breath. Imagine the cool night air slipping through a crack in your window, wrapping your skin in a tender embrace as if history itself is holding you close. Anne endured storms of splendor turned silence, of joy turned profound solitude, yet within her spirit, the light of justice and the strength of wisdom never dimmed. Tonight, when you hear distant church bells toll softly, think of them as her voice echoing through time, assuring you that truth and courage can pierce the darkest night. Some modern souls claim they feel a fleeting warmth in their rooms at midnight, as though an unseen hand gently rests upon their shoulder, whispering, "Every wound is a testament to life." Perhaps it is only the wind's playful jest, or perhaps it is Anne's presence, continuing to cradle weary hearts toward peaceful slumber. Let the radiance of justice, of love, and of reason spread like stars shimmering against a moonless sky. Though history may have raged with storms, the human heart can still be as tender as a dewy blossom, as steadfast as yew roots breaking through stone. Anne's tale, that of the French girl with a Tudor soul, may have reached its final chapter, but this lullaby lives on in breath, in dream, and in the gentle light of dawn's embrace. As sleep draws near, feel your heartbeat slow and align with the universe's pulse. Dream of white sails crossing vast oceans, of moonlit rose gardens still blooming, of that silent, wordless melody woven through Tudor mists. Each image cradles you like a gently swinging cradle, lulling you into deep, soothing rest, wishing you a tranquil slumber beneath twinkling stars and the endless lullaby of history.
My king, I meant no disrespect.
Hey guys, tonight we will quietly step into the first days of a journey, bathed in the faint moonlight, where the night wind whispers through the ancient canopy, and a candle's flicker casts warm patterns on the stone walls of Greenwich Palace. You won't survive this, because before you lies a magnificent tale where power and beauty entwine like the stitches on a moonlit silk gown. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with where you're tuning in from and the current local time, so we can connect across the digital night. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Elizabeth Blount, age 16, grew up in a tranquil Tudor village. Each dawn, she offered prayers in the chapel's clear bell chimes. Each afternoon, she sat under an ancient oak, deftly guiding her needle through fabric to embroider wildflowers in 1,000 layered hues. The world around her was alive with the gentle sounds of nature, leaves rustling, drafts drifting through window cracks, and the scent of dew-kissed grass. One late winter afternoon, Her mother and the seamstress presented rolls of deep forest velvet, moonlit silk, and lustrous threads. The jasmine scent mingled with the pale sunlight, making Elizabeth feel as if she were stepping into a royal dream. Each stitch was sewn slowly and carefully, as though preparing a destiny yet to be revealed. Suddenly, the clip-clop of horses' hooves echoed along the leaf-strewn path. A royal messenger in bearing garb approached, letter sealed in red wax. The king's invitation to the Christmas festivities at Greenwich Palace brought pride and fear in equal measure. Her father, a minor noble, nodded solemnly. Her mother's eyes glistened with tears, anxious over her daughter's uncertain fate in a realm of power and peril. The 3-day journey unfolded like a scene from a fairy tale. Villages appeared and disappeared in icy mist, thatched roofs leaning into the wind, sheep grazing aimlessly by wooden fences. The landscape gradually shifted. Endless fields gave way to sprawling oak woods, where the leaves swayed and herons called through the trees. At each dusk, the Tudor sky graduated from fiery orange to tender pink, then to deepening indigo, like a living watercolor. Nightfall brought the moon's pale glow through leafy branches, casting silvered streams across Elizabeth's windowpane. She felt each breath of earth and sky, as though nature itself awaited her arrival. Those 3 days etched memories rich with emotion. She watched candlelight flicker in wooden inns, heard the wind moan through crevices in ancient roofs. She realized she was no longer a simple country girl, but on the brink of entering a realm where candlelight and shadow danced to reveal secrets of power and beauty. When the great gate of Greenwich Palace finally came into view, Elizabeth was breathless. Moss-clad walls, Roman statues lining the entrance, and ornate golden carvings greeted her eyes. Hundreds of candles illuminated a long corridor, their warm glow dancing on cold stone. Heat from a grand hearth mingled with scents of oak smoke and refined fragrances. At the main doors, stern guards in gleaming armor stood motionless like statues. With her first step inside, Elizabeth felt transported into a luxurious labyrinth of living legend. Her footsteps echoed softly beside the sound of lutes and hushed whispers. In the candlelit hall, her reflection shimmered on painted walls depicting ancient kings and queens. She knew she was about to become part of this dream, with all its wonder and lurking dangers waiting just beyond the threshold. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. As the stone walls of Greenwich emerged through the thin mist hovering over the Thames, Elizabeth paused and drew in a slow, deep breath. The whisper of wind through the carriage's window crack sounded like time itself murmuring inhale, exhale, each beat of her heart slowing another notch, bracing her for the moment she would step into this lavish labyrinth. The palace stood bathed in the pale winter sunlight, resembling a living watercolor painting. Towering spires tipped with gleaming gold, the dark clay tiles reflecting a muted azure sky. Each stone in the facade bore the delicate cracks of ages, bridging past and present. The great carved gate, adorned with regal lions, creaked open softly, merging with the gentle sigh of the vast hall beyond. Thump, thump. Elizabeth's heartbeat resonated with the measured tread of the attendants lining the corridor. Clad in silken doublets and pearl-kissed hairpins, they welcomed her as a cherished guest. The breeze from the river carried scents of oak smoke and sweet woodruff, stirring her hair. Entering the main hall, hundreds of candles flickered beneath glass lanterns, illuminating murals of ancient romances and heroic deeds. Every carved motif spoke of painstaking artistry, spiraling foliage, soaring dragons, palm fronds fit for royalty. It felt as though her nerves were attuned to a silent lullaby, echoing through the grand space inhale, exhale. She was guided into the shared chamber, its floor laid with a Turkish carpet woven in intricate designs, where 5 noble young ladies awaited. Each embodied her own tale, curls gleaming in candlelight, gowns in fern, green or blush, pink silk, wrists adorned with jade bracelets that caught the warm glow. The soft rustle of fabric was like the breath of dawn itself. The air carried the heady perfume of tuberose, touched lightly by amber. Among them, Mary Carey, 19 years old, stepped forward with a serene smile. Her eyes sparkled like starlight, and she brushed a strand of chestnut hair behind her ear before speaking. "Welcome to Greenwich, Elizabeth. Breathe in the palace's story." Her voice was a soothing melody, steady as a seasoned heart. Thump, thump. Elizabeth felt her pulse calm further, guided by Mary's reassuring presence. Mary led her to a stained glass window, where winter sunbeams filtered through coloured panes, painting the carpet in soft, rainbow hues. "This is where we learn to read royal signals," Mary whispered. "When the king enters, the air shifts. Whether he wears green or crimson, each gesture we make is weighed." Mary's words rose and fell like piano keys, and Elizabeth sensed the spaces between phrases inhale, exhale, where her mind stilled and absorbed every nuance. Beyond the window lay the orchard courtyard, paved with worn stones and framed by ancient yews that had witnessed 1,000 winters. The winter wind, cool against her cheek, toyed with the banners that lined the path, their silken edges rustling like soft sighs. "Shh, shh," the breeze whispered as if coaxing her into calm reverie. Elizabeth turned her gaze around and realized she stood amidst a living stage play, each actor knowing their part without cue or script. Everything moved in hushed harmony, like the breath of some great dreamer. She saw her reflection on the old stone wall, Mary's silhouette beside her, and the other ladies trading subtle smiles, gentle nods, light touches of the sleeve, tiny acts, yet saturated with the weight of court life. Mary guided Elizabeth to a carved ebony table, where a vase of white lilies exuded their sweet fragrance. Elizabeth perched on a cushioned stool, inhaling slowly feeling the warmth from a hidden hearth breathing life into the chill room. "Here," Mary intoned softly, "every stillness speaks its own message." Elizabeth nodded, attuned to the sighing wind, the crackle of distant firewood, and the steady rhythm of her heart. Unfolding into serenity, she recalled her father's gentle counsel. "Hold fast to your calm, my child." And here, within this gilded maze, Elizabeth felt more centered than she had ever known. Even aware that one glance from the king could rewrite her destiny, she stood ready to welcome every marvel this realm would unveil. Then Mary rose and eased aside the curtain, letting a silver sliver of moonlight spill across Elizabeth's palm. "Now," she whispered, "let the moonlight guide you, your breath and your heartbeat as your compass." In that instant, the room hushed completely, leaving only the rhythmic echo of her own breathing. Exhale, inhale, and the distant murmur of wind through barred windows, gently lulling her into a new dream, where power and beauty intertwined in tranquil accord. Stepping beyond the threshold into the great hall, Elizabeth felt the space widen infinitely, an artificial sky where gentle beams of light intertwined with plush tapestries underfoot. 100 lanterns of glass flickered, illuminating scenes of silver, gold, and crystal-adorned tables. 30 fathoms high, the walls were draped in intricate tapestries depicting ancient romances and legendary battles, painting forests, shimmering rivers, and epic sea engagements. Every detail evoked the sense of entering a living dream, where sound and light flowed like soothing waves. Inhale, exhale. Elizabeth's footsteps echoed softly, like a distant drumbeat, blending with the crackling hearth at the hall's far end. Incense of crushed coconut coals drifted upward from bronze censers, mingling with scents of oak smoke and melting butter from unseen ovens. A muted crack, marked each servant's heel against the cold stone floor, cold, yet warm, like an embrace amid the biting winter. A hush fell as the master chefs entered, moving with deliberate grace, placing culinary masterpieces upon the tables. Each dish was a miniature painting, roasted swan sculpted into a poised dancer, sugar, spun castles festooned with cinnamon and clove, steaming ginger and honey puddings, perfuming the air with eastern sweetness. Even the salted eggs were gilded in delicate gold leaf, leaving one unsure whether to light candles to admire the eggs or the carpets. It felt rather like an influencer's morning spread on today's social platforms, but Instagram filters might never be this opulent. Inhale, exhale, no need for comments, just savor each deliberate motion in this grand setting. A soft creak broke the stillness. The enormous ebony doors swung open, and the hall brightened as if 1,000 more candles were lit. The footfalls of Henry VIII, Henry Tam, resounded beneath the vaulted ceiling, each step carrying the weight of authority and the flourish of a seasoned warrior king. Yet, instead of startling, the light softened into a gentle dance that soothed every sense. A muted shh signaled the court's low obeisance. In that instant, conversations seemed to slow, leaving only the murmur of fire, the whisper of wind through high windows, and the breaths of souls watching. No one dared to breathe more loudly than a gentle breeze. Even breath itself could speak volumes. Inhale, exhale. Long tables stretched through the hall, each set with silver candelabra, and between them, vases of pristine lilies. The pure white blooms floated atop verdigris green cloths, forming a tableau of crystalline serenity. The interplay of silver and gold reflected the flickering glow, calming the eyes and minds of all who beheld it. Breakfast here was not merely sustenance, but a pageant of power and refinement. Each silver spoon lay poised as a prop on a stage, ready to chime softly when offered. A gentle clink hovered in the air like a single piano note. Servitors ladled fresh oat porridge, drizzled with honey and cinnamon, and placed it before Elizabeth, as if presenting the dawn itself. Mary whispered beside her, "When the king looks your way, you will feel the sun strike your heart." Her voice was morning mist, soft, with a hint of amused irony. In the 21st century, hiding behind a screen never offers this feeling, dear. Elizabeth smiled, her heart slowing in response, savouring the silent spaces of that moment. Few know that in the early days of Henry VIII's reign, chefs served smoked beaver meat, a delicacy reserved for nobles and royalty alone. Such little-known anecdotes spiced the tapestry of history, seldom recorded in official chronicles. Inhale, exhale. History is full of such mysteries, and today's breakfast was one of them. Laughter and soft conversation rose like incense smoke, unhurried, unforced. Lords and ladies debated expansion of the royal library, critiqued a new poet overlooked by most. Today's fast-paced digital news updates might break with a click, but then power spoke through glances, nods, and subtle smiles. The clatter of cutlery joined the rustle of vellum pages, composing a gentle symphony. Elizabeth closed her eyes, tasting a spoonful of ginger pudding and the silky richness of melting butter. Inhale, exhale. She felt her breath merge with the very breath of the great hall, as though the place itself inhaled and exhaled in harmony. Each exhale a heartbeat deep within her. Nearby, Mary raised a goblet of spiced fruit wine, studded with dried fruit and aromatic spices. A Tudor-era vitamin C, she quipped. Not quite a cure for the common cold, but enough to warm the spirit. Mary's soft laughter wafted like a breeze, dispersing the night mist, instilling a profound sense of peace. Candlelight flickered upon Elizabeth's eyes, painting gentle patterns upon her lashes. She sensed a faint gust through tall windows, carrying the chirrup of sparrows hidden in courtyard trees. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind whispered. All is well, all is calm. Elizabeth opened her eyes to find Henry VIII crossing the hall, pausing before her table. No words were spoken, yet in that quiet gaze lay both praise and expectation. In that instant, time seemed to suspend. Light, scent, breath, all condensed into a silent symphony. The breakfast waned, but the aftertaste of light and the flavour of power lingered on. Elizabeth knew that in this labyrinth of authority, every moment was a precious gem, to be admired slowly, inhaled with each breath, so that the serene dream might continue unbroken. Inhale, exhale, and the great hall fell into hush, save for the ember-quiet crackle of the hearth, the final lullaby guiding her deeper into slumber, between the realm of courtiers and the glow of dancing candles. As the morning light filtered through the window, brushing the silk curtain and awakening dewdrops on the woven carpet, Elizabeth entered the dressing chamber with a slow, deliberate breath. The soft click-clack of wooden hangers sliding across fabric filled the air. The room was filled with scents of velvet and silk, mingled with sandalwood, from an open jewelry box on the table. Everything seemed to slow, every thread and every beam of light lingering in space. Agnes, slender in her ebony maid's attire, presented Elizabeth with a meticulously crafted corset. She spoke with a velvety calm. This bodice not only cinches the waist, but also shapes your posture, granting an air of authority. Yet remember, flexibility remains paramount. Whether performing a country dance or riding through oak woods, you must breathe freely. Inhale, exhale. Agnes's whisper felt like a gentle breeze, guiding Elizabeth's own breath. Step by step, Agnes helped lace the corset, each ribbon tightened just so, cradling hip and waist like a wooden frame supporting a canvas. When the mirror reflected Elizabeth's flushed cheeks, the morning light scattered across her emerald green gown, shimmering like crystal dew. Inhale, exhale. Tension melted away, replaced by the chamber's soft tranquility. Next, Agnes held out a deep forest velvet robe, its hue like marble beneath still waters. The fabric draped over Elizabeth's shoulders, sculpting a slender silhouette. Agnes murmured, "Today's fashion bloggers might only need a filter to look chic online, but here you wear history itself. Every stitch carries tales of power and intellect." Inhale, exhale. Agnes's quiet laughter resonated like a classical melody. The sleeves, intricately beaded with whole pearls and silver thread, caught light like sunrays filtering through foliage. Using a gold filigree comb shaped like palms, Agnes pinned Elizabeth's coiffure into elegant waves, then gently set the French hood, a symbol of rank, upon her head. The delicate cap, like a thin leaf, reflected candlelight so that her visage appeared sculpted in alabaster. Inhale, exhale. A faint winter breeze slipped through the shuttered window, bearing murmurs from the garden. On the table lay pearl necklaces and engraved gold earrings, poised to enhance Elizabeth's pale complexion without ostentation. Overt opulence is a challenge. Modest allure is true power, Agnes advised. Her words resonated deeply, revealing that attire was more than a covering. It was an unspoken language of status and resolve. When Elizabeth inhaled deeply, the scent of rose, otto, and musk rose from a few drops of perfume on her wrist. It felt like a prototypical modern perfume drop, only more refined. Each step and each flick of hair carried a subtle fragrance. Inhale, exhale. Breath and heartbeat intertwined in a gentle wave of calm. In that moment, Agnes shared a little-known anecdote. In Henry VIII's early reign, women wore wooden wedges in their heels to appear taller, concealing them in thick soles. No one dared mention it after one noblewoman slipped and sprained an ankle. Imagine stepping into a too-tight shoe in heels. Quite a challenge. They shared a soft laugh, the sound like wind chimes in a still room. As Agnes draped a lightweight silk cloak that trailed behind Elizabeth like a slow-spreading wave, she teased, "Even today's influencers must master layering, but I doubt they've endured wearing 5 layers of silk on a winter morning." Inhale, exhale. They paused to admire Elizabeth's graceful form and the gentle swish of fabric. Elizabeth gazed into the mirror and saw herself embraced by velvets and embroideries, each detail alive under the muted glow threads. Metallic weave, pearls. The ensemble formed a soft armor, no sword needed, yet enough to shield and illuminate the court hall. Inhale, exhale. Emotions drifted slowly like a river flowing into twilight. Finally, Agnes stepped back and raised her hand in benediction. "You are ready," she said, "to enter the game where beauty alone will not suffice, but storytelling through dress reigns supreme." Elizabeth smiled, feeling her reflection meet the world through the glass. Exiting the chamber, the door closed softly behind her, leaving only a faint draught and light slivered through the crack. This new attire was not merely outward, it was a passport into power's domain, where every step announced her presence. Under the dim candlelight, Elizabeth advanced, carrying with her a steady breath and the wings of a story yet unfolding. As the morning mist still lingered on the grass like soft glass beads, Elizabeth mounted her forest green riding habit. The gentle sway of her cloak around her waist and the snug leather boots made her look like a goddess emerging from meadow myths. The dawn sky had only just tinged with pale rose, mingling with the song of larks calling to their flock, composing a serene symphony of nature. Inhale, exhale. She felt her own breath blend with her horse's, as if two souls moving together in slow rhythm. The hunting horn sounded, unhurried, like an invitation to a ritual of the wild. The mounted party emerged through the stone gate, each hoofprint tracing a shallow line in the dewy ground. Ancient oaks stood motionless, their leaves whispering in the breeze like a soft lullaby. Fields of feathery grasses swayed golden under the morning sun, reminiscent of those solitary runs through untamed wilderness, though certainly without any GPS or Bluetooth earbuds in a pocket. Elizabeth's steed, a noble mare with a mane as silky as spun, silk paced alongside the king's mighty destrier, a pairing of grace and power. She gripped the reins, attuned to each fluid stride. The scent of damp earth and horse blended in the air. Inhale, exhale. Elizabeth's pulse slowed, synchronized with the heartbeat of her mount. At the valley's edge, the horn sounded again, echoing through the hollow of trees. The hunt moved with measured decorum, parties split into two lines, allowing each moment to be observed. Sunbeams filtered through foliage like velvet ribbons, dappling the horse's flanks with dancing light. Elizabeth smiled to herself. This hunt was nothing like today's high-stakes sports events. No million-dollar prizes, only the thrill of victory etched into breath, and the distant trill of cicadas. Suddenly the clip-clop of hooves quickened. Jane Parker, Elizabeth's companion, was unseated when her mount slipped on a mossy stone. The moment seemed to slow. The wind stilled. The horn fell silent, leaving only Elizabeth's sharp inhale and the dry rustle of fallen leaves under Jane's body. Inhaler, exhaler. Without hesitation, Elizabeth spurred her horse forward, digging her heels into damp earth until she caught Jane. She knelt, lifting her friend's form into her arms, feeling warmth spread from Jane's body. The mingled scents of horsehide, autumn leaves, and morning dew filled the hush around them. That simple act of courage and compassion rippled through the hunt, drawing every gaze to Elizabeth. Inhaler, exhaler. King Henry dismounted his destrier and approached. He called out, "Well done," his voice riding the forest breeze with genuine admiration. No trumpets blared, no drums beat, only hushed murmurings among the courtiers and the steady breathing of the horses. The scene was akin to today's equestrian cross-country, where virtual applause follows a live-streamed heroics. But here, applause came as synchronized heartbeats, and the king's glance was the most coveted prize. Elizabeth helped Jane back into her saddle, the velvet sleeves of her habit brushing like a gentle wave. Her hair, still damp with dew, caught the morning light. She rode slowly, ensuring Jane sat steady. Inhale, exhale. Only her soft voice broke the silence. "Are you all right?" Jane nodded, offering a weak but grateful smile. The entire hunting party paused, granting them a moment of calm. Henry stepped forward, the sun filtering through the leaves to cast his features in warm gold. He doffed his cap and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your bravery," he said, words gentle yet resonant in the stillness. Bravery here was not about triumphant glory, but an honest gesture, as sure as a steady breath among ancient oaks. Mary Carey, standing behind, whispered, "In the 21st century, they'd call this an inspiring moment online. Number Tudor rescue would trend in no time." A soft laugh rippled through the group like gentle waves caressing meadow blooms. The hunt resumed at a quieter pace. The oaks remained sentinel, witnessing tales of courage and kindness. Fields of grasses rippled beneath the breeze as if comforting weary hearts. Elizabeth rode beside the king, feeling the warmth between their steeds. Inhale, exhale. As the sun climbed higher and lit the valley in vivid gold, the hunters dispersed onto a grassy knoll overlooking a mirrored pool. Elizabeth slid from her saddle and rested her hand on the smooth leather, feeling its cool grain under her fingertips. She turned to Jane, whose eyes shone with trust and friendship. Courage and compassion had merged, forging a bond stronger than any crown. Later, chronicles would note that Elizabeth's act not only won the king's favour, but earned the confidence of the court. Yet deemed too anecdotal for formal record, it remained a sweet legend shared in hushed tones. Inhaler, exhaler. Now, with the sky blazing and birdsong a vivid chorus, Elizabeth and the hunting party made their way back toward the palace. Hooves tapped a steady rhythm, promising a new day of hope and discovery. In her heart, courage was no distant ideal, but as natural as breath, gentle, essential, unending. Inhale, exhale. And the story rippled onward, a soft wave touching every soul who witnessed it. When torchlight flickered down the long corridor, it painted warm streaks across the ancient stone walls. Elizabeth's footsteps echoed like a gentle melody. Inhale, exhale, as she passed column after column, the scent of wax and oak swirling in the cool air. 3 days after the hunt, she held a private invitation from Henry VIII, an audience after the evening's entertainments, a meeting of only 2 souls seated by firelight. Agnes had prepared a midnight blue gown for her, simple yet elegant, accentuated by tiny pearl earrings. When Elizabeth slipped into the dress, each layer of fabric embraced her form, creating soft contours like moonlight rippling across a lake. A whisper of amber fragrance drifted around her neck, an invitation into hushed warmth. The ebony door opened into the audience chamber, modest in size yet ablaze, with the glow of countless candles set upon brass trays, their flames reflecting into a canopy of twinkling light. The hearth crackled, rattle, crackle, heating the floor's worn bricks. A silent clock on the mantel ticked each measured second, reminding them all to breathe slowly. Henry stood beside the hearth, his velvet cloak pooling at his feet, embers reflected in his dark robe. When Elizabeth entered, he lifted a spiced wine to welcome her. The aroma of cinnamon, herbs, and a hint of dried mango filled the space like a specialty cocktail from a modern speakeasy, only without a menu or crowd. Inhale, exhale. The warmth chased away the night's chill as he spoke in a velvet voice. I wish to know you, not merely behold you. Those whispered words melted any lingering reserve, transforming the room into a haven of trust. Candlelight danced across Elizabeth's features, her eyes shining like emeralds. Every phrase felt intimate, as though exchanged between old friends by a hearthside. He shared a little-known custom. The royal court once gifted one another sandglasses as tokens of friendship, marking time shared. One noble reversed the hourglass to prolong a precious meeting, only to spill the last grains of intimacy, prompting gentle laughter. Inhale, exhale. That anecdote added a playful hue to the solemn surroundings. Elizabeth recounted rescuing Jane amid the oaks, her excitement for every courtly lesson. Henry listened, unwavering gaze, no need for ceremonial fanfare, only sincerity and flickering firelight. He recalled French verses she adored, softly quoting in the original tongue, stirring her spirit. The foreign cadence felt like an ancient lullaby. In that moment, Elizabeth recognized modern parallels in late-night video calls, where hearts connect across screens through words of comfort and care. Here, no signal dropped, no emojis, only breath and flame witnessing the exchange. Inhale, exhale. The hearth's rattle, crackle, persisted like a living lullaby. Henry set his goblet aside, stepped closer, and inclined his head. Your courage and heart have moved me, he murmured, voice resonating in the stillness like the soft chord of a harp. No audience, just 2 hearts in harmonious accord. A gentle breeze drifted through a window slit, causing the candles to dance and cast wavering patterns on the walls. The mingled scents of oak smoke, aged wine and silk lingered at Elizabeth's senses. She closed her eyes, drawing in the warmth of this moment. Inhale, exhale, savouring every flicker of flame and every whispered word. Before she departed, Agnes draped a small fur-lined shawl around her shoulders, carrying a hint of mint and meadow grass. Tonight, all the court rests quietly so you may sleep in peace, she whispered. Elizabeth felt the plush fabric enfold her journeys of the night. When the door clicked softly shut, only the hearth and the slow tick of the clock remained. Elizabeth walked gently back down the corridor, breath and shadow entwined, carrying with her the glow of candlelight and the warmth of heartfelt confession. That night, her dreams would be lit by flickering flames, spiced wine poetry, and genuine words treasures beyond any crown's worth. As the lavender-hued twilight cloaked the palace gardens, its glow scattering across the rose petals and hedges, Elizabeth followed the gentle footsteps of the Duchess of Norfolk along the winding path. The fading light pierced the marble columns in warm streaks, casting lazy shadows on the soft grass. Each step stirred the soft rustle of fallen leaves, a dainty accompaniment to the wisdom about to unfold. A mild breeze carried the evening's scent rain-kissed earth and mellow blossoms, inviting everyone to surrender to the hush. Intellect must be nurtured like a hidden orchard. The Duchess's velvet voice drifted over. She settled on a stone bench, adorned with carved motifs, candle lanterns glowing overhead like fireflies suspended. Her silvery hair gleamed in the faint light. When the king discourses on politics or religion, do more than nod. Pose probing questions that make him feel your respect and challenge his mind. Inhale, exhale. Elizabeth nodded, absorbing the murmur of grasses in the breeze. Nearby, a still pond mirrored the deepening sky, the surface rippling gently as white rose petals drifted into its embrace. Stimulating intellect is like tossing pebbles into this water, the Duchess continued, dipping her finger in and watching concentric circles unfurl, not disruptive, yet stirring currents deep below. Elizabeth watched, sensing the profound link between a well-placed question and the ripples of thought it spawns. As darkness gathered, they entered the embroidery pavilion, where candlelight quivered on half-sewn tapestries. The tinny prick, prick of needle through cloth set a soft, rhythmic backdrop. Next, the Duchess instructed, learn the art of courtly alliances. Stitching alliances is like mending luxurious brocade. She revealed an emerald green panel elegantly stitched with golden threads. Discern true friends from opportunists. Be cordial to those who bolster your station. Steer clear of rumour-mongers. Inhale, exhale. A distant piano drifted in, its slow jazz undertones bridging centuries. A playful reminder that modern playlists and courtly manuals are fellow travellers on time's path. Elizabeth tilted her head, letting the melody sync with her heart's gentle thump. Today's influencers may toggle follow and unfollow with a tap, the Duchess teased. But here, one misstep can cost more than a lost follower. They shared a soft laugh, the note floating like a chime, stopping before a swathe of silver-grey lavender, its fragrance curling in the cool air. The Duchess spoke her final lesson. Read the king's heart like you'd measure temperature. When he's joyful, amplify that joy. When he's troubled, be his solace. When he's burdened, offer gentle solutions. Inhale, exhale. Elizabeth lifted her gaze to the emerging stars, her pulse slowing in concert, ready to observe every shift. Through a stained glass window, the Duchess's profile was etched in trembling candlelight. She recounted a day when rumours of rebellion at the borders unsettled the king, and only a few comforting words steered him back to state affairs. A rarely told secret. The court once maintained a chamber of confidences, where nobles wrote down their concerns, and loyal pages delivered them to the king like sorrowful melodies turned hope. Inhale, exhale. In that moment, Elizabeth understood. The court was not merely a lavish backdrop, but an invisible theatre of subtle power, where every glance, every nod, was choreographed as part of an endless, silent opera. She quietly thanked the Duchess and every trial that led her here. Outside, the night breeze murmured softly, closing this lesson in a lullaby of midnight blooms. Soft dawn light sifted through the arched window panes into the little study where Elizabeth sat today. Behind her, a tapestry in deep emerald hues depicted St. Augustine's teachings, while the cracked mullions let in a whisper of morning breeze scented with dew and mugwort. Inhale, exhale. Her measured breathing harmonized with the palace stirring awake. By the glow of honeyed candlelight, Elizabeth leafed through a leather-bound volume, noting reformist theses she'd recently discussed with the Duchess of Norfolk. When she expressed interest in Augustine's doctrines and the ideas of Martin Luther, Henry summoned scholars across Europe to debate in the Great Hall. Far from modern, frenzied live-stream debates, Tudor theological disputations unfolded in sonorous tones, questions tossed like pebbles onto a still lake. each ripple revealing a new depth of thought. Thomas Wolsey, the king's chief minister, sat by a window frame, his eyes brightening whenever Elizabeth spoke. Rather than commission her to circulate formal petitions, he quietly shared private letters from French envoys, enabling her to weave persuasive remarks in private council. Inhale, exhale. The soft rustle of parchment as Elizabeth turned pages sounded like whispers of silent influence. The dawn's light made the tapestry of Augustine seem alive, its painted drapery and flowered curtains stirring with hidden vitality. Elizabeth suggested that if the king grasped theological nuance, he might boldly champion reform. Today, a CEO might launch a podcast to change corporate culture. In Tudor times, Elizabeth gently stirred spiritual currents to kindle new ideas. Outside, the garden pool lay mirror calm, the slightest breeze sending concentric rings across its surface. Little known fact, Elizabeth murmured to Wolsey's nod. The court received the first printed edition of the 95 Theses from a Wittenberg monk. He chuckled in admiration. Inhale, exhale. Such small anecdotes enriched the feast of ideas without fanfare. In the candlelit hall, its vaulted ceiling glowing amber, Elizabeth spoke of placing a Roman statue in the north garden, an emblem of classical learning and humanism. Her words fell softly, like an unaccompanied nocturne, each phrase echoing in attentive hearts. Some today post selfies before monuments. Elizabeth chose sculpture to plant seeds of inspiration. Henry paused, his gaze sweeping the room. Each nod from courtiers, each subtle smile, affirmed her quiet sway. Elizabeth felt the hearth's warmth, the scent of oak smoke, blending with her calm, steady breath. Inhale, exhale. History itself seemed etched anew in that hushed moment. Wolsey leaned in and whispered, "Your influence runs deeper than any royal decree." He reminded her of an unpublished ordinance establishing a school for noble women. Only a select few knew. Elizabeth's gentle advocacy on education spurred the king's signature. Inhale, exhale. Again, silence carried its own power. The chamber fell into profound stillness, broken only by wind stirring the window casement and the faint perfume of sweetheart roses from the orchard beyond. Every development felt choreographed to nature's breath. Elizabeth realized authority need not thunder, it could flow unseen like a subterranean stream, nurturing fields of thought. As the council dissolved and candles guttered low, each attendee departed like drifting petals. Elizabeth inhaled deeply, exhaled, watching the last flames flicker. Though absent from public record, her voice had cast ripples across the court's currents, ripples that would echo clandestinely through the annals of lesser-known history. As the lilac-hued dusk settled across the palace grounds, the final rays of sun threaded through the arched window panes, casting dreamy streaks across the silken rug of the private audience chamber. There, only the soft clink-clink of porcelain teacups on a silver tray and Elizabeth's measured breath, inhale, exhale, sounded in the hush, punctuated by the faint tinkle of wind chimes beyond the casement. Since that first fervent hunt, their passion had blossomed into something deeper, an intellectual and emotional partnership. Now, Henry saw in Elizabeth not just a fragile beauty, but a source of empathy, wisdom, and steadfast support. Inhale, exhale. The evening air carried the whisper of leaves, inviting the next chapter of their evolving bond. He pressed into her palm a small, leather-bound journal, its cover a rich shade of teal. Inscribed inside was his spidery script, "To my trusted companion." Within its yellowed pages lay lines of his reflections on a newly printed French poem he believed would elevate the soul. Elizabeth turned each page reverently, tasting the cadence of verse. "I long to hear your thoughts," he murmured. In that crimson-draped room, firelight dancing on fluted columns, their words became a private symphony. Soon, Elizabeth was summoned to a sealed council, meeting a role beyond mere consort. The upstairs chamber, lit by flickering oil lamps, displayed miniature models and plans for the new palace wing. Golden halos of light pooled on the blackwood conference table, accentuating silver inlays and gemstone-encrusted corners. Inhale, exhale. The hushed rustle of scrolls complemented the soft rumble of distant drums. As ministers debated layout, Elizabeth suggested aligning the northeastern windows to welcome dawn's first glow, and creating a meditation grove with aromatic rosemary, a visionary notion centuries ahead, though today it might seem akin to designing a wellness retreat. A grinning noble quipped, "Her counsel is like a modern-day filter refining royal architecture with subtle elegance. Inhale, exhale." That jest, light-hearted as a social media meme, eased tension in the marble hall. At another private summit, Henry invited her to plan the grand spring banquet's decor. Lanterns shaped like cherry blossoms were to be strung through the central gallery, their soft petals casting floral shadows on stone floors. Elizabeth proposed scented tallow candles, infused with bergamot, a scarcely known Tudor innovation that modern spas champion. A lone ostrich feather fan fluttered in the corner, lending the space an air of gentle luxury. One afternoon, the king discussed the upbringing of his illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy. In a sunlit alcove lined with priceless tomes, Elizabeth conferred with the Duke of Norfolk on teaching Stoic philosophy and astronomy, unusual privileges for a boy born outside wedlock. Inhale, exhale. The scratch of quill on vellum marked this quiet revolution in royal pedagogy. Thus, Elizabeth transcended the role of mere royal favourite to become his spiritual advisor, her influence rippling through the court's tangle of protocol. Courtiers whispered with wry smiles. Though she lacks a social media handle, her impact outshines any trending hashtag. Their laughter drifted like a babbling brook through the corridors. One moonlit evening, beneath a sky brushed with silvery clouds, Elizabeth and Henry strolled the round reflecting pool, its surface mirroring willow fronds that dipped gracefully. He recounted a secret visit to a Parisian book fair where he acquired a rare edition of the Traveller's Journal just for her. "In our age, people bid on eBay for first editions," she teased. "But we chase history itself down dimly lit stalls." Inhale, exhale. Their steps echoed softly against cobblestones. Their relationship bloomed on shared respect and intellectual kinship. Henry transitioned from admiring an ephemeral beauty to cherishing her inner depth. Elizabeth whispered, "You taught me that power lies not solely in crowns but in knowledge and responsibility." Their eyes locked, unspoken understanding passing between them. Late that night, they returned to the cosy salon, seated side by side before the hearth's fading coals. The crackle, hiss of embers issued a final warmth. Elizabeth read aloud a passage from Spenser's epic verse, and Henry closed his eyes, letting each rhyme settle like a lullaby. Inhale, exhale. Poetry and firelight wove a gentle tapestry around their hearts. Before parting, Henry placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and declared, "We are no longer sovereign and subject, but partners shaping tomorrow." Elizabeth's smile was like dawn's first light, hopeful and bright, as the last candle guttered to a close. Yet the flame kindled in their spirits, burned unwavering, lighting the path for all days to come. Soft amber candlelight filled the grand room, creating ethereal glimmers on the marble walls. Elizabeth stood at the window, listening to a lute's gentle melody, each note dripping like honey into the quiet space. Outside, a garden quietly slumbered under a thin veil of mist, rosemary blossoms trembling in the night breeze. Inhale, exhale. The scene invited a tale of quiet magnanimity. As Anne Boleyn's bold strategy gained strength, Elizabeth chose not jealousy but a soft, knowing smile. She understood that true power flows from generosity. When Henry sought ideas for Anne's birthday celebration, he turned to Elizabeth and she breathed deeply, then joined forces with the court's finest musicians and painters. In the wood-panelled studio, candlelight danced across fledgling sketches of poppies and butterflies, symbols of renewal and hope. Observing each brushstroke, Elizabeth murmured, "Add a small rosebud here to catch the light." Inhale, exhale. Her whispered suggestion became a lyrical note in the evening's masterpiece. Downstairs in the music chamber, chairs were arranged in a semicircle, instruments poised as if awaiting a conductor's raise of hand. Elizabeth stepped onto a small dais and signalled, "Begin with a calm prelude, Let the music flow like a mountain stream. The lute's first chords drifted, joined by the viola's warm hum, weaving together like two hearts in harmony. Inhale, exhale. The melody embraced every listener. Henry watched, genuinely moved. His admiration was not for grand spectacle, but for Elizabeth's unexpected kindness. She, who had bravely raced through oak forests, now offered invisible gifts: intellect, empathy, and grace. That night's feast took place beneath a vault painted to resemble the night sky, a cherry blossom lantern glow shimmering on polished stone. Elizabeth recommended bergamot-infused tallow candles, a Tudor-era innovation reminiscent of modern spa aromatherapy. Feather fans stirred a gentle breeze, lending the banquet a soothing elegance. On another afternoon, Henry consulted Elizabeth on his son Henry Fitzroy's education. In a sunlit alcove of rare tomes, she proposed Stoic philosophy and astronomy, surprising for a boy of unofficial birth. Inhale, exhale. Quill on parchment whispered the quiet revolution of knowledge. Thus, Elizabeth evolved from royal favourite to spiritual counsellor, her silent influence rippling through the court. Courtiers would jokingly remark, "She has no social media handle, yet her impact dwarfs any trending hashtag." Their laughter drifted like sunlight through palace halls. One moonlit stroll found Elizabeth and Henry beside the round reflecting pool, its surface mirroring willow fronds. He confided in her a secret trip to a Parisian book fair, where he'd acquired a rare travel diary just for her. She teased, "In the 21st century, people bid on rare editions via eBay, but we chase history through candlelit stalls." Inhale, exhale. Their steps fell in time with echoing cobblestones. Their bond deepened on shared curiosity and mutual respect. Henry found in Elizabeth not fleeting beauty, but a kindred spirit. She whispered, "You taught me that power rests not in crowns, but in knowledge." Their eyes met and needed no more words. Late that night, in the cosy salon, they sat by the hearth's dying embers. Crackle, hiss. Elizabeth read Spencer's verse aloud, while Henry closed his eyes to savour each line. Inhale, exhale. Poetry and firelight wrapped around them. As the last candle guttered out, Henry placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and declared, "We no longer stand as monarch and subject, but as partners forging tomorrow." Elizabeth's smile was dawn, breaking a promise of hopeful days to come. Under the soft glow of dawn, its pale light filtering through the garden's spice bushes, Elizabeth and Anne strolled along the pebbled path. Inhale, exhale. The hush was broken only by the soft click of leather boots and the distant call of sparrows in blossom-laden branches. Anne Boleyn arrived at court like a fresh gale, ruby silk skirt sweeping the mosaic floors, ebony hair gleaming, eyes alight with ambition. Every gaze in the hall fixated on her, from silver-clad courtiers to armoured knights. Some frowned at her daring zeal, but Elizabeth offered a serene smile and extended her hand. "Welcome to the dawn of a new age, Anne." Inhale, exhale. During their garden promenade, they rested on a marble bench by the tinkling fountain. Anne unfolded her dream to become a true queen, to overhaul the strict laws on women's rights, property ownership, private libraries, voices in council. Elizabeth listened, eyes bright with encouragement. "If you wish to reshape laws, build alliances one fine afternoon tea at a time," she counselled. Inhale, exhale. Anne laughed softly. Building a network then was like crafting an Instagram feed. Now no likes, but every meeting left a lasting mark. Petals drifted from the rose arbour, above a scene tinted rose gold by the lowering Sunday. Later, in the embroidery pavilion, candles flickered over white linen, the gentle prick, prick of needles stitched Celtic motifs. Inhale, exhale. An intimate duet of cloth and hand. Anne watched Elizabeth's delicate guidance on colour placement, each tip a measure of growing trust. A little-known secret: ladies exchanged embroidered handkerchiefs as tokens of goodwill. When Anne received Elizabeth's monogrammed gift, she pressed it close, an emblem of their discreet bond. Inhale, exhale. The greatest trial came during a small council vote to form a women's advisory board on royal education. In the hushed candlelight of the stone chamber, Anne rose, inhale, exhale, and spoke plainly. I propose evening academies for noble girls, to kindle minds as well as hearts. A ripple of applause echoed, soft yet true. Elizabeth beamed from the corner. This moment proved real power springs from collaboration and respect, not royal decree. Anne bowed her gratitude. Inhale, exhale. Afterwards, they wandered under lantern-lit bowers. Elizabeth shared a historic tidbit. Henry once spent a year studying Roman law to pioneer a fairer judiciary. Anne's eyes sparkled. A Tudor startup investing in legal R&D. Wouldn't that be a headline today? They laughed, the sound like jazz improvisation mixing past and present. Their partnership deepened as colleagues. In Norfolk's private library, its shelves heavy with rare tomes, Elizabeth revealed a seldom-seen chronicle of courtly women's fates. Anne turned each page in reverent silence, both aware that history demands listening ears. That final evening, beneath a slivered moon, Elizabeth and Anne gazed from a balcony over the silent square. Oil lamps cast golden halos on the ancient gates. Today they might call this a women's empowerment retreat, Anne mused. But for us, it's simply friendship and compassion. Inhale, exhale. They toasted with mint and licorice tea, its warmth sealing their pact. As the embroidery chamber's door closed and the last candles guttered out, a quiet fire of magnanimity and camaraderie burned bright within both their hearts. Moonlight filtered softly through the arched windows, painting ghostly ribbons across the blackwood floor as Elizabeth and Anne sat at the secluded council table. Only the warm glow of a single candle illuminated the leather-bound envelopes arrayed before them. Inhale, exhale. The hush deepened their breaths into silent preludes for the political pivot they faced. As Anne's ascent in court power became increasingly aggressive, Elizabeth chose a different path, forging alliances through intellect and forgiveness. In the candle's amber light, she arranged the delicate letters each, a discreet invitation or proposal like modern networking emails, minus the spam folders. Outside, a gentle spring breeze brushed through the herb garden, carrying the scent of damp earth and whispered jasmine. Cicadas droned in the distance, their steady rhythm accompanying the pen's soft scratch on parchment. Elizabeth guided Anne on the art of courtly approach. Host afternoon tea with the Duchess of Shropshire, presenting Luther's treatises as conversation starters. Inhale, exhale. Anne nodded, eyes alight with strategy. Their collaboration unfolded quietly, like building a professional network via LinkedIn at dusk, but here, each handshake and teacup left an indelible mark. Around them, the candle flickered, heartbeats synced to its gentle pulse. Meanwhile, Thomas Wolsey and the Duchess of Norfolk collected whispers and counsel, feeding Elizabeth private dispatches from French envoys. Wolsey counselled, "Choose your words like filters, for a portrait one wrong shade spoils the effect." Norfolk added, "Speak softly but with weight, like crafting the perfect artisanal tea." Their analogies felt oddly modern, weaving past and present. At the stroke of midnight, Anne set down her quill. "We're like co-founders in a startup," she murmured, pivoting when needed, drafting emails by candlelight. Their laughter bloomed like night, blooming roses in the dusky air. Inhale, exhale. Later, sinking into a velvet chaise, Elizabeth described a little-known event. The court once hosted an Italian mathematician whose miscalculated tables kept ministers awake all night, correcting fractions. The anecdote rippled through the candle-lit chamber, adding a spicy note of humour to solemn strategy. The real turning point came when Henry received those convincing dispatches, responding from his study overlooking the rose garden with a satisfied smile. He penned his support for educational reform, paralleling today's CEO quick to endorse company culture shifts via internal blog posts. The reform decree establishing schools for noble women was announced weeks later, the first major change in decades. Elizabeth learned of it during a private session, the overhead lantern's glow reflecting in her tearful eyes. Inhale, exhale. Standing by the blueprint wall, Elizabeth and Anne surveyed the new wing designs. Classrooms, libraries, contemplation gardens. Inked in pale blue on parchment, the possibilities glimmered like dawn. Anne turned to Elizabeth. Who knew small letters could reshape a realm? Elizabeth smiled softly. Whether a kingdom or a global corporation, it thrives on empathy and insight. They stepped onto the windy balcony overlooking the grand square, lantern lights mingling with starlight. A lute's distant melody drifted up a gentle call to reflection. Inhale, exhale. The moment held a collective secret shared between souls. Elizabeth mused. In the modern world, they might swap tea for espresso, yet the core tactic crafting strategic emails of compassion remains timeless. Inhale, exhale. And so their story sailed on, a quiet tide of understanding, soothing the hearts of all who heard it. Soft morning light streamed through the stained glass windows of the grand hall, painting mosaic patterns on the marble floor. The air was so still that one could hear the faint rustle of silk gowns. Inhale, exhale, inviting all to quiet reflection as the court prepared to embrace profound change. Under Elizabeth and Anne's subtle influence, the kingdom began a remarkable transformation. The first midnight council convened while candles still flickered, casting shifting shadows on rows of scrolls. Henry granted Elizabeth the floor to propose an expansion of the royal library. Oak bookcases soared skyward, their shelves lined not only with classical philosophy, but with travelogues from Byzantium and treatises from the Far East texts few had ever laid eyes on. The spines of those tomes glowed amber in the candlelight, promising new worlds of knowledge. Elizabeth's voice, soft yet resolute, broke the hush. We should commission additional works by Galen and the Latin translations of Euclid's Elements. This will signal our court's commitment to both medical and mathematical advancement. Her words landed gently, as carefully chosen as fine ink on vellum. Inhale, exhale. The room's breaths synchronized with hers. Next, Anne rallied the council to reconsider laws restricting women's political roles. The candle flames wavered, illuminating embroidered tapestries of royal triumphs in a hopeful glow. Anne stood tall against the hush. I propose granting noblewomen the right to elect council delegates. They have already demonstrated leadership in charitable and educational endeavors. The assembly fell silent, then rippled with supportive murmurs, like sunlight breaking through a forest canopy. A smiling minister whispered, "Granting women the vote in our day was akin to today's online early polling, efficient and discreet." The gentle jest eased the solemnity without dimming its import. Inhale, exhale. Soon, clerics convened to debate faith, their robes brushing the stone aisles with a soft swish, swish. Their fervent discourse resonated like the church choir's distant hymn. Each question posed like a stone dropped into still water. Inhale, exhale, creating ripples of thoughtful reflection. As dawn's first light touched the eastern windows, Elizabeth recalled that late December morning when she, Henry, and Norfolk watched London awaken. The Thames shimmered rose gold. Tudor rooftops glowed in the soft haze, and church bells tolled. Inhale, exhale. That breath marked her journey from country girl to trusted advisor. These decisions moved quickly from parchment to policy. The Royal Library reopened with expanded wings welcoming scholars far and wide. Electoral reforms quietly placed noblewomen in council rosters, an unprecedented stride memorized in history books. Religious debates, rather than sow division, kindled a more tolerant spirit across the realm. Elizabeth silently thanked each twist of fate that led her here. The court had ceased to be a stage for solitary power and become a crucible of ideas. Women's voices rose not as ephemeral ornaments, but as architects of tomorrow. Light, sound, and breath all converged to affirm that real power lies not in chains, but in intelligence and generosity's boundless embrace. Dawn's pale hues crept across the moss-covered roof of the royal chapel, filtering through stained glass panes to scatter rainbow shards upon the marble floor. The stillness was so profound one could hear the measured breathing of carved stone angels. Inhale, exhale. Their wings etched with such delicacy, they seemed alive in the gentle draught. Elizabeth's own calm breath wove into that ethereal silence. Months into the pivotal phase of religious reforms, King Henry entrusted her with selecting the artists for the chapel's new sacred imagery. Entering the Sala delle Arti, she found towering vaulted ceilings, adorned with gilded motifs, and ebony-panelled walls glowing in the soft candlelight. Tiny windows cast dancing reflections on white marble, like a miniature Milky Way. A faint rustle sounded as she delicately traced the first charcoal sketch. Under that flickering glow, Elizabeth unveiled her eponymous style, a blend of feminine grace with symbols of hope and forgiveness. She guided the painters to depict Christ's light-piercing shadowed frames and the Virgin Mary like an undying lotus in murky waters. They mixed hues of lavender gold and emerald blue, akin to brewing Earl Grey tea with a drop of honey for warmth. Few know that Elizabeth once insisted the crucifix be modelled after an oak tree's silhouette, symbolising resilience and eternal life. While sounding like a mythic whim, the final image exuded gentle strength, strikingly different from the sombre religious art typical of the era. Inhale, exhale. Her soft breathing seemed to infuse each brushstroke. As the artists worked, Elizabeth observed quietly, candlelight intertwined with noon's rays streaming through glass, reminding her of modern times. Curating these divine visions felt much like assembling a Spotify playlist. No skip ad, just an immersive spiritual journey. When the paintings hung in the chapel, amber dawn rays kissed their wooden frames, bringing biblical scenes to vibrant life within hushed aisles. Scholars hailed it as a turning point for royal art, dubbing it Elizabeth's style, the sophisticated marriage of aesthetic and morality. They likened it to later Baroque flourishes, noting she had been a pace-setter long before hashtags trended an influencer without the internet, leaving an invisible number Elizabeth-style mark. Word spread beyond the kingdom's borders. Diplomatic dispatches praised. Her Majesty's work has brought solace to souls and renewed faith among the populace. Elizabeth read the translation by the last candle's flicker, feeling a soothing warmth not from pride, but from knowing she'd touched hearts. She recognized that true legacy lies not in gilded thrones, but in the ripple of inspiration and profound humanist reforms. Amid the chapel's serene glow, Elizabeth slipped behind a rose-embroidered curtain, letting her art and policies speak instead. Inhale, exhale. The chapel's breath merged with distant hymns, a lullaby for weary spirits. Those vaulted frescoes now reminded all who entered that forgiveness and hope endure beyond time and power's fleeting grasp. Golden rays unfolded over Tudor skies, bathing London in gentle warmth. Morning mist lifted, each beam of light glimmering through the great stained-glass windows and dancing atop the Thames's ripples. The harbour's lively foghorns joined the river's soft lapping in a morning symphony, awakening this maritime city. Under Queen Elizabeth I, England blossomed into a naval powerhouse. White-sailed ships braved the vast oceans, voyaging past coral reefs and boundless seas, to bring home fragrant sandalwood and exotic spices, cinnamon and nutmeg from distant eastern lands. London's docks buzzed like a modern stock exchange, fishermen and merchants swapping tales of high seas adventures, much like tech founders sharing startup success stories. At dawn, Anne Boleyn's carved inscriptions before St. Paul's Cathedral glowed anew. The worn letters, kissed by the earliest light, reminded passers-by that justice and faith endure. Today, digital scans of those ancient engravings circulate online as cultural heritage, letting millions still hear the whispers of history. Elizabeth I, the city's guiding moon, transformed London into a beacon for the realm. Lavender fields around Hampton Court unfurled violet blooms under soft breezes, perfuming the dawn with delicate melody. Sparrows and finches greeted the new day in chorus alongside the chapel's distant bells, weaving a lullaby of peace. On the southern shores of England, gentle waves lapped pearly sands in a morning serenade. The sea, tinted aquamarine under the rosy sunrise, mirrored the sky's pastel hues. Small fishing boats bobbed on the horizon like jeweled ornaments on water, reminders that every vessel embodies the dream of charting unknown paths, just as Elizabeth once dreamed of leading her country into a bright new age. Few know that the hidden archives of Whitehall House, Francis Drake's original hand-drawn voyage map, inked with peppery annotations and hints of rum's tang, It charts his global circumnavigation, an emblem of daring exploration akin to modern innovators testing uncharted frontiers despite possible setbacks. Sunlight filtered through ancient oaks in the upper gardens, casting dapples of light and shadow across winding gravel paths. Your breath aligns with nature's rhythms, slow, steady, a heartbeat in sync with the world. The rustle of leaves and the trickle of a distant stream lull the spirit, offering tranquility amid life's ebbs and flows. Inside the palace, polished brass lanterns lit the grand hall, reflecting scenes of sailing ships set to sea on painted canvases. These rarely viewed paintings acted as secret communiques among court insiders, Tudor equivalents of internal emails, marking England's transformation from a medieval landlocked power into a maritime titan. As dusk fell, the sky blushed with pink and amber hues, as if a vast curtain were gently drawn at day's end. The waves whispered once more in deeper tones a private goodnight from the sea. A soft breeze, scented with salt and seaweed, drifted through open windows to caress your skin as sleep beckoned. Let yourself drift, carried by the melody of dawn's promise. A kingdom that rose from adversity, steadfast in freedom and reason, reaching out to vast seas and new light. Each breath is a new hope, each heartbeat, an everlasting refrain of history. Pale dawnlight drifted through the cottage's window, bathing the cream-coloured walls in soft warmth. A canary's gentle song fluttered through the air, heralding a tranquil new day. Elizabeth opened the window and inhaled deeply. Inhale, exhale, savouring the aroma of fresh lavender, mingled with lingering amber from the previous evening's candlelight. Beyond her small, outlying manor, the world was hushed, broken only by the tender rustling of climbing roses along the trellis. In the back garden, purple lavender, ivory hydrangea, and scarlet climbing roses bloomed in vivid chorus. Each blossom felt like a musical note in a symphony of colour. Elizabeth stepped barefoot onto the oak floorboards, the thick woolen rug cushioning each step. Inhale, exhale, a comforting pulse uniting her mind and body. Though invitations from court still arrived each Christmas Eve, Elizabeth preferred the quiet ritual of needlework. She settled at her embroidery frame, stitching tulips and palm fronds with practiced grace. Candlelight flickered on her silvery hair, and the sweet mix of rose and musk wafted from an open vial beside her. At dawn, she savoured a cup of bergamot and mint tea, a daring fusion few dared to try, reminiscent of trendy cocktails in modern hotel bars. Each sip balanced citrus tang with refreshing mint, a spring breeze caressing her palate. Wind chimes tinkled softly, a lullaby from the garden. Afternoons were devoted to her memoirs. With a goosequill pen dipping into indigo ink, she captured garden strolls with Anne, private audiences with Henry, and the library expansions she masterminded. The black script on parchment shimmered under her desk lamp's glow, preserving every heartfelt nuance. Inhale, exhale. Each word felt like a breath, a living thread in history's tapestry. The Duke of Norfolk often visited for afternoon tea, jasmine fragrance trailing behind him. I doubt a dozen monarchs hence will blend humility and finesse as you have, he mused. Elizabeth smiled wryly. Who knows, maybe centuries from now they'll #number Grace Under Pressure. Their laughter lilting like a chamber ensemble's closing movement. Anne, too, frequently arrived bearing new tomes from distant courts. In the sunlit library, they compared notes on the latest French poetry. Today, they tweet their passions in real time, Elizabeth quipped. But these handwritten letters retain a certain gravity. Inhale, exhale. The comparison felt as timeless as their companionship. Evenings found them on the veranda beneath moonlight's silver veil. Cricket songs scored the night, and the absence of artificial lanterns let the stars outshine any earthly glow. Elizabeth closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, inhale, exhale, and let serenity settle into her bones. Distant church bells chimed, a reminder of her storied past. A seldom shared fact, the manor once served as Henry's experimental apiary for royal banquet honey. The old hives still buzzed in the orchard, their gentle hum a testament to nature's sweetness. Elizabeth mused. If there were a modern beekeeper app, I'd live stream these bees in no time. The thought brought a private smile. On her 60th birthday, rather than courtly fanfare, Elizabeth hosted a garden tea for close friends. Under a chiffon-draped tent, amid hundreds of blooms, they sipped heirloom teas and sampled fruit preserves. Norfolk recounted royal anecdotes. Anne shared her latest verses, and Elizabeth read her freshly bound memoir. No rigid protocol, just laughter, stories, and genuine camaraderie. As night fell, paper lanterns swayed in the breeze, casting dancing shadows across dewy grass. Elizabeth whispered, "Life may rush onward like a torrent, but here, in this moment, I have found peace." She closed her eyes, letting the wind, birdsong, and her steady breath guide her into sleep. Thus, the tale ends with a soothing lullaby. No matter how power's currents may swirl, a sincere heart and enlightened mind will always find the path back to tranquility. Inhale, exhale, and the tranquil manner sighed in unison, honoring the journey home of a woman whose legacy would endure for generations. Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into a softer corner of history, not through dusty textbooks, but along a misty path where candlelight flickers against old wooden shutters, and the whispers of time still echo beneath the stone arches of ancient castles. You're sitting there, maybe in your own cozy room, or curled up under a warm blanket on your favorite couch. Outside, the wind might be stirring the leaves, and the moon might be drifting quietly behind silver clouds. And here, in this little pocket of calm, we're about to travel together to an old England where power and love almost never walked hand in hand. Tonight, we'll revisit the lives of 6 wives of King Henry VIII, a monarch as mesmerizing as he was cruel, like an October morning frost. Beautiful, cold, and deadly if you forgot your coat. But don't worry, we're not here to judge. We're just here to listen, gently, like waves kissing the shore at midnight. You'll meet young girls sent away as political offerings, queens who wore crowns but lived like prisoners, and women who loved too deeply and lost everything in one misstep. And you know what? You wouldn't survive a day if you loved someone too much in that court. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, I'd love to know where you're listening from tonight. Drop a comment below with your location and what time it is right now. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The night wind glides through tall trees, leaving behind the soft rustle of aging leaves a whisper of time itself. The moon floats above like a silver coin drifting through velvet skies, casting pale light across a still lake in the distance. In an old castle of the north, where the stones smell of moss and candle wax drips down oak shelves, a young girl stands by the window. Her name is Catherine of Aragon. At this moment, she is only 16. Her breath, light as smoke, clouds the air in the cold room. Draped around her shoulders is a brick-red shawl, a gift from her mother, Queen Isabella of Castile, given just before she left her homeland forever. That journey was not toward love, but toward destiny, a path paved in ink, royal seals, and the promises of nations. Catherine did not come to England with a dream. She came as a gift, a living treaty, a bride arranged for Prince Arthur, Henry's older brother. But before we continue her story, let's pause for a moment. Can you hear it? The wind is still outside your window, the wings of night birds rustling in the dark, and your own breathing has slowed, hasn't it? Let your heart ease a little. We have time. When Catherine arrived in England, it was late autumn. Fields were veiled in fog, trees bare, and the air carried the damp scent of earth after long rain. She didn't speak English. Every word whispered around her was foreign. Servants bowed, but their eyes were as cold as stone. Once a princess radiant under the southern sun, Catherine was now a stranger in a damp land, clinging to scraps of familiar cloth to remember home. In her heart, the orange blossoms of Seville faded with each gust of English wind. Arthur, her husband, was a frail boy. They married in ceremony, But in the cold bridal chamber of Ludlow Castle, between stone walls and flickering candles, no one knew what truly happened. Catherine was so young, and only months later, Arthur died. She didn't cry before the court. But in the deep night, when even the wind seemed to exhale more softly, she sat alone by the bed, clutching the rosary her mother had given her. No one held her. No one whispered that things would be okay. Only the darkness, and the soft dripping of wax, like unseen tears. At 16, widowed, in a foreign land, no one told her, "Now where will you go?" She wasn't sent home. She wasn't acknowledged as a royal widow. She was left behind. For 7 years, Catherine lived in a cold corner of the palace. No jewels, no gold. Only a few loyal Spanish maids and the dignity of a princess who would not break. She mended her own clothes, cooked with what she had, and wrote letters home. Letters her mother may never have received. Are you still here? Listening to your breath? Don't worry. This story takes its time. No one is rushing. No one is asking you to remember every detail. Just breathe. And let Catherine walk gently through your imagination. One day, when Henry Arthur's brother took the throne, someone remembered the girl in the corner. She was still there, quiet, steady, and the court needed a queen, quickly. Catherine, now 23, old by Tudor standards for a childless woman, entered a second marriage, this time with the brother of her late husband, a union not born of love, but Catherine still believed in God, in her worth, and in the hope that perhaps happiness would come after all. The wind outside is still with us, do you hear? It breathes alongside you. We will continue, but not yet. Catherine has much more to tell, but the night is long, and your eyes may want to close soon, don't they? The wind sweeps through the castle window, carrying with it cool mist from the overgrown gardens toward the bed, draped in a faded floral coverlet. On the windowsill, a candle burns low, its flame licking the edge of the wax. The room is so silent that you can hear your heartbeat, a steady, comforting rhythm. Catherine of Aragon, now 19, stands quietly against the grey stone wall. She has endured 7 long years since her first husband, Henry's older brother, left her in a foreign land. 7 years. Enough for a girl of 16 to grow into a woman of 19, but not enough to grant her freedom. She lives within the palace, but not as a queen. She lives like a ghost, moving softly through corridors, listening for every creak of wood, as though it reminds her of her captive state. No one pays her mind. Only the once loyal attendants occasionally bow their heads and quickly look away out of fear. Catherine has learned to hunger in silence. She has learned to stifle the rumble in her stomach. She has learned to mend torn fabrics herself, from her long-sleeved tunic to her fragile silk skirt. Each stitch is a reminder that she still exists, even if she is no longer a princess of the past. Outside the window, the night is dense and dark. The moon has set, leaving only silver stars scattered across the sky. The chirp of insects drifts in like a wordless lullaby. A draught of air negotiates the stone hallway, bringing dampness and a biting chill that makes Catherine shiver in her thin gown. She remembers her homeland, the sun-warmed vineyards of Castile, the golden light of a Spanish summer, her mother's laughter, the scent of olive wood, and the aroma of freshly baked bread in the royal kitchens. Yet those memories fade like dew dissolving on morning leaves. In the kitchen, the old cook taps a spoon against a pot, portioning out thin porridge for the next morning. They work in silence, as if afraid that louder noises might awaken Catherine's quiet suffering. Sometimes, when the hearth fire flares, her shadow stretches along the wall, long as an ancient bell tower. Catherine sits on the cold stone floor, her back against the wall. She closes her eyes, allowing the wind's howl through the crack to rock her like a cradle. Those winds carry no sea breeze, no orange blossom fragrance. They carry only the weight of existence lonely, isolated, yet still moving forward. She touches the rosary her mother gave her. Each wooden bead bears the smooth polish of time, worn by her trembling fingers. Each bead is an unspoken prayer for freedom, for her return, for a hope that has never died. Outside, the owl calls again. cutting through the night to remind her that time marches on. Regardless of where she is, regardless if the throne awaits her return, life persists. The stars still shine, and the moon will rise as dawn nears. But for Catherine, dawn remains a mystery. She only knows waiting with solitude, with shattered dreams. Each night, she lies upon her bed, her gaze fixed upon the vaulted stone ceiling, imagining her mother's face, the sunlit vineyards, the Tagus River sparkling under daylight. Do you feel your heartbeat slowing? Does your breath soften? We wait here with Catherine, in silence, in the chill, yet with a small flame burning within. Though stone walls separate her from the world and vast halls render her invisible, Catherine preserves her dignity. Like the candle flickering at the window, she clings to that tiny spark so she won't disappear into the darkness. Let your spirit drift on each breeze, relax every fingertip, and continue to sink into the story we share. Catherine has much more to reveal, and the night is still very long. The room lay silent under the dim glow of 2 flickering candles. Outside the window, wind whispered, carrying cold mist and the damp scent of moss on stone walls. There was no owl's call, only the hush of night. Can you hear it? Your breath? Steady, like the gentle sway of a hammock in the breeze. When Catherine first arrived in England from distant Spain at the tender age of 16, she brought a precious hoard, strands of lustrous pearls, gleaming gold bracelets, and an intricately carved rose hairpin. They were her mother's tokens of love from the Queen, but after Arthur's passing, that treasure became Catherine's only means to trade for bread, for cloth to keep her warm. Catherine laid pearls on a simple wooden table in her cold chamber. Candlelight danced across each bead like dew on an oak leaf at dawn. The merchant in a dark cloak examined every piece, counting each bead, then slid a handful of copper coins across. The clink of metal on metal sounded sorrowful, like dreams falling to the floor. She nodded, silent. Gathering the meagre coins, she tucked them into a thin pouch. In her mind, images of home flickered, red-tiled roofs, white orange blossoms under moonlight, laughter echoing through palace halls. Night deepened, and the air grew colder. Catherine wrapped a rough cloak around her shoulders, clinging to whatever warmth it provided. She moved down the long corridor, steps echoing on cold stone. Each footfall reminded her of disdained nobles averted their gaze. Courtiers treated her as discarded debris. Yet she must live. She must endure. One evening, she quietly entered the shop of an elderly seamstress. Whispers claimed one could trade coins for cloth there. Catherine handed over delicate gold bands and received a bolt of coarse wool. The old woman's trembling hands measured the fabric, offering a wordless gratitude. In that fleeting exchange, their eyes met not with judgment, but shared fragility. Heaving the heavy wool on her return, she felt its weight an anchor for a coming winter. Under the hush of night, she stitched along the rough edges, weaving a slender thread of hope for the morrow. Can you hear the needle-piercing wool? It is as soft as raindrops at dawn, vague and soothing. And do you sense your heart synchronizing with Catherine's stitches? She knew every stitch brought her closer to dawn, to warmth. She imagined morning sunlight filtering through olive groves, touching her mother's face. Those were memories, but enough to sustain her. The coldest night of the year arrived. Catherine woke, shivering. She wrapped the wool cloak around herself, inhaling deeply to trap warmth within her chest. The wind sneaked through cracks, but she did not fear, for her spirit had grown accustomed to the chill. Silence enveloped her chamber, only the whisper of fabric as she rearranged her cloak. She closed her eyes and pictured her mother's hand on her hair, soothing. "Be patient, my child." Though miles apart, that gentle voice echoed in her heart, a lullaby through the darkness. And in that moment, she was not completely alone. Despite courtiers' scorn, despite sold jewels and a body trembling with hunger and cold inside, a small flame still flickered, a flame of hope and resilience. Do you feel your heartbeat? It is slow, embracing the night's quiet. Catherine would survive. She would continue to sell fragments of her past for a humble future. And we, nameless friends, remain by her side, listening to every breath, every heartbeat, every whisper of wind. The night is long, yet hope, though fragile, shines in a young woman's heart. She writes her story anew with wool stitches and cold coins. Let these lullabies carry you into dreams, where Catherine may find a moment of peace in the winter's chill. The spring breeze whispers through the pine forest behind the castle, carrying the scent of camellias and the rustle of leaves like a wordless melody. On the ancient stone steps, the Tudor flag flutters in the morning mist, its red and gold ribbons shimmering in the faint dawn light. The new sun tints the clouds a pale rose, casting soft beams across the flagstones. Within the small chapel on the grounds, candles line the aisle, their glow flickering like 1,000 tiny stars. Footsteps echo lightly on the cool stone floor, solemn and unhurried. The silence is broken only by the guests' breaths and the steady beat of your own heart. 18-year-old Henry, newly crowned, enters the candlelit hall, draped in a jade-green cloak, trimmed with white ermine, a symbol of power and rebirth after turmoil. His golden hair brushes his shoulders, and his youthful face bears a hint of bashfulness, a king untested in matters of the heart. Not far away, Catherine, now 23, steps forward in a crimson velvet gown embroidered with chrysanthemums and laurels in gold thread. Her hair is coiled neatly, adorned with a single jade-hued hairpin, the only treasure she retained from Spain. Candlelight dances across her eyes, making them sparkle like distant galaxies. The two stand before a stone altar as the priest intones vows in Latin. This marriage is not of hearts entwined, but of realms united. Henry gazes down at a golden-bordered map laid out before the throne borders traced in red and gold, linking England to Spain. Catherine's heart trembles, knowing she is to become a living bridge, not a bride chosen by love. Outside the stone columns, the assembled nobles remain silent. They bow, exchange curious glances, but no smiles or tears. They have come to witness the covenant. I wed you, Catherine, to secure peace between our lands. Peace is an abstract gift, unaccompanied by roses. When the priest says, Ego Henricus te conjugo, Henry gently takes Catherine's hand. It is not the touch of love, but of duty. Catherine nods softly. She cannot speak, for her heart races. They exchange rings, hefty gold bands engraved with both nations' names, an indelible mark of their political bond. The world around them seems to pause. Wind stills at the windows, candles lean quietly, and only the echo of the ancient liturgy remains. Catherine closes her eyes for a moment, letting the scent of incense seep into her soul. She imagines olive groves at home, sunlight caressing her mother's face. But she reopens her eyes to the sight of court ladies in silken gowns and dukes wearing small coronets, realizing she stands at a union devoid of laughter. They emerge from the chapel into the corridor, stepping under iron-latticed windows that paint mosaic shadows on the stone floor. Their footsteps sound like a gentle drumbeat, steadfast to honor, cold to sentiment. A gust slips through a crack, whipping Henry's hood and stirring Catherine's train, as if whispering, "Challenges lie ahead." Their attendants follow behind, silent and veiled. They know this is ceremony, not celebration. Yet in that hush, Catherine hears her own footsteps slow, even matching her heartbeat's careful rhythm. On a high balcony, a sea breeze lashes the stone walls, carrying salt and the scent of drying fish. Below, rose gardens sway in the morning breeze. Catherine bends to touch a petal, a small act of softness, a plea for tranquility amidst calculated chaos. Henry stands beside her, silent, observing the scene and the woman beside him. But Catherine offers a tender smile, as if saying, "I will endure." For this marriage is not for love, but strategy, ambition, and the throne. Do you hear it? The wind, the breath, the heartbeat, all blend into a lullaby of the peaceful dawn. Catherine and Henry step into a new chapter, a chapter that trades feelings for power. Yet in that stillness, faint pulses of hope resonate, fragile yet present. They proceed down the columns, along the corridor, into the grand throne room where candlelight gleams off silver mirrors. Here, Henry will drape Catherine in her second robe, an ivory gown symbolizing new beginnings. Catherine will lift it upon her shoulders, feeling each fold of fabric like a measure of her fate, heavy yet soft. When the throne room doors close behind them, distant sounds fade away, leaving only two figures before the threshold of power, their hearts beating slowly, gently. Together, they will write the next part of their story, one without cannon fire, but rife with silent choices and enduring hope. The night drifts softly over the ancient city, wind from outside the window bringing the scent of lavender and the steam of a warm cup of tea. Moonlight filters through foliage, painting silver streaks across the hand-woven blanket. In a chamber at the corridor's end, Catherine of Aragon sits by the arched window, her hand resting on her belly, listening to each breath and the steady beat of her heart. She endured 6 pregnancies, 6 hopes, 6 anxieties, but only one tiny soul survived Princess Mary, the child of moonlight and hope. Each pregnancy placed Catherine on a fragile boundary between worlds, life and the solid realm of fear. The pains rolled in like waves, intense then subsiding, carrying broken dreams in their ebb. She recalls the first time when a white rose bloomed in her heart. The palace shone under candlelight, walls adorned with murals of ancient Rome. Yet that serene joy vanished quickly, leaving petals scattered on the white sheets. Catherine closed her eyes and let silent tears fall in rhythm with dripping wax. The second time, she heard the wind outside as if calling her name. Henry's ermine-trimmed cloak fluttered, offering a semblance of shelter. She dreamt of a gate opening onto an orchard of white oranges, birdsong echoing. Then silence fell. Her heart wandered, like a traveller lost, in an empty garden. The third and fourth times, Catherine sought the bustling cathedral. Amid the tolling bells, she knelt on patterned stone, head bowed, praying for the small life within. Candle flames reflected in the baptismal font, holding her deepest desire. Yet despite the prayers, all she felt was hollow. Her tears mingled with falling drips of melted wax. The fifth time, she dreamed of an enchanted wood, dew on leaves like tiny mirrors. A fairy hovered, offering a pristine feather. Catherine woke in winter's chill, clutching the imagined plume, heart aching with longing. But she knew even dreams fade. By the sixth, she sat by the hearth, warming numb feet. In the dancing flames, she saw a bewildered child, eyes shining like starlight. She smiled, though her steps still felt heavy. Catherine sighed, letting the frog's evening chorus lull her into silence. Each lost child halted the world for her, yet dawn always came, and she rose anew. The spark of life never died within her. It was a small flame that outshone the long darkness, until Mary arrived safely. Mary, the sole blossom in a murky bog. She cried at birth to the late trumpets call a hymn of the future. Catherine watched her daughter in her arms, feeling her softness and tiny heartbeat. Every sorrow seemed cleansed, leaving only pure love. The room filled with sandalwood and jasmine. Mary slept soundly, her breath fluttering like a tiny butterfly. Catherine watched the child in the warm glow, as past losses and sleepless nights dissolved into memory. Only a small hand reached for her mother's finger. Do you hear it? Mary's heart and Catherine's beating as one slow, tender. The moment holds sacred quiet. Past fears drift away like mist in serene air. The night stretches on, but within this calm, mother and daughter found each other. Sleep will come softly, cradled by wind's whisper and moon's glow. The winter night drapes over moss-covered rooftops, wind whistling through cracks in the stone walls, echoing ancient whispers. A pale moon hides behind slate-grey clouds, obscuring light along the cobbled path to the small chapel. Inside, candles flicker, illuminating robed priest, murmuring prayers. Catherine of Aragon sits at a polished marble table, her hand resting lightly on her chest to feel her heartbeat. She has reached the 18th year of her marriage to Henry, yet her heart finds no warmth thinking of the throne. All eyes in the court fix on her not with affection but with judgment. Henry, his hair tousled by worry, convened great scholars. In a crimson-carpeted gallery, they gathered around a long table, poring over holy scriptures and Latin translations. Their debate rolled like roadside wind, urgent, solemn, cutting into Catherine's soul. Do you hear it? The wind outside the window, carrying sandalwood incense from distant censers. The silent drip of melting wax like unseen tears. The scholars claim her failure to bear a son marks a lack of divine blessing. They whisper of a curse, a heavenly punishment for those who err. They cite biblical law, recalling Abraham and Sarah, suggesting Catherine's childlessness proves God's disfavor. Catherine hears it all in silence. She only notices her heartbeat, fluttering, her breath soft and even, and the wind rustling. She glances upward at stained glass windows, where saints and angels are depicted in deep blues and haloed gold. Light streams through, casting warmth across her hair. For a moment, she feels part of that sacred tableau, a princess tested between mortal realm and heaven. An elderly priest approaches quietly, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Faith's path is never even," he whispers. Catherine nods, accepting his comfort. Yet in her heart, a hollow remains, a nameless worry weaving through the night. As the scholars depart, Catherine finds herself alone with the candles. She walks the corridor of cold stone, hand brushing the railing. A draught flutters her hair, carrying the scent of thawing snow. She observes dewdrops on the stone sill, sparkling in candlelight. Her steps echo on the flagstones, unhurried, precise, matching her steady heartbeat. She passes portraits of Henry and past kings, each gaze seeming to follow her, watchful and chill. Back in her chamber, Catherine lights a solitary incense stick, letting its fragrance envelop her. She sinks into a velvet armchair, closing her eyes as the warmth of the smoke wraps her senses. In that moment, she imagines a quiet garden, where white pear blossoms drift onto russet soil, and a gentle stream murmurs. Thoughts of blame weigh heavy. She bears no son, thus cursed. Is this marriage sinful? She feels the court's door closing around her, leaving solitude like a cold stone. Yet within her heart burns another candle, the flame of resilience. She places her hand on Mary's cradle. Though her only child is a daughter, rumours swirl. Mary's presence becomes a soft light that dispels doubt. Each time Mary curls her fingers, each whisper of her breath, it affirms life endures, love remains. Catherine opens her eyes to Mary asleep, a tiny breath echoing like a butterfly's wings. Candlelight plays upon her innocent face. She allows a quiet smile to rise, embracing a silent dream of peace, no blame, no suspicion. Just mother and child, breathing and living as one. The night flows on, a wordless melody. Catherine closes her eyes, letting wind lull her breaths, letting Mary's heartbeat soothe her own. All fears, all whispers fade into mist, and in the hush of night, a whispered promise remains: hope never dies. The iron gates creaked open, and a cold wind swept through, scattering dry leaves across the cobblestone courtyard. Moonlight cast pale patterns on the thick stone walls, marking each moment of the night. Catherine of Aragon, now beyond 40, entered the small chamber in the distant tower. This was no longer a grand palace, but a lonely room, its four walls seemingly intent on holding every breath she made. By the narrow window she paused, placing her trembling hand on the iron bars. Outside, a slate-grey sky drifted slowly, as if eons lay sleeping. Inside, a simple wooden bed, a few threadbare covers, and a worn low table remained. On it, a spent candle flickered weakly, casting a dim golden glow. Once, lavish feasts filled such halls, where violins mingled with laughter. Now only wind and her heartbeat remained. Catherine recalled the royal title she once bore, the golden crown, the sumptuous robes, the envy of many. All had been quietly stripped away like a flower fallen in the dew, no hand to gather its petals. She sat at the edge of the bed, leaning back against the cold stone wall. Her fingers traced the single parchment left, the decree forbidding her to call herself queen, to appear at court. Emptiness coursed through her, as if every hair on her skin were constricted. The silence was so deep, she could hear the distant toll of a clock's bell, marking slow time. Each chime reminded her how little time remained. In the hush, Catherine closed her eyes and recalled the orange groves of Spain, where dawn painted leaves with gold. She imagined a falling blossom resting in her palm, its warmth nearly real. But reality returned. The four walls watched her with faint light. No visits came, No letters of Mary's welfare. Only solitude, and the winds whisper through the window slits. At dusk, she lit a single candle by the bedside table. Its flame danced against the wooden door, casting looming shadows. Catherine looked, hoping for a stranger's warmth, but only the wind stirred, and the candle sputtered low. Days passed in meagre comforts. A thin cotton dress, a threadbare coverlet, a basin of cold water. Meals were a dry biscuit and weak broth. She ate slowly, chewing each morsel so the cold would not steal its warmth. One fog-laden morning, she awoke heavy with fatigue. At the window, she pressed her cheek to the latch, her breath fogging the small pane. Outside, the deserted fields lay blanketed in mist, and gaunt trees stood silent. She sighed, her breath merging with the wind's lullaby. Returning to bed, she lay back, resting her shoulder among straw-stuffed pillows. Her eyes fluttered, imagining a meadow of purple and gold blossoms swayed by a gentle breeze. The distant hum of insects provided a wordless lullaby. Time passed in drips of candle wax falling onto the cold stone floor. Catherine felt her strength ebbing, her joints aching in the dimness. Yet in her mind, Mary's image remained. Her golden hair, her clear, bright eyes. That memory lent warmth to her heart. On the final night, Catherine did not light a candle. She let the darkness envelop her, listening to wind and heartbeat. A wondrous calm washed through her, like a river carrying away worries. She responded with a soft smile, breathing her final breath in gentle rhythm, as if cradled by the very earth. At dawn, they found Catherine at peace. She lay beneath the thin coverlet, her silvered hair billowing softly. Beside her, a single spent candle glowed faintly. In the pale morning light, the four walls no longer seemed cold, but tenderly held a soul set free. The night cloaks the castle in velvet darkness, drawing cold from the distant shore. Wind slips through slightly ajar windows, carrying salt from the sea, and the sound of waves lapping against the stone below. Catherine of Aragon, now slender and quiet, sits by a wooden desk, a single candle's tiny flame before her. Scattered on the desk lie countless unsent letters, pleas for one final meeting with her daughter, Mary. She holds a letter, her handwriting trembling, yet brimming with hope. At the top are gentle laments. My beloved daughter, how I yearn to see your bright eyes once more. The ink quivers in the candlelight, each word etched into Catherine's heart unerasably. Outside, the iron door creaks a sign that the night deepens. No one comes to open it, no response arrives. Catherine raises her gaze to the ink-black sky dotted with silent stars. She wonders if Mary wonders about her, if she waits for these letters, or if she smiles carefree in her warm cradle. As the candle dwindles, vast darkness unfolds. She places the letter on the desk, lifts her eyes to two distant stars. In her mind, Mary cradles a knitted doll, its eyes shimmering in the lamplight like a little angel. Yet reality tugs her back. No doll, no laughter, only silence and relentless longing. Catherine rises and moves to the narrow window, resting her hand on the cold sill. Her breath mingles with the wind outside, crisp yet vividly present. She leans in, hair cascading over her shoulder, recalling the warmth of the old shawl Mary once grasped. The scent of aged wool, the scent of memories, carries her back to the first days she held her daughter. A faint footstep echoes down the corridor, passing her door without pausing. Catherine watches, waiting, but darkness remains empty. She closes her eyes, letting a single tear trace her cheek, the final tear for an unanswered plea. Quietly, she returns to the desk, selecting a fresh sheet. Her writing grows blurred, fingers numb and shaking, yet words pour forth with fierce maternal love. My darling, believe that I will always love you. She trails off, unsure how to deliver these words to her child. Folding the letter, she cradles it against her heart. She wraps her arms around herself as if holding Mary's gentle face. For a moment, warmth floods her chest as though a loving hand strokes her hair. Then the warmth fades, replaced by the solitary echo of her breath. She sits back, eyes fixed on the dying candle. Each drop of wax falling on the desk seems a silent tick of time slipping away. She thinks of Mary, growing somewhere in soft daylight, unaware of these desperate letters. Perhaps Mary sleeps peacefully, dreaming of orange groves far away. Catherine closes her eyes, surrendering to the moonlight while imagining she and Mary walking through a garden of white blossoms. A gentle breeze carries floral scents. Birdsong dances in the air. Mary giggles, pulling her mother's hand in innocent delight. It's a fleeting vision, but enough to soothe Catherine's aching heart. Opening her eyes, she sees only the quiet chamber, the empty cradle. She sighs, shoulders slackening, whispering, "I love you always," though knowing no one hears. Night wanes as a distant owl calls. Catherine reclines in the velvet armchair, head resting on its wooden frame, lulled by the owl's call and the wind's song. She no longer hopes her letters will ever reach Mary, but keeps them close sacred relics of a mother's unwavering devotion. In that stillness, Catherine feels afloat on a river of moonlight. Those letters drift gently, carrying her heart and faith. Though they cannot bring her to her daughter's side, they hold boundless love, an unspoken lullaby for both. Now, in the serene night, Catherine closes her eyes, transforming her sorrow into a gentle dream where mother and daughter meet beneath starlit skies. A sunset breeze drifted through the oak canopy at the palace gates, carrying the scent of grass and falling leaves. Pale clouds floated lazily in the sky, tinted with the soft gold of dusk. In a modest east wing chamber, Anne Boleyn sat alone at an intricately carved dressing table. The bronze mirror reflected her face sharp, her eyes bright with ambition. She did not always bloom into politics. On first meeting Henry, she hesitated. 4 springs she artfully declined his subtle advances. Only when Henry vowed to wed her, making her not just a mistress but a wife in sacred ceremony, did Anne consent. The wedding bells seemed to toll throughout the stone corridors, heralding hope and duty. She recalled her early days in the Tower of London, walking on damp stones lit by candlelight through narrow windows. Under the carved chimera columns, Anne held her head high, conversing with scholars on Italian verse and Greek philosophy. Her intellect and political vision earned both respect and envy at court. Candlelight flickered on her table, exuding a sweet waxy aroma. Anne traced the velvet hem of her deep green gown. In her silk purse lay the first letter she sent Henry, declaring, "I give my heart only to one who promises marriage." That vow unlocked her predestined future. Months later, a newborn's cry echoed through Whitehall's chapel. Elizabeth arrived a fragile blossom in the storm. Anne held her child, feeling new warmth, yet court whispers proclaimed, "No prince," and a queen without a male heir could not endure. Rumours cut Anne's spirit, and she retreated to solitude. Anne walked the cold stone corridor, her velvet slippers echoing softly. Pausing at a stained glass window, the blood-red dusk coated the rooftops. She touched the glass, warmth dissolving through the cold pane. A servant quietly awaited her for supper. But Anne sought Elizabeth, softly singing Greensleeves in French. At midnight she lifted Elizabeth from her cradle, the creak of ironwood loud in silence. Cradling her daughter, she ventured to the rooftop garden. Moonlight filtered through almond branches, casting misty patterns. Crickets whispered an ancient lullaby. Seated on marble bench, Anne placed Elizabeth on her lap, gazing at her perfect child, sorrow swelling in her chest. "My dearest Elizabeth," she whispered, "I regret not giving you a brother, but I trust in your future." The breeze stirred, dropping pink petals onto her gown like stardust. She placed a blossom beside Elizabeth, a fragile crown of hope. Under the moon's soft glow, Anne lulled Elizabeth to sleep with a silent vow. "You will bring honour to this land." She kissed her daughter's brow, returning her to the cradle before stepping into the quiet night. Back in her chamber, Anne sat in a slender carved chair, her portrait watching over the court. Her hands ached, her spirit weary, but within burned a small flame, a mother's love and faith in tomorrow. And when night closes in, close your eyes, drift with this gentle breeze, and let the vision of Anne and Elizabeth beneath the ancient moon guide you into a peaceful dream. A dusk breeze drifted through the oak grove before the palace gates, carrying the scent of grass and the rustle of dry leaves. Beyond the grey sky, late stars appeared, and in a modest east wing chamber of the Tower of Observation, Anne Boleyn sat by a narrow window. Candlelight danced upon her dark hair and the silent contours of her face. In the distance, tiny lights glowed warmly, recalling days when hope was abundant. Anne endured many miscarriages, 6 hopes extinguished, 6 times her heart brimming with anxiety. She once dreamed of a son's cry heralding dawn, yet the room fell silent, cradling only soft tears on linen pillows. She hugged a thin blanket, remembering pale roses in the garden, each petal a mourning for lives never formed. Silence settled like a gentle lull, while a night breeze slipped through the window's crack, brushing her skin with vague comfort. She recalled Spanish sunshine then. Everything felt simple and warm. But soon, a storm of accusations descended. They claimed Anne had affairs with 5 men, including her own brother. Fabricated evidence abounded. Scripted confessions, forged documents, tortured witnesses. The council chamber grew oppressive. Cold faces surrounding a long table as whispers cut the air like sharp blades. Anne stood among flickering candlelight, the space frozen, murmurs of malice veiling her with loathing. In her heart, she yearned for vindication, but justice bowed to power. She retreated into shadow, a slender silhouette beneath a broken moon, her loneliness deeper than the dark. On the day of judgment, the tower's courtyard lay empty. Martial boots echoed on stone. Anne emerged calm, ebony gown flowing, Bible in hand, eyes alight with faith. She bowed to the crowd, no lament, only a dignified smile before fate's blade. Execution by sword, an unusual mercy from Henry, ensured a swifter end than the flames. As the blade touched her neck at dawn's first light, it cut through silence like a single, final note. Anne bowed her head. The wind teased her hair with the sea's brine. A brief sound, then perfect stillness. No grand procession, no banners unfurled. Her body was laid in the tower's crypt, accompanied only by hurried incense, cold stones, and distant drips of water. Her name stained by slanderous charges, but in many hearts, Anne remained proud and undefeated. Stripped of her crown, her honour besmirched, she preserved her dignity to the last breath. Her image lingered like a black rose under a night moon, achingly beautiful with an unyielding fragrance. Stone walks and mossy walls seemed to whisper her name, recalling a woman of intelligence, ambition, and an indomitable spirit. Now, as you listen to the night breeze and your own heartbeat, let Anne Boleyn's story unfold like a slow film, a beautiful sadness. She weathered storms, endured the deepest pain, and left behind the sweet echo of courage. Let that memory guide you into a gentle sleep, where history and dreams blend in serene harmony. A pale dawn sky was brushed with soft hues of peach, as a morning breeze drifted through the palace rose arbor, carrying the gentle scent of pear blossoms and the last dew on leaves. Along aged stone paths, scattered yellow petals whispered of seasons past, and a lone goldfinch warbled a wordless lullaby. Jane Seymour, Henry's 3rd wife, walked slowly along a misted garden path. She wore no ornate gown or crown, but a simple ash-grey cloak. Her figure was slender, her eyes serene like a quiet stream flowing through a wildflower valley. Jane was the antithesis of Anne Boleyn, gentle, obedient, and softly spoken. She paused by an ancient fountain, its stone basin capturing moonlight and dripping in gentle ripples, echoing a tranquil heartbeat. Jane brushed a fingertip across the cool water's surface, feeling its chill mingle with a warmth born of kindness. The bustling palace halls felt distant as she revelled in a moment of solitude. Her footsteps on red, dew-slicked brick returned her to the inner apartments, each step a testament to her devotion. Jane recalled her first meeting with Henry, after their secret marriage, candlelight flickering in the hall, the soft chords of a harp, and her heart racing with possibilities of wifehood and motherhood. Time flowed peacefully thereafter. She penned a letter to Henry's counsellors. Jane was with child. The palace stirred with hopeful anticipation. In letters to her mother, she described the glimmering green of spring leaves, the blush of pear blossoms, and each tender flutter within her. Poetic words distilled joy and anxious waiting. Spring gave way to summer, and her belly swelled with promise. Each morning she perched by her bedroom window, hand gently resting on silk cloth, watching the roses bloom anew. Petals drifted down like silent heralds of life, stirring her soul to believe in the miracle growing within. Yet courtly whispers shadowed her joy. She was the gentle wife, forbidden to counsel in state affairs or sit in on council meetings. Candles dimmed as she passed through halls of power. She mastered silence, listening without interjecting until the cry of a son shattered all barriers. One serene morning, she arrived at the birthing chamber. Walls aglow with candlelight, linens crisp and white. Midwives stood in quiet vigil. Jane lay back, hands cradling her belly, gazing upon a ceiling carved with Greek myth protective deities watching over her. The first pains came like foaming waves upon her shore, but the newborn's cry rang sweetly, a morning chorus of hope. Henry arrived, eyes bright with triumph. Jane felt her heart unfurl as Edward VI, Henry's long-awaited son, breathed his first. Their joy seemed boundless beneath the vaulted ceiling. Yet sorrow followed swiftly. Days later, a high fever gripped her. Puerperal infection set in a silent killer in the aftermath of life's greatest blessing. The birthing chamber transformed into a battleground between her waning strength and a creeping sickness. In her final hours, she whispered lullabies to Edward. "My dear Edward, you are my pride." Candlelight danced across her pale face as she sang through exhaustion. When her breath grew faint, Henry rushed in, grasping her hand with trembling fingers. Jane managed a soft smile, laying her hand upon his with tender strength. "I have fulfilled my duty," she whispered. Then, as the wind whispered through a half-open window, she closed her eyes, slipping away in serenity. Jane was laid to rest beside Henry, not for love's greatest measure, but for giving him a son. Her funeral was unassuming, close kin, candlelight, and gentle incense. A distant church bell tolled a final farewell. Beneath an ancient oak, she found her rest, where wind still sighs over leaves. Her name may shimmer faintly in history's records, but those who wander to her grave hear the rustle of petals and a soft breeze speaking of a gentle wife, a loving mother who lived and sacrificed in quiet dignity. Now, as you lie down, let images of rose gardens and Jane's tender smile with Edward VI lull you into a peaceful slumber where past and dreams intertwine softly. A pale autumn sky held soft shades of grey as morning mist lingered among the oak branches. A gentle breeze whispered through a wooden shutter, carrying the scent of damp earth and fallen pine needles. Anne of Cleves, Henry's fourth wife, walked slowly along the pebble path in the palace garden, her emerald velvet gown swaying behind her. She came from a land of sparkling canals, and Hans Holbein's portrait had captured her as a radiant princess with flawless skin and a poised gaze. When Henry first saw that portrait, he believed he beheld a miracle. He gazed at a precious bloom, her hair glinting, her figure slender, her robes as resplendent as an unfolding rose. He was so enraptured he thought no meeting was needed to place a crown upon her head. But when Anne arrived in England for their formal ceremony at Greenwich, Henry felt only quiet shock and a slackening heartbeat. She was not the polished rose of his imagination, but a simple garden flower. She remained slender, her skin still bright, yet her countenance was softer, her gaze more earnest. The perfume on her shoulders was not the heady scent of French roses, but the aroma of native herbs, oak resin, leather, and a hint of sea breeze. Henry stood silent, unable to annul the politically binding marriage. Anne sat in a quiet chamber, hand brushing a silken scarf. Outside, wind stirred the shutters. The palace felt wide awake. She forced a gentle smile, but felt a pang of sorrow. She realized she was a portrait hanging in a hall of power, light falling only partly upon her true self. She closed her eyes, drew in the cool mist, and imagined herself back in Cleves canals, where willows bowed to meet still waters. Their marriage remained unconsummated. There were no shared nights by candlelight, no whispered promises in the dark. Instead, Henry maintained distance in every gesture. Anne knew this, but bore no resentment. She simply nodded in quiet submission, finding solace in tending lavender and clipping sprigs of rosemary for her dressing table. Days passed in hushed routine. She prepared rose tea for her attendants, smiling warmly as they bowed. She did not hate Henry. Only a gentle sorrow permeated her. Occasionally, she led them into the garden at dusk to watch the sunset, sharing stories of canal bridges and drifting barges. Her voice was as soft as water trickling down leaves, lulling her listeners into peace. Her final hope came when Henry chose to end the marriage. Anne was astonished but more surprised when he bestowed upon her the title King's Sister, along with the gardens and manor at Richmond. She wandered the rosebeds once vibrant with blooms, now glistening with dew. She paused by a patch of rosemary, inhaling its spicy scent as though gathering silent strength. The palace became a quiet fortress for Anne, neither princess nor prisoner, merely a guest roaming the orchard paths. No political burdens pressed her now, and the chill distance faded. She returned to her chamber, placing a bundle of lavender by the window to perfume the night. On that final evening, Anne sat by her mother-of-pearl desk, holding a weathered copy of Holbein's portrait. She traced each painted line against the woman in the reflection, eyes still gentle, lips still curved in a mild smile, yet her spirit tranquil. She closed her eyes and nodded, embracing her fate. A breeze drifted through the window's crack, extinguishing the candle, and Anne felt freedom's tender caress. Now, as you close your eyes, imagine the misty canal gardens under a silent moon. Let Anne of Cleves' gentle presence lull you into a peaceful dream, where history and imagination merge softly into night's embrace. The night sky stretched like a sleeping silk, pierced only by a slender silver moon. A gentle breeze drifted through the window, carrying the scent of jasmine and falling rain. In her modest dressing room, Anne of Cleves sat before the mirror, candlelight casting soft glows across her features. She carefully removed a pearl hairpin and laid it in a carved wooden box, embracing the new freedom granted by Henry. Their annulment unfolded like a lullaby, quiet and unobtrusive, far from scandalous farewells. In exchange for her release, Anne received lush gardens and Richmond Manor, and the title King's Sister replaced her princely rank. She was neither imprisoned nor judged. Instead, she was offered a serene retirement, living out her days in peaceful comfort. Silence enveloped the chamber. Anne rose, donning a light cream cloak, and stepped onto the balcony. Below, Richmond's gardens stretched, marble benches flanked by rosebeds, and an old fountain dripping like a steady drumbeat. She inhaled deeply, letting the cool air settle in her lungs, easing all remaining tensions. Rosemary bushes lined the walkways, lavender blooms shimmering in violet hues along the railing. Anne strolled the white stone path, fingertips brushing dewy leaves, each drop a gentle whisper on her skin. Every step became a blessing for tranquility, a silent vow for freedom. The scene felt like a fairy tale. A veiled figure might have danced among the blossoms, silvered by moonlight. Anne paused by a patch of pale yellow roses, admiring petals as soft as fish scales glinting in darkness. She lifted one to her fingers, savouring its delicate fragrance, an echo of dawn's first light. Her footsteps led her to a still pond at the garden's edge, where willow branches dipped into mirror-like water. Anne settled on a stone bench, moonlight painting her hair, and spoke softly into the night. "I have unshackled myself," she whispered, "to find rest in sweet memory." Beneath her, each droplet on the water's surface sung a silent, unbroken lullaby. Memories floated back to the day she first beheld Holbein's portrait, how she marvelled at her own depiction, radiant and resplendent. She had believed the painting's promise, and stepped confidently into a foreign court. Yet it was that very trust that delivered her to a freedom no one could have foreseen. Freedom unbound, unburdened, and unafraid. Reclining on the bench, knees drawn to her chest, Anne hugged a silk pillow. She closed her eyes, breathing in time with the breeze, as if the stars themselves listened to her heartbeat. A gentle smile curved her lips as she envisioned a serene future. Mornings sipping chamomile tea, afternoons strolling beneath maple canopies, dreams as light as petals drifting down. Her days as royalty lay now in the past. Before her stretched a verdant field, dew-kissed by dawn's glow. Here she would sing softly, tend a windmill by the veranda, and hear birds calling in chorus. She embraced this life, gentle, peaceful, a lullaby crafted for a soul that once longed for power but found solace on the path home. The gate of the Tower of London closed softly in the dawn mist, the clink of its lock calling a new day. Fog lingered along the palace paths, each step echoing quietly on the wet leaves. Catherine Howard, Henry's fifth wife, only 19 springs old, entered with slender arms and eyes brimming with mystery and fear. She hailed from the noble Howard line, pure once, but her past bore scars of early abuse. From her earliest years, shadows in cold corridors had seen her silent tears and hastened breath. Instead of a sheltered princess, whispers branded her promiscuous before she understood loving trust. Her childhood chamber, crumbling walls and creaking floorboards, bore witness to her nightly tremors. In spring's flush, she arrived at court as pear blossoms burst in royal gardens. Draped in a soft pink silk gown, her golden hair fell across her shoulders. Henry, nearly 50 winters old, watched her as if spellbound. Their age gap loomed large, making Catherine feel like a willow sapling beside ancient stones. In the grand hall, she curtsied before a silent gathering, candlelight dancing upon her shy smile. Only the rustle of silk upon stone floor broke the hush. Henry guided her to a private tea ceremony, elaborate, distant, and formal. Amid ritual, she met Thomas Culpeper, a gentle noble with a moonlit face. Their whispers slipped behind carved screens, flickering torchlight painting willow shadows on marble. A secret affection blossomed like spring's first raindrops, quiet, unexpected, yearning to bloom into something real. But watchful court eyes saw too much. One night, booted footsteps echoed by their hidden meeting spot. Guards seized both Catherine and Thomas, torches illuminating disbelief. Their secret laid bare, Catherine stood small between queen and accused, heartbeat racing like a war drum. Led through a long corridor, windows stained red by dawn's light, fear crept in stride with each echoing footstep. In the stone courtroom, whispers hurled accusations of betrayal. Catherine remained silent, raising her gaze to Henry's portrait on the wall, seeking forgiveness that would never come. The ancient hall grew oppressively still, stone pillars casting long shadows upon judges' benches. Catherine faced the court, terror coiling in her chest, yet she managed a delicate smile like a waning moon. Condemned for adultery and treason, she walked to the block. There would be no sword's mercy this time, no flame's swift absolution. Instead, darkness draped over her final moments. On the scaffold, a lone wooden beam awaited, lit by flickering candlelight that transformed prayer into pale steel. At the tower's summit, a sea breeze roared against grey walls. Catherine closed her eyes, tracing tired breaths and racing heartbeat. In her final vision, she felt like a willow leaf adrift in spring rain. One long exhale, and silence descended, a peaceful sleep beneath history's shadow. Under a pale moon, raindrops of dew pattered on the old tiles as Catherine Howard was led down a long, cold stone corridor. Each heavy step seemed to drag a silent grief. The night wind no longer carried the scent of flowering pear or lavender, but the fading taste of broken hopes. She was confined to a narrow cell with thick, peeling whitewashed walls and a tiny window through which only starlight crept. The cell was washed in ash tones, the dim oil lamp flickering to the rhythm of its breath. Drops of wax fell onto the creaking floorboards like pinpricks of passing time. Catherine sat on the threshold, clutching a threadbare pillow. She bit her lip, helplessly watching her reflection cast upon the rough stone. In that half-light, she appeared like a forest moth at dusk, fragile and utterly alone. It is said the court provided her with meagre rations, stale bread and thin broth, enough to ward off starvation but never to warm the soul. Each meal was her only brush with the outside world, a reminder of grand feasts long past, when violins sang and laughter rang out. Those memories now echoed off the cold walls like distant ghosts. In her final days, Catherine penned desperate pleas for mercy. Her trembling script stained with tears read, "I acknowledge my faults. Have mercy upon me." A loyal maid carried her letters outside, eyes misty with sympathy. For Catherine, those letters were her last incense, drifting in a faint swirl of waning dawn light. One afternoon, A guard presented her with a small wooden practice block draped in white cloth. She rested her forehead on the cool fabric, feeling its chill mingle with her breaths, heartbeats. It was her quiet communion with fate, a solemn preparation for the final journey. Just before dawn, she recalled herself at 19, laughing before her mirror, hair dancing in sunlight. Now, only sorrow lingered on her parted lips. As the crowd gathered and labelled her a criminal, unchaste for the abuse she never chose, she knelt on cold stone. The sunset bathed the battlements in crimson, as the wind whispered a cruel irony. Justice wears the king's uniform and a crown of gold. She closed her eyes, the world quieting to a soft susurrus of wind, the galloping of her pulse, and her last faltering breath. A single stroke of the sword passed like a wisp of mist across her neck. No thunderous roar, only a faint sigh. All fell silent, and Catherine drifted into that final sleep, cradled by the night's discreet embrace. The dawn light on an early autumn morning filtered through the window of the study, casting a pale gold glow across shelves lined with aged manuscripts. The room smelled of sandalwood from the quill holders on the wall, and the gentle must of old leather bindings like the collective breath of generations of scholars. Catherine Parr, the sixth wife of Henry, stepped quietly to her writing desk, tracing the worn spine of her own published volume, A Gentle Reconciliation, with a fingertip. She was the only wife to outlast Henry's reign, and every page of her books and every exchange of letters with European thinkers stood as testament to the intellect she had been forced to temper in order to survive. The wooden chair creaked softly beneath her weight as she settled in, hands resting lightly on the manuscript before her. Outside, whispers swirled through the court about her Protestant sympathies. Rumours claimed she burned too brightly with reformist fervour, as if she carried the torch of the new faith to kindle fires in the king's hall. Even as Henry lay near death, a flicker of suspicion clouded his gaze, wondering if his final queen might outshine him in matters of theology. These murmurs were like gentle waves washing against the fortress walls, soft enough to ignore, yet persistent enough to unsettle. One quiet evening, Catherine dipped her quill into ink and addressed a letter to a Geneva scholar. In measured Latin, she laid out her interpretations of Scripture, citing early church fathers to support her views. But she carefully prefaced every argument with deference to the king's supreme wisdom, thus weaving her own scholarship into a cloak of obedient flattery. The candlelight danced on each flourish of her handwriting, illuminating the subtle dance of defiance and humility. She had perfected this survival act, feigning modesty, deeming herself ever the eager student of Henry's greater knowledge, all while preserving the spark of her own mind. It was a private performance that saved her life, though it extracted the price of surrendering her full intellectual freedom. In the palace garden, a single carob tree bloomed white, its fragile blossoms drifting onto the marble walkways like snow in summer. Catherine often found refuge there at sunset, pressing her back against the cool stone and watching petals fall. The rustle of leaves and the chirping of sparrows created a lullaby of second chances. Her golden hair brushed her shoulders as she bent to collect a fallen blossom, tucking it into the pages of her book. Her steps were unhurried, a gentle rhythm that balanced power and humility. But even here, her freedom was measured in days. Each letter she sent required cautious revision, each reference to reform carefully worded not to offend the king or court. She spent many sleepless nights polishing her words by candlelight, extinguishing flames only when her heart had steadied. One dawn, Catherine resolved to draft a final memorandum for Henry, not a plea, but a declaration of her life's work. She spoke of loyalty, of fathers and children, and of a kingdom where souls might choose their faith. The letter was sealed in a carved ebony box, inscribed in Latin, "Scio quid facio," I know what I do. When that box departed her hands, Catherine felt the first true breeze of relief. It was as if the dusty court corridors had opened onto a field of wildflowers. She stepped out into the hall, listening to echoes of her own footsteps, a reminder that even a humble woman could shape her destiny. That evening, she sat by the great window, surveying distant hills bathed in lavender twilight. Shades of violet and gold rippled across the sky like a grand tapestry. She relaxed her hands, letting the last light of day caress her skin. The distant fountain's gentle spray sounded like a calm heartbeat after a storm. A few days later, Henry passed from this world. The court erupted in ceremony, torches, banners, and mournful bells. Yet Catherine remained silent behind her closed door, picturing again the carob blooms and garden paths she had come to cherish. She paused, offering a quiet half-smile, a smile born of one who had weathered tempests and emerged strong. Edward VI's coronation was a brilliant affair, and Catherine, as Queen Mother, placed her hand upon his shoulder, offering the wisdom gleaned from her own writings. Though suspicions lingered, she chose to believe that every carefully turned page could plant seeds of freedom, and every breath could affirm the right to conscience. And when night fell once more by her window, Catherine closed her eyes, drifting under a sky dusted with stars. The soft wind whispered through the open panes, and the scent of carob blossoms and old books wove together, guiding you gently into sleep where history and dreams entwine in serene harmony. The moon tonight drapes the sky like a delicate silk, a pale silver ribbon drifting across a still river. A gentle breeze whispers through palm fronds, rustling like ancient forest secrets, carrying tales of times gone by. Leaves murmur in harmony with the soft lapping of water, composing a wordless lullaby that guides us into dreamland. 6 women once walked the path of Henry VIII's court, their footsteps fleeting like prints in the sands, washed away by the tides of power. Anne Boleyn, driven by ambition, met her end beneath a cold, steel blade. Catherine Howard, only 19 springs young, dreamed in a realm of ruthless authority, yet also fell like a wildflower in autumn's chill. 2 stars extinguished too soon, leaving the royal sky even more silent. Catherine of Aragon and Jane Seymour, 2 mothers whose hearts were bound by the trials of childbirth, departed in quiet sacrifice. Catherine of Aragon, bound by 7 years of unfulfilled promises, faded away in solitude as hope withered. Jane Seymour welcomed Edward with joy, yet slipped away before night's gentle hush. 2 hearts stilled in muted sorrow. Anne of Cleves, thought to be mere portrait and promise, found freedom through a peaceful divorce. She thrived amid her rosemary gardens and morning mists, Richmond's gates ever open, the calls of sparrows amid lavender hedges her only court. She stands as proof that not all marriages are chains. Catherine Parr, the gentle Queen Mother, concealed her reformist flame beneath praises to the king's superior insight. She survived but lived in constant fear, like a paper sail adrift on stormy seas. Faith and power danced upon the winds of the Tudor court, every step weighed with words unspoken. Henry VIII was no romantic poet, but a tyrant who wielded marriage as a political tool, threading 6 tragedies in his wake. 6 women, 6 lives tossed between ambition and fate. They were deemed useless, when no longer carriers of dynastic hope, hearts no longer fitting the machinery of power. Now, let the dying candlelight flicker softly in your chamber, cast its warm golden glow. Breathe deeply, slow the rhythm of your heart to the hush of night's whispering leaves and rippling waters. Each falling leaf, each wavelet, reminds us of life's fragility, yet affirms the immortality of memory. Envision the moon as it bends to kiss the river's surface, painting a silken path of silver. Feel the breeze rustle through your hair, the jasmine's sweet breath mingling with the musty scent of ancient pages. I murmur softly, "Good night," a tender lullaby from darkness that once cradled both love and sorrow. These 6 women, though their lives were fraught and storm-tossed, each shone brightly before their stories dimmed. Carry their tale into sleep's embrace, so your dreams may be gentle and profound, like a river flowing under a moonlit sky. Tonight, rest well and safely in history's and nature's arms, to awaken tomorrow under a new dawn's light. Hey guys, tonight we settle close, like friends meeting after a long day, and push open a small old door in Europe's memory. Outside, the wind moves along the dark trees, smoothing the face of a lake with a gentle hand. On the cold tiles of a distant chateau, the moon lies thin as silk, pouring a tender light across the courtyard. In our room, A little candle melts slowly to the whisper of wax, throwing soft shapes onto the wall like floating memories. And in this quiet, we step into Versailles, not the clamorous Versailles of banquets, but the late-night Versailles, where footsteps have turned to dust and only the tides of time murmur in the old mirrors. Tonight, we speak of Louis XV, a name once breathed with affection, then slowly wrapped in a silence hard to name. But rest easy. This tale is not here to rattle your nerves. It is here to cradle your tired eyes. We move slowly, like strolling through a damp forest after rain, listening to leaves, breathing the scent of moss and earth. Each step is a breath. Each breath opens a soft door in history. And if a tiny joke drifts by, it is only to smile at ourselves, Barn se hong song sot noido. Not because the story is frightening, but because, before you know it, you'll have fallen asleep. Before we begin, lend me a brief second. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It's like lighting one more candle not to burn anything down, only to warm the room. And if you'd like, leave a comment telling me where you live and what time it is for you right now. I love to imagine clocks in many time zones slowing together, like a nighttime choir. Now we stand on the threshold of the year 1774, while keeping our feet in the present. Listen, the wind is moving along the long corridors, lifting the edge of darkened velvet. Somewhere far off, a star-shaped garden fades into mist. Flower beds sleep, and groves close their eyes as if eavesdropping on humankind. Inside, the mirrors of Versailles no longer reflect noisy smiles. They reflect a wavering candle, a figure thinned by time, a king once called beloved. We hurry to judge neither man nor age. We simply sit, as if hearing faraway waves touch a stone shore, and understand that every rain, like every breath, has a coming and a going, a season of brightness and a season of rest. You might sense the ancient wood of a great door, its hinge singing like a cello. Let your imagination walk the hallway, palm on cool stone, hearing the distant echo of old heels on tile. In a not too large room, a bed stands near a window, its thin curtains swelling like a small sail under a friendly wind. Moonlight passes through the gauze, spilling onto an open book, as if the page, too, is breathing. Here, Louis XV's story opens not with the trumpets of history, but with the whisper of things all people know: weariness, hope, and the weightless moment just before sleep. We look at Versailles at midnight as we look at a moonless sea, wide, deep, and still. Sometimes a memory flickers like sea spark, applause from a banquet, a hush of negotiation, a trace of powder on noble fingers, then all quiets. We learn to hear the space between sounds, like listening to our own even breath. The story of smallpox, therefore, does not become a spectre. It is a gentle slope of time where a person lays down a heavy cloak and draws a light blanket of peace. If you like, imagine a silent forest beside the palace. The oaks stand solemn, leaves row softly like oars. Above, the moon glides like a silver boat. Below, wet grass holds dew as fine as a whisper. None of this hides the truth of history. It sets history back into nature, where every beginning and ending is tender. Louis XV is not just a name, but a tide that once washed the stone of Versailles and then retreated, leaving the surface smooth, ready to mirror another dawn. And as you listen, you may notice, we tell this not to convict, but to rest. Every ending is a gentle invitation to sleep. The words we use tonight move slowly, softly, warmly, like warm water across your hands. If your eyelids grow heavy, be at ease. The story will remain, a patient little candle, burning quietly until you're far, far away. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In that quiet night, we stand before Versailles, as we might before a shoreline from a fairy tale. The paths are lined with trees whose leaves lace a moss-coloured vault over the dark. The wind moves softly, touching the hem of evening and slipping through half-closed doors. Your heartbeat is steady, slow and round, like a gentle tap on a taut drumskin. Exhale, inhale. With each breath, the door of memory opens a little wider, Our setting is not merely a palace, it is a season of time. France after the Sun King is like a garden washed by a long rain. Earth rich with scent, tender shoots rising, old pathways revealed beneath puddles. In that air, people hope for a hush, a kinder rhythm, a new voice of gentleness. At the center of such fragile expectation, a small boy steps onto a throne. Every gaze turns to him as to a new star, mild, bright enough to believe in. That boy, in time, the world would call Louis XV. Imagine we pass through schoolrooms where a young prince learns to read and to listen to the sky. Masters teach him history as if teaching leaves, which are old, which are green, which give shade. He studies languages of distant courts, counts like turning pebbles in a stream, and learns war as he might learn a bird's path. He practices how to stand before a crowd, upright like an oak in wind. All of it happens slowly, evenly, like an autumn morning. The quill glides on thin silk paper, a hush. The breath of a delicate childhood, rising, falling. The realm then is a room after a banquet. People put away the silver, draw the curtains, wipe the trails of wax, and in a room return to quiet. Everyone hopes for a cooling breeze. As Louis XV comes of age, he is called Louis the Beloved. The title arrives like a warm, slow breath, like a lullaby set on a sleeping brow. When he steps onto the balcony for the first time as king, Versailles' large mirrors seem to sigh, reflecting a young face, gentle, bright eyes, and the way he tilts his head to listen. We will not hurry, for fragile things wish to be touched with warm palms. Walk at leisure into the star-shaped garden. Paths spread like rays, gentled by night. Stone statues murmur long stories, and the basins lie still as mirrors set upon old wooden tables. At times a nightbird leaves a branch, wing brushing wind like rustling silk. You hear your heart each beat, peaceable. You hear your breath in, then out like a tiny wave moving within a larger sea. In our tale, history wears no armor. It is simply a traveler in a soft wool scarf, pausing at each house to hear a quiet piano within. Small myths slip into the real. Some say that, at Versailles, the mirrors keep memory as moss keeps water, that if you touch the cold face of glass, you may hear the whisper of old gowns like leaves in a forest. Sometimes, at a corridor's end, a white-painted door opens as if by wind, revealing a little room where the fire has gone out, but warmth lingers like the day's last breath. In its corner, a book lies open, the page curling like a closing eyelid. From such pages our central figure steps. Louis XV is first a young man who listens. He loves the voice of art as one loves a stream not loud, yet enduring. He studies faraway maps as he studies clouds, slowly finding the lines of wind. And he trusts fine storytellers sometimes, like all people, trusting the ones who tell their stories a bit too finely. But for now we need only know he is a steady heartbeat inside a larger body called France. Each decision, each hesitation, is a breath in, out, nothing sharp, nothing hurried. Around him spreads a delicate net of expectation. Paris on a chilly morning wears mist like lace over its roofs. Shopkeepers open shutters, mothers tie ribbons, printers turn cranks with patient hands. In the provinces, fields are wet with dew. Wooden wheels cross soft tracks with a gentle grind. Far out at sea, sails are large leaves following weather and promise. These small rhythms gather into the breathing of a nation growing after yesterday's blaze. Within that breath, Versailles is a boat at anchor. By day, people pass, greetings pass, petitions chatter like sparrows. But at night where we stand, all returns to the slow. You may hear the pop of a candle like light rain, silk playing softly against silk. And you will see our figure, in the tender dark, not a monument, but a person near a half-open window, listening to the wind. Then, the name Louis the Beloved is a winter scarf of silk, warm and light, a promise. Yet history, like the sea, has tides. When water rises, it touches stone. When it falls, it leaves a fine fringe of salt. From Louis the Beloved to Louis the Despised. Not by a thunderclap, but by a long chain of days in which whispers change colour. Hopes grow heavy, like a cloak soaked with rain. and the best storytellers do not always tell the truth. In a palace where choices pass through many halls, the voice of people outside may blur like a candle the wind forgot. Even so, tonight we do not hurry to the bitterness. We lay a palm on the chest of the tale and feel its pulse still steady, still patient like a vessel gliding onward across a long swell. Before we go further, listen to your own heart. One more beat, then a deep, easy breath. In the dark, the stars over the star-shaped garden seem to draw closer, like salt sparks on a night sea. Along the baseboards, thick carpets hold the day's footsteps. Outside, leaves touch leaves in a passing breeze. History, myth, and a trace of make-believe intertwine like soft threads, weaving the shawl we gently lay across your eyes. We introduce our central figure thus, one once wrapped in affection, and slowly turned into a mirror for things people wished not to see. Yet in this telling, Louis XV remains a breathing man, slow and deep in a night room. He is a star that has shone and now drifts toward the quiet shore, as all stars do after morning. On the sill, a feather set in porcelain trembles like a heartbeat. Upon the desk, a sleeping pen holds a sliver of moon. Curtains fall like riverbanks. Between them, wind enters, carrying damp gardens and faraway air. If you rest your palm upon your chest, you will feel this story joining your rhythm. We do not run through history. We walk, pausing to hear the imagined crunch of gravel beneath the heel. When drowsiness arrives, let it sit beside you like an old friend. For even as larger changes take shape, voices, frictions, waves here, in the night's room, we keep breathing soft and slow, like a light boat adrift in a forgiving current. And when you have gathered enough opening scenes, the garden, the corridor, the bed near the window, the little candle, hold your favorite image and tuck it into your breast pocket like a gentle charm. The path ahead will be light as a hand fan, as a feather touching water, as a whisper resting on the lip of a smile. Louis XV will step a few paces more, and the figures around him, companions, courtiers, friendly shadows, will speak in turn. But first, it is breath, in, out, that brings your rhythm and the stories into one. Now say nothing yet. Listen to wind moving through the trees and know that Versailles does not fear night. Hear your heart like a musician counting time, even warm, enduring. And let our central figure, Louis XV, lean back in a velvet chair and close his eyes for a moment. We will wait until his breath and yours meet, like two small waves in a quiet bay, not colliding, only touching enough to know the story has begun. The night still lies over Versailles like a velvet scarf on hair. We walk on, our steps touching only the dew of air. In the star-shaped garden, the wind breathes in long measures, carrying earth and tender leaves through the windows. Along the corridor, old wood speaks in a small hush, retelling seasons already gone. At the turn, a thin candle drops wax patiently, one bead after another, steady as your heartbeat, slow, kind, and then dim. History opens here, not with trumpets, but with layered quiet. After the age of the Sun King, France seems a forest after brightness. Tall trunks still stand, but the sap has moved inward, flowing slower, deeper to the roots. In the squares, vendors raise their stalls under a pale morning. In the printing houses, hands turn the crank as if turning a mill of dreams. In small rooms, warm bread drifts like reassurance, all of it unhurried, all of it sharing a wide breath, as a great city sleeps half a morning longer. On such a ground, Versailles is a boat tied to the pier of night. By day it bears rituals, glances, smiles that guess at intent. But when night falls and only wind skims the stone, the boat is as still as a lake. Mirrors once crowded with jewels now keep a single clarity, the trembling of a candle. Beneath the polished vault, we can hear the corridors breathe an inhale when a door opens slightly, an exhale when drapes draw shut. There, the story of one person and of an entire dynasty begins to drift like water that will not be rushed. We return to our figure, Louis XV. Picture him in his gentlest hour, a man not yet old and no longer young, leaning into velvet, gazing into the soft dark of trees. He lifts a map, not to measure borders, but to imagine wind across harbours where white sails depart and come home again. When the map is laid aside, thin paper and his breath join in a single rhythm, in, out, like a small wave touching a pier. He was once called Beloved, a name arriving like silk around a throat in misty weather. When he stepped onto the balcony, faces below lifted as to a new star. Yet time, a river rounding many bends, slowly altered its colour. Those nearest to him sometimes told stories too neatly. Decisions passed through many hands before reaching a desk, and the voice of streets, fields, and docks thinned to smoke. We do not judge quickly. In this telling, all moves slowly. We place a palm upon our chests and listen to our own pulse to catch the story's beat. The court then is a garden with many paths. One leads to the music room, where the harp sounds like water poured into glass. One opens toward the banquet hall, where crystal kisses crystal like star to sea. One leads to the library, where letters line up like seeds. Louis XV lingers at the library's threshold longer than at the rest, as if to hear a quill on paper before any human speech. He prefers unhurried tales, voices that set harvest, ocean, and books beside each other. In this, he is a gardener tending plants with silence. Yet history is also a weaver. It threads hope and weariness into the same cloth. Across that cloth, the strands of warfare, finance, promises, and hesitations cross like cloud before the moon. We need not see each thread, only know that, through many years, the warm name gained weight. People still spoke it, but their tone changed. From distant fields to the noise of the docks, from kitchens to corners where pamphlets were pressed, a wind shifted. It did not howl, it merely persisted, until even steady candles trembled. Tonight we allow a thin layer of myth. Imagine Versailles mirrors as pools that remember. When Louis XV passes, his shape falls upon them like a leaf. The leaf drifts slowly, turning, settling where a candle loosens one more drop of wax. Then, the human thing becomes clear. His hesitation is not thunder, but mist. It comes with morning, light, and everywhere, making edges gentle, unclear. Through mist, people often misread. Outside, Paris takes a long breath. The river moves, the market opens. Church bells mark the hour like an invisible hand tapping air. In bookshops, printed sheets smell of ink and hope. In the provinces, wooden wheels travel soft tracks, leaving shallow lines like pencil. Many eyes wait for a tender change, not a violent tug like drawing a curtain for a breeze. But wind, sometimes, passes roofs without entering rooms. On another measure, we lean closer to our figure. He lays a hand on a book's cover and smooths it. Ink stains the finger faintly, a trace of listening hours. He is no stranger to what is good. Music, language, long conversations. In sufficient candlelight, he seems a keeper of tempo, wishing the score of his reign to move evenly, not too quick, never falling. Yet outside, the orchestra has grown beyond the room, and instruments sound from corners he has never walked. This pause is for you. Breathe in and breathe out, as slowly as wind along leaves. Hear your heart, one beat and then another, warm and enduring as a hand set on your shoulder. Imagine the smell of wax, wood, and old paper. Hear silk greeting silk with a soft hello. Press an ear to the story's chest, and you'll hear a low, steady tone, the sound of seasons turning, the ocean's far hum. There is a sentence which, though gently, we must speak so truth can place its foot upon the floor. His body decayed, like the very monarchy he ruled. The words are sharp, yet in this voice they are only a passing shadow on water, reminding us that the fate of a person and the fate of dynasties share a natural path of fading, and taking one more quiet step, we must whisper another. His death became a symbol of the moral and political decline of pre-revolutionary France. Having said it, we set the sentence down as one sets a pebble in a palm, its weight real, its surface smooth, not tearing sleep. Now let us close this portion with a small scene. The candle lower than before. On the sill, night's dust of dew. Far off, imagined waves meeting shore on a steady beat, like your heart. Louis XV still sits, head tilted to listen. He wears no armour, no crown in this moment. He is simply a man on a gentle slope of time, so that his last steps disturb no one. When he shuts his eyes, the room itself breathes out, and the night, like an old friend, draws the blanket to his chin. So the tale continues, not with sudden sound, but with warmth spreading slowly. Outside, trees keep speaking to wind. Inside, the pen lies still, but words are ready. We will go on with this same breathing, with this same little flame to meet the faces behind the drapes. Companions, courtiers, and the kind shadows of conscience. Each will say a line, and give the silence back, and we will remember that all things, in the end, drift toward the same soft place. A deep sleep where history grows less sharp and people grow less tired. Night still rests on Versailles like a thin, cool veil. The wind walks the star-shaped garden in steps, so light it seems to touch the leaves with fingertips. At a window left ajar, a slender candle breathes, its flame tilting like a butterfly at rest. You can hear it, your own heart. One beat, then another, in, out, gentle as small waves meeting a stone lip. Within this unhurried space, we weave a few more threads so the shawl of history can cover the story's shoulders. After the long ribbon of King Louis XIV's reign, eyes turn toward a future with hopes for a new tempo, lighter, clearer. As Louis XV crossed the threshold of youth, people whispered softly that perhaps here was a reforming king, intelligent, capable, listening to the age's breath, smoothing the palm beneath the ship of state as it entered a bend of restless water. In those first years, they called him Louis the Beloved. The name felt like silk on a brow in misty weather, warm enough, cool enough, bringing the whole country's heartbeat into a single, quiet pace. Walk very slowly through the corridor where old wood smells of resin, where portraits regard you with eyes faded softly by time. In the music room, the harp pours tones like water over pebbles. In the library, leather, bound books sleep like gentle animals, turning now and then with the quiet of a single leaf. Between them moves Louis XV, as a gardener might, fingers touching leaves instead of swords, eyes on the drift of clouds rather than on measured borders. He listens for emerging voices, the way a watcher of fields listens to the whisper of tender grain. Thus the nation's hope took the shape of mornings, light rising slowly, milk, soft and never glaring. Lay your ear against the palace's breathing. A door opens and inhale, drapes draw an exhale, steady and warm as a hand resting on a tired shoulder. Upon the long table, maps lie still, rivers curving like pale ribbons, pens doze beside the ink as oars moored to appear. When Louis XV sets a fingertip to a paper's edge, we hear a contact so fine it is like dew touching the throat of a flower. He reads, then pauses, then reads again, like one who learns to hear music before learning to keep the time. You listen with him in, out, in, out. In Paris, morning drapes lace over rooftops. Shopkeepers open doors that sigh like small lungs. Bread warms the street with its kindly scent. Bells mark hours without haste, reminding each passerby that life prefers an adagio. In print shops, cranks turn evenly. White pages wait for ink as meadows wait for rain. At distant quays, sails fold like birds settling in branches. Steel-coloured waves reach the shore in the heartbeats of sailors. Together these make a soft ground tone, a quiet hem for the promise of reform beating in the centre. At night, we borrow a slip of mythic silk and lay it on history's stone. They say the mirrors of Versailles keep memory. Each time Louis XV passes, his figure falls there like a leaf touching a pool, drawing a single ring that fades. Press a palm to the cold glass and you may catch the murmur of gentle counsel. Spend less on dazzle, listen deeper, file the sharp corners from justice. The advice does not press. It simply flows as candles do, as night does, as a breeze does through velvet. Our figure, the one called Beloved, is no statue. He has lungs and pulse and the need for intervals of quiet. See him at evening when light lies on the chill roofs. He stands at the balcony, eyes set toward the star-plot garden. The orchestra's echo from the hall is like a far sea. A bird scratches a thin line across the sky. Silk rustles like rain through trees. He draws a long breath in, pulling leaf and water and stone into his chest, and lets it go out unhurried, returning to night the things that day had borrowed. In that rhythm, the rain seems to breathe with him, wishing for a road made wide without anyone needing to run. The politics of the moment, seen from a distance, is a carpet woven from bright and dark threads. The bright are the people's expectations, the delicate intentions of fairer taxes, gentler order, governance that bends where bending is the only kindness. The dark are old habits, heavy forms, the ceremonial feet that circle a decision too many times. In our telling, the threads do not quarrel. They lie beside one another like two rivers keeping the same bank of sand. If you can still hear your own heart, the pattern will not weary your eyes. Now a mild spirit of the deep wood steps in the keeper of a growing tale's measure. She stands behind Louis XV and lays a pad of moss upon the sill so the wind may enter without cooling the room. She listens with us. The small pop of a candle, the stroke of fabric upon fabric, the testing of a nib. Then she touches the king's shoulder, a touch no one sees, as if to say that reform, when it comes, should arrive like a season, not a storm, but leaves changing, blossoms coming, then fruit in the living order of things. During the first years of rule, while the name Louis the Beloved still carried the warmth of linen under sun, Versailles did no new mornings. Conversations lasted longer. Questions were allowed to breathe. Proposals no longer trembled at the table's edge. In provincial towns, letter writers spoke of hope with a calm voice, as if describing the river through their birthplace. In workshops, hammers struck more lightly, yielding to an easier laughter. These movements were small as groundwater, yet anyone who placed an ear to earth could hear them. And in a quiet room, the heart of our central figure kept that same time soft, even, faithful. Let us pause. Hear your chest widen and settle, like two doors moving without a creak. Hear a second of absolute stillness in the building, then the next second filling with air. Imagine moonlight spreading across tiles of grey-blue, the bright shape drifting slowly like a silver boat across a sleeping bay. Everything speaks one language to you. No hurry, no contest, no need to win. If anything needs naming, let it be this. Within shoulders that carried reforming hopes, Louis XV remained a person, one learning to align his own breathing with the wide breathing of an age. He never promised with fire, he promised with candlelight. He did not speak in thunder, he spoke in wind. For that, beloved, was once the right name, the morning's hand upon the brow of night, saying, "Sleep a little longer, and we will rise together." At the end of this passage, we close some doors and let the flame grow smaller. Outside, trees continue their quiet talk with wind. Inside, a book lies open, a red ribbon laid between pages. Louis XV leans back, shuts his eyes and listens. You may shut yours as well. Your breath and the stories meet in the middle, like two waves touching and then parting, leaving a surface calm as glass. When ready, we will move on, keeping this same slow pulse to greet the faces and the choices that will arrive like morning, mild, luminous, and never startling. The night still lies in silence above Versailles, with only the sound of wind drifting through the star-shaped garden, caressing the leaves as if gentle fingers playing a harp. Do you hear it? One gentle inhale and a soft exhale. In, out. In that cool hush, Versailles no longer hums with its former splendor. Long corridors stand empty of joyful footsteps. Only candles flicker, droplets of wax falling steadily, reminding us of unceasing time. The court's portrait has shifted, from the bright promise of youth to muted tones steeped in melancholy. Louis XV, once hailed as a reforming sovereign, now leans into pleasure indulgence, guiding his path, entrusting governance to mistresses and ministers. Imagine him seated in a private chamber, candlelight casting blurry outlines on his face. The scent of perfume and roses mingles with wax vapors, shrouding the space in a fine mist. He may hear the harp's distant chords, but state affairs are quietly discussed behind half-closed doors, between soft breaths and whispered words. In the next pause, you feel your own heartbeat slow, in rhythm with historical change. Versailles is more than a palace. It is a living body, with breath, circulation, and shivers. When Louis XV hands a new tax plan to a trusted aide, then walks away, you sense a gust of windbrush past the drapes, carrying the silent grievances of townsfolk beyond the gates. Gradually, the people's trust erodes. Weak policies in the War of the Austrian Succession, from 1740 to 1748, left France's armies stumbling, ammunition scarce, banners fleeing the field. Soon after came the 7 Years' War from 1756 to 1763, which thrust France into turmoil, colonies slipping away, taxes rising, treasury coffers emptied. Each letter arriving by ship told of suffering villages and deserted ports. In those moments, you taste salt on the air, the sea's grief mirroring a nation's. Marianne de Pompadour and later Jeanne du Barry existed not just in Versailles legend, but in council debates. Their public roles stirred whispers of lavish balls and costly celebrations, even as fields lay fallow and grain prices soared. The people's murmurs, once drowned by harp music, grew louder. Does our king hear us? Do you hear? The wind's weary sigh, as delicate as a butterfly's wing. Inside the royal council chamber, silence drapes over the assembly like dew on leaves. Finance ministers present deficit reports, their voices trembling like candle flames. Proposals for tax and administrative reform once hailed as a fresh breeze struck against the walls of privilege, snagging on every mention of nobles' exemptions. Debate hung in the air like breath caught mid-sentence, lengthy, weighty, never rising to a cry. Feel the palace breathe. In, out, in, out. The garden pathways pause, straining to catch tidings of hope. Drums calling the guard echo through the grand hall. Outside, rooftops lie still in the silvery moonlight. The remaining soldiers march past in measured steps, tapping out a solemn nocturne. Losing the people's favour did not happen overnight, but in countless droplets filling a pool. Picture a once clear stream clouding with silt. That silt is crushing tax burdens, abandoned fields, the tears of mothers carrying grain across narrow bridges. Courtiers feasted unaware, until the banquet's wine-scented laughter proved futile to drown silent tears on the ground. In the silence between two breaths, see Versailles' reflection. No longer the palace of radiance, but of elongated shadows. Its once vibrant carpets fade along worn paths. Its cheerful portraits now hang in strained frames. Its oil lamps burn with sooty haze. Every wall whispers a tale of delayed decisions and unkept promises. Calm yourself. Listen to your heartbeat. In, out, like gentle waves washing the shore. Can you sense the country's quiet grief? Like the laboured breaths of the gravely ill, Versailles is weakening. Louis XV, the beloved king of old, stands at a crossroads, freeze in place or struggle onward, even as the people's footsteps recede. The hush deepens. A gentle breeze stirs in the garden. Listen closely to your heart. 1, 2, 3. Slow breaths. Each breath a reminder. All glory is fragile. Every laughter eventually hushes, and then, amid the stillness, a church bell tolls deep and mournful. It does not proclaim victory, but humbly urges, look inward. Under moonlight, Versailles seems to lift its gaze. Louis XV releases his grip on the map, breathes deeply in hearing dried leaves roll in the wind, then out exhaling the last note of a sombre melody. The tale of decline unfolds not in a blink, but through each step, each breath, each heartbeat. Hold this quiet in your heart to feel history's turning. As night ebbs and a pale dawn seeps into corridors, Versailles will awaken anew, not to the past alone, but tinged with both hope and regret. And when you arise, carry this slow breathing with you. Hear your heart beating gently, reminding you that every story needs its moments of stillness. For we may then recognize the value of peace and the strength of compassion. Night drapes Versailles in a velvet curtain of darkness, with only the stars glimmering on the cold rooftops. A breeze wanders down the corridors, bearing the cool breath of the star-shaped garden, soft as a whispering lullaby. Do you hear it? One gentle inhale and one tender exhale. In, out, as gentle as ripples on a glassy pond. In that unhurried atmosphere, the tale turns a sorrowful corner, the people's loss of faith. Beneath soft candlelight, Versailles is splendid yet hollow, like a brightly painted canvas lacking depth. Outside its grand gates, common folk toil in hardship. Grain prices soar, fields lie fallow, floods and droughts alternate, and worry greets them at dawn. They hear church bells marking the hour, but those bells do not ring in their hearts. They echo from another world. Imagine cobblestone streets slick with rain, humble homes huddled beneath mist, and bent figures carrying sacks of rice homeward. Their footsteps are heavy, drooping like dew-laden grass. Beyond, once green rice paddies wither for lack of water. Your heart beats steady, deep merges with the pulse of a weary nation. 1, 2, 3. Do you feel it? Meanwhile, the court's silks and jewels blaze in lavish festivities. On gilded tables, confections of vibrant hue and rivers of finest wine, their fragrances thick as honey. Nobles dance beneath crystal chandeliers, laughing beneath fireworks in vast courtyards, oblivious to cries from distant villages. As they revel, they sanction crushing taxes, that the palace may overflow with velvet and lace. At those banquets, power slips into the hands of political lovers, the king's favourites, Madame de Pompadour and Madame de Barry. They are not merely festival beauties, but arbiters of favour. Who is honoured, who receives patronage, who collects taxes, and which coffers remain empty. Whispers of unjust privilege drift through elaborately decorated halls. Oppose her, lose your place, dissent, and you will vanish. Thus the court ceases to be a seat of justice, becoming a rose garden bristling with hidden thorns. Silence returns. Feel. One breath in, and one breath out. In, out. Like a feather skimming still water. In the hush, Enlightenment ideas seep among all classes. Scholars poring over texts, students in libraries, itinerant merchants exchanging tales of liberty, equality, and reason. They compare their lives to the theories they learn. Why do we starve while the king feasts on gold? Why does power flow to so few? Concepts of natural rights and the social contract sprout like seeds in parched earth. At morning markets, new questions ring out. Am I not a person? Do I not deserve to contribute and to be heard? Each question beats within the heart with greater force. Here, your heartbeat, one beat, then two, stronger, amid the serenity of night. In Versailles' library, freshly imported volumes, scented of paper and ink, mingle with the aroma of aging cedar. Manuscripts by Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot rest upon shelves like silent treasures. Oil lamps cast shifting pools of light on pages that beckon. Use reason as your guide. Face reality, not illusions. Young scholars whisper quotations, pinning pages to walls as though adorning the night with butterflies of thought. Breezes scroll through the corridors, skimming drapes like distant streams. You hear a breath, then another, like waves lapping a quiet shore. In that moment, the court's opulence and the people's hunger stand in stark contrast. Brilliance and shadow entwined. Each candle in the palace that burns brighter deepens the darkness in the hearts of the many. In the throne room, a mural chronicles past glories, but its fragments now feel fractured. Louis XV senses the yawning gap between his early title of the Beloved and the reality of fracture. He once sought reform, once wished to heed the people's voice, yet power slipped to mistresses and interminable councils yielded no decisive action. In a stolen moment of stillness, when the king retreats behind closed doors, only his heartbeat remains faint and hesitant, as if trembling before secrets too great to voice. Night deepens, yet tranquility has fled. The doorkeeper counts silent steps, the stone floor echoing each tread. Marble halls, eternal yet cold, show wear along seams. Candles gutter and die, revealing cracks in tiled floors. The palace, cradle of secret dealings, now lays bare its flaws. You draw a slow breath and let it go. In, out, in, out. You feel history's breath join your own, composing a muted symphony. A court in its decadence, a starving populace, an awakening enlightenment all weave, an anxious melody heard across the land, though softly, though slowly. In the closing moment of this chapter, Versailles exists only as a ghostly silhouette enveloping a nation's soul. Hopes for justice and freedom glow like candles set upon night's flower beds. Even if mist obscures and winds die away, a single flame will endure. With each steady breath, in, out, we await a new dawn, poised in fragile quiet. Night in Versailles lay motionless like a dream yet to awaken. A thin moonbeam streamed through the iron bars of the balcony, casting a silver sliver upon the wooden floor. The evening breeze drifted through the star-shaped garden, turning the perfume of blossoms into a cool hush. Do you hear it? One breath, then another, in, out, like wind cradling drifting clouds. In that silent expanse, a frail figure lay amidst velvet drapes. It was Louis XV, once hailed as the Beloved, the beacon of reform, now facing his final hour. The chamber exuded the scent of candle wax and aged timber, tainted by a foul odour, the unmistakable stench of smallpox erupting across his flesh. A mythic whisper might suggest a night goddess stooping to lull him. Stay calm. But reality was harsher. Louis XV was struck suddenly by smallpox. The grand hall, once resonant with music and intimate murmurs, now held only his soft moans and the sound of sweat drops pattering on cold tiles. Here, his heartbeat. Slow. 1 beat, 2 beats. Growing feeble, like a lantern's fading glow. He drew in the thick, reeking air, then exhaled, expelling a toxic tremor. The fever flared like a smouldering blaze, scorching, inflaming his skin into swollen, weeping sores. Each pustule was a pang of agony, a reminder of mortal fragility. 2 devoted attendants, ghostly figures behind the drapes, tried to gently wipe his brow, but the rancid stench overwhelmed them. Finally, one recoiled in horror, stammering, "Your Majesty, forgive us," and fled, leaving Louis XV alone in the emptiness and chaos of a body descending into decay. Silence deepened. Do you hear? Your breath. In. Out. The wind beyond the window, sweeping past the curtain like a final farewell. Versailles was no longer a splendid palace but a sacred tomb, sheltering unspeakable suffering and utter solitude. In gentler memories, Louis XV once stood before a mirror, adjusting his robes with hopeful intent to guide his people. Now the glass lay shattered, its fragments distorting his reflection in the dying candlelight. He shook his head feebly, as if to dispel a nightmare, but the pain pressed on. There is no escape. All sacred rites, trumpets, veneration, prayers were forsaken, deemed too defiled. Feel your heartbeat, rising, then falling, so gentle, so measured. His sweat darkened the linens, staining them with the final trace of life. A solitary drop slipped from the bed's edge, silent as a forgotten tear. He lay there, utterly alone, within 4 ornate walls that felt hollow. No grand funeral, no cortege of thousands, only a handful of guards hastening away, sealing the door with a heavy bolt, wary of the contagion within. Silence stood as the last ember of light before night thickened. Your breath echoes. In, out, in, out. All sounds merging into a mournful symphony. Your breath as drumbeats, the wind as string instruments. And then, Louis XV released his last breath with the faintness of a firefly's final glow. He slipped away without lamentation, without clamorous prayer, only an absolute stillness, like a candle's final shuttered flame cast upon an empty wall. His ultimate disgrace, his body so ravaged that royal rites were postponed. He was wrapped in a lead-lined coffin, sealed away like a blight. No procession through the square, only the wooden wheels clicking softly in the night, carrying him to a hurried grave. Listen. Your heartbeat. 1, 2, then gone. As if the entire palace has ceased to breathe. His breath, Versailles' breath, and your breath. blended into nothingness, like stars extinguishing before dawn. Night darkened deeper, leaving only the scent of wax and must. Versailles became the spectre of a painful epoch's end, a tragedy measured in uncounted tears. In the vast stillness, hope of a new dawn seemed distant, yet endured like a faint ember beneath the earth. Draw in a slow, full breath and let it out with gentle care. In this breath, we bid farewell to Louis XV, the final solitary king with a lullaby whispered softly. Rest now, in peace. A pale spring dawn slowly drapes the canopy of Versailles in softened emerald light. The leaves whisper as if sharing secrets with the morning mist, and the last golden embers of twilight linger in the air. In this gentle hush, the hurried farewell for Louis XV, the monarch entwined with hopes and heartbreaks unfolds with surprising quietude. Along the cobblestone avenue, candles stand sentinel on either side, their amber glow rising in spirals of smoke like a midnight dance of unseen spirits. The scene feels like a half-forgotten dream, where mourners step lightly, wary of disturbing anything fading away. The palette is muted, dawn's silvery grey, the soft yellow of candlelight, the warm taupe of hastily lettered announcements. At the leaden casket, Louis's body is sealed in thick metal, as if hiding a secret too awful to reveal. The cloying odour of decay clings to the air, marking its presence with brutal clarity. Petals drift down ghostly pink against the grey stones, and though they might seem tokens of honour, they read more like pale stains of remembrance, hints that beauty itself can carry a stain. The funeral drum sounds once, then again, each thud a measured breath urging stillness. The rhythm lingers between beats, allowing one to feel the unspoken spaces. In those pauses, the soft, collective inhalations of onlookers in, out, ripple through the air like waves gently kissing the shore. Citizens line the route, but do not weep. Some bow, some stand in silence, a few smirk with knowing irony. They remember the promises of reform, the early glow of the beloved king, followed by lavish court extravagance, while markets outside echoed with cries of hunger. Figures drift by like summer sparrows, unwilling to tether themselves to a fallen monarch. Whispers pass along the throng. At last, no more taxes. Sleep well tonight. Those words, light as feathers, ripple beneath one's feet, as though a warning gong has sounded. History is turning. The blend of sorrow and satire feels like gazing upon shattered glass at one's reflection. At a corner, an old man places a hand on his chest and exhales a plume of smoke that curls in the dim light before vanishing. Every forest that overshadows must yield space for new sunlight, he murmurs. I nod, feeling the breeze swirl around us, carrying hints of damp earth and reborn greenery. The formal rites last but moments. No grand oration, only a whispered benediction over a crackling loudspeaker. We remember a soul of glory and grief. The words drift through the windows and into quietude. Mourners clasp hands, bow heads, then drift away, leaving Louis XV alone with dawn's first glow and dew bright on the grass by his tomb. Few recall this detail. As the hearse rolled forth, a side door of the palace whispered open, revealing Madame du Barry the confidante. She stood motionless, gaze trailing the carriage's path, a solitary bloom against tarnished stone. Then she turned, leaving only a faint footprint and a silent jest. Even a closest ally becomes a mere shadow when history's doors close. After the ceremony, the courtyard lay hushed, sunlight filtering through lace-like leaves into golden motes on stone. Incense mingled with the scent of fresh earth. The wind sighed, in, out, as though breathing in the city itself. No echo of trumpets remained. Life's ordinary cadence resumed. Carriage wheels clopping on pavement, brushes sweeping the courtyard, sparrows greeting daybreak. A modern parallel comes to mind. When a leader falls from grace today, people gather behind screens, scrolling with terse memes, then calmly sip coffee, head to work. Digital waves of quiet mockery crash, then recede. In the same way, Louis's death sparked hushed cheers and rumours before fading into the palace echo. Imagine tweet-like fragments in collective memory. A king scorned, a dynasty unraveling, a bittersweet victory in remembered scorn. Do you feel it? Your breath, one beat, two beats, then a long stillness, where once his heart pulsed. In that silence, we sense history's cycle, birth, bloom, decay, and transformation into a half-remembered legend. And like all legends, even in absence it pulses on a fragile heartbeat buried in earth and memory. At last, only the rustle of leaves remains, candles extinguished, mourners dispersing. The earth bears a dusting of ash grey, like a canvas awaiting new strokes. Fallen petals lie on stone, mingled with the whisper of carriage wheels. From a distance, Versailles slumbers, and within its dreams appears Louis XV solitary, sorrowed, forever gone among the shards of time. Draw in a slow, deep breath, and exhale, softly. This breath carries the story away, to other chambers, other generations, where teller becomes listener, listener becomes dreamer of every flicker in the past. For even the weightiest history can lull us with gentle echoes, the slow drum of morning, the dim glow of candles, the shared breath of earth and sky. A gentle haze drifts over the rooftops of Versailles, tinting the cobblestones in soft grey. Sunset washes each column in warm taupe, as the breeze through the ancient pines stirs silver-green needles with a hushed sigh. Do you hear it? One breath in, one breath out, in, out, as serene as waves caressing the shore. Upon this tranquil stage, the unfortunate legacy of Louis XV appears not with drums, but through the echoing weight of overwhelming debt. France found itself burdened by public loans piled high, like a weary traveller bowing beneath an endless load. The treasury lay empty, account ledgers creaking in secret alcoves, where ministers grappled to fill the void, only to pass the unsolvable puzzle to the new king, Louis XVI. Across the provinces, dawn's mist mingles with cooking smoke, creating ribbons of pale haze that hint at a quiet struggle against hunger. Tiny hamlets hunker beneath rolling hills, roofs fading to muted red, windows firmly shut. The clip-clop of oxen on dirt paths, distant cawing of crows, and belated rooster calls herald the close of one era. Each breath drawn by a peasant is a whispered lament. Taxes rise, harvests fail. Then in, out, continuing familiar toil. In the towns, shopfronts close early, eyes meeting with unspoken questions. When will our hunger end? Oil lamps flicker behind fogged glass, casting halos on dark brick. An old man sits on church steps, gaze fixed on a board declaring a 10% tax increase, a sentence etched in stone. No shout, only silence broken by a stifled sigh. In, out, as relief scarcely escapes. Within the palace walls, Louis XVI paces the grand hall, beneath chandeliers that hang like crystal promises waiting to shatter. His attire immaculate, face lined with worry that no splendor can conceal. Instead of ceremonial drums, he hears the shuffle of financial reports, the rustle of debt ledgers. Crystal prisms catch daylight, scattering it across maps of rivers and plains, yet his horizon seems veiled in fog. A modern echo resonates here. When a corporation collapses under debt, executives pore over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, hearts pounding at each deficit alert. Similarly, beneath Louis's crown, advisors slipped him printed summaries urging cuts and restructuring. The rustle of paper on paper sounded like dry leaves brushing across a courtyard, stirring unease. In the royal library, precious Enlightenment texts Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu rest behind glass. Their pages glint under candlelight. Courtiers inch in to glimpse a paragraph, then close the volume as though fearful of unleashing a secret. A breeze through the open window murmurs, "Change approaches." That murmur is the breath of new ideas, freedom, equality, fraternity slipping through keyholes, seeping into cracks in the stone. Young scholars cluster in shadowed alcoves, trading passages on natural rights, their voices low but determined. We have rights too. Their breathing quicker, bolder merges with dawn's mist, kindling a silent wave. In a moonlit grove, a wilting rose bush is replanted, an emblem of rebirth. Petals fall like paper slips bearing reform manifestos. Here Louis XVI once paused, dreaming of joyful crowds. Now he hears murmurs of discontent, buckets raised in wells, children weeping, labourers clattering bricks for village repair. A lesser-known footnote: the Crown nearly issued new paper currency promising rescue but fueling inflation, sending prices skyward. A cruel jest. Money without value, debts without relief. The proposal sits dusty in a desk drawer, waiting its turn. The drawer's click echoes like a heart's rhythmic beat in darkness. As dusk deepens, Versailles breathes a weary sigh. Its corridors stand still, like trees sheltering a forest that braves a storm. Louis XVI's heel taps the marble, a solitary click, resonating like an alarm bell. His breath laboured, hesitant, seems to count down. 1, 2, 3, to the rising tide. A touch of irony persists. Some say Louis XVI need not draw sword. Collapse under debt was enough. The French Revolution did not erupt from a single cry, but from countless whispers and breathy sighs that swelled beyond restraint. Every transformation begins in silence, with a tight breath before the decisive exhale. Change. Then the wave surged. Revolutionary drums made no timetable. Chants of liberté, égalité, fraternité rippled through towns. But when that tide rose, it drew strength from silent undercurrents already in place. Debt, discontent, fresh ideas. Cracks in Versailles' marble echo cracks in a nation's soul. Do you feel it? One breath in, one breath out. In, out. This cadence bears witness to a great shift. Louis XV laid the groundwork, and Louis XVI, burdened by that legacy, steps into history as the unrescuable king. Yet within that darkness flickers a faint light, poised to blaze at dawn of a new age. A morning mist drifts across the rooftops of Versailles, veiling the pale grey cobblestones in a whisper of silver. Dawn's gentle light, delicate as silk, filters through the leaves, painting the courtyard with shifting patterns of warmth. A soft wind murmurs through the columns, carrying the garden's damp breath in hushed tones. Can you hear it? A breath in, a breath out, in, out. So calm, so steady. This tranquil scene reminds us that, after storms of history, all returns to fragile peace. Such is the legacy of Louis XV, once hailed as the Beloved, now a muted, cautionary tale of a king who ignored his people. When desire and indifference guide a court, the grandest palace becomes an empty shell, concealing a hollow heart. In the dawn's glow, the gravel paths into Versailles stand deserted. No echo of opulent revellers, only a few draped figures gliding by. The sound of their heels striking stone rings out like a measured pulse, 1, 2, 1, 2, reminding us that even a dynasty must keep time with its people's breaths or risk falling out of step. Legends say Louis XV lost himself in lavish feasts and ephemeral pleasures, forgetting the pleas of the poor outside those gates. They laboured under crushing taxes, ploughed brittle fields, and looked toward the palace with hope, only to see the crystal lights glint through curtains but never illuminate a single humble hearth. Amid the stillness, Enlightenment whispers stirred like a gentle breeze. Fewer know that, deep in the royal library, hidden copies of Montesquieu's writings circulated covertly, bridging the gap between power and reason. Courtiers pinched passages to palace walls, the rustle of paper reminding one and all, authority alone is not enough. Today's digital world echoes that history. When leaders grow distant, people like a satirical post, then move on to coffee. Louis XV had no tweets, but printed pamphlets and scrawled petitions did the trick, only to end recycled before they sparked real change. High noon's sun bore down on Pietra Serena walls, revealing every tiny crack etched by time. The only sounds: a gardener's quiet breath as he tended the beds, the faint tap of a mason resetting a loose stone, a sparrow's gentle sneeze in the eaves. In all these small details dwells the image of a monarchy once thought eternal, now fracturing with every human sigh. A little-known footnote: near the end of his reign, the court quietly purchased vast heaps of cheap sugar, hoarding sweetness while the masses starved. That fact surfaces only in scattered surviving ledgers, a delicious irony that the people longed for sugar even as the court gorged on bargains. As dusk settled and the sky deepened to lavender, twilight reflected in the still waters of a garden pond. The croak of frogs provided a lonesome nocturne, nature's breath suspended between day and night, stretching time like a soft tide. In that moment, the central message ripples forth. A king who loses his people, lost to indulgence and neglect, will not only ruin himself but shatter an entire great system. Do you hear it? A breath in, a breath out. In, out. Each inhale marks the end of one chapter, each exhale the beginning of another. Color, sound, light, and breath weave a silent wave of emotion, a gentle reminder that true power springs from the common folk, not an empty throne. A soft dawn mist drifts across the rooftops of Versailles, draping the pale grey stones in a delicate silver veil. The first light of day, as thin as silk, filters through the leaves, casting a gentle mosaic across the courtyard. A quiet breeze whispers through the columns, carrying the damp breath of the star-shaped garden in hushed tones. Can you hear it? A breath in, a breath out, in, out. So calm, so even. This serene scene reminds us that after all life's upheavals, we return to fragile peace. It's as if the grandest palace fades into memory, leaving only that whisper of quiet where a king once stood. Let all distractions dissolve, and simply feel the present moment's softness. Hear your own breathing slow, steady, blending with the hush of night. One inhale, one exhale, like waves gently lapping the shore, then receding into stillness. Do you catch the distant murmur of a river, telling untold stories as it winds along the bank? Picture that gentle current tracing silver curves, where soft grass murmurs to the breeze. Moonlight paints a pathway across the water, guiding weary souls toward rest. Here, regrets and resentments melt into darkness, making room for absolute tranquility. Leaf litter falls softly to the ground, each landing a silent farewell to the day just past. We count the final drips of wax from a dying candle, 1, 2, 3, before its flame surrenders entirely. But fear not, for in that moment, your spirit is illuminated by memory's warmth and the fragile glow of compassion. In the vast stillness, let your heart settle like an autumn leaf drifting on a cool stream. Yesterday's burdens slip away, leaving only you, sleeping peacefully. The night breeze offers one last caress, brushing your hair, touching your skin, reassuring you that you are safe, cradled in care. Now, only a steady breath remains, like a silent bell's soft toll. All the grandeur and fall of dynasties lie buried in history. Tonight, you need only sink into gentle slumber. Your eyelids grow heavy, your lips curve in the comfort of a familiar lullaby. Life, in its continual change, still shows us how to find serenity. Let each breath guide you. Inhale, hold. Exhale, hold. Each pause a dewdrop resting on a leaf. As you close your eyes, the world recedes, leaving only moonlight and the breeze's soft whisper. Your soul lies still like a mirror-smooth lake, untouched by ripples. And now, I gently draw this story to a close, like softly closing a cherished book. Sleep, and dream your way to the calmest haven. In your dreams, wander through silent forests beneath shimmering stars, listening to the trees' gentle rustle. If your heart stirs with unrest, remember that silver river outside, ever flowing, never ceasing. May your sleep be sweet and peaceful. Tonight, let every worry fade with the night's fragrance, as you slip into a quiet dreamland. Surrender to the flicker of the dying candle's glow, and let each breath carry you deeper into soothing rest. Good night, and sleep well. Hey guys, tonight we settle close, like friends meeting after a long day, and push open a small old door in Europe's memory. Outside, the wind moves along the dark trees, smoothing the face of a lake with a gentle hand. On the cold tiles of a distant chateau, the moon lies thin as silk, pouring a tender light across the courtyard. In our room, a little candle melts slowly to the whisper of wax, throwing soft shapes onto the wall like floating memories. And in this quiet, we step into Versailles, not the clamorous Versailles of banquets, but the late-night Versailles, where footsteps have turned to dust and only the tides of time murmur in the old mirrors. Tonight, we speak of Louis XV, a name once breathed with affection, then slowly wrapped in a silence hard to name. But rest easy. This tale is not here to rattle your nerves. It is here to cradle your tired eyes. We move slowly, like strolling through a damp forest after rain, listening to leaves, breathing the scent of moss and earth. Each step is a breath. Each breath opens a soft door in history. And if a tiny joke drifts by, it is only to smile at ourselves, Barn se hong song sot noido. Not because the story is frightening, but because, before you know it, you'll have fallen asleep. Before we begin, lend me a brief second. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It's like lighting one more candle not to burn anything down, only to warm the room. And if you'd like, leave a comment telling me where you live and what time it is for you right now. I love to imagine clocks in many time zones slowing together, like a nighttime choir. Now we stand on the threshold of the year 1774, while keeping our feet in the present. Listen, the wind is moving along the long corridors, lifting the edge of darkened velvet. Somewhere far off, a star-shaped garden fades into mist. Flower beds sleep, and groves close their eyes as if eavesdropping on humankind. Inside, the mirrors of Versailles no longer reflect noisy smiles. They reflect a wavering candle, a figure thinned by time, a king once called beloved. We hurry to judge neither man nor age. We simply sit, as if hearing faraway waves touch a stone shore, and understand that every rain, like every breath, has a coming and a going, a season of brightness and a season of rest. You might sense the ancient wood of a great door, its hinge singing like a cello. Let your imagination walk the hallway, palm on cool stone, hearing the distant echo of old heels on tile. In a not too large room, a bed stands near a window, its thin curtains swelling like a small sail under a friendly wind. Moonlight passes through the gauze, spilling onto an open book, as if the page, too, is breathing. Here, Louis XV's story opens not with the trumpets of history, but with the whisper of things all people know: weariness, hope, and the weightless moment just before sleep. We look at Versailles at midnight as we look at a moonless sea, wide, deep, and still. Sometimes a memory flickers like sea spark, applause from a banquet, a hush of negotiation, a trace of powder on noble fingers, then all quiets. We learn to hear the space between sounds, like listening to our own even breath. The story of smallpox, therefore, does not become a spectre. It is a gentle slope of time where a person lays down a heavy cloak and draws a light blanket of peace. If you like, imagine a silent forest beside the palace. The oaks stand solemn, leaves row softly like oars. Above, the moon glides like a silver boat. Below, wet grass holds dew as fine as a whisper. None of this hides the truth of history. It sets history back into nature, where every beginning and ending is tender. Louis XV is not just a name, but a tide that once washed the stone of Versailles and then retreated, leaving the surface smooth, ready to mirror another dawn. And as you listen, you may notice, we tell this not to convict, but to rest. Every ending is a gentle invitation to sleep. The words we use tonight move slowly, softly, warmly, like warm water across your hands. If your eyelids grow heavy, be at ease. The story will remain, a patient little candle, burning quietly until you're far, far away. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In that quiet night, we stand before Versailles, as we might before a shoreline from a fairy tale. The paths are lined with trees whose leaves lace a moss-coloured vault over the dark. The wind moves softly, touching the hem of evening and slipping through half-closed doors. Your heartbeat is steady, slow and round, like a gentle tap on a taut drumskin. Exhale, inhale. With each breath, the door of memory opens a little wider. Our setting is not merely a palace, it is a season of time. France after the Sun King is like a garden washed by a long rain. Earth rich with scent, tender shoots rising, old pathways revealed beneath puddles. In that air, people hope for a hush, a kinder rhythm, a new voice of gentleness. At the center of such fragile expectation, a small boy steps onto a throne. Every gaze turns to him as to a new star, mild, bright enough to believe in. That boy, in time, the world would call Louis XV. Imagine we pass through schoolrooms where a young prince learns to read and to listen to the sky. Masters teach him history as if teaching leaves, which are old, which are green, which give shade. He studies languages of distant courts, counts like turning pebbles in a stream, and learns war as he might learn a bird's path. He practices how to stand before a crowd, upright like an oak in wind. All of it happens slowly, evenly, like an autumn morning. The quill glides on thin silk paper, a hush. The breath of a delicate childhood, rising, falling. The realm then is a room after a banquet. People put away the silver, draw the curtains, wipe the trails of wax, and in a room return to quiet. Everyone hopes for a cooling breeze. As Louis XV comes of age, he is called Louis the Beloved. The title arrives like a warm, slow breath, like a lullaby set on a sleeping brow. When he steps onto the balcony for the first time as king, Versailles' large mirrors seem to sigh, reflecting a young face, gentle, bright eyes, and the way he tilts his head to listen. We will not hurry, for fragile things wish to be touched with warm palms. Walk at leisure into the star-shaped garden. Paths spread like rays, gentled by night. Stone statues murmur long stories, and the basins lie still as mirrors set upon old wooden tables. At times a nightbird leaves a branch, wing brushing wind like rustling silk. You hear your heart each beat, peaceable. You hear your breath in, then out like a tiny wave moving within a larger sea. In our tale, history wears no armor. It is simply a traveler in a soft wool scarf, pausing at each house to hear a quiet piano within. Small myths slip into the real. Some say that, at Versailles, the mirrors keep memory as moss keeps water, that if you touch the cold face of glass, you may hear the whisper of old gowns like leaves in a forest. Sometimes, at a corridor's end, a white-painted door opens as if by wind, revealing a little room where the fire has gone out, but warmth lingers like the day's last breath. In its corner, a book lies open, the page curling like a closing eyelid. From such pages our central figure steps. Louis XV is first a young man who listens. He loves the voice of art as one loves a stream not loud, yet enduring. He studies faraway maps as he studies clouds, slowly finding the lines of wind. And he trusts fine storytellers sometimes, like all people, trusting the ones who tell their stories a bit too finely. But for now we need only know he is a steady heartbeat inside a larger body called France. Each decision, each hesitation, is a breath in, out. Nothing sharp, nothing hurried. Around him spreads a delicate net of expectation. Paris on a chilly morning wears mist like lace over its roofs. Shopkeepers open shutters, mothers tie ribbons, printers turn cranks with patient hands. In the provinces, fields are wet with dew. Wooden wheels cross soft tracks with a gentle grind. Far out at sea, sails are large leaves following weather and promise. These small rhythms gather into the breathing of a nation growing after yesterday's blaze. Within that breath, Versailles is a boat at anchor. By day, people pass, greetings pass, petitions chatter like sparrows. But at night where we stand, all returns to the slow. You may hear the pop of a candle like light rain, silk playing softly against silk. And you will see our figure, in the tender dark, not a monument, but a person near a half-open window, listening to the wind. Then, the name Louis the Beloved is a winter scarf of silk, warm and light, a promise. Yet history, like the sea, has tides. When water rises, it touches stone. When it falls, it leaves a fine fringe of salt. From Louis the Beloved to Louis the Despised. Not by a thunderclap, but by a long chain of days in which whispers change colour. Hopes grow heavy, like a cloak soaked with rain. And the best storytellers do not always tell the truth. In a palace where choices pass through many halls, the The voice of people outside may blur like a candle the wind forgot. Even so, tonight we do not hurry to the bitterness. We lay a palm on the chest of the tale and feel its pulse still steady, still patient like a vessel gliding onward across a long swell. Before we go further, listen to your own heart. One more beat, then a deep, easy breath. In the dark, the stars over the star-shaped garden seem to draw closer, like salt sparks on a night sea. Along the baseboards, thick carpets hold the day's footsteps. Outside, leaves touch leaves in a passing breeze. History, myth, and a trace of make-believe intertwine like soft threads, weaving the shawl we gently lay across your eyes. We introduce our central figure thus, one once wrapped in affection, and slowly turned into a mirror for things people wished not to see. Yet in this telling, Louis XV remains a breathing man, slow and deep in a night room. He is a star that has shone and now drifts toward the quiet shore, as all stars do after morning. On the sill, a feather set in porcelain trembles like a heartbeat. Upon the desk, a sleeping pen holds a sliver of moon. Curtains fall like riverbanks. Between them, wind enters, carrying damp gardens and faraway air. If you rest your palm upon your chest, you will feel this story joining your rhythm. We do not run through history. We walk, pausing to hear the imagined crunch of gravel beneath the heel. When drowsiness arrives, let it sit beside you like an old friend. For even as larger changes take shape, voices, frictions, waves here, in the night's room, we keep breathing soft and slow, like a light boat adrift in a forgiving current. And when you have gathered enough opening scenes, the garden, the corridor, the bed near the window, the little candle hold your favorite image and tuck it into your breast pocket like a gentle charm. The path ahead will be light as a hand fan, as a feather touching water, as a whisper resting on the lip of a smile. Louis XV will step a few paces more, and the figures around him, companions, courtiers, friendly shadows, will speak in turn. But first, it is breath, in, out, that brings your rhythm and the stories into one. Now say nothing yet. Listen to wind moving through the trees and know that Versailles does not fear night. Hear your heart like a musician counting time, even warm, enduring. And let our central figure, Louis XV, lean back in a velvet chair and close his eyes for a moment. We will wait until his breath and yours meet, like two small waves in a quiet bay, not colliding, only touching enough to know the story has begun. The night still lies over Versailles like a velvet scarf on hair. We walk on, our steps touching only the dew of air. In the star-shaped garden, the wind breathes in long measures, carrying earth and tender leaves through the windows. Along the corridor, old wood speaks in a small hush, retelling seasons already gone. At the turn, a thin candle drops wax patiently, one bead after another, steady as your heartbeat, slow, kind, and then dim. History opens here not with trumpets, but with layered quiet. After the age of the Sun King, France seems a forest after brightness. Tall trunks still stand, but the sap has moved inward, flowing slower, deeper to the roots. In the squares, vendors raise their stalls under a pale morning. In the printing houses, hands turn the crank as if turning a mill of dreams. In small rooms, warm bread drifts like reassurance, all of it unhurried, all of it sharing a wide breath, as a great city sleeps half a morning longer. On such a ground, Versailles is a boat tied to the pier of night. By day it bears rituals, glances, smiles that guess at intent. But when night falls and only wind skims the stone, the boat is as still as a lake. Mirrors once crowded with jewels now keep a single clarity, the trembling of a candle. Beneath the polished vault, we can hear the corridors breathe an inhale when a door opens slightly, an exhale when drapes draw shut. There, the story of one person and of an entire dynasty begins to drift like water that will not be rushed. We return to our figure, Louis XV. Picture him in his gentlest hour, a man not yet old and no longer young, leaning into velvet, gazing into the soft dark of trees. He lifts a map, not to measure borders, but to imagine wind across harbours where white sails depart and come home again. When the map is laid aside, thin paper and his breath join in a single rhythm, in, out, in, out, like a small wave touching a pier. He was once called Beloved, a name arriving like silk around a throat in misty weather. When he stepped onto the balcony, faces below lifted as to a new star. Yet time, a river rounding many bends, slowly altered its colour. Those nearest to him sometimes told stories too neatly. Decisions passed through many hands before reaching a desk, and the voice of streets, fields, and docks thinned to smoke. We do not judge quickly. In this telling, all moves slowly. We place a palm upon our chests and listen to our own pulse to catch the story's beat. The court then is a garden with many paths. One leads to the music room, where the harp sounds like water poured into glass. One opens toward the banquet hall, where crystal kisses crystal like star to sea. One leads to the library, where letters line up like seeds. Louis XV lingers at the library's threshold longer than at the rest, as if to hear a quill on paper before any human speech. He prefers unhurried tales, voices that set harvest, ocean, and books beside each other. In this, he is a gardener tending plants with silence. Yet history is also a weaver. It threads hope and weariness into the same cloth. Across that cloth, the strands of warfare, finance, promises, and hesitations cross like cloud before the moon. We need not see each thread, only know that, through many years, the warm name gained weight. People still spoke it, but their tone changed. From distant fields to the noise of the docks, from kitchens to corners where pamphlets were pressed, a wind shifted. It did not howl, it merely persisted, until even steady candles trembled. Tonight we allow a thin layer of myth. Imagine Versailles mirrors as pools that remember. When Louis XV passes, his shape falls upon them like a leaf. The leaf drifts slowly, turning, settling where a candle loosens one more drop of wax. Then, the human thing becomes clear. His hesitation is not thunder, but mist. It comes with morning, light, and everywhere, making edges gentle, unclear. Through mist, people often misread. Outside, Paris takes a long breath. The river moves, the market opens. Church bells mark the hour like an invisible hand tapping air. In bookshops, printed sheets smell of ink and hope. In the provinces, wooden wheels travel soft tracks, leaving shallow lines like pencil. Many eyes wait for a tender change, not a violent tug like drawing a curtain for a breeze. But wind, sometimes, passes roofs without entering rooms. On another measure, we lean closer to our figure. He lays a hand on a book's cover and smooths it. Ink stains the finger faintly, a trace of listening hours. He is no stranger to what is good. Music, language, long conversations. In sufficient candlelight, he seems a keeper of tempo, wishing the score of his reign to move evenly, not too quick, never falling. Yet outside, the orchestra has grown beyond the room, and instruments sound from corners he has never walked. This pause is for you. Breathe in and breathe out, as slowly as wind along leaves. Hear your heart, one beat and then another, warm and enduring as a hand set on your shoulder. Imagine the smell of wax, wood, and old paper. Hear silk greeting silk with a soft hello. Press an ear to the story's chest, and you'll hear a low, steady tone, the sound of seasons turning, the ocean's far hum. There is a sentence which, though gently, we must speak so truth can place its foot upon the floor. His body decayed, like the very monarchy he ruled. The words are sharp, yet in this voice they are only a passing shadow on water, reminding us that the fate of a person and the fate of dynasties share a natural path of fading, and taking one more quiet step, we must whisper another. His death became a symbol of the moral and political decline of pre-revolutionary France. Having said it, we set the sentence down as one sets a pebble in a palm, its weight real, its surface smooth, not tearing sleep. Now let us close this portion with a small scene. The candle lower than before. On the sill, night's dust of dew. Far off, imagined waves meeting shore on a steady beat, like your heart. Louis XV still sits, head tilted to listen. He wears no armor, no crown in this moment. He is simply a man on a gentle slope of time, so that his last steps disturb no one. When he shuts his eyes, The room itself breathes in, out, and the night, like an old friend, draws the blanket to his chin. So the tale continues, not with sudden sound, but with warmth spreading slowly. Outside, trees keep speaking to wind. Inside, the pen lies still, but words are ready. We will go on with this same breathing, with this same little flame to meet the faces behind the drapes. Companions, courtiers, and the kind shadows of conscience. Each will say a line, and give the silence back, and we will remember that all things, in the end, drift toward the same soft place. A deep sleep where history grows less sharp and people grow less tired. Night still rests on Versailles like a thin, cool veil. The wind walks the star-shaped garden in steps, so light it seems to touch the leaves with fingertips. At a window left ajar, a slender candle breathes, its flame tilting like a butterfly at rest. You can hear it, your own heart. One beat, then another, in, out, gentle as small waves meeting a stone lip. Within this unhurried space, we weave a few more threads so the shawl of history can cover the story's shoulders. After the long ribbon of King Louis XIV's reign, eyes turn toward a future with hopes for a new tempo, lighter, clearer. As Louis XV crossed the threshold of youth, people whispered softly that perhaps here was a reforming king, intelligent, capable, listening to the age's breath, smoothing the palm beneath the ship of state as it entered a bend of restless water. In those first years, they called him Louis the Beloved. The name felt like silk on a brow in misty weather, warm enough, cool enough, bringing the whole country's heartbeat into a single, quiet pace. Walk very slowly through the corridor where old wood smells of resin, where portraits regard you with eyes faded softly by time. In the music room, the harp pours tones like water over pebbles. In the library, leather, bound books sleep like gentle animals, turning now and then with the quiet of a single leaf. Between them moves Louis XV, as a gardener might, fingers touching leaves instead of swords, eyes on the drift of clouds rather than on measured borders. He listens for emerging voices, the way a watcher of fields listens to the whisper of tender grain. Thus the nation's hope took the shape of mornings, light rising slowly, milk, soft and never glaring. Lay your ear against the palace's breathing. A door opens and inhale, drapes draw and exhale, steady and warm as a hand resting on a tired shoulder. Upon the long table, maps lie still, rivers curving like pale ribbons, pens doze beside the ink as oars moored to appear. When Louis XV sets a fingertip to a paper's edge, we hear a contact so fine it is like dew touching the throat of a flower. He reads, then pauses, then reads again, like one who learns to hear music before learning to keep the time. You listen with him in, out, in, out. In Paris, morning drapes lace over rooftops. Shopkeepers open doors that sigh like small lungs. Bread warms the street with its kindly scent. Bells mark hours without haste, reminding each passerby that life prefers an adagio. In print shops, cranks turn evenly. White pages wait for ink as meadows wait for rain. At distant quays, sails fold like birds settling in branches. Steel-coloured waves reach the shore in the heartbeats of sailors. Together these make a soft ground tone, a quiet hem for the promise of reform beating in the centre. At night, we borrow a slip of mythic silk and lay it on history's stone. They say the mirrors of Versailles keep memory. Each time Louis XV passes, his figure falls there like a leaf touching a pool, drawing a single ring that fades. Press a palm to the cold glass and you may catch the murmur of gentle counsel. Spend less on dazzle, listen deeper, file the sharp corners from justice. The advice does not press. It simply flows as candles do, as night does, as a breeze does through velvet. Our figure, the one called Beloved, is no statue. He has lungs and pulse and the need for intervals of quiet. See him at evening when light lies on the chill roofs. He stands at the balcony, eyes set toward the star-plot garden. The orchestra's echo from the hall is like a far sea. A bird scratches a thin line across the sky. Silk rustles like rain through trees. He draws a long breath in pulling leaf and water and stone into his chest, and lets it go out unhurried, returning to night the things that day had borrowed. In that rhythm, the rain seems to breathe with him, wishing for a road made wide without anyone needing to run. The politics of the moment, seen from a distance, is a carpet woven from bright and dark threads. The bright are the people's expectations, the delicate intentions of fairer taxes, gentler order, governance that bends where bending is the only kindness. The dark are old habits, heavy forms, the ceremonial feet that circle a decision too many times. In our telling, the threads do not quarrel. They lie beside one another like two rivers keeping the same bank of sand. If you can still hear your own heart, the pattern will not weary your eyes. Now a mild spirit of the deep wood steps in the keeper of a growing tale's measure. She stands behind Louis XV and lays a pad of moss upon the sill so the wind may enter without cooling the room. She listens with us. The small pop of a candle, the stroke of fabric upon fabric, the testing of a nib. Then she touches the king's shoulder, a touch no one sees, as if to say that reform, when it comes, should arrive like a season, not a storm, but leaves changing, blossoms coming, then fruit in the living order of things. During the first years of rule, while the name Louis the Beloved still carried the warmth of linen under sun, Versailles did no new mornings. Conversations lasted longer. Questions were allowed to breathe. Proposals no longer trembled at the table's edge. In provincial towns, letter writers spoke of hope with a calm voice, as if describing the river through their birthplace. In workshops, hammers struck more lightly, yielding to an easier laughter. These movements were small as groundwater, yet anyone who placed an ear to earth could hear them. And in a quiet room, the heart of our central figure kept that same time soft, even, faithful. Let us pause. Hear your chest widen and settle, like two doors moving without a creak. Hear a second of absolute stillness in the building, then the next second filling with air. Imagine moonlight spreading across tiles of grey-blue, the bright shape drifting slowly like a silver boat across a sleeping bay. Everything speaks one language to you. No hurry, no contest, no need to win. If anything needs naming, let it be this. Within shoulders that carried reforming hopes, Louis XV remained a person, one learning to align his own breathing with the wide breathing of an age. He never promised with fire, he promised with candlelight. He did not speak in thunder, he spoke in wind. For that, beloved, was once the right name, the morning's hand upon the brow of night, saying, "Sleep a little longer, and we will rise together." At the end of this passage, we close some doors and let the flame grow smaller. Outside, trees continue their quiet talk with wind. Inside, a book lies open, a red ribbon laid between pages. Louis XV leans back, shuts his eyes and listens. You may shut yours as well. Your breath and the stories meet in the middle, like two waves touching and then parting, leaving a surface calm as glass. When ready, we will move on, keeping this same slow pulse to greet the faces and the choices that will arrive like morning, mild, luminous, and never startling. The night still lies in silence above Versailles, with only the sound of wind drifting through the star-shaped garden, caressing the leaves as if gentle fingers playing a harp. Do you hear it? One gentle inhale, and a soft exhale. In, out. In that cool hush, Versailles no longer hums with its former splendor. Long corridors stand empty of joyful footsteps. Only candles flicker, droplets of wax falling steadily, reminding us of unceasing time. The court's portrait has shifted, from the bright promise of youth to muted tones steeped in melancholy. Louis XV, once hailed as a reforming sovereign, now leans into pleasure indulgence, guiding his path, entrusting governance to mistresses and ministers. Imagine him seated in a private chamber, candlelight casting blurry outlines on his face. The scent of perfume and roses mingles with wax vapors, shrouding the space in a fine mist. He may hear the harp's distant chords, but state affairs are quietly discussed behind half-closed doors, between soft breaths and whispered words. In the next pause, you feel your own heartbeat slow, in rhythm with historical change. Versailles is more than a palace. It is a living body, with breath, circulation, and shivers. When Louis XV hands a new tax plan to a trusted aide, then walks away, you sense a gust of wind brush past the drapes, carrying the silent grievances of townsfolk beyond the gates. Gradually, the people's trust erodes. Weak policies in the War of the Austrian Succession, from 1740 to 1748, left France's armies stumbling, ammunition scarce, banners fleeing the field. Soon after came the 7 Years' War from 1756 to 1763, which thrust France into turmoil, colonies slipping away, taxes rising, treasury coffers emptied. Each letter arriving by ship told of suffering villages and deserted ports. In those moments, you taste salt on the air, the sea's grief mirroring a nation's. Marianne de Pompadour and later. Jeanne du Barry existed not just in Versailles legend, but in council debates. Their public roles stirred whispers of lavish balls and costly celebrations, even as fields lay fallow and grain prices soared. The people's murmurs, once drowned by harp music, grew louder. Does our king hear us? Do you hear? The wind's weary sigh, as delicate as a butterfly's wing. Inside the royal council chamber, silence drapes over the assembly like dew on leaves. Finance ministers present deficit reports, their voices trembling like candle flames. Proposals for tax and administrative reform once hailed as a fresh breeze struck against the walls of privilege, snagging on every mention of nobles' exemptions. Debate hung in the air like breath caught mid-sentence, lengthy, weighty, never rising to a cry. Feel the palace breathe. In, out, in, out. The garden pathways pause, straining to catch tidings of hope. Drums calling the guard echo through the grand hall. Outside, rooftops lie still in the silvery moonlight. The remaining soldiers march past in measured steps, tapping out a solemn nocturne. Losing the people's favour did not happen overnight, but in countless droplets filling a pool. Picture a once clear stream clouding with silt. That silt is crushing tax burdens, abandoned fields, the tears of mothers carrying grain across narrow bridges. Courtiers feasted unaware, until the banquet's wine-scented laughter proved futile to drown silent tears on the ground. In the silence between two breaths, see Versailles' reflection. No longer the palace of radiance, but of elongated shadows. Its once vibrant carpets fade along worn paths. Its cheerful portraits now hang in strained frames. Its oil lamps burn with sooty haze. Every wall whispers a tale of delayed decisions and unkept promises. Calm yourself. Listen to your heartbeat. In, out, like gentle waves washing the shore. Can you sense the country's quiet grief? Like the laboured breaths of the gravely ill, Versailles is weakening. Louis XV, the beloved king of old, stands at a crossroads, freeze in place or struggle onward, even as the people's footsteps recede. The hush deepens. A gentle breeze stirs in the garden. Listen closely to your heart. 1, 2, 3. Slow breaths. Each breath a reminder. All glory is fragile. Every laughter eventually hushes, and then, amid the stillness, a church bell tolls deep and mournful. It does not proclaim victory, but humbly urges, look inward. Under moonlight, Versailles seems to lift its gaze. Louis XV releases his grip on the map, breathes deeply in hearing dried leaves roll in the wind, then out exhaling the last note of a sombre melody. The tale of decline unfolds not in a blink, but through each step, each breath, each heartbeat. Hold this quiet in your heart to feel history's turning. As night ebbs and a pale dawn seeps into corridors, Versailles will awaken anew, not to the past alone, but tinged with both hope and regret. And when you arise, carry this slow breathing with you. Hear your heart beating gently, reminding you that every story needs its moments of stillness. For we may then recognize the value of peace and the strength of compassion. Night drapes Versailles in a velvet curtain of darkness, with only the stars glimmering on the cold rooftops. A breeze wanders down the corridors, bearing the cool breath of the star-shaped garden, soft as a whispering lullaby. Do you hear it? One gentle inhale and one tender exhale. In, out, as gentle as ripples on a glassy pond. In that unhurried atmosphere, the tale turns a sorrowful corner. The people's loss of faith, Beneath soft candlelight, Versailles is splendid yet hollow, like a brightly painted canvas lacking depth. Outside its grand gates, common folk toil in hardship. Grain prices soar, fields lie fallow, floods and droughts alternate, and worry greets them at dawn. They hear church bells marking the hour, but those bells do not ring in their hearts. They echo from another world. Imagine cobblestone streets slick with rain, humble homes huddled beneath mist, and bent figures carrying sacks of rice homeward. Their footsteps are heavy, drooping like dew-laden grass. Beyond, once green rice paddies wither for lack of water. Your heart beats steady, deep merges with the pulse of a weary nation. 1, 2, 3. Do you feel it? Meanwhile, the court's silks and jewels blaze in lavish festivities. On gilded tables, confections of vibrant hue and rivers of finest wine, their fragrances thick as honey. Nobles dance beneath crystal chandeliers, laughing beneath fireworks in vast courtyards, oblivious to cries from distant villages. As they revel, they sanction crushing taxes, that the palace may overflow with velvet and lace. At those banquets, power slips into the hands of political lovers, the king's favourites, Madame de Pompadour and Madame de Barry. They are not merely festival beauties, but arbiters of favour. Who is honoured, who receives patronage, who collects taxes, and which coffers remain empty. Whispers of unjust privilege drift through elaborately decorated halls. Oppose her, lose your place, dissent, and you will vanish. Thus the court ceases to be a seat of justice, becoming a rose garden bristling with hidden thorns. Silence returns. Feel. One breath in, and one breath out. In, out. Like a feather skimming still water. In the hush, Enlightenment ideas seep among all classes. Scholars poring over texts, students in libraries, itinerant merchants exchanging tales of liberty, equality, and reason. They compare their lives to the theories they learn. Why do we starve while the king feasts on gold? Why does power flow to so few? Concepts of natural rights and the social contract sprout like seeds in parched earth. At morning markets, new questions ring out. Am I not a person? Do I not deserve to contribute and to be heard? Each question beats within the heart with greater force. Here, your heartbeat, one beat, then two, stronger, amid the serenity of night. In Versailles' library, freshly imported volumes, scented of paper and ink, mingle with the aroma of aging cedar. Manuscripts by Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot rest upon shelves like silent treasures. Oil lamps cast shifting pools of light on pages that beckon. Use reason as your guide. Face reality, not illusions. Young scholars whisper quotations, pinning pages to walls as though adorning the night with butterflies of thought. Breezes scroll through the corridors, skimming drapes like distant streams. You hear a breath, then another, like waves lapping a quiet shore. In that moment, the court's opulence and the people's hunger stand in stark contrast. Brilliance and shadow entwined. Each candle in the palace that burns brighter deepens the darkness in the hearts of the many. In the throne room, a mural chronicles past glories, but its fragments now feel fractured. Louis XV senses the yawning gap between his early title of the Beloved and the reality of fracture. He once sought reform, once wished to heed the people's voice, yet power slipped to mistresses and interminable councils yielded no decisive action. In a stolen moment of stillness, when the king retreats behind closed doors, only his heartbeat remains faint and hesitant, as if trembling before secrets too great to voice. Night deepens, yet tranquility has fled. The doorkeeper counts silent steps, the stone floor echoing each tread. Marble halls, eternal yet cold, show wear along seams. Candles gutter and die, revealing cracks in tiled floors. The palace, cradle of secret dealings, now lays bare its flaws. You draw a slow breath and let it go. In, out, in, out. You feel history's breath join your own, composing a muted symphony. A court in its decadence, a starving populace, an awakening enlightenment all weave. an anxious melody heard across the land, though softly, though slowly. In the closing moment of this chapter, Versailles exists only as a ghostly silhouette enveloping a nation's soul. Hopes for justice and freedom glow like candles set upon night's flower beds. Even if mist obscures and winds die away, a single flame will endure. With each steady breath, in, out, we await a new dawn, poised in fragile quiet. Night in Versailles lay motionless like a dream yet to awaken. A thin moonbeam streamed through the iron bars of the balcony, casting a silver sliver upon the wooden floor. The evening breeze drifted through the star-shaped garden, turning the perfume of blossoms into a cool hush. Do you hear it? One breath, then another, in, out, like wind cradling drifting clouds. In that silent expanse, a frail figure lay amidst velvet drapes. It was Louis XV, once hailed as the Beloved, the beacon of reform, now facing his final hour. The chamber exuded the scent of candle wax and aged timber, tainted by a foul odour, the unmistakable stench of smallpox erupting across his flesh. A mythic whisper might suggest a night goddess stooping to lull him. Stay calm. But reality was harsher. Louis XV was struck suddenly by smallpox. The grand hall, once resonant with music and intimate murmurs, now held only his soft moans and the sound of sweat drops pattering on cold tiles. Here, his heartbeat, slow. 1 beat, 2 beats, growing feeble, like a lantern's fading glow. He drew in the thick, reeking air, then exhaled, expelling a toxic tremor. The fever flared like a smouldering blaze, scorching, inflaming his skin into swollen, weeping sores. Each pustule was a pang of agony, a reminder of mortal fragility. 2 devoted attendants, ghostly figures behind the drapes, tried to gently wipe his brow, but the rancid stench overwhelmed them. Finally, one recoiled in horror, stammering, "Your Majesty, forgive us," and fled, leaving Louis XV alone in the emptiness and chaos of a body descending into decay. Silence deepened. Do you hear? Your breath. In. Out. The wind beyond the window, sweeping past the curtain like a final farewell. Versailles was no longer a splendid palace but a sacred tomb, sheltering unspeakable suffering and utter solitude. In gentler memories, Louis XV once stood before a mirror, adjusting his robes with hopeful intent to guide his people. Now the glass lay shattered, its fragments distorting his reflection in the dying candlelight. He shook his head feebly, as if to dispel a nightmare, but the pain pressed on. There is no escape. All sacred rites, trumpets, veneration, prayers were forsaken, deemed too defiled. Feel your heartbeat, rising, then falling, so gentle, so measured. His sweat darkened the linens, staining them with the final trace of life. A solitary drop slipped from the bed's edge, silent as a forgotten tear. He lay there, utterly alone, within 4 ornate walls that felt hollow. No grand funeral, no cortege of thousands, only a handful of guards hastening away, sealing the door with a heavy bolt, wary of the contagion within. Silence stood as the last ember of light before night thickened. Your breath echoes. In, out, in, out. All sounds merging into a mournful symphony. Your breath as drumbeats, the wind as string instruments. And then Louis XV released his last breath with the faintness of a firefly's final glow. He slipped away without lamentation, without clamorous prayer, only an absolute stillness, like a candle's final shuttered flame cast upon an empty wall. His ultimate disgrace, his body so ravaged that royal rites were postponed. He was wrapped in a lead-lined coffin, sealed away like a blight. No procession through the square, only the wooden wheels clicking softly in the night, carrying him to a hurried grave. Listen. Your heartbeat. 1, 2, then gone. As if the entire palace has ceased to breathe. His breath, Versailles' breath, and your breath, blended into nothingness, like stars extinguishing before dawn. Night darkened deeper, leaving only the scent of wax and must. Versailles became the spectre of a painful epoch's end, a tragedy measured in uncounted tears. In the vast stillness, hope of a new dawn seemed distant, yet endured like a faint ember beneath the earth. Draw in a slow, full breath and let it out with gentle care. In this breath, we bid farewell to Louis XV, the final solitary king with a lullaby whispered softly. Rest now, in peace. A pale spring dawn slowly drapes the canopy of Versailles in softened emerald light. The leaves whisper as if sharing secrets with the morning mist, and the last golden embers of twilight linger in the air. In this gentle hush, the hurried farewell for Louis XV, the monarch entwined with hopes and heartbreaks unfolds with surprising quietude. Along the cobblestone avenue, candles stand sentinel on either side, their amber glow rising in spirals of smoke like a midnight dance of unseen spirits. The scene feels like a half-forgotten dream, where mourners step lightly, wary of disturbing anything fading away. The palette is muted, dawn's silvery grey, the soft yellow of candlelight, the warm taupe of hastily lettered announcements. At the leaden casket, Louis's body is sealed in thick metal, as if hiding a secret too awful to reveal. The cloying odour of decay clings to the air, marking its presence with brutal clarity. Petals drift down ghostly pink against the grey stones, and though they might seem tokens of honour, they read more like pale stains of remembrance, hints that beauty itself can carry a stain. The funeral drum sounds once, then again, each thud a measured breath urging stillness. The rhythm lingers between beats, allowing one to feel the unspoken spaces. In those pauses, the soft, collective inhalations of onlookers in, out, ripple through the air like waves gently kissing the shore. Citizens line the route, but do not weep. Some bow, some stand in silence. A few smirk with knowing irony. They remember the promises of reform, the early glow of the beloved king, followed by lavish court extravagance, while markets outside echoed with cries of hunger. Figures drift by like summer sparrows, unwilling to tether themselves to a fallen monarch. Whispers pass along the throng. At last, no more taxes. Sleep well tonight. Those words, light as feathers, ripple beneath one's feet, as though a warning gong has sounded. History is turning. The blend of sorrow and satire feels like gazing upon shattered glass at one's reflection. At a corner, an old man places a hand on his chest and exhales a plume of smoke that curls in the dim light before vanishing. Every forest that overshadows must yield space for new sunlight, he murmurs. I nod, feeling the breeze swirl around us, carrying hints of damp earth and reborn greenery. The formal rites last but moments. No grand oration, only a whispered benediction over a crackling loudspeaker. We remember a soul of glory and grief. The words drift through the windows and into quietude. Mourners clasp hands, bow heads, then drift away, leaving Louis XV alone with dawn's first glow and dew bright on the grass by his tomb. Few recall this detail. As the hearse rolled forth, a side door of the palace whispered open, revealing Madame du Barry the confidante. She stood motionless, gaze trailing the carriage's path, a solitary bloom against tarnished stone. Then she turned, leaving only a faint footprint and a silent jest. Even a closest ally becomes a mere shadow when history's doors close. After the ceremony, the courtyard lay hushed, sunlight filtering through lace-like leaves into golden motes on stone. Incense mingled with the scent of fresh earth. The wind sighed, in, out, as though breathing in the city itself. No echo of trumpets remained. Life's ordinary cadence resumed. Carriage wheels clopping on pavement, brushes sweeping the courtyard, sparrows greeting daybreak. A modern parallel comes to mind. When a leader falls from grace today, people gather behind screens, scrolling with terse memes, then calmly sip coffee, head to work. Digital waves of quiet mockery crash, then recede. In the same way, Louis's death sparked hushed cheers and rumours before fading into the palace echo. Imagine tweet-like fragments in collective memory. A king scorned, a dynasty unravelling, a bittersweet victory in remembered scorn. Do you feel it? Your breath, 1 beat, 2 beats, then a long stillness, where once his heart pulsed. In that silence, we sense history's cycle: birth, bloom, decay, and transformation into a half-remembered legend. And like all legends, even in absence it pulses on a fragile heartbeat buried in earth and memory. At last, only the rustle of leaves remains, candles extinguished, mourners dispersing. The earth bears a dusting of ash grey, like a canvas awaiting new strokes. Fallen petals lie on stone, mingled with the whisper of carriage wheels. From a distance, Versailles slumbers, and within its dreams appears Louis XV solitary, sorrowed, forever gone among the shards of time. Draw in a slow, deep breath, and exhale softly. This breath carries the story away, to other chambers, other generations, where teller becomes listener, listener becomes dreamer of every flicker in the past. For even the weightiest history can lull us with gentle echoes, the slow drum of morning, the dim glow of candles, the shared breath of earth and sky. A gentle haze drifts over the rooftops of Versailles, tinting the cobblestones in soft grey. Sunset washes each column in warm taupe, as the breeze through the ancient pines stirs silver-green needles with a hushed sigh. Do you hear it? 1 breath in, 1 breath out, in, out, as serene as waves caressing the shore. Upon this tranquil stage, the unfortunate legacy of Louis XV appears not with drums, but through the echoing weight of overwhelming debt. France found itself burdened by public loans piled high, like a weary traveller bowing beneath an endless load. The treasury lay empty, account ledgers creaking in secret alcoves, where ministers grappled to fill the void, only to pass the unsolvable puzzle to the new king, Louis XVI. Across the provinces, dawn's mist mingles with cooking smoke, creating ribbons of pale haze that hint at a quiet struggle against hunger. Tiny hamlets hunker beneath rolling hills, roofs fading to muted red, windows firmly shut. The clip-clop of oxen on dirt paths, distant cawing of crows, and belated rooster calls herald the close of one era. Each breath drawn by a peasant is a whispered lament. Taxes rise, harvests fail. Then in, out, continuing familiar toil. In the towns, shopfronts close early, eyes meeting with unspoken questions. When will our hunger end? Oil lamps flicker behind fogged glass, casting halos on dark brick. An old man sits on church steps, gaze fixed on a board declaring a 10% tax increase, a sentence etched in stone. No shout, only silence broken by a stifled sigh. In, out, as relief scarcely escapes. Within the palace walls, Louis XVI paces the grand hall, beneath chandeliers that hang like crystal promises waiting to shatter. His attire immaculate, face lined with worry that no splendor can conceal. Instead of ceremonial drums, he hears the shuffle of financial reports, the rustle of debt ledgers. Crystal prisms catch daylight, scattering it across maps of rivers and plains, yet his horizon seems veiled in fog. A modern echo resonates here. When a corporation collapses under debt, executives pore over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, hearts pounding at each deficit alert. Similarly, beneath Louis's crown, advisors slipped him printed summaries urging cuts and restructuring. The rustle of paper on paper sounded like dry leaves brushing across a courtyard, stirring unease. In the royal library, precious Enlightenment texts Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu rest behind glass. Their pages glint under candlelight. Courtiers inch in to glimpse a paragraph, then close the volume as though fearful of unleashing a secret. A breeze through the open window murmurs. Change approaches. That murmur is the breath of new ideas, freedom, equality, fraternity slipping through keyholes, seeping into cracks in the stone. Young scholars cluster in shadowed alcoves, trading passages on natural rights, their voices low but determined. We have rights too. Their breathing quicker, bolder merges with dawn's mist, kindling a silent wave. In a moonlit grove, a wilting rose bush is replanted, an emblem of rebirth. Petals fall like paper slips bearing reform manifestos. Here Louis XVI once paused, dreaming of joyful crowds. Now he hears murmurs of discontent. buckets raised in wells, children weeping, labourers clattering bricks for village repair. A lesser-known footnote: the Crown nearly issued new paper currency promising rescue but fueling inflation, sending prices skyward. A cruel jest. Money without value, debts without relief. The proposal sits dusty in a desk drawer, waiting its turn. The drawer's click echoes like a heart's rhythmic beat in darkness. As dusk deepens, Versailles breathes a weary sigh. Its corridors stand still, like trees sheltering a forest that braves a storm. Louis XVI's heel taps the marble, a solitary click, resonating like an alarm bell. His breath laboured, hesitant, seems to count down. 1, 2, 3, to the rising tide. A touch of irony persists. Some say Louis XVI need not draw sword. Collapse under debt was enough. The French Revolution did not erupt from a single cry, but from countless whispers and breathy sighs that swelled beyond restraint. Every transformation begins in silence, with a tight breath before the decisive exhale. Change. Then the waves surged. Revolutionary drums made no timetable. Chants of liberté, égalité, fraternité rippled through towns. But when that tide rose, it drew strength from silent undercurrents already in place. Debt, discontent, fresh ideas. Cracks in Versailles' marble echo cracks in a nation's soul. Do you feel it? One breath in, one breath out. In, out. This cadence bears witness to a great shift. Louis XV laid the groundwork, and Louis XVI, burdened by that legacy, steps into history as the unrescuable king. Yet within that darkness flickers a faint light, poised to blaze at dawn of a new age. A morning mist drifts across the rooftops of Versailles, veiling the pale grey cobblestones in a whisper of silver. Dawn's gentle light, delicate as silk, filters through the leaves, painting the courtyard with shifting patterns of warmth. A soft wind murmurs through the columns, carrying the garden's damp breath in hushed tones. Can you hear it? A breath in, a breath out, in, out. So calm, so steady. This tranquil scene reminds us that, after storms of history, all returns to fragile peace. Such is the legacy of Louis XV, once hailed as the Beloved, now a muted, cautionary tale of a king who ignored his people. When desire and indifference guide a court, the grandest palace becomes an empty shell, concealing a hollow heart. In the dawn's glow, the gravel paths into Versailles stand deserted. No echo of opulent revellers, only a few draped figures gliding by. The sound of their heels striking stone rings out like a measured pulse, 1, 2, 1, 2, reminding us that even a dynasty must keep time with its people's breaths or risk falling out of step. Legends say Louis XV lost himself in lavish feasts and ephemeral pleasures, forgetting the pleas of the poor outside those gates. They laboured under crushing taxes, ploughed brittle fields, and looked toward the palace with hope, only to see the crystal lights glint through curtains but never illuminate a single humble hearth. Amid the stillness, Enlightenment whispers stirred like a gentle breeze. Fewer know that, deep in the royal library, hidden copies of Montesquieu's writings circulated covertly, bridging the gap between power and reason. Courtiers pinched passages to palace walls, the rustle of paper reminding one and all, authority alone is not enough. Today's digital world echoes that history. When leaders grow distant, people like a satirical post, then move on to coffee. Louis XV had no tweets, but printed pamphlets and scrawled petitions did the trick, only to end recycled before they sparked real change. High noon's sun bore down on Pietra Serena walls, revealing every tiny crack etched by time. The only sounds: a gardener's quiet breath as he tended the beds, the faint tap of a mason resetting a loose stone, a sparrow's gentle sneeze in the eaves. In all these small details dwells the image of a monarchy once thought eternal, now fracturing with every human sigh. A little-known footnote: near the end of his reign, the court quietly purchased vast heaps of cheap sugar, hoarding sweetness while the masses starved. That fact surfaces only in scattered surviving ledgers, a delicious irony that the people longed for sugar even as the court gorged on bargains. As dusk settled and the sky deepened to lavender, twilight reflected in the still waters of a garden pond. The croak of frogs provided a lonesome nocturne, nature's breath suspended between day and night, stretching time like a soft tide. In that moment, the central message ripples forth. A king who loses his people, lost to indulgence and neglect, will not only ruin himself but shatter an entire great system. Do you hear it? A breath in, a breath out. In, out. Each inhale marks the end of one chapter, each exhale the beginning of another. Color, sound, light, and breath weave a silent wave of emotion, a gentle reminder that true power springs from the common folk, not an empty throne. A soft dawn mist drifts across the rooftops of Versailles, draping the pale grey stones in a delicate silver veil. The first light of day, as thin as silk, filters through the leaves, casting a gentle mosaic across the courtyard. A quiet breeze whispers through the columns, carrying the damp breath of the star-shaped garden in hushed tones. Can you hear it? A breath in, a breath out, in, out. So calm, so even. This serene scene reminds us that after all life's upheavals, we return to fragile peace. It's as if the grandest palace fades into memory, leaving only that whisper of quiet where a king once stood. Let all distractions dissolve, and simply feel the present moment's softness. Hear your own breathing slow, steady, blending with the hush of night. One inhale, one exhale, like waves gently lapping the shore, then receding into stillness. Do you catch the distant murmur of a river, telling untold stories as it winds along the bank? Picture that gentle current tracing silver curves, where soft grass murmurs to the breeze. Moonlight paints a pathway across the water, guiding weary souls toward rest. Here, regrets and resentments melt into darkness, making room for absolute tranquility. Leaf litter falls softly to the ground, each landing a silent farewell to the day just past. We count the final drips of wax from a dying candle, 1, 2, 3, before its flame surrenders entirely. But fear not, for in that moment, your spirit is illuminated by memory's warmth and the fragile glow of compassion. In the vast stillness, let your heart settle like an autumn leaf drifting on a cool stream. Yesterday's burdens slip away, leaving only you, sleeping peacefully. The night breeze offers one last caress, brushing your hair, touching your skin, reassuring you that you are safe, cradled in care. Now, only a steady breath remains, like a silent bell's soft toll. All the grandeur and fall of dynasties lie buried in history. Tonight, you need only sink into gentle slumber. Your eyelids grow heavy, your lips curve in the comfort of a familiar lullaby. Life, in its continual change, still shows us how to find serenity. Let each breath guide you. Inhale, hold. Exhale, hold. Each pause a dewdrop resting on a leaf. As you close your eyes, the world recedes, leaving only moonlight and the breeze's soft whisper. Your soul lies still like a mirror-smooth lake, untouched by ripples. And now, I gently draw this story to a close, like softly closing a cherished book. Sleep, and dream your way to the calmest haven. In your dreams, wander through silent forests beneath shimmering stars, listening to the trees' gentle rustle. If your heart stirs with unrest, remember that silver river outside, ever flowing, never ceasing. May your sleep be sweet and peaceful. Tonight, let every worry fade with the night's fragrance, as you slip into a quiet dreamland. Surrender to the flicker of the dying candle's glow, and let each breath carry you deeper into soothing rest. Good night, and sleep well. Hey guys, tonight we step through the ancient stone gates of Whitehall Castle, where the night silently holds every movement. A gentle breeze whispers through willow branches, carrying the salty scent of a distant sea. Silver moonlight filters through tall windows, painting faint ripples of light across the flagstones. You won't survive if you hurry away from these soothing sounds. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Now, I invite you to settle in perhaps on a plush chair with a warm cup of tea in hand. Let your eyes relax, And when you're ready, share where you are and what time it is locally. I'm curious about your clock in this very moment. Tonight's sky is crystal clear, strewn with stars like scattered crystals. In the distance, ocean waves lap softly at the shore, a lullaby of the boundless deep. Beyond, an ancient forest of pines hums its gentle rustle, a natural orchestra warming the night. And here, within this silent castle, we begin our journey into the story of Queen Elizabeth I, whose horrifying end saw her body decaying beneath layers of masking powder. Picture this: a single candle flickers, its flame a breathing final note at day's edge. The faint warmth pushes back the chill, leaving only the interplay of gold flame and inky darkness. Amid drifting incense smoke, we glimpse the silhouette of a woman, a symbol of power and beauty, deteriorating over time. But don't worry, you won't see that right away. Instead, let yourself drift into the 16th century, where stained glass windows cast jeweled patterns and tapestries tell tales of bygone eras. Hear the clatter of carriage wheels on cobblestones, the scent of rosemary and frankincense in the air. Feel the dawn chill before sunrise, when night wind and late moonlight meld into a dreamscape. In this hush, Queen Elizabeth begins her day by washing her face with vinegar-doused cloths and herbs. The drip-drip of water into a copper basin echoes like a slow heartbeat. A ghostly wisp of white powder cloaks her visage. Her scarlet wig, heavy with pearls and silver clasps, gleams with false splendor. We'll follow her through rigorous audiences, the click of wooden clogs on marble, the rustle of silk curtains. We'll hear her powerful smile, sharp as steel, seep through each greeting, then dissolve into silence as she turns away. But don't switch on the lights. Let the night wind and moon guide you instead. Later, beneath layers of powder and rosewater distillate, lurks the dreadful secret. Relentless toothache driving her to chew cloves and cinnamon, press vinegar, soaked cloths to her gums, her soft moans mingling with corridor drafts. We'll listen each sound a lullaby weaving into your calm mind. Our journey will wind deeper into darkness, where candlelight flickers upon dragon-carved walls, where rustling leaves and lapping waves form a silent symphony, and you will feel safe, as if drifting within a serene nightscape. And then, after the powder and the rose-scented rites, we'll embrace the final ritual where the candle gutters, the breeze sighs through, and you'll rest, floating upon the hush of night. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Morning mist clings lightly to the slate roofs of Whitehall Castle, tinting the air with violet hues beneath the emerging dawn. Dusk has not fully surrendered, yet the new day dawns gradually, as though reluctant to interrupt the night's tranquility. A breeze stirs the weeping willows, carrying the damp scent of earth and the faint perfume of jasmine from a distant grove. In that quiet instant, every tiny sound is magnified. The gentle inhalation and exhalation of Elizabeth I, the steady thump of her heartbeat within her chest, and the soft creak of the oak floorboards as her maid quietly enters. Whitehall, perched upon the banks of the placid Thames, is the heart of a mighty empire in the 16th century. Its pale limestone walls, cloaked in emerald moss and speckled with lichen, hold countless secrets. Legends say that on clear nights, one can glimpse Elizabeth I's silhouette drifting along the corridors, her form shimmering beneath the watchful stars. It is whispered that the night wind itself carries her soft sighs, echoes of a past and future intertwined. Elizabeth, Queen of England, and wearer of no crown in this early hour, is a sovereign of immense power, yet her heart perpetually yearns for serenity. Born in the year 1533, the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, she bears the noble Tudor bloodline. Her reign is woven with triumphs. Her triumph over the Spanish Armada, her patronage of the flourishing English arts, and her steadfast defence of the Protestant faith amid political storms. Yet few know that at this very dawn, she is a 14-year-old girl, stepping into Whitehall for the first time, eyes wide with wonder at the vast arches and opulent tapestries that define her new world. Within these hallowed walls, thick Persian carpets mute the chill of the stone floors, and at the centre stands an ivory throne, carved with regal dragons and phoenixes, a silent witness to the courtly choreography that unfolds daily. Elizabeth's steps are measured, each movement a dance of ritual and resolve. She advances with poise, her outline merging grace with purpose, each footfall weaving the tapestry of her destiny. But Elizabeth is more than a political ruler. She is the muse of England's literary and musical renaissance. Shakespeare, Marlowe, and countless bards owe their earliest triumphs to her enlightened patronage. In the realm of fantasy, it is said she communes with the spirits of poets, hears the lute's melodic whispers at dusk, and feels the resonance of every line of verse. Tonight, we shall follow her into those hidden realms of imagination, where reality and myth converge. Now, Elizabeth quietly draws back her velvet drapes to greet the Thames's gentle shimmer. Inhale, exhale, let the river's hush seep into your soul. Outside, barges drift silently, lanterns bobbing like fireflies upon the water. The distant echo of a church bell tolls softly, an ancient signal that morning approaches. With each breath, feel the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders, yet also the unwavering strength of her spirit. The river's soft murmur, the sway of the willows, the distant crow of a cock all conspire to guide Elizabeth from slumber's embrace into the first steps of her sovereign day. Breathe in, as she does, the crisp air of dawn. Let your heartbeat match the gentle rise and fall of the waves. And as she turns away from the window, candlelight blossoming about her, we too step forward into a world where history melds with legend, and the quiet majesty of a queen becomes our lullaby. Morning audiences unfolded like a gentle symphony. The first pale light of dawn filtered through stained glass windows, casting muted hues of green, blue, and amber across the cool marble floor. A soft breeze fluttered through cracks in the corridor, stirring the willow tendrils in silent accompaniment. In this hushed space, every footfall of the Queen sounded like the heartbeat of the palace, steady, deliberate. Elizabeth I glided into the audience chamber, her bell-shaped gown sweeping the ground, the silk embroidery brushing softly against the polished stone. Her scarlet wig, shaped into elegant waves, caught the candlelight and glowed with a quiet warmth. The subtle fragrance of beeswax and lingering incense drifted through the air, carrying threads of rosewater that still clung to her collar. Diplomats and high officials, from the ambassador of Austria to the Scottish envoy, formed two solemn rows. The faint rustle of their robes was like distant wind chimes. All gazes turned toward the portable throne at the chamber's centre. A moment of stillness stretched on. Elizabeth inhaled deeply, savouring the crisp air, then exhaled softly, as though synchronizing her breath with the kingdom's pulse. She raised her eyes and spoke in a voice that rippled gently through the room. "Good morning, representatives of England." Every syllable measured and unhurried, each note resonating like the ebbing tide. A hush fell, punctuated only by the soft beating of her own heart and the rustle of the silk curtains. An official stepped forward, presenting a report on the salt tax, the white gold, that buoyed the treasury in 1585. The parchment crinkled like a quiet tide, lapping at the shoreline. Elizabeth tilted her head, absorbing each word, her steady heartbeat seeming to pause in deference. When she finally smiled and inclined her head, the chamber felt instantly warmer, the candlelight dancing across her powdered profile. Soon after came the pepper report, the exotic black gold of eastern colonies. The Spanish ambassador, pale and nervous, awaited her signature. A soft tinker rose as ink met parchment, echoing like a single drop in a vast lake. Through the stained glass, prisms of colour scattered across the document, highlighting each crucial decision. Trust in salt. Favour the spice routes. Each decree could send ripples through merchant markets across Europe. Elizabeth drew in a deep breath, the lingering sweetness of rosewater at her throat mingling with resolve. She exhaled and pronounced the edict. Salt taxes will be reduced. A strategic move she termed a tide adjustment for the people's welfare. The wax seal pressed into the parchment with a satisfied thud, like the final chord of a political overture. The audience concluded with a polite bow from the envoy and a soft click of wooden clogs as Elizabeth descended the dais. Her gown whispered across the marble, and the rustle of silk curtains sighed behind her, marking the transition from the grand theatre of politics to the quiet corridors of Whitehall. In the dim hallway outside, only her breath remained, slow, deep, and unwavering, a lullaby of power's silent weight. As you close your eyes, let your own breath follow hers, and feel the colours, sounds, and gentle winds of Whitehall guide you into peaceful slumber. A soft mist still lingers in the air as Elizabeth I returns to her private chamber. She gently settles into a plush, sea-green velvet armchair, feeling its gentle embrace, as though it were a night flowering bloom. The candlelight has dwindled to faint embers, each tiny flicker sounding like the last breath of the day. The night breeze drifts in through the window's crack, rustling the willow branches outside with whispers of damp earth and the distant scent of the River Thames. Her attendant carefully presents a silver tray bearing a fine peacock-feathered fan and a steaming pot of chamomile tea. Elizabeth closes her eyes, positioning the fan to waft its cool breeze across her powdered visage. The fan's breath mingles with the night wind at her hairline, teasing the red waves of her wig, as if petals from a spring bloom caressing her cheek. The soft swoosh of feathers harmonizes with the gentle murmur of silk rustling, a lullaby in motion. Occasionally, you hear Elizabeth's own breath, even and unhurried like the gentle rise and fall of ocean tides. Beneath her sumptuous clothing and regal pomp, her heartbeat remains steady, a reminder of the human beneath the crown. The attendant places a porcelain teacup beside her, and Elizabeth lifts it to her lips. Each sip of chamomile's sweetness drifts down her throat, erasing the lingering tang of vinegar from her morning ritual and the faint sourness of yesterday's ale. The warmth of the tea spreads down her chest, threading through her veins like golden honey. Candlelight gleams softly on the carved floral panels of the wall, casting dreamlike patterns reminiscent of misty woodlands. The mingled fragrance of rosewater and chamomile, touched by the peacock fan's lavender undertones, creates a mist that envelops her spirit. Elizabeth relaxes her shoulders, releasing the tension wrought by stays and layers of silk. The attendant slips quietly away, leaving only the sounds of Elizabeth's breath, the fan's gentle flutter, and the tea's comforting aroma to replenish her strength. In these moments, Elizabeth I ceases to be a symbol of sovereign power and becomes simply a woman reconnecting with her natural breath. She closes her eyes and imagines herself far from the court, drifting to Hampton's secret garden, where spring blossoms awaken and birds herald the dawn with joyous song. In the hush of that memory, she finds the peace no throne can bestow. Few know that the Queen once held clandestine tea gatherings in that very garden, sharing chamomile and honey with her most trusted ladies. She yearned for the simple serenity only nature could provide, away from creaking floorboards and silk whispers. Those precious interludes were her true sanctuary, a Tudor version of modern mindfulness practices, allowing her mind to unwind and her spirit to heal. Elizabeth envisions the sensation of bare feet on dew-kissed grass, the cool moisture lingering on her soles. Crickets chirp in the twilight, their song blending with her measured breathing, a silent symphony of life. All anxieties about edicts, treaties, and court intrigues melt away. In that exquisite solitude, she rediscovers pure tranquility. A soft exhale escapes her lips as she reflects on the 21st century notion of mindful living. She smiles softly, acknowledging that though she did not call it meditation, she practiced it centuries ago. This thought connects her across time to those who seek calm in bustling modern worlds, a testament to the timeless power of inner stillness. Finally, Elizabeth breathes out slowly, relinquishing the last vestiges of tension. The candles have fully extinguished, leaving only pale moonlight filtering through the lace drapes. She opens her eyes and surveys the serene chamber, smiling gently at herself. A gentle sleep beckons, with rustling willow leaves, and the distant murmur of the Thames lulling her toward dreams. Now you, too, may close your eyes, place a hand upon your heart, and feel your breath sway like Elizabeth's. Inhale deeply, exhale fully. Let the night breeze and the scent of chamomile carry you into a realm of peaceful slumber, where calm and reverie await. The final hues of late afternoon bathe the chamber in muted gold, as Elizabeth I closes her leather journal. Only a slender sliver of sunset remains at the window, like a whisper of warmth in the cooling room. She sits at her ebony desk, the soft plume quill poised in waiting, its tip glistening with ink for yet another momentous decree. The Northland ambassador's letter lies before her, its parchment edges frayed, the wax seal emblazoned with a miniature crown catching the dying light. With poised grace, Elizabeth dips her quill into the inkstand, the gentle tink sounding as soft as the palace's beating heart. Each word inscribed is a calculated measure, lowering the salt tax to lighten her subjects' burdens while sustaining the treasury to fund her armies. She pauses, lifts her gaze to the lace curtains billowing in the autumn breeze, where golden leaves drift like slow-falling confetti from history itself. Beyond the window, the great garden rustles with its own quiet counsel. Elizabeth inhales deeply, the cool scent of damp earth mingled with crisp autumn foliage. She recalls barefoot walks across Hampton's verdant lawns, steps unaccompanied by courtly guards or murmuring courtiers. In those rare moments, she was simply Elizabeth, a woman yearning for freedom, unbound by the gilded constraints of monarchy. A distant bell tolls, signalling the hour for her next audience. Elizabeth clips her journal shut with a decisive snap and seals the letter with her royal signet. The wax echoes her command thud, an unspoken promise. I will not falter. The candle's glow flickers across dragon and phoenix carvings, reminding her of the weight she carries of kingdoms entrusted to her judgment. Suddenly, a throb of toothache stirs within her, a reminder of mortal fragility beneath regal veneer. Her maid offers a vial of spirits and a vinegar-soaked clove, the sharp scent piquing the air and taming the ache in an instant. Elizabeth exhales, her breath mingling with the soft rustle of drapery in the corridor, composing a lullaby of solitude. She rests her hand upon the cool ebony balustrade, tracing its grain worn by countless sovereigns past. Each swirl of wood holds echoes of decisions made and kingdoms shaped. In this hush, Elizabeth acknowledges a profound truth. Power is a solitary burden, every decree can shift the realm, yet only the whisper of wind and one's own breath are true confidants. At this, she turns and retraces her steps to the inner sanctum, the torchlight dancing upon the corridor walls. Yearning for moments of quiet reflection before the evening's formalities commence, Elizabeth carries within her the memory of Hampton's hidden refuge and an enduring flame of personal longing, a flame that no crown can extinguish. A thin veil of mist lingered as Elizabeth I closed her leather journal. The candles had nearly burned out, leaving only pale streaks of twilight dancing across the dragon-carved walls. She retrieved a silver tray from an ebony cabinet, her soft journal and feather quill awaiting the day's final thoughts. The room was hushed, scented with beeswax and drifting lavender like a whispered lullaby. Elizabeth settled into a sea-green velvet armchair, her gloved hand softly stroking the fabric. Her lady-in-waiting presented a porcelain cup of elderflower tea, its steam curling upward. Elizabeth drew the cup to her lips, sipping slowly, each taste of gentle sweetness, brushing away the sting of vinegar from early morning and the shadow of midday ale. The soft tink resonated through the stillness, like a heartbeat echoing in the silent chamber. The willow leaves outside murmured against the window pane, their rustling joining the delicate symphony of tea service. Elizabeth opened her journal, jotting a few lines about the morning's audience. The black gold pepper decrees, the chilling yet warm quality of her own political smile that set nobles' hearts racing. Her ink flowed evenly, mirroring the steady pulse beneath her layers of powdered makeup and rosewater. A creeping toothache returned, a phantom needle piercing her gum. She paused and pressed a vinegar-soaked clove to ease the ache, the sharp aroma slicing the silence yet soothing the pain instantly. A gentle sigh escaped her breath, as if waves breaking softly on distant cliffs. Elizabeth's gaze drifted toward Hampton's hidden garden, in her memory barefoot walks across dew-kissed grass, the brook's bright laughter, sparrow's dawn chorus. In that reverie, she wondered if the grand political maneuvers of state mattered when her spirit longed simply to be cradled by nature's embrace. She closed her journal with a gentle snap, placed her quill down, and inhaled deeply, aligning her breath with the fading candlelight's last flicker. Rising, she slipped out of her leather gloves and unlaced her stays, allowing her shoulders to relax for the first time in hours. The final creak of the bodice faded, leaving only the peaceful rhythm of her breathing. Soft footsteps on the polished floor guided Elizabeth to the balcony. There, moonlight draped the marble stones in silver filigree, and a whispering breeze carried the scent of distant lilacs. Her presence there was no longer that of a sovereign enthroned, but of a woman releasing the day's burdens. She closed her eyes and let the night enfold, her leaves whispering, Thames waves murmuring, and the gentle pulse of her own heart leading her toward rest. As you breathe alongside Elizabeth I, each inhalation calm, each exhalation complete, allow this twilight hour to wash away worry. Let the memory of candlelight, whispering willows, and moonlit water guide you into serene sleep. A faint mist clings as Elizabeth I steps onto the balcony, its stone expanse cool beneath her fingers. Moonlight drapes the willow boughs in silver, and the night breeze carries salt-laced whispers from the distant sea, mingled with the gentle perfume of jasmine resting upon her powdered skin. She rests her hand on the polished balustrade, the marbles chill, grounding her in the present moment, while the rustle of leaves murmurs a soft lullaby. Her attendant reverently presents a bronze tray bearing a carafe of rosewater steeped with vinegar, a spritz of lavender essence, and a stack of plush cloths. This is no ordinary bathing ritual, but a delicate unmasking to cleanse the weariness etched into her face. Elizabeth lowers herself into a plush velvet chair as the attendant moistens a cloth, brushing it across her brow, cheeks, and throat, not to scrub away grime, but to wash away the day's burdens. Each droplet of fragrant oil drifts like a midnight mist, soothing her spirit. Once the gentle cleansing concludes, Elizabeth loosens her corset stays, allowing her shoulders to drop and her breath to deepen. The soft clink of bone clasps releases her once constricting armor, and only the slow beating of her heart remains as sound. Candle stubs flicker against an embroidered carpet, tracing constellations of light across the floor. Reaching into an inner pocket, she withdraws her small leather journal and reads aloud an old verse she penned beneath a moonlit sky. Silent moon upon the mirror pool, wind's hush composes soulful tune. Night speaks with no uttered word, drifting hearts by starlight stirred. A tender smile graces her lips as the lines weave through her thoughts like a wordless lullaby. She closes the journal and inhales deeply rose, lavender, and salt-scented air flowing through her lungs. Few realize that Elizabeth once dispatched gardeners at midnight to gather jasmine blossoms from the royal courtyard, believing their scent to purify her mind before sleep. It sounds like modern aromatherapy, yet this was her Tudor-era secret to peaceful rest. In this hushed moment, Elizabeth I returns to her truest self, a fragile woman seeking solace. No throne looms behind her, no jewels adorn her gown, only the gentle cadence of her breath and the moon's embrace. Beyond the balustrade, the Thames flows in silver whispers, its distant waves harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and her calm heartbeat. As you close your own eyes, let your breath grow tranquil. Inhale, exhale. Listen to the night's quiet symphony, and allow these peaceful moments to guide you into the tender realm of dreams. Night has fully descended upon Whitehall, the palace submerged in darkness, save for silver moonlight slipping through narrow fissures in the windows. Elizabeth I gently pushes open her chamber door and steps onto the marble terrace, where a nighttime breeze stirs the willow branches, carrying whispers of sea salt and the faint perfume of jasmine against her powder-kissed skin. Beneath her feet, the stone mosaic gleams like a moonlit canvas, scattered with shimmering silver strokes. Her attendant unobtrusively presents a small wooden tray bearing a vial of concentrated musk and a delicate jade bowl of pure rose oil. This is not an ordinary bathing ritual, but a final unmasking to soothe the day's weariness. Elizabeth eases into a plush velvet chair as the attendant dips a cloth into the rose oil, gently dabbing it across her temples, cheeks, and neck, less to cleanse than to release the burdens of rule. Each drop of fragrant oil drifts like midnight mist, comforting her spirit. Once her skin is lightly touched by the rose and musk, Elizabeth loosens her corset stays, allowing her shoulders to drop and her breath to deepen. The soft click of bone clasps yields to the steady drumbeat of her heart. Candle stubs flicker against a tapestry beneath her chair, sketching constellations of light upon the floor. She draws forth her small leather notebook and flips to the verse she penned by moonlight in Hampton. Still moon upon the mirrored pool, wind's hush composes soulful tune. A tender smile graces her lips as these lines drift through her thoughts like a wordless lullaby. In that moment, Elizabeth is not a sovereign but a woman yearning for tranquility. A phantom toothache flares, a reminder of her mortal fragility. She winces, then extracts a vinegar-soaked clove from her pocket and presses it to the aching gum. The sharp aroma slices the silence and soothes the pain instantly. Her soft sigh echoes through the chamber, merging with the rustle of the silk curtains stirred by the night breeze. In this hushed space, Elizabeth I is not an icon of power, but a vulnerable soul seeking calm. She quips quietly. Even the mightiest queens cannot escape a toothache. A gentle jest acknowledging her humanity. Her attendant retreats, leaving only moonlight and the soft rhythm of her breathing. Elizabeth rises and moves to the balustrade, letting the night wind caress her face. Below, the palace pond reflects the moon's silver glow, its gentle ripples whispering lullabies of distant waves. She inhales deeply, allowing every burden to drift away in the night air. Each breath is a soft wave, washing her mind clean. Elizabeth returns to her chamber, prepared to surrender to sleep, carrying the scents of rose and musk and the salty promise of the sea. Now, as you close your eyes, let your breath align with the rustling leaves and moonlit breeze. Inhale, exhale, release all worries, and let the night's gentle lullaby guide you into peaceful dreams. As the deep night settled over Whitehall, the palace lay silent beneath silver moonlight and the dying flicker of the last candle. Elizabeth I quietly awoke once more, drawing back her lace curtain to flood the room with faint lunar glow. It painted hazy streaks across the floral-tiled floor like a silken Milky Way. The night breeze whispered through the willows outside, weaving an invisible symphony that matched her calm breathing. A silent attendant appeared, bearing a small wooden box engraved with a crescent moon, an emblem reminiscent of Artemis, the Greek moon goddess. Inside nestled dried lavender sprigs and a linen sachet of chamomile blossoms. Elizabeth gently lifted the lid and inhaled the herb's soothing scent, lavender's tender hush, and chamomile's sweet calm, a nighttime lullaby for her spirit. She placed the sachet by her pillow, so the fragrance could drift throughout her bedchamber. In the hush, Elizabeth dreamed of Hampton's spring garden, raspberry canes ripening their first sweetness, larks greeting dawn with lilting song, and a meadow brook murmuring gentle peace. She pictured her bare feet on dewy grass, each drop of moisture a cool caress beneath her soles. The vision washed away every burden from her day of ruling. Slowly reclining, Elizabeth felt the dried bloom's fragrance cradle her mind. Her eyelids fluttering closed, the willows rustle, the distant lapping of the Thames, and the moon's quiet shimmer on stone walls became her wordless lullaby. A serene smile softened her lips as she bade farewell to the day's cares and welcomed the tender dreamscape ahead. Before drifting off, she recalled a little-known fact. Tudor queens prized chamomile not only for its calming tea but also stuffed into their pillows to ward off nightmares, a medieval precursor to modern aromatherapy. Elizabeth mused in gentle irony that whereas today people might buy lavender-scented sleep masks online, she needed only this wooden box and her own garden's gifts. Her final breath slowed to a tranquil rhythm, each inhale a soft wave, each exhale a falling leaf whispering, "Rest now." And as Elizabeth I surrendered to sleep, the palace slept with her, cradled by moonlight, rustling leaves, and the herb-scented hush of dreams. When the night has deepened into its darkest hour, Elizabeth I remained in her chamber, the halls of Whitehall Palace, cloaked in velvet shadow. She opened the jade-inlaid box upon her table, discovering inside a handful of small, lustrous pearls and a shard of an ancient mirror. Each pearl gleamed like dew, captured on a midnight rose under the feeble glow of a dying candle, as Elizabeth lifted one to her brow and drew a long, calming breath to feel its chill trickle through her veins. Soft footsteps heralded her faithful attendant, who placed a small bronze mirror on the table with a quiet tinkle. Elizabeth closed her eyes and peered into the glass, seeing a faint reflection of herself. Powdered features softened, bright red wig, half removed, to reveal dark tresses slipping loose around her shoulders. Moonlight streamed through a sliver of window, splintering across the mirror's broken fragments like scattered webbing of silver. The royal mantle seemed to fade, leaving in its place a weary woman at day's end. Outside, the night breeze whispered through rustling oak leaves as though urging, "Open your heart and find peace." Elizabeth nodded, setting the pearl aside and tilting the bronze tray toward the moonbeams so it filled with pale lunar light. She inhaled again, loosening the weight of crown and counsel from her shoulders, feeling the cool marble beneath her bare feet. Her breathing slowed to the gentle rhythm of ocean waves lapping a distant shore, carrying her memory back to Hampton Court's moonlit gardens, where crickets serenaded bamboo groves and night-blooming tropical flowers spilled their sweetness into the humid air. The chamber was steeped in the lingering scent of incense homespun, frankincense from far-off lands smoking softly like the last ember of a sacred fire. Elizabeth placed the bronze mirror gently aside, closed the jade box, and brushed her fingertips over her loose hair as if stroking a child to sleep. The candle's flame quivered once, then steadied, as if nodding its approval. Down the silent corridor, the sentinel's steady footfalls echoed, melding with Elizabeth's calm heartbeat. She allowed herself to drift, closing her eyes as the barrier between courtly splendor and inner stillness melted away. In that twilight realm, she imagined the roar of the Plymouth Harbour waves, the distant echo of a lute's last melody from Hampton Court's ballrooms, an elegant echo of her England's spirit. As the first candle died, she sank back onto her silk pillows, body unclenched, face turned toward the moonlit window. A faint, contented smile touched her lips, welcoming sleep's soft embrace. In dreams, the ghosts of Arthur, More, Anne, and Jane gathered around her, weaving a lullaby of melancholy and hope, reminding her that even the most turbulent history carries an undercurrent of grace. Tonight, let your own mind be that palace chamber. Let the breeze, the moonlight, and the flicker of an imagined candle lull you, scattering every care like petals on the wind. May your sleep be deep and sweet, cradled by the promise that even after the stormiest days, peace awaits in the stillness within. In the hushed stillness of midnight, Elizabeth I quietly entered her small study, where the last candle's golden glow flickered across carved ebony walls. Sitting before her intricately inlaid desk, she opened the leather-bound journal. Here, the hurried ink captured each breathless audience, each razor-edged smile that concealed a private ache. Candlelight danced shadows across the pages like a whispering heartbeat. Her trusted attendant placed beside her a silver box of poppy seeds, an ancient Tudor sleep remedy. Elizabeth lifted the lid and inhaled the honeyed chamomile and dried petals within. The soothing scent drifted through the room, dissolving the evening's courtly tension and leaving a gentle calm in its wake. She dropped a small pinch of seeds into a warm cup of stewed teas, stirring until they dissolved into the amber liquid. Sipping slowly, the sweet, mellow flavor slid down her throat like liquid velvet, quieting her pulse into the rhythmic hush of a tranquil river. Outside, wind fluttered her gauzy curtains, composing a soft nocturne. Closing her eyes, Elizabeth listened, the gentle swirl of tea in porcelain, the soft click of wick in the candle, and her own measured breaths. She reread the journal's final entry. If there were but one moment left, would I lay aside my mask? The question lingered like a silver note in the stillness, stirring memories of a proud princess veiled in necessity. Gently she closed the journal and set it aside. Stroking the dark coils of her hair, she felt each strand loosen tensions of the day. Moonlight filtered through the narrow window, painting pale reflections across the wooden desk, a serene tableau of surrender. Taking a final, deep breath, Elizabeth gave herself permission to drift into introspection. Each exhale was a slow wave upon a placid lake. The chamber's only sounds were her calm breathing, the wind's soft sighs, and the candle's fading glow. With a quiet resolve, Elizabeth returned the journal to its place and placed the empty cup on the windowsill, now shimmering with lunar light. She drew her shoulders clear of the royal mantle's weight, aware of the cool stone beneath her bare feet, the steadfast foundation of her realm. In the moment before sleep claimed her, she pictured Hampton Court's gardens beneath a velvet sky, the cricket's song weaving through bamboo branches, night-blooming roses diffusing their fragrance into the air. There her spirit felt free, unconstrained by throne or title. At last, Elizabeth closed her eyes, a gentle smile curving her lips as she bid farewell to the day's trials. The moon, the wind, and the dying candle would watch over her, ushering in a peaceful slumber. Tonight, all cares would fade, leaving only the tender echo of poppy seeds and the infinite calm of the night. As midnight's hush settled over Whitehall's ancient corridors, Elizabeth I quietly entered her secluded bath chamber. A devoted attendant poured warm water from an amber-hued brass ewer into a porcelain basin, steam spiraling like mist at dawn over rippling wheat fields. Drops of lavender oil and late-blooming peony petals drifted into the steam, weaving a fragrance both sweet and softly nostalgic. Elizabeth slipped off her pearl-studded slippers and stepped barefoot onto the warm oak mat. She sank into the scented waters, the gentle waves lapping at her weary limbs, as though the bath itself was a comforting embrace, dissolving the day's burdens. The only sounds were the rhythmic trill of water and rustling oak leaves at her small window. A nighttime breeze whispered through the ancient wooden shutters, carrying the faint scent of wild grasses and cool dew. The golden candlelight flickered, casting dancing shards of light across time-worn stone walls, like a silent symphony. Leaning back, Elizabeth relaxed her heavy shoulders against the basin's edge, eyes closed, letting the essential oils ease her tension. Each breath slowed and deepened, flowing like a quiet river. The warm amber notes melded with the peony's sweetness, gently coaxing her mind toward calm. In that moment, her chamber felt like a hidden spa within the palace, a refuge where queen and counsellor gave way to a single soul at rest. She recalled her coronation's glittering lights and the cheering courtiers, then recognized that even the brightest triumphs need moments of stillness. A soft rustle of leaves seemed to whisper, "Allow yourself to be still." Elizabeth smiled, opening her eyes to watch the petals afloat, each like a fragment of moonlight. With a grateful nod, she silently thanked her attendant for this small act of care. As the bath's warmth faded, she rose and stepped out, droplets shimmering like morning dew on her skin. She wrapped herself in the pale blue silk robe, candlelight glinting off its folds, and ran her fingers over the smooth fabric as if touching a breeze. In the mirror's reflection, she saw peace in her gaze, a calm resolve that transcended trials. Whispering to her softly, "Though the day tested me, I have found my quiet." She felt those words settle like petals in her heart. Leaving the bath chamber, Elizabeth strolled to her bridal bed, draped in rich velvet. A final breeze swept through her curtained window, bringing the distant murmur of the Thames. She closed her eyes, letting daylight's anxieties drift away, welcoming sleep as gently as a lullaby. Night's tender embrace fell over the palace, leaving only her slow, regular breathing, the whisper of wind, and the soft fall of extinguished candles. Elizabeth drifted into dreams beneath a tapestry of stars, where her spirit rested free and whole. Under the waning moonlight that stretched its slender arc across the sky, Elizabeth I gently closed the door to her bedchamber, allowing the soft darkness to envelop her like a silken veil. She tiptoed down the cool, damp corridor, her footsteps echoing softly like distant chimes in the night, a silent symphony designed solely for her heart. Her gauzy blue gown trailed lightly behind, corset removed. Wig cast aside, only bare skin kissed by the gentle moonlight remained. Passing through beds of misty lavender and faded asters, Elizabeth inhaled the dry, delicate scent of wild blooms. Clusters of deep purple lavender released their rustic perfume into the night breeze, mingling with the earth's own breath. She found her way to a small garden pond, its glassy surface mirroring the heavens, and sat at its edge, allowing her knees to dip into the cool water. Each droplet that fell from her damp hem traced shimmering rings of silver across the pond's midnight canvas. A lone nightingale sang from the distant grove of willows, an orphaned lullaby at the close of a long day. Its song reached Elizabeth's ears as a gentle reminder. Be true to yourself. She closed her eyes and conjured memories of Hampton Court in spring, a sunbeam filtering through leaf-laced arches, wind-tossed ripples lapping gentle banks, and the cheerful twitter of sparrows, a chorus of earthly joy. The burdens of statecraft, the weight of verdicts and rivalries, dissolved like morning mist. Only her breath and the pulse of nature remained. Each inhalation felt as pure as mountain air, each exhalation as freeing as a leaf falling from its branch. In that singular moment, she discovered the soul's truest treasure, complete freedom, untroubled serenity, and the simple happiness of being alive. Rising, Elizabeth let the hem of her gown brush against the dew-kissed grass. She lifted her gaze to the full moon, majestic and serene, a silent companion in the late hours. The rustle of leaves in the breeze whispered a farewell to power, bidding her welcome as herself. A mere mortal woman, granted this one perfect night. In the muted hush, she whispered softly, "If there were but one morning left, I would live for myself." And the moon seemed to nod, bathing her loose hair in silver light. Elizabeth made her way back to her chamber, stepping through the starlit corridor until a gentle closing of doors left the night as still as a soul at rest. We, the ones who have traced her journey, let us offer Elizabeth I a moment of empathy. Though she bore a crown of sterling brilliance, she remained a mortal woman, yearning for peace, as fragile as a rose petal drifting in moonlight. Every regal gesture stilled an ache. Every proud smile concealed hidden tears. As the final candle guttered, the night breeze whispered through the shutters, "Give yourself permission to slow down." We, too, awakened to urgent alarms and notifications, forgetting to inhale deeply, forgetting to admire the moon. Yet Elizabeth I left us this simple covenant: grant yourself the right to pause, breathe deep, and listen to your own breath. Outside her window, ancient oaks performed a soft nocturnal waltz. The crescent moon cast silver ribbons across shadowed leaves, and the rustle of night became a wordless lullaby. Within the vaulted halls of Westminster, Elizabeth once balanced Latin rites, and the new English hymns threads of gold and emerald, woven into the spiritual tapestry of a realm. Tonight, in her quiet sitting room, she held a string of prayer beads, stones carved by hands, long gone, feeling once more the weight of both devotion and duty. Like a modern CEO before a crisis meeting, she has often donned a mask of composure, hiding fatigue behind polished resolve. In candlelight, her silhouette on the plaster walls tells the story of a queen and a woman alike, complex, resolute, and achingly human. A distant fountain murmurs through the palace grounds, its gentle cascade reminiscent of her long-ago orders for Drake's globe-spanning maps, reminders of ambition tempered by respect for nature's might. In that soft cascade mirrors the breath of the earth itself. Closing her eyes, Elizabeth placed her hand over her heart, feeling the steady pulse within the truest testament that sovereignty lies not in thrones, but in quiet fortitude. So, at day's end, perhaps we might set aside our own crowns of obligation, momentarily shelving our digital facades to remember our own simple humanity. Looking up at the full moon, she whispered, "The heavens are boundless, so too is the human spirit." Let us share that moment with her, letting our worries dissolve like rings upon a tranquil pond. Now, drift into rest, allowing moonlight to caress your mind, wind to cradle your being, and gentle breaths to guide you into dreamtime. For all worldly power may wane, but inner peace remains forever radiant. As the final night held sway, Elizabeth I laid aside her splendid robes, letting her bare skin cool beneath the gentle moonlight. She lay still beneath her velvet quilt, listening to the night breeze teasing the window gap, carrying the scent of dew and the soft rustle of oak leaves. The last candle had long since flickered out, leaving only a silver sliver of moon stretched across the sky, like a shard of ancient glass reflecting the final lunar glow. Her breathing slowed, deepening like distant ocean waves lapping a silent shore. She imagined the River Thames flowing serenely under starlight, its ripples dancing across the reflections of distant stars, a reminder of the long currents of history. In that instant, all the burdens of statecraft and the weight of tomorrow melted into the dream-woven darkness. A chorus of nocturnal insects rose from the garden beyond a wordless symphony of nature. Crickets sang their twilight song. Frogs croaked their soft refrains, creating a lullaby for her fluttering soul. The breeze whispered through willow boughs, tapping gently on the window frame as if to murmur, "Let go, and let peace reign." Elizabeth smiled tenderly, allowing her mind to unwind. She felt a cool caress through the velvet quilt, a subtle promise of safety upon her skin. Each heartbeat softened, each breath drew her deeper into a serene melody, a natural lullaby guiding her towards sleep. Quietly, she whispered to herself, "Sleep well, let moon and wind guard you, let slumber cradle you like nature's own orchestra." In her dream, she returned to Hampton Court's moonlit gardens, where nocturnal blossoms released their sweetest scents, where the full moon shimmered on a silent well, and ripples from a gentle lake brushed its grassy bank in a soft serenade. All worries and duties dissolved, leaving only the soul's pure freedom. She reached out to touch a dewy maple leaf, feeling its cool dampness, nature's tender reminder that each dawn brings new hope. And long before the morning mist lifted its veil, Elizabeth I still slumbered beneath her velvet quilt, the last glow of night granting way to a peaceful dawn. Sleep embraced her, carrying her upon a sea of twinkling stars. All worldly dust and clamour fell away, leaving only the lasting tranquility within. Good night, dear friend. May the night's gentle story, like Elizabeth I, carry you to rest through power and solitude, to the pure peace found in each breath and the final... Hey guys, tonight we embark on a quiet walk down the damp stone corridors of an ancient castle, where the slender crescent moon filters through the window, painting ghostly silver stripes across marble floors. You won't survive if you don't pay attention to your slow breathing and the night breeze whispering through the leaves. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let your eyes wander to this scene. A single candle flickers against the wall, its flame dancing like the last heartbeat of a bygone dynasty. Outside, the pine forest stands silent, save for the rustle of leaves under invisible footsteps. In the distance, ocean waves lap gently against rugged cliffs, a soothing lullaby in soft repetition. Where are you right now? Drop a comment and let me know which city you're listening from and what time it is locally. Can you feel it? The salty gust of ocean air slips through the wooden shutters, brushing against your hair, carrying hints of brine mixed with the scent of ancient resin. The crescent moon peeks from behind gauzy clouds, a pale veil over half the sky. Within the castle, each stone bears the imprint of royal footsteps, now quietly cradling the dreams of long-gone souls. We're about to explore the tale of Henry VIII's pampered son, Edward, a child enchanted by power and veneration, only to meet a fate more horrific than anyone ever told you. Allow your breath to slow, your eyelids to grow heavy, and let every tension melt away like scattered embers on stone. The moon grows brighter, the silvery glow widening across the flagstones. A midnight breeze picks up a few wild petals from the adjacent garden, carrying the faint perfume of jasmine. Can you hear the owls calling to each other from distant trees, the haunting echo of their nocturnal hymn? All these sounds, combined with the candle's warmth, form an invisible blanket draped across your shoulders, lulling you into serene calm. Now, peer into the darkness at the corner of the corridor, the edges of faded royal letters, the footprints of centuries, and if you look closely, the fleeting silhouette of a lingering spectre. Edward, the young prince overindulged by his father's favour, carried the seed of tragedy from the very first wedding night of his parents. That was the night Henry VIII first glimpsed the spectre of destiny, and the boy was shaped by whispers and ancient rites. Let yourself drift, leaving the present far behind, as if adrift in a sea of memories. The waves, the leaves, the flickering candlelight, they all beckon you deeper into the tale. And as the stars twinkle high above, imagine the stories of power, intrigue, and heartbreak retold beneath this gentle moonlight. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In the dim dawn light, Whitehall Castle lies wrapped in a thin veil of mist. The morning breeze drifts through leaded glass windows, carrying with it the scent of wild herbs and damp earth. Can you hear your own breath? A hushed echo in a moment poised between night and day. This is the quiet drumbeat of a realm on the verge of awakening. Edward's England existed in a space halfway between myth and reality. To the east, Sherwood Forest murmured ancient secrets. To the west, The North Sea sang its eternal lullaby against towering cliffs. Perched atop a grassy mound stood Westminster Palace, its red-tiled roofs dusted with moss, its grey walls etched by centuries. Dawn dew clung to each stone like scattered pearls, shimmering in the pale Sunday. Born amid incense-laden ceremonies, Edward entered a world of ceremony and expectation. His mother, Jane Seymour, slipped away 12 days later, leaving the infant heir cocooned in grief and reverence. Imagine Edward's small feet padding across marble floors, his leather boots whispering secrets to the stones, the soft exhalation of his breath rising in spirals before him. From earliest years, Edward's lessons were taught not by simple storytellers but through ritual. The solemn Latin of Catholic rites gave way to hushed English prayers gentle as spring breezes through ripening wheat, yet as sharp as the blade of a ceremonial sword. In the grand library's hush, rows of leather-bound volumes, some ancient in Latin and Greek, others fresh with Protestant zeal lined oak shelves. Candlelight flickered on Edward's small frame as he traced each word with thoughtful eyes. Sometimes, deep into the night, you might hear Edward's quiet breathing as he murmured lines from Albion's old legends, tales of knightly quests across fog-bound isles. Beneath his window, the Atlantic's waves sighed against rugged shores, a soothing rhythm that mingled with the measured footfalls of watchful guards. In that hush, Edward felt like a seed waiting to sprout fragile, yet brimming with life's promise. By age 9, Edward's childhood games had faded into statecraft. Each morning in the great hall, he sat on a sturdy oaken chair, listening as courtiers debated. His gaze drifted over wizened faces, Somerset's imposing countenance, theologians' earnest mien, bishops' furrowed brows. The stillness broke only by the gentle flutter of vellum and the shared heartbeat of anticipation. He absorbed lessons that transcended mere academics. The throne he would one day occupy spoke of duty, not grandeur, of preserving a faith reborn in English tongues. Many afternoons, Edward stood alone in the Hall of Thrones, fingertips brushing the carved dragon motifs, filling the empty throne with whispered dreams. Then, a quiet breath, his own small heart reflected in those ancient stones. Outside, in the palace's perfumed gardens, the roses and night-blooming jasmine unfurled in gentle bloom. Dew pearls glistened on petals as Edward wandered solitary paths, eyes cast across the formal hedges. He paused at a marble fountain, its waters murmuring tales of far-off seas. In that tranquil moment, time itself seemed to inhale with him, slow, measured, eternal. Each step he took was a soft exhalation, each heartbeat a ripple in the silence. Let your own breath follow his steady, calm until history's distant roar fades into a gentle whisper. In this shared stillness, the great tapestry of Tudor fate unfolds like a story told by the wind through castle battlements. Beyond the vaulted ceilings, stars glimmered in a velvet sky. Edward's small hand traced the cool stone wall, finding the worn indentations left by pilgrims of old. Candlelight danced in his reflective eyes, revealing depths of purpose and destiny. And as he prepared to step into power, though still a child, he carried with him nature's own breath. The hush of forest leaves, the sigh of ocean swells, the final flicker of a lone candle's flame. Thus begins the current of history, gentle yet unyielding, guiding us to the next chapter in the story of a boy king destined to shape and be shaped by the tides of faith and power. A thin dawn mist still clings to the cobblestones as Edward, now 8 seasons old, leans against the cold stone wall of his study. The candle by the window flickers softly, casting shadows over the stern figure of a fervent Protestant tutor. The quiet rhythm of Edward's breath blends with the gentle turn of aged vellum pages, an almost imperceptible gust soothing your mind. Can you feel that subtle pulse in your chest? It is the faint echo of a young soul at risk of losing its innocence. Inside the damp, time-worn library, where Latin and Greek texts rest alongside fresh Protestant tracts, Edward learns not through play, but through ritualized instruction. Gone are the laughter and games beneath the garden's willow trees. Instead, the king-in-waiting listens to lessons on Catholic guilt and the absolute authority of a Protestant ruler. A pregnant pause follows each lecture, your own heartbeat synchronizing with the hush, a gentle reminder of the knight's protective embrace. On the palace courtyard's dew-slick stones, Edward's small boots clack in deliberate cadence unusual for a child his age. The training bow in his hand is no longer a toy for chasing deer. It symbolizes the power to punish. An autumn breeze stirs fallen leaves, their rustling whispering through your ears like a lullaby. Edward inhales deeply, absorbing the weight of authority pressing gently on his young shoulders. By age 8, he stands before the royal council, articulating reasons for executing heretics with the poise of a seasoned judge. Picture the clarity in his calm eyes, a still pond reflecting moral certainty. The wind sighs through the open windows, asking, "Is this mercy?" Edward answers with a firm nod, silence confirming his resolve. Below, courtiers bow in solemn assent, and your own heart feels the chill of compassion slipping away. A year later, at age 9, Edward signs death warrants without hesitation. Candlelight glints on black ink, a stark line across royal decrees. The final stroke of his quill brings a small, satisfied smile, an eerie contrast to the playful mischief you might expect from youth. The candle's flame flickers once, twice, and then dims, like the last flicker of childhood's gentle warmth. Yet amid the regimented days, Edward moments of quiet reflection. The distant roar of ocean waves drifts through grand windows, a reminder of worlds beyond these stone walls. A painting of an ancient sailing ship hangs nearby. Edward pauses to trace its battered hull with his gaze. For a heartbeat, he seems to feel the spray of salt water on his face, imagining freedom beyond his gilded cage. When Edward stumbles on the wet courtyard stones, a scraping gasp escapes him but no cry for help. A single bead of blood rolls down his cheek, mingling with his steady breath. You feel your pulse quicken, witnessing this stoic stoicism. It is both testament to his resolve and a harbinger of compassion's erosion. Nevertheless, in those rare interludes, Edward loses himself in the hidden palace garden. Beneath a lone magnolia, he presses a palm to the bark of an ancient tree, cool, rough beneath his fingertips. Butterflies drift around him in the morning sun, sparkling like living petals in flight. He breathes in the scent of jasmine as you too draw in a slow breath, letting peace wash over you. The world outside the garden gate remains soft. A babbling spring trickles through mossy stones, wind-stirred pines murmur overhead. In that stillness, Edward is but a boy once more, ripe with wonder. Yet, as he returns to the study, the weighty tomes of doctrine await, their pages heavy with condemnation and ideological rigidity. Late afternoon light slants through stained glass, painting the library floor in fragments of colour. Edward sits at a dark oak desk, leafing through a new Protestant catechism. A chill breeze drifts past the window, coiling around your senses. Your heartbeat slows, matching Edward's even breath, feeling history's hush descend. Night falls, and the crescent moon gilds the castle's ramparts in fragile silver. Edward retreats to his private chamber, hands folded on his knee, gazing at the silent corridor. His breathing is soft, a tender embrace of darkness. You allow your own breath to deepen, inhaling the cool calm, exhaling every lingering tension. Another day passes, and with it, the seed of tyranny is nourished by relentless training. Edward grows in intellect, but withers in empathy. Yet beneath the surface, remnants of that garden morning endure brief flickers of a child who still hears the butterfly's wings, still feels the tree's heartbeat. Now, as the candle guttering draws its final sigh, the flame bows in quiet surrender. In its dying glow lies a reminder. Absolute power can bloom from the faintest spark of childhood, yet remains as fragile as ash on wind-swept stone. In the pale, mist-shrouded dawn of Whitehall, soft sunlight filters through stained glass windows, casting muted pastel stripes across ancient flagstones. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves outside, brushing Edward's fine hair as he enters the great hall, his small shoulders squared, his breath steady, yet charged with gravity. The boy king, now 9 years old, moves with quiet purpose down the aisle of stone. When Henry VIII drew his last breath, the crown passed to Edward the 9th-year-old. The Regency Council under the Duke of Somerset assembled in hushed deliberation, their faces lit by the wavering glow of tall candles. Edward sat behind them, eyes deep and curious, absorbing every word, each debate over legal codes, every plea for tempered justice. Though still a boy, his gaze hinted at a mind swiftly claiming authority. Somerset proposed measured restraint, urging preservation of minor Catholic rights to soothe conservative factions. Edward inhaled slowly, exhaled once, and then spoke, voice calm yet resolute. "I will review every death warrant myself." Silence fell so profound that you could hear the flicker of candle wax, the subtle rise and fall of your own heartbeat. Then, Edward's tone carried through the hall like a silent clang of steel. Eagerly childlike yet unsettling, Edward signed orders to confiscate noble estates, to prosecute those of errant faith. Each stroke of his quill on parchment echoed like a tolling bell, marking the first steps of a new order. Can you picture the candlelight reflecting in his determined eyes, light dancing across his youthful features, in stark contrast to the dark statutes he enacted? The council tried to moderate his zeal, offering proposals for leniency. Edward, as if he were a computer receiving an irreversible software patch, overrode each suggestion. A gentle rap of his scepter on the oak table became the unspoken command. No mercy for dissent. The echo lingered, blending with the soft exhale of your own breath. Outside, the autumn garden shimmered in golds and crimsons as leaves drifted downward. A sigh of wind rustled through the hedges, drawing your attention. Yet Edward hastened inside to supervise his new thought police. This network encouraged citizens to report even whispered prayers in Latin, a chilling parallel to our modern social media, where unverified accusations can trigger swift retribution. As night fell, Edward remained by the window, gazing over a lantern-lit London. The slender new moon cast a silver arc above rooftops. Edward sighed a quiet, weighted breath that brushed the back of your mind. Can you imagine the hush of his chamber? Only his calm breathing and the distant roll of Thames barges punctuating the silence. Historians note Edward once asked an advisor about life beyond palace walls, childhood scenes by Thames quays, fishermen at dawn, the scent of roast meat mingled with autumn air. For a moment, he seemed to glimpse a simpler world, a fleeting spark of youthful longing. You too might sense that distant memory, a gentle tug on your own heart, but every morning brought fresh decrees. Servants found tokens on doorsteps, anonymous accusations detailing neighbours' heresies. Edward pored over these missives as one might review performance metrics, calculating severity with chilling detachment. The wind tapped on the glass, like silent approval for a system surpassing even modern surveillance. When winter gave way to spring, lilacs bloomed by the palace archways, their purple blossoms perfuming the air. Edward passed them in solemn procession, his gaze cool and distant, yet he paused briefly for a tender sniff, as if to recall the taste of freedom, before duty summoned him back inside to sign another edict. The eve before his coronation, Edward could not sleep. By candlelight, he sat in his private study, surveying lists of names and charges. Each flicker seemed to whisper of looming judgment. Outside, leaves shuffled in the dark, rarefied notes in a nocturnal lullaby. Breathe in that rhythm, let your chest rise and fall in harmony with the night. At dawn, Edward donned his royal robes, rich velvet, trimmed with gold brocade. He stood before a grand mirror, a boy silhouetted against flickering hearth flames, the roles reversed. He wore destiny like armour. A ghost of a smile flickered, warm only as an ember under winter's drift. Now, release all tension, let your breath float free, and drift into the deep quiet of dawn's first glow. Edward, the child king, has signed the preludes to dark days. Our story's tapestry is woven with silence and candlelight's soft threads, guiding us into the next chapter of history's gentle night. A pale crescent moon drapes silver on black over Whitehall's towers, while a gentle night breeze carries the scent of spent candle wax and wild herbs through ancient corridors. Your breath, soft and steady, melds with distant leaf rustles like waves lapping a quiet shore. In this muted twilight, Edward, now 10 years old, enters the great hall, eyes calm, yet ignited by secrets too dark for one so young. His cruelty surpassed mere executions of adults. Imagine a scaffold in the palace courtyard, its iron frame stark against the stone tiles, where dignitaries and servants alike were bound and subjected to public humiliation. Edward recorded each expression of shame, as if cataloguing specimens in a laboratory, noting the slightest quiver of a lip or throb of a vein. Candlelight danced across his notebook, illuminating a child enthralled by power's dark edge. Within Edward's meticulously maintained lists, Mary, the devout Catholic sister, was labelled a grave threat to be monitored without mercy. Elizabeth, in contrast, was deemed a strategic asset for a politically advantageous marriage. The boy king treated family as pawn and currency, weighing alliances like a modern CEO assessing corporate mergers, calculating which union would yield the greatest return on investment for the realm. Footsteps of guards echoed in the stone-clad hallways, each step a drumbeat of looming tension. Edward had abandoned childhood's innocent delights, focusing instead on drafts of decrees. Ink-stained hands traced lines condemning neighbours for whispered prayers in Latin. The chill wind rattling the windows signalled a new era, one of unending surveillance, akin to today's online spy networks, where a single report could trigger devastating repercussions. Night anchored itself outside, yet Edward lingered by the high window, gazing at lanterns bobbing along misty rooftops. The silver arc of the new moon above cast fleeting shadows on his thoughtful face. You exhale slowly, feeling the hush settle, as if sharing this confidential vigil with him. A little-known chronicle reveals Edward once pondered life outside palace walls, the laughter of fishing boats at dawn on the Thames, the aroma of fresh-baked bread mingling with salt air. For a fleeting moment his stern facade softened, recalling carefree mornings of childhood. Yet duty summoned him back to his desk, where fresh accusations awaited his signature. As winter thawed into spring, purple lilacs bloomed by the courtyard gates. Edward paused to admire them, an echo of memory's gentle whisper. But the blossoms lasted only a breath before he turned to finalize a new network of informers. This system, rewarding citizens for reporting familial heresies, ran deeper than any modern surveillance program, binding the kingdom in an invisible web of fear. One crisp evening before a council meeting, Edward found himself alone in the deserted gallery. Portraits of Tudor ancestors watched in silent reproach as he sketched maps of hidden chambers and escape routes for conspirators. Candlelight flickered over his furrowed brow as he envisioned the swift downfall of both sisters, installing Lady Jane Grey in their stead. By candle's guttering low glow, Edward placed his pen alongside parchment, filled with grim blueprints. Lists of nobles to be imprisoned, properties to be seized, laws to cement his envisioned Protestant utopia. The polished oak of the desk seemed to absorb the ink's darkness, a secret pact sealed between child monarch and legacy of tyranny. Outside, a single leaf drifted down a deserted corridor, its soft rustle like a lullaby, in stark contrast to young Edward's plotting. You breathe deep, letting the night's calm wash over you. Though history's pages record horrors, here in the hush of candlelight and whispering wind, we find a refuge, an intimate watch over a boy forging destiny in the shadowed halls of power. Dawn's pale glow gently filters through Whitehall's high windows, painting the hall's stone floor with faint golden stripes. The morning air still holds the night's mist, mingling the scents of wild grasses and pine resin. Your breath, soft and rhythmic, joins the faint rustle of leaves, like a lullaby whispering peace. Edward, now 16, feels his strength ebb beneath the weight of his royal robes. A lethal combination of consumption and arsenic poisoning, likely from misguided royal physicians, has ravaged his young body. Each dawn, he rises to that dimly lit chamber where a single flickering candle casts trembling light on a rotating chair and ink-stained desk. The night owl's call fades at the edges, replaced by ragged breaths that hitch with each cough. Feel your own chest rise and fall in sync with his as the world outside hushes. Yet Edward's fervour for religious cleansing burns fiercer than ever. He continues to compile lists of the condemned, drafting new decrees for property seizure with meticulous flourish. Picture those time-worn parchments, ink splotches evident where his quill hesitated, candlelight illuminating the scrawled signatures. In a modern echo, It's akin to a CEO chopping budgets as the company collapses, morally questionable, yet done with a wink of self-righteousness. Within the council room, ministers exchange fearful glances as Edward's hand flies across yet another death warrant. Outside, the workmen's hammers ring on confiscated halls, boards torn from the walls, stones cleared from once holy chapels, signs of an empire riven by suspicion. Each echo in these corridors is a reminder. Absolute power, wielded by a child, can quell empathy and stoke terror in equal measure. Mary and Elizabeth, once potential rivals for the throne, become mere footnotes in Edward's final schemes. Rumours swirl of secret meetings plotted against them, imprisonment, even assassination to secure the infant Lady Jane Grey's fleeting ascendancy. Murmurs of rattling keys and whispering guards make their way through the stone passageways, as if the castle itself shudders at the darkness within. Through all this, Edward's signature remains unbowed. Even as his body wastes away ashen skin, sunken eyes, he carves his legacy into every line. Lists of confiscated estates, bylaws mandating daily prayers in the new Protestant liturgy, penalties that escalate from public shame to the ultimate price. Each decree is a chilling testament to how zealotry and power combined can warp even the brightest mind. On July 6th, 1553, Edward the 16th-year-old succumbs to his maladies. The candle in his chamber gutters out, leaving him in numbed silence. Beyond his window, the morning sea murmurs against distant cliffs, a final lullaby for a life ended too soon. In that hush, the fractured nation breathes its first sigh of relief, though it remains haunted by the boy king's shadow. Mary's restoration of Catholic rights brings a cautious dawn, and Elizabeth's later reign balances faith and policy. Yet the Tudor lesson endures. Unfettered authority, given even to innocence itself, can yield a reign of silent horrors. Let your heart find calm now, as oak and pine whisper their nighttime lullaby, and the story of young Edward fades into a memory as fragile as candle smoke. A thin veil of morning mist drapes the rose garden at Hampton Court as Henry VIII stands on the balcony, listening to the distant howl of woodland creatures. A gentle breeze stirs the willow branches, carrying the scent of damp earth and lingering incense from last night's prayers. His breath is slow, rhythmic like distant ocean waves rolling softly ashore, echoing the unease growing in the kingdom. Cardinal Wolsey's failure to secure a papal annulment of Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon was a turning point akin to a tech giant failing to renew its license and deciding to launch its own operating system. Influenced by Anne Boleyn and forward-thinking Protestant scholars, Henry quietly began to question papal authority. Early spring winds rattled the leaded windows, as if whispering corporate boardroom gossip about a major rebranding. In the year 1531, Henry boldly proclaimed himself supreme head of the Church of England, a declaration as revolutionary as a company severing ties with corporate headquarters to go public independently. Soft candlelight flickered through vaulted chambers as members of Parliament debated the reshaping of spiritual governance. They drafted the Act of Supremacy of 1534, demanding every bishop, priest, and noble swear allegiance to the king before that of the Pope. The rustle of parchment and the scratch of quills sounded like leaves falling in an ancient forest. The new law required public oaths in every cathedral and chapel, binding loyalty firmly to the throne. The candlelight cast wavering shadows on stern faces, illuminating both determination and a hush of dread, any hesitation marking one as a potential heretic. Thomas More Henry's trusted friend and once lauded defender of the faith refused to take the oath. He walked from the council chamber in silent protest, his dark robe swirling around him, footsteps echoing like a heartbeat in a deserted corridor. The Tower of London's damp stones waited to witness his fate, reminiscent of an old fortress recording each whispered secret. Charged with treason, More stood in the cold shadow of the execution scaffold. Historians note the blade used was a gentler sword brought from France, purportedly to spare him the crude block, yet the outcome remained tragic. The sharp intake of breath before the stroke, a sound you can almost feel, was the final note in a requiem for conscience. The blade's fall rang out like a storm breaking the still night, underscoring the tragic conflict between faith and power. For a moment all was still. Candlelight flickered on damp stones, As More's spirit arose a silent reminder that integrity cannot be extinguished. His legacy shaped a deserted chapel's hushed corners, where his unwavering conscience whispered through the ashes of burned candles. The Tudor dynasty, convinced it had solidified supreme authority, now had to contend with the fracture revealed by More's martyrdom. In the hushed aftermath, ministers exchanged wary glances, wondering if absolute power truly fosters unity, or instead sows seeds of division, much like a corporate takeover that alienates core employees. Outside, rose petals lay scattered across the courtyard, their vibrant hues dulled by the grace of morning dew. Listen, the leaves rustle beneath your feet, and your breath slows in concert, as if nature itself is pausing to honor More's sacrifice. In this gentle stillness, his stand becomes a tender lesson in the enduring power of conscience and the perils when power goes untempered. As the final shard of candle burns low, think of Thomas More's unwavering spirit, glowing faintly in history's quiet corners. Close your eyes, let the murmur of wind through the willows lull you, and drift into a restful sleep, cradled by the memory of a steadfast soul who chose principle over safety, illuminating the night with the softest of lights. A soft summer dawn in 1533 filters through the wooden-framed windows of the royal chapel, painting pale pink stripes across stone floors. A gentle breeze stirs the rose beds before the great hall, carrying the sweet perfume of apple blossoms on its mist-laden breath. In this dreamlike moment, Anne Boleyn, her raven hair gleaming and eyes bright with resolve, ascends to the throne. Applause ripples through the gathered court like a symphony's opening chord. Yet beneath the surface, a hush of unease lingers. The coronation, held beneath Westminster's gold-dappled vaults, wove together opulence and tension. Candlelight flickered over Anne's dark robe, mingling with the crimson hues of ripe raspberries in decorative bowls. When she declared her promise to bear Henry VIII a son, ministers cheered with relief, yet the faint crackle of doubt echoed, much as a modern PR crisis strobes through social media channels. That September, little Elizabeth arrived with a cry as warm as a spring breeze rippling through orchard blossoms. Her newborn wail chased away courtly whispers for a moment. Yet Henry's eyes betrayed a fleeting disappointment, etched like a moon's slender phase upon his noble countenance. The jubilation was tinged with the silent question, will she prove a daughter or a disappointment? In the years that followed, Anne endured repeated miscarriages. Each loss cast Whitehall into mourning. The lute strings fell silent mid-melody, candles guttered to black stubs, and councillors bowed their heads in quiet grief. The scent of half-burned wax blended with damp herbal incense, a poignant reminder that hope can smoulder yet vanish, leaving only fragile smoke. Once a formidable queen, Anne found herself stooped beneath invisible burdens. Her crystal-soled slippers clicked softly on mosaic tiles as she walked alone between towering columns. You might hear rustling ivy outside the world continuing its season cycle, even as her tears fell unseen. Each tick of the great clock in the hall seemed to count down fading hopes rather than passing hours. On one moonlit night, Anne lingered by a narrow lattice window, draped in silver-hued silk. A cool autumn breeze drifted in, carrying scented pine and the distant roar of the Channel waters. She exhaled slowly, tasting loss on her lips. Before her stood a small mahogany chest carved with roses, coronation mementos snug inside, a pearl like a tear left behind. Her loyal steward Richard crept in softly, placing a warmed chamomile sack beside her. The hush of clinking teacups was nearly a whisper, soothing like a lullaby. Anne offered a wan smile, sipped the floral brew, its honey warmth a fleeting balm. The subtle expanse between royal duty and human vulnerability enveloped her, much like a parent comforting a frightened child. Meanwhile, political undertones hummed through Windsor's halls. The English church underwent quiet upgrades Latin Mass, replaced with English prayers, as if updating software behind closed doors. Thomas Cranmer and other reformers drafted liturgy revisions by candlelight. Tensions eased for some, while conservatives bristled echoing today's debates over tradition versus innovation. One afternoon, Anne wandered through the northern botanic garden, home to rare exotics brought from distant lands. Dappled sunlight through sculpted hedges bore patterns on her robes, Blue hydrangeas nodded in a gentle breeze. Songbirds flickered between branches in a carefree ballet. Anne paused, breathing in warming jasmine and cool earth, grasping at nature's promise of renewal amid her private sorrow. When dusk settled and stars pricked the violet sky, Anne retreated to her secret moon garden, lanterns casting honeyed halos on damp paths. She opened her leather-bound journal, its pages weighted with joy and grief. Ink smudged where tears fell, testament to the cost of power's sweet enticements turned bitter. Each entry marked a heartbeat in her journey from coronation's high arc to silent laments by candlelight. Even in her darkest moments, Anne carried herself regally, shoulders squared, crown's memory lifting her chin. She believed that Elizabeth, her firstborn, might someday unite the realm, bridging schisms of faith with grace and wisdom. That hope shone like a distant lighthouse, guiding her through waves of despair. As Westminster's bells tolled midnight, leaves sighed against the casement in a tranquil lullaby. Anne closed her journal, leaning back to watch moonlight frame her reflection in dewy petals. In that glassy pool of silver light, she saw a queen of contrasts, resolute yet tender, hopeful yet haunted. Now, draw in a long, deep breath, let it flow through you like the nighttime breeze in Anne's garden, and exhale any lingering worries. Allow this gentle story to cradle you in soft repose, reminding you that even amidst disappointment and sorrow, a tender resilience glimmers like a rose blooming in moonlit mist. Soft winter sunlight filtered through the narrow windows of the Tower of London, painting pale ribbons of gold across time-worn stone. A chill breeze from the Thames whispered through the iron grates, carrying the brine of salt water and echoes of a fragile hope. Catherine of Aragon, once consort and mother, lay at rest her passing, leaving a hollow space brimming with both sorrow and promise. Inhale deeply now. Let your breath slow like that gentle gust drifting through damp corridors as we approach a fateful twilight. That spark of hope flickered briefly. Henry VIII, his heart tempered by loss, found fresh intrigue in Jane Seymour's quiet dawn-like presence. Rumours spread like wildfire: infidelity, treason, even incest whispered between Anne and her brother, spreading through court as swiftly as today's viral scandal. We might joke that it was his own royal brand management crisis, a sudden PR meltdown in Tudor style. Night fell upon Anne as she was confined to the narrow, shadowed tower. Evidence of her alleged crimes, letters, sworn statements, shadowy plots lay displayed for the world to judge. You can almost hear her measured breath, its steady rhythm echoing your own heartbeat, as the once warm candlelight flickers against stone, casting her silhouette in stark relief. On the 19th day of May, in 1536, the square before the tower stood unnervingly silent. Only the rhythmic tread of guards' boots on cobblestones and the wind threading through cloaks shattered the hush. Anne ascended her scaffold with composure, slim in her dark gown, her face illuminated by candlelight that had once honoured her coronation. Breathe deeply, feel the nocturnal chill touch your skin as you watch the swordsman's cold blade reflect the ghostly moon. The falling steel rang out not with thunderous crash, but in a muted chime, like a bell tolling a silent alarm. A single tear traced its way down Anne's cheek, mingling with the night wind to carry away her power and shattered dreams. In that moment, the Tudor court paused in reverent stillness, enveloped by the gravity of loss. Under the dim moon, Londoners wept at the breach of authority, a reminder that even the mightiest can be undone by the whims of power. Lesser-known accounts say Charles Brandon, Henry's steadfast friend, quietly departed the city with a blood-stained chronicle, a nameless reporter preserving the hidden tragedy. Months passed, and whispers of Anne's fate lingered like smoke in the palace halls. A whispered jest circulated. Once she had captivated the king's youth, now she lay cold in foreign soil, the boy king's hand grown too large to grasp hers. Only the distant murmur of waves against distant shores remained, bridging past and present in silent lament. Close your eyes now. Let the winds hush, the river's gentle sigh, and your own breath meld into a soothing lullaby. Though Anne's fall was brutal and tragic, it reminds us that power built on tears and secrecy can never stand the light of compassion. History, told with gentle empathy, becomes not a hammer, but a beacon guiding us to dawn's soft glow. Mist-kissed dawnlight filtered through the rose arches of Whitehall, casting pale gold ribbons across ancient stone. A gentle breeze from the Thames drifted through latticed windows, playing with Jane Seymour's dark hair and carrying hints of oak resin and jasmine. Silence fell like a painted canvas, broken only by songbirds greeting the new day and willows swaying in rhythm. Jane, graceful as a lotus on a still pond, brought serene warmth to the court. Every morning she would stroll with Henry VIII through vibrant gardens of tulips and daffodils, while faint church bells chimed as if heralding a fresh chapter. The court felt as if it had upgraded its software to release new, softer code, an era balancing tradition with tender optimism. Soon, Jane promised to bear Henry a prince, and the court erupted, like fans cheering a championship victory. Even a hint of irony arose. Some joked this was political PR magic, conjuring hope from loss. Henry's weary heart, long scorched by grief, glowed once more at the prospect of a male heir. On the 12th day of October, in 1537, the palace echoed with trumpets heralding young Edward's arrival. His cry filled the crimson-draped birth chamber as incense smoke curled with the scent of fresh roses. Henry wept, wrapping his arms around his son, releasing 20 years of longing in heartfelt sobs. The newborn's heartbeat matched the footsteps of delighted courtiers in a warm symphony of paternal joy. The palace bloomed like spring. Portraits of the infant prince hung in gilded frames. 3 days of festivals overflowed with music and laughter. Gardens filled with cherry blossoms and magnolias under soft light. Housecarls tossed petals from balconies, while lute melodies drifted through open windows. Yet joy can be as ephemeral as a social media story. 12 days later, Jane fell gravely ill. Her chamber's tenacious candlelight flickered low, each flame a final echo of hope. The great clock's hands seemed to count down each precious breath. Can you hear the gentle rattle in her chest beneath the hush? Her breaths a fragile cadence against the ticking wood. Surgeons rushed herbs and tinctures, voices hushed like a modern ER's urgent whispers. Though she fought with quiet courage, Jane's spirit ebbed like twilight. When her heart stilled, the court hushed in mourning. A single candle guttered out, leaving shadows where warmth once glowed. Outside, rose petals carpeted the courtyard, their vibrant blush dulled by morning dew, symbols of lost promise. Whispered eulogies drifted through halls where gossip once thrived. A queen who charmed a king's soul is now gone. The wooden guard towers seemed to lean in sorrow, listening to the hush that followed. Under dim moonlight, Henry entered the nursery, where a small rosewood chest held tokens of their brief joy. He opened it to find a pearl from her coronation, clean as a tear in moonlight. His breath caught a silent prayer in the quiet. Then he pressed it to his heart, the rose's faint scent lingering as consolation. Little Elizabeth, now older by days, pressed her small hand to iron balcony railings, her bright eyes, early witnesses to love and loss. Her tiny footfalls blended with the autumn wind, crafting a lullaby of maternal memory and innocent promise. Can you feel your own heartbeat soften, the echoes of that lullaby settling in your soul? Secret archives note Henry's vow to withdraw from court life, retreating to a private chapel where a single candle burned in Jane's memory and unsubscribed from public spectacle, dedicating quiet devotion to her spirit alone. Yet the world marched on, and duty called Henry back to the throne. Take a deep breath now. Draw in the cool night air. Exhale slowly, and let the tension slip away in the final whisper of Jane's fleeting happiness. As you close your eyes, let the rustle of petals, the soft night birdsong, and your own steady breath guide you into sleep, where grief softens and hope gently blooms, like a lotus rising from the dark earth. A pale winter morning mist clings to the gardens of Whitehall Palace as Henry VIII, now 75 seasons old, sits by his high window overlooking deserted fields. His breath, ragged yet measured, blends with the soft rustle of bare branches, a gentle symphony of a realm nearing its farewell. In the final years of his long reign, Henry entered 3 marriages in quick succession. First came Anne of Cleves in 1540, a political alliance as ceremonious as a modern corporate merger launch. Though the ceremonies blazed bright with pageantry, Henry's heart gave only polite applause. Within months, he cited incompatibility of spirits to annul the match, a strategic pivot rather than a love's lament. Next rose Catherine Howard, the youthful cousin whose smile gleamed like first light after storm. The court cheered, hopeful for renewed passion. Yet rampant court gossip, Tumblr-level rumour, swirling of clandestine liaisons led to her downfall. And in a stark echo of social media cancel culture, Catherine paid with her life for perceived infidelity, leaving the court silent as snowfall in descent. At last, Catherine Parr arrived the gentle balm to Henry's bruised heart. She tended his ailments, replacing heavy ale with healing herbal infusions, and read aloud devotions by flickering candlelight. Their companionship resembled the warmth of an after-work gathering among trusted friends, a brief interlude of solace in a monarchical storm. But time, doctor, and vice conspired against the king. His ancient leg wound, fevers, and addiction to opiates and wine transformed him into a grand figure of sorrow, each step labouring on the mosaic floors. Candlelight danced upon his girth, casting a resting shadow that stretched like a cautionary tale across haunted corridors. On nights when the moon dipped low, Henry would lean from his window, listening to the wind whisper through snowy rooftops and the distant call of a lonely owl. These sounds, gentle as breaths of midnight, carried echoes of past triumphs and losses, courtly tournaments, joyous coronations, heartbreaking farewells woven into the fabric of night. His faithful steward would bring a simple chamomile tea at dusk, its steam carrying warmth to the king's throat. Henry sipped with gratitude, gazing out at the frostlight fields, as if recalling the vigours of youth on tournament grounds. The tea soothed him, and for a moment the frail monarch felt a spark of the man who once held England's fate in his calloused palms. Then dawn arrived on the 28th day of January in 1547, the sky a pale canvas above Whitehall. Henry drew a final, gentle breath and passed beyond mortal care. Silence claimed the palace. The morning mist paused to mourn. A single candle's flame flickered, then stood motionless as if holding its breath. His body lay in state within the great hall, where gilded pillars had once echoed fanfare. Incense smoke curled through high arches, the scent of wrought sandalwood mingling with solemn prayer, an ephemeral reminder that even the mightiest are dust and flame. Courtiers filed by in hushed reverence, each step echoing like a heartbeat in stone. When Henry's funeral procession moved through Westminster Abbey, the air held the hush of snowfall. Litanies rose and fell like a murmured lullaby, chiming against vaulted ceilings in a gentle farewell. Commoners paused on cold streets to glimpse the hearse, a moment's united stillness before life's bustle resumed. Beyond the abbey's gates, his daughters Elizabeth and Mary stood side by side, their breath visible in the wintry air. Moonlight glinted on their mourning cloaks, framing their faces in streams of silver light. Their shared grief rippled like a promise that the Tudor legacy, though forged in strife, would carry forward in their hands. Breathe deep now, let this quiet night embrace you. As you close your eyes, imagine yourself by Henry's window, listening to the final echoes of a king's long journey, soft rustles, distant hoots, the easy sigh of wind over barren fields. Let these sounds cradle you into sleep, where power and passion fade, leaving only the timeless lullaby of memory and hope. Gentle dawnlight streamed through the coloured glass of St. Paul's Cathedral, tinting its vaulted ceilings with pastel pink. A soft bell tolled, slow and measured, signalling the dawn of a new era. Edward VI, just 9 springs old, ascended the small dais in the damp, candlelit church. His breath fell in steady waves like spring breezes rustling leaves, carrying the scent of incense and the promise of reform. The Regency Council, led by the Duke of Somerset, swiftly enacted sweeping religious changes. Ancient Latin liturgies were replaced by English prayers, a silent but revolutionary upgrade. In dimly lit chapels, candles of fragrant incense glowed as John Hooper and Miles Coverdale, zealous Protestant scholars, diligently compiled the new Book of Common Prayer. The newly chanted hymns echoed like spring songs, gentle yet resolute, weaving into the fabric of worship. These changes spread beyond the cathedral walls. Across towns and villages, church bells now rang English prayers instead of Latin chants, like a language update easing cultural distance. The people, though sometimes hesitant, much like users migrating to a new software platform, felt a newfound closeness to their faith. Worship in their mother tongue resonated like the everyday breath of prayer. Though still a child, Edward had absorbed the fervour of Protestant doctrine from tutors handpicked by his father, Henry VIII. Beside him sat theologians and courtiers ready with flattery, treating the boy king as a divine prodigy. At council meetings, Edward listened with inscrutable calm, his gaze drifting yet sharp, like a young CEO signing a critical contract without a flicker of emotion. Less than 6 years after his accession, Edward succumbed to severe consumption combined with the effects of flawed royal medicines. Daily, the British populace held its breath, listening for the faint rasp of his breathing through palace corridors, as fragile as a melody played on windswept waters. Despite efforts by Archbishop Thomas Cranmer to temper zeal with compassion, the young king's isolation fueled an austere outlook. When Edward passed at 16 in 1553, the kingdom paused in hushed sorrow. In a realm torn by Catholic and Protestant divisions, his fearless innovations were now overshadowed by the alarm raised when absolute power was entrusted to an emotionally blunted youth. Edward VI's legacy beyond the New Book of Common Prayer and English bells stands as a cautionary tale. When unchecked authority meets untempered zeal, faith itself can become an instrument of oppression. It parallels modern concerns about AI left unsupervised, potentially brilliant, yet dangerously uncontrollable. His death set the stage for ideological battles, forging a collective yearning for balance between religious freedom and royal authority. On his final night, Edward lay on a mahogany bed, sweat-soaked linen clinging to his cooling skin. Candlelight danced across his weakened form as he drew a quiet smile, perhaps glimpsing a future in harmony. With Edward's body laid in state at the great hall, sandalwood and incense filled the air, curling under arched ceilings, a fleeting reminder that all royalty fades to dust and smoke. Mourners filed by in silent reverence, their footfalls echoing like heartbeats in stone. As his cortege moved to Westminster Abbey, the world stood still in a snowfall hush. Abbey choirs sang requiems soft as lingering dreams. Commoners paused their work, lifting eyes skyward, a collective breath held in memory of the boy king's brief reign. At Abbey gates, Elizabeth and Mary, sisters in blood, stood side by side. Moonbeams draped their mourning cloaks in silver. The wind teased their hair as they emerged, a silent pact to cradle their father's legacy with wisdom. Now, draw a deep, languid breath of this peaceful night, and let its calm carry you to rest. Picture yourself beside Edward's window, listening to midnight murmurs, owl calls, and distant river sighs. In that serene lullaby, find sleep where the echoes of power and passion soften into the promise of a new dawn, balanced by conscience and compassion. Soft winter sunlight gently filtered through the stained glass of Westminster Abbey, painting honeyed stripes across ancient stones. A slow toll of bells echoed like a heartbeat, calling England into a new dawn. Mary I, daughter of Catherine of Aragon, ascended the throne in 1553, her breath steady yet resolute, like a spring breeze stirring willow branches, awakening long-dormant Catholic devotion. By candlelight, crimson-robed bishops returned to pulpits. Small silver bells tinkled in rhythmic chimes, much like monks' morning chants in centuries-old abbeys. Incense curled in gentle spirals, scenting stone walls with frankincense and myrrh. You might hear the soft rustle of vellum as pages of Latin missals turned, a timeless melody comforting the faithful. Crowds gathered in the courtyard, breaths synchronized with the church bells, a collective hymn of renewal. Priests knelt to read from golden chalices, eyes shining with reverent joy. It felt like watching a monumental software rollback, ancient, sacred routines restored in place of modern updates, yet with a reassuring warmth that language of Latin brings. But this fervent restoration became an obsession with purification. Mary ordered the execution of more than 300 Protestants branded heretics on cold, smoky pyres. Their screams pierced the night like thunder across a barren field of ash. Flames intertwined with the scent of half-burned candles and damp wood, painting a grim panorama of zeal unchecked. Some lesser-known accounts tell of an Italian friar who refused to cease chanting the Latin Mass, beaten for his loyalty to Rome, and of a young scholar who raised an English Bible high only to be dragged away under roaring jeers. The wind carried the clash of suffering bodies and the muffled gasps of a terrified populace, your own heartbeat quickening in empathy. The name Bloody Mary spread rapidly, an ironic hashtag before its time, likening her ruthless crackdown to a company's brutal corporate purge, layoffs delivered without warning, and livelihoods erased in an instant. Such satire underscores how power, wielded without mercy, can turn faith into an instrument of terror. Mary died in 1558 without an heir. News of her death rippled through the court like a ship's anchor dropping in still waters, carrying echoes of the final pyre's crackle. The Tudor crown wobbled once more, balanced precariously on a throne of fractured loyalties. Under dying candlelight and faded incense, Mary's legacy remains a bitter lesson. Untempered belief can become a weapon of destruction. Much like an unchecked online community where sharp words become viral shrapnel, untamed religious power fractures society into fearful fragments. Now, take a long, steady breath. Inhale the faint memory of incense and candle smoke. Exhale slow as the passing of solemn bells. Let the hush of wind, the soft glow of embers, and the distant echo of sermons lull you into ease. In this twilight of reflection, allow sleep to gently carry away the night's weight and leave you cradled by tempered faith and the quiet promise of compassion reborn. Soft dawn light filtered through stained glass in Greenwich's halls, painting pale stripes on aged stone. A gentle autumn breeze carried the scent of pine resin and rustling oak leaves, drifting past the new Queen Elizabeth I, her breath, calm, reflective, like waves brushing Cornwall's shores. Thus began her reign, a promise of harmony after decades of discord. At Westminster Abbey, everyone paused as Elizabeth entered, candles flickering softly. Latin chanted by robed clerics opened the Mass, then melted into new English hymns like golden silk and emerald brocade woven together to warm every listener's heart. The familiar patter of prayer book pages blended ancient ritual and fresh devotion, comforting as a well-loved song revised for modern taste. Crowned in 1558, Elizabeth earned her name, the Virgin Queen, and the sun in splendour, for she bridged Reformation zeal with Catholic vestiges. She offered pardons to former dissenters, an act as graceful as a company recalling workforce layoffs to retain talent and restore morale, signalling unity beneath her calmly confident smile. The arts flourished under Elizabeth's gentle hand. On open-air wooden stages, Shakespeare's verse breathed life into kings and fools alike, while Spenser's Fairy Queen unfurled allegorical wonders like a vivid tapestry. Each play and poem shone with inventive brilliance, echoes of modern startups blending tradition with innovation, igniting England's creative renaissance. Meanwhile, England's navy set sail under Sir Francis Drake, spearing Spanish galleons, as if quelling a corporate threat on global markets. In 1588, the English repelled the Spanish Armada, battered by storms and smaller, agile ships, a seaborne ballet of cunning over brute force. The scent of salt and gunpowder drifted ashore, mingled with victorious cheers, heralding England's maritime ascendancy. Elizabeth's foreign policy was equally artful. She balanced alliances with cautious diplomacy, urging the Dutch to resist Spain, while maintaining cordial ties with France akin to a social network preserving data privacy while enabling selective sharing. Her court became a hub of tactful negotiation, where every word measured the weight of national interest. Her nightly rides through St. James's Park under a pale moonlight were private respites. Owls hooted softly, leaves sifted in the darkness, and the Queen listened in tranquil contemplation. Such moments reminded her that even the most potent sovereign needs quiet sanctuary to restore the spirit, a lesson as relevant today as ever. In March of 1603, Elizabeth drew her final breath at Richmond Palace, surrounded by loyal courtiers. Moonlight poured through lattice, painting final pallor upon her features. A single candle flickered out, and the abbey bells tolled for her passing, their solemn peal echoing across a kingdom she had guided with grace. England mourned on silent streets. Her 45-year reign left the realm prosperous and at peace, a jewel among European powers. Like a forward-thinking city, blending green spaces with economic vitality. Elizabeth's legacy lay in her gift of balance, between tradition and reform, faith and tolerance, strength and creativity. Breathe deeply now, letting your chest fill with stillness as gentle as an Elizabethan lute's final chord. The rustle of leaves, distant church bells, and your own slow breathing will carry you into restful sleep, cradled by the golden lullaby of England's sunlit age. Soft candlelight flickers on Canterbury's ancient stone as Henry VIII first declared himself supreme head of the Church of England, the breeze from the River Dane whispering through arched doors. Each breath you take now mirrors the tolling bells, a gentle reminder that every step of reform echoes through time. Henry VIII's break from Rome roared like a waterfall, freeing England from papal rule and forging a national church. The Act of Supremacy of 1534 stands as a historic pivot, England's own tech spin-off, no longer bound to a foreign code. That steam of change simmered at Jane Seymour's tomb, where incense drifted among the blackened stones, a sobering testament that reform demands responsibility. Beneath the funerary gloom, leaves rustled a soft refrain. Reform is more than authority, it's accountability. Under Edward VI, the stream eased into English prayer, an update so quiet yet so transformative. The new Book of Common Prayer brought worship home in the vernacular, like a long overdue user interface refresh that invites every voice to participate. But Mary I's Bloody Mary Tempest scorched that stream. Her executions on smoky pyres a harsh warning. When untempered zeal meets unchecked power, faith can burn the very souls it seeks to unify, an early lesson in the perils of unchecked censorship. Then Elizabeth I, with adept diplomacy, wove the stream into a peaceful river. Latin mass and English hymns mingled like threads of gold and emerald in a grand tapestry. Her pardons were chords of reconciliation, an elegant backlog deletion rather than a hard reset. Elizabeth's age saw the arts blossom Shakespeare's theatre, and Spenser's verse breathed life, like a cultural renaissance beyond compare. At sea, Sir Francis Drake's victories scattered the Armada, carving England's maritime empire waves of triumph, echoing Drake's bold manoeuvres as an early startup's global expansion. Her deft foreign policy was a masterclass in balancing alliances, holding Spain at bay, while courting France akin to modern platforms, juggling data privacy and collaboration. She steadied England's course, guiding it through religious storms to restful seas. In dim chapels, flickering lamps traced carvings that speak of fragile ties between faith and crown. Each reform, each tragic marriage, each execution shimmered faintly before fading, leaving memories on history's surface. Like a wee oil lamp in the dark, England's church and state found their lasting glow in principles of tolerance, freedom, and progress. The stream of change, sometimes fierce, sometimes serene, wore down the hardest prejudices and carved a path for constitutional governance. Now, inhale deeply. Let your breath align with the stream's gentle current. Allow these echoes of candles, of church bells, of time's slow flow to cradle you into sleep. For in that peaceful slumber, the enduring values of mercy, liberty, and advancement will guide every dream toward a brighter dawn. Tonight, as the slender crescent moon hangs above the ancient rooftops of the palace, listen to the wind whispering through your window, carrying the Thames's gentle mist and the soft rustle of oak leaves in the garden. Recall the memory of Henry VIII's first wedding night with Catherine of Aragon, the humiliation that summoned Arthur's ghost, and you begin to understand the root of all Tudor triumphs and tragedies. That spectre pursued Henry personally, yet its shadow spread across every reform, every marriage, every sentence, like an endlessly flowing stream that carves through the bedrock of tradition. In the flicker of the last candle flame, the silhouettes of those spirits emerge. Arthur, proud with his youthful boast; Thomas More, solemn by the dancing firelight; Anne Boleyn, bowing her head before the cold blade; Jane Seymour, offering a fleeting smile amid incense smoke; Edward VI, breathing faintly in the darkened council chambers; Mary I, her eyes tracking each spark upon the pyre. Each soul contributed to the Tudor tapestry of brilliance and bloodshed, like shards of crystal that scatter and reform in the ashes. Let the silver moonlight lull you into stillness. The misty, abandoned fields beyond the walls, the soft ripple of the Thames like a timeless lullaby, and the hush of rustling willow on the riverbank, as if nature itself is gently cradling your heart. Feel your breath slow, your heartbeat quiet, merging with the hushed waltz of history. Though history has woven a tapestry of sorrow and strife, it leaves behind enduring truths. Love in its fragile beginnings, honor through hardship, and power tempered by compassion. Like the last warm ember of a spent candle, the Tudor saga may close, but its glow lingers, guiding us into serene slumber. Tonight, allow the wind, the moonlight, and the dying candle to cradle you into peaceful sleep. Let every haunting fade into gentle quietude, leaving only sweet tranquility. Sleep well and dream softly. Hey guys, tonight we embark on a gentle voyage down the dimly lit corridors of history, where the night wind whispers through ancient boughs, the crescent moon hangs like a silver platter in the sky, and flickering candles cast soft silhouettes upon the cold stone walls of an old castle. You won't survive unless you let go of every daily worry and bathe in this dreamlike realm. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let the sea breeze drift through the window crack, carrying a salty tang, brushing against the wooden frame like a silent song. Listen to the gentle waves lapping against the rock face, mingling with the night owl's call from the distant pine forest, creating a serene symphony between nature and time. Now, pay attention to your breath. Slow, even, as if merging with the rhythm of the Tudor court more than 5 centuries ago. Could you share with me where you are and what time it is? I'd love to know who lies at the edge of the world, who wakes before dawn, and who gazes at the moon with me tonight. In this tranquil space, we imagine the ashen stone ramparts of Greenwich Castle, whose thick walls cradle countless secrets. Beyond, clouds drift lazily across the bell tower's spire, veiling the moon's first glow. Candles lined along the hallway dance to each whisper of wind, their rosy flames conjuring warmth crowned by wistful longing. The dry leaves crackle under unseen footsteps, beckoning us deeper into the folds of the past. Before us stand 2 silhouettes, half joyful, half uneasy, an 18-year-old prince, prideful yet weighed by spectral memories, and a princess from Aragon, graceful yet harbouring a clandestine truth. Even the crescent moon holds its breath as it witnesses their fateful union. Can you feel it? Each calm inhale, each languid blink is a drumbeat unlocking the doorway to history. Before we drift further into the tale, let's make the space supremely cozy. Adjust your pillow tenderly, wrap yourself in a warm blanket, allow each whisper of breeze to caress your skin like time's own caress. Now, draw a deep, full breath, sense the cool stone beneath your feet, and listen to the hush that blankets every care. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In the stillness of the night, a gentle breeze from the Thames drifts through the window crack, carrying cool moisture and the scent of dew-kissed grass. Outside the walls of Greenwich Palace, the world seems cloaked in a velvet black curtain, studded only by shimmering stars and a pale crescent moon. Occasionally, the distant call of an owl echoes from the pine forest, like an invisible clock marking the passage of time. Your breath is slow and steady, each inhalation and exhalation weaving quietly into the night air. Your heart beats a soft, measured rhythm, blending with the sound of the evening wind. A hush settles as you close your eyes, feeling each moment melt into this serene space. We return now to the year 1509, when England lay under the Tudor dynasty. Prince Henry, a young man of 18 with lustrous red hair and bright eyes, stands silently before a tall palace window. The flickering candlelight from afar casts warm streaks across his skin, illuminating a beauty both radiant and fragile. Beyond, pine needles drift down, rustling softly on the damp ground, whispering greetings from the past. You can hear the faint thump of Henry's heart within his broad chest, like a small drum echoing in the silence. He wears his royal robes embroidered with curling golden dragons, each stitch gleaming softly in the candlelight. His footsteps land lightly on the velvet carpet, creating no echo, as if afraid to shatter the palace's sacred stillness. At his desk lie parchment and quill, the ink still fresh from hurried notes made before night fell. The courtiers have retreated to their chambers, leaving only a few silent guards standing like stone sentinels, their torches flickering in the breeze. In this moment, Henry feels isolated from the world, just him, and the question lingering in his mind: what will this night bring? Down the corridor, Catherine of Aragon moves gracefully in a gown of white silk, its hem trailing on the cool stone floor. Each breath she takes releases the scent of orange blossom and amber, wrapping the air in a gentle warmth. Her dark hair falls like a midnight ribbon, partially veiling her serene features that hint at wisdom and resilience beneath their delicate beauty. A silence envelops her as she pauses by the window opposite Henry. She turns to him, the moonlight reflecting off her porcelain skin. A soft breeze stirs, lifting her gown's hem and rippling its fine folds. In that suspended moment, time itself seems to hush. Can you hear the wind's faint sigh? Then the sudden hush that stretches into an endless calm. Henry steps forward, each footfall a careful whisper upon the carpet. He stops before Catherine, gazing at the gentle curve of her smile. In the quiet, all that remains are their breaths and the soft popping of candle flames, a lullaby composed for two. "My queen," Henry says softly, his voice like a warm breath. "I am glad to be with you this night." His exhalation caresses Catherine's hair, lifting a stray lock. She tilts her head slightly, returning his smile, her eyes gleaming like polished glass. Another pause before Catherine speaks. This night marks the beginning of a new chapter, yet the past has not fully departed. Her words, as smooth as silk, send a ripple through Henry's heart. Can you feel his pulse skip, then settle into a stronger, steadier beat? Once, Arthur Henry's late elder brother was the kingdom's golden hope, his marriage to Catherine hailed as a fairy tale union. Yet Arthur's sudden departure left whispers of doubt and sorrow. Now, Catherine's quiet revelation breathes Arthur's shadow back into the chamber, chilling Henry's spirit with a breeze from a distant realm. Focus on your own breath, each lungful drawing out extra seconds of peace, each exhale releasing tension. Outside, the wind stirs again, reminding us that quiet revelations await deeper still. Henry gently takes Catherine's hand, feeling her pulse beneath his fingertips. He whispers, "I will not let old shadows mar this night." At that instant, a nearby candle flares briefly, then steadies wind's tantrum followed by calm. Can you picture the flame's brief dance? Then its tranquil glow, mirroring the steady beat settling in confused hearts. Catherine tightens her grip, her voice soft. "Together, we shall write a new story, yes, sire?" Hope flickers in the hush, mingling warmth with trust. The winds ripple, Henry's slow heartbeat a private concerto for two. Place your hand upon your chest. Feel its steady rhythm. Become part of this gentle moment. In that instant, you and we, silent witnesses, watch past and future converge. The wedding night is more than private ritual. It is the first step along a winding path. Yet here, in the sacred stillness, we set aside ambition, leaving only breath, candlelight, and the whispering wind to carry us into a comforting dream. Evening mist drapes the turrets and gardens of Greenwich Palace in a soft violet hue. A breeze carries the scent of herbs and lingering incense from last night's festivities, rustling through leaves with a lullaby's whisper. In the hush, your breath falls in gentle waves, your heartbeat steady and calm, like ocean surf caressing the shore. After his humiliating wedding night, Henry threw himself into rigorous training and lavish feasts, determined to reclaim his honor. Yet when Catherine placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder by flickering candlelight and murmured, "We have time," its soothing effect was like a quiet tide, gently healing first wounds. The joyful news of Catherine's pregnancy spread through the court like dawn's first light, fragile as spun glass. In January of 1511, a prince was born, a symbol of the dynasty's return. Yet sorrow darkened the palace when the infant passed away at 52 days old. Mourning trumpets blared as if storm clouds had gathered overhead. Some scholars whisper that scarlet fever claimed the child, while others speculate a rare lunar eclipse unsettled nervous minds. Outside, autumn leaves drifted onto the cold flagstones, their taps echoing Henry's heavy heartbeats, soft yet insistent, a reminder to endure. He retreated to the dance hall, where fading chandeliers still reeked of burnt tallow, seeking oblivion in revelry. But laughter rang hollow, like a soap bubble popping silently in midair. Catherine, ever compassionate, comforted him. With each failure, we learn and come closer to triumph. Her words flowed like dawn's melody, dispelling a momentary storm in his chest. You inhaled deeply, feeling candle warmth mingled with the chill of aged oak, as life itself balances grief and hope. In the study, faded tapestries depicting stag hunts stood witness to silent reflection. A lone oil lamp cast wobbling shadows that seemed to dance on the walls echoes of former glories. A little-known fact: Henry named his favoured hunting bow Hope, as though each arrow loosed carried his dynastic longing. The lamp's flame crackled, the wind sighing through the chimney before subsiding, like a deep breath following hectic hours. One moonless night, Catherine sensed a gentle stirring within her, a promise of new life. Her heartbeat slowed to a reverent cadence as Henry stood by, pressing a handkerchief to his brow. Outside, dew-laden roses shimmered under lamppost glow, their tears like pearl crowns. He smiled softly, and you can almost hear his sigh of reassurance. Then, as though a soft wave, tragedy struck once more. The fragile embryo could not endure. Catherine's stifled sob echoed down deserted corridors, imposing a weighty silence. You might picture the wind drifting through gaps in the foliage, quivering the candle flame as if to comfort raw grief. Henry knelt beside her, their hands clasped tight, a futile attempt to clutch fleeting moments. This sorrow, though searing, stoked a fiercer resolve within Henry. He turned to face the peacock-patterned tapestry that chronicled both joyous union and ruinous downfall. The tapestry seemed to breathe, dust motes dancing like ancient melody. He whispered into the hush, "We shall not relent." His vow hung in the air like an invitation for the night breeze, unaware of the castle's hidden anguish to keep him company. As dawn's pale light seeped through the window, mingling with the lingering scent of last night's tears, your breath slows further, a shared lullaby with Henry and Catherine. All unfolds in unhurried rhythms, each second a pulse, each pulse a step, guiding you closer to a serene dreamscape, where the past finds solace and the future stretches wide and wondrous. Dawn's lavender haze filters through the casement, painting pale streaks upon the cool stone floor. A gentle draught from the Thames carries mist and dew's scent, whispering old secrets through rustling leaves. The drip of dew upon foliage grounds us in fleeting moments, reminding that time flows on even when hearts feel weighed down. Within Greenwich Palace's silent hall, Henry, now well into his 30s, sits alone at a dark oak table. The candle's flicker casts twin shadows on the wall. One, a proud king. The other, a restless spirit haunted by sleepless nights. His Leviticus lies open to the 24th verse of the 20th chapter. "If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless." He exhales slowly, breath drifting through the hush. Those ancient words, once mere ink on parchment, now toll like an alarm within his mind. Catherine, his queen, stands beyond 40, her youthful bloom softened by time's hand. Though her gaze remains warm, fine lines mark her features, each one a testament to their shared tribulations. The spectre of posterity troubles Henry's heart like a heavy stone. Feel his pulse echo within his broad chest, steady yet full of unspoken worry. Inhaling, exhaling, each breath extends the quiet. Each heartbeat underscores his reflections. The awkward wedding night, the jubilant feasts, the brief, heartbreaking lives of their infants. Memory swells like silent waves upon his soul's shore. A soft creak echoes as a door opens. Anne Boleyn, that unexpected light in the Tudor court, glides in with effortless grace. Her dark hair and curious gaze breathe fresh vitality into the still air. Notice Henry's pulse quicken? The candlelight dances in her eyes, and for a moment, The stern words of Leviticus seem to retreat into the shadows. Without a word, Anne places a steam-wreathed cup of tea upon the table. Gentle plumes of vapor swirl around the flame, forming delicate haze. In that mist, Henry glimpses an alternate future, one tinged with uncharted possibilities. The muted click of china against wood sounds like music, soothing the tension woven into ancient walls. "Your Majesty," Anne begins, her tone warm yet poised. "Perhaps we have placed too much faith in old laws. Perhaps we should trust in our own strength." Her words drift through the draft like a breeze, stirring Henry's silent resolve. He inclines his head slowly, a subtle smile acknowledging fresh hope. The candle flame softens to amber, bathing the room in a gentle glow. From a distant corner, a harp string twangs a breeze-caressed note, almost teasing, "If you cannot heal yourself, who will?" Henry chuckles softly, the tension loosening as he recognizes the light-hearted chide. Through the window, willow boughs droop in silent reflection. The sky's deep azure shifts to a greyed velvet, clouds passing overhead like drifting thoughts. Stars hide behind brief veils of cloud, then reappear, reminding that light always returns after darkness. Henry sips the tea, its mild bitterness soothing his throat. Rumour has it that Jamaican leaf is noble fare, though Anne brought this blend from humble travels. The warmth cradles his palms, a simple reminder that joy springs from the most unassuming moments. Soft footsteps echo under vaulted ceilings. He turns to Anne with gratitude in his eyes. In that shared hush, their breathing becomes a duet, slow, intimate, and deeply thankful. Time seems to ripple softly, unfolding a gentle melody from his core. Relax your shoulders, breathe deeply, and let your breath meld with that soothing refrain. In its cadence, worries dissolve, leaving serene calm. Anne speaks of her journeys to Provence, the lavender's fragrant breath under golden sun, the field's endless purple waves. She recounts olive groves and honey harvests, twilight feasts beneath ancient oaks. These pastel images paint his mind with pastoral peace, as if he wanders through scented fields rather than palace stone. Beyond, guards continue their rounds, but now their boots tread in measured rhythm. Hear how even their steps, the whisper of wind, and candle glow form a gentle symphony, enough to lull weary souls toward rest. Henry closes his eyes, envisioning bare feet on soft earth, lavender breezes brushing his skin. The hum of evening insects joins in nature's tender lullaby. In that instant, Leviticus fades away, along with every lingering fear. Far away, Catherine holds fast to faith that no sorrow endures forever, no heart remains shut. Every story begins with a single step, a deep breath, and a spark of hope. Murmur, "Tomorrow will be different," by the last candle's flicker, and with those whispered words, drift into dreams where sorrow transforms into peace. The soft notes of the grand piano linger in the hall like dew drops upon white lilies. Candlelight shifts to a honeyed glow, painting gentle streaks across the vaulted ceiling. The air breathes warmth, scented with pine wood and herbal tincture, a symphony of nature and passing time. In the year 1526, amid the splendid ball at Hampton Court, King Henry VIII wore a deep crimson robe, stitched with pearls and glittering threads. Yet his gaze was drawn not to this splendour, but to a figure gliding through the room with poised grace. Anne Boleyn, sister of Mary Boleyn, had just returned from France after studying at the court of Francis I. Her raven hair cascaded like a midnight ribbon, and her sharp eyes pierced the space, anchoring Henry in place. Against the ball's melodic backdrop, Henry's breath slowed, as if composing a deliberate rhythm in the air, each inhale and exhale carrying the softness of wind across ripening barley fields. Anne's shadow danced on the walls, shifting with every flicker of candle flame. When Anne approached, she dipped a graceful curtsy, her gown embroidered with French rosebuds rustling softly against the floor, an echo of autumn winds across leaf-carpeted gardens. Henry moved forward, each step silent on the jade-green carpet that seemed to cradle his feet, urging him closer. He bowed formally, candlelight illuminating the surprise and reverence upon his features. "My lady," Henry said, voice measured yet sincere, "you shine here like Versailles at dawn." You might hear the faint gurgle of a nearby fountain responding a whispered accord. Anne smiled, lifting a gloved finger to the embroidered rose pinned at her bodice. "You flatter me too much," she replied, voice as light as a passing breeze. "Yet my honor is dearer than lavish praise." Her words settled like still water in a hidden forest pond. In the lavish world of courtly flattery, Anne's gentle refusal was a soft wave lapping at the shore of Henry's royal pride. In that moment, Henry felt an unfamiliar stir, not a hunger to possess, but a yearning to earn trust and admiration. He inclined his head, eyes still fixed on her keen gaze. Candlelight pooled around Anne's delicate features, emphasizing her classical grace fused with a modern spirit like a newly restored Renaissance painting. Around them, guests in vibrant evening robes whispered and laughed, but their chatter faded into distant murmur, unable to disturb the quiet bond forming. The clink of crystal glasses and the distant footfalls of patrolling guards woven into this tapestry of sound, inviting you to release tension and merge your breathing with their rhythm. Anne unclasped her silk fan, opening and closing it in a featherlight cadence akin to a heartbeat. She spoke of her time in Paris, dancing under cafe lanterns, mastering language in candlelit salons, and hosting intimate soirees beneath wisteria-laden trellises. Henry likened it jokingly to an old film set, though I suspect your Paris was far more serene. Anne laughed, eyes dancing with playful intelligence, a gentle jab that enlivened the air like a cinnamon-spiced breeze. The candle glow warmed further, mingling with the scent of sandalwood incense and herbal tea. Picture this warmth as a comforting hearth fire on a late autumn eve. The piano shifted from baroque melody to a soft prelude, pausing in hushed interlude long enough for you to close your eyes, then resuming in tender ripples, cradling your mind. Each anecdote Anne shared was like a smooth pebble placed lovingly upon a tranquil pond's surface. Their conversation unfolded as slowly as candle wax melting every moment, an invitation to drift into reverie about a love won through respect rather than conquest. As the ball wound down, the candles sputtered and their glow softened. Henry and Anne stepped out to the moonlit courtyard. Dew-laden grass shimmered like a jeweled carpet under the full moon's gaze. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling Anne's hair and carrying the quiet susurrus of rustling leaves. "Do you believe in destiny?" Henry asked in a soft tone, devoid of regal ceremony. Anne offered a serene smile, her hand still warm from the teacup she once held. "Only when it is beautiful enough to pursue," she replied, eyes tracing the moon's silver arc. Her words held a modern whisper. "Destiny is not fate's decree, but the path we choose to walk. Place your hand upon your chest, feel its warmth and steady beat. Inhale the night's mist and scented candle glow, as each shared moment becomes the first step into a new dream. For a heartbeat, all sounds dissolve into whispering wind and intertwined breath." The ball ended, yet their story lay just beginning. The final candle's glow flickered, then eased into darkness. Close your eyes now and float upon the expansive sea of dreams, where King Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn continue to write their next chapter in gentle, unhurried strokes. Autumn's breeze softly stirs the window drapes, carrying time's whisper through the hall. The pale, rosy dawn filters through the garden leaves, painting hazy scenes on the cold stone floor. The gentle patter of fallen leaves mingles with your steady breath, a serene prelude to a tranquil symphony. In Henry's council chamber, candlelight flickers feebly under towering arched windows. The damp stone walls seem to hold echoes of countless anxieties. Anne Boleyn, clad in deep velvet, stands by the ebony table, her eyes reflecting the subtle flame of newfound conviction. In the hushed space, she speaks. "Rome's church has sheltered many secrets, Your Majesty, yet sometimes the greatest light shines from within each heart." Her voice drifts like a breeze through grass. Henry listens, his breathing slowing, his chest rising and falling with measured calm. You can feel cool air slip through your garments, carrying dawn's mist into every fibre, awakening senses in the softest lullaby. Beneath the vaulted ceiling, the dawn light melds with sandalwood's scent from spent candles, as if beckoning a new era. Anne suggests that supreme authority need not reside in a distant pope, but in the king himself, representing the people and holding the treasury's key. Her theory unfolds like a quiet revolution, rippling across a still lake. Henry nods slowly, gazing at the portrait of St. Peter on the wall. The apostle's silvered beard seems more mortal than divine, a reminder that faith, too, can be shaken. The king's heartbeat steadies each thump deliberate, like a sculptor's careful strike. In Rome, Cardinal Wolsey, Henry's faithful counsellor since his boyhood reign, had journeyed to plead for an annulment of the marriage. He sailed Mediterranean waves in a wooden galley, each crest swallowing a shard of his hope. By the year 1529, after endless toil and disappointment, Wolsey returned to court in disgrace. Westminster's corridors no longer rang with his triumphant entry. Opulent candles gave way to crude torches, casting pale light on his ashen face. Royal tapestries, once witnesses to his glory, now watched his soul's unravelling in silent witness. Only the synchronized footfalls of palace guards echoed through the hall, steady and unyielding, a reminder that power is but a fleeting mirage. Stripped of titles, Wolsey retreated to his country estate, the lone chorus of birds and murmuring brook his final comfort. Under gnarled olive trees, the cardinal lay broken, his scarlet robes frayed like his spirit. He gasped for breath, no longer buoyed by palace splendour. How could one once hailed as the kingmaker falter before a mere parchment? Courtiers whispered that his strength departed when Catherine, Anne, and Henry wove their dreams of reform. At dusk, the palace tiles gleam crimson in the waning sun like the last flush on a new lover's lips. Henry stands at the window, surveying the neglected garden, inhaling the day's final breath. Anne's candlelight flickers against his face, a solitary beacon in the night. You may wonder, have I ever been a Wolsey, comfortable in power until it vanished? Yet his fall sparked the current of reform, a gentle jest of fate. Sometimes we must lose everything to discover our hidden depths. In the candle's glow, Henry sets down his teacup. Steam rises, mingling with the minty aroma Anne procured from Europe, forming a dreamlike haze. Breathe deeply of herbal tea and sandalwood. Let your soul unwind completely. From the distant orchestra, strains drift, a leaf's whisper against a breeze. The prelude shifts to lento, each note slowed like the day's final sigh. The hall warms in golden light, then gradually softens to the night's tender blue. Henry murmurs, "We shall write our own law." His vow resonates in the silent chamber like a pact between confidants. Anne responds with a gentle smile, her eyes glimmering like summer starlight. Surrender to this hushed expanse, letting your breath wash over you. Imagine lying amid ancient olives, lulled by crickets' hum, eyes tracing the last flicker of an oil lamp. History's heavy pages soften into a friendly diary, warm enough to guide you into peaceful sleep. The sky deepens to rosy charcoal, the first stars emerge, sparkling like the hope in Anne's gaze. Exhale softly, feel your spirit lighten, knowing that though history may twist and turn, each deliberate, silent step can chart a new horizon. With each even breath, you float gently into dreams where every sorrow becomes the anchor for a brighter dawn. Dawn doesn't rush the sky, but eases a gentle rosy hue over the old rooftops of the London Tower. Morning mist drifts through arched windows, softening the stern silhouettes of silent guards. Their footsteps echo like a slow drumbeat of history, slow enough for you to feel each breath blending with the hush of stone and air. In the year 1531, amid the waves of change stirred by Anne Boleyn and reformist scholars, King Henry proclaimed himself supreme head of the Church of England. The Act of Supremacy, passed in 1534, served as a new veil. Nobles and clergy swore allegiance first to the king, with the Pope now a distant guest. The oath's soft proclamation in the council chamber struck like a gentle awakening bell, stirring unease within every heart. The flicker of wax candles danced against vaulted windows, mingling with the soft rustle of aged vellum pages, a symphony of silent elements. Imagine the faint scent of indigo ink and melting wax, and a chill breeze from the Thames drifting inside, reminding us that power, however brilliant, remains but a small flame upon a vast sea. Thomas More, longtime friend and once lauded defender of the faith by the Pope, stood between light and shadow. When asked to swear the oath, he paused so long you could hear his heart pound. Steadfast, deliberate, a heartbeat bracing against the storm of conscience. Then he declined. More's refusal resonated like a solemn hymn, invoking deep respect and profound sorrow. Outside the narrow window, the sky shifted to slate blue, as though a linen tapestry was drawn across the heavens. Cardinal Wolsey had failed, and now More faced a treason charge. Few believed More would hold firm, yet he did. In the dim courtroom, torchlight curled in the damp air, casting his stern countenance into sombre relief. Only the rustling of papers and the solemn words, "treason," broke the hush. The treyer fell like a gentle thunderclap. Sun wafted like wind through a fog-laden night. Notice your breath. Inhale once, exhale twice, mirroring the quiet waves lapping a hushed shore. In that instant, the ring of an axe echoed across the stone floor, leaving a void so profound, so silent, it became its own lament. As More stepped onto the scaffold, the dampness of the tower seemed to pause. The axe's fall resonated like a sorrowful wind, a single gust shattering tranquility. The lingering smoke and spent wax reminded all who watched of courage's cost and the price of fidelity to conscience. For a heartbeat, the tower itself seemed to groan with the loss of its wisdom. Night fell gently. The dying candle's glow merged with the hoot of distant owls behind iron bars. Wisps of incense curled through the deserted chapel, sketching ghostly spirals in the still air. Picture yourself kneeling on the cold bench, hands folded in prayer, inhaling that faint incense, a reminder that no matter how vast power grows, it inevitably meets the boundary of belief. In the wavering candlelight, Henry observed in solitude. The candle swayed, his silhouette cast twice king, and echo of a choice that sowed fear throughout court. Silence enveloped the room, pierced only by your own breath, your heartbeat, and the faint rustle of history's memory. Relax your shoulders. Breathe in deeply, then exhale slowly. Let your spirit drift with each breath, like gentle ripples expanding across a quiet pond. The wind taps softly on the window. Owls call in the darkness, the lullaby of nature, and time is yours to embrace, guiding you into a serene sleep where all tragedy fades into soft moonlight memories. Autumn's dawn creeps slowly through Westminster's stained glass windows, painting the golden dome with gentle pink hues. The crisp air carries oakwood and fresh grass scents, drifting past Anne Boleyn's hair as she exhales softly. Silence reigns, broken only by your steady breath and heartbeat, a soothing lullaby. In the year 1533, Anne Boleyn was formally crowned queen in a ceremony both grand and taut with tension. Beneath the gilded vault, candle flames flickered across her embroidered veil and lace trims, illuminating her face the proud elegance of newfound power. She vowed to bear Henry VIII a prince, a promise like a fresh rose blooming at autumn's end. Applause and cheers washed over the court like waves, only to ebb beneath whispers of doubt. Can you imagine the scent of half-burned candles mingling with sandalwood and new velvet drapes, creating wisps of vapour that linger in the air? By the 9th month of that year, a baby's cry echoed through the palace corridors like a spring breeze stirring willow branches. Princess Elizabeth I was born, her tiny lips parting in an infant's tentative smile. But joy stalled in King Henry's gaze, an echo of a crescent moon's hollow light. He masked his disappointment, yet the fleeting shadow across his eyes betrayed his yearning for a son. The birthing chamber hummed with warmth, blankets cocooned the princess, and oil lamps glowed soft and low, but Henry's heart felt a chill. Courtiers bowed in welcome, each holding unspoken fears. In those first days, Elizabeth rested to the rhythm of nurses' breaths and the gentle gleam of oil lamps, like stars winking in a dusky sky. In subsequent years, the palace was often cloaked in mourning's white garlands. Each miscarriage halted music, extinguished candles, and stilled the court in hushed reverence. Picture the iron scent of melted wax entwined with the bittersweet aroma of wilted flowers, while fallen petals lay wet with silent tears. Little-known chronicles suggest part of the tragedy lay in the court's austere diets and strict postpartum customs. Imagine the Queen's meals reduced to thin porridge and herbal tea, while palace healers clung to ancient rites. Perhaps in a 21st century wellness culture, Anne would have had modern therapies and nutritional support, rather than relying on medicinal lore. Each loss deepened the night. Crystal chandeliers dimmed earlier, plunging the chambers into darkness. Visualize rich velvet drapes falling closed, carrying incense's smoke and weighted silence in their folds. Henry often wandered rose beds and lily plots draped in dew, each blossom trembling in sympathy, though none spoke. Anne, the powerful queen, began to buckle under fate's weight. She counted every tick of the ornate clock in her private sweet moments, stretching into centuries. The pendulum's soft thud echoed a dwindling hope. 1, 2, 3. Yet each number felt hollow. Feel your own breath, slow and deep, merging with a weary heartbeat. At times, Anne gazed through the window at twilight, her eyes mirroring pale copper embers, hope flickering and waning. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint garden herbs on the veranda, a distant warmth in an ethereal realm. King Henry VIII stood nearby in his heavy robe, yet distance between them felt like a vast ocean. The sunset painted his cloak in muted tangerine, casting his long shadow across tiled floors. Trace that shadow in your mind. It is the imprint of sorrow pressing into the earth. Yet, even in darkness, light persists. Anne secretly wrote to reformist scholars abroad, requesting new medical wisdom to flow into the royal court. Rumour holds she experimented with herbal baths and Eastern acupuncture, a subtle jest that the Queen embraced the latest wellness trend centuries ahead of time. Finally, Anne smiled softly upon seeing fresh shoots emerge in the royal gardens, despite winter's arrival. Life endures, regardless of grief's toll. Inhale deeply, sensing damp earth and evergreen, knowing that after the longest night, dawn always returns. Thus, amid tragedy and hope, the tale of the new queen and her bittersweet disappointments unfolds slow as the day's last breath. Relax your shoulders, close your eyes, and let each sound the rustle of leaves, the flicker of candlelight, your even heartbeat carry you gently into a peaceful slumber. A cold wind in early January slips through the narrow windows of the Tower of London, stirring mist upon ancient stone steps. Torchlight flickers against mossy brick walls, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow like fleeting memories. In the hush, only soft breath and the measured footfalls of guards echo like a drumbeat heralding fate. When January of 1536 arrived and Catherine of Aragon drew her final breath, Anne Boleyn's hopes seemed poised to bloom like flowers after a winter freeze. Yet Henry's heart, like a misaligned compass, veered toward Jane Seymour, the gentle, steadfast princess as serene as moonlight. Rumours about Anne swirled into a tempest. Adultery, treason, even incest. Whispers spread through the court as swiftly as fake news on modern social media, sowing doubt and animosity in an instant. London Tower's darkness draped the corridors like velvet when Anne was escorted by guards through damp passageways, past murals depicting rebellions that once witnessed greatness and ruin. Before her lay a table laden with dossiers, letters, testimonies, and conspiracies arranged like a merciless stage waiting its cue. Candles glowed upon yellowed parchment, revealing italic slants of writing. Anne had never penned akin to doctored headlines in a sensational tabloid. Feel Anne's breath rapid, shallow while she stands by the barred window. Outside, the wind threads through the guards' cloaks, carrying the scent of ashes and the Thames salt. In that moment, the vibrant past of Hampton Court feasts feels like a dream dissolving into smoky shadows. On the 19th of May, 1536, the square before the tower lay hushed, so still you could hear the clink of armour as guards adjusted their stirrups. Dawn crept timidly over the rooftops. Anne stepped onto the scaffold with steady strides, each footfall a deliberate breath. She bowed her head to the French swordsman's blade, relinquishing her dignity in a gesture at once resolute and serene. A final tear traced Anne's cheek, mingling with the cold breeze like a dewdrop in an unjust dawn. Imagine that tear falling slowly along her black silk sleeve, slipping into the crevices of time-worn stone before vanishing without a trace. The only sound was the blade's descent, a soft echo like a mournful sigh in the heart of night. Anne Boleyn's end was more than a life extinguished. It stood as a stark warning of a king's absolute power in his quest for a male heir. Beneath the gilded throne, every bulwark of alliance and affection lay fragile as parchment. Feel the atmosphere here, the dimming light, the lingering candle smoke clinging to walls. and the echo of tragedy reverberating still as gentle and haunting as a final lullaby. Morning light gently filters through the stained glass windows of Hampton Court, painting the walls with glimmering patterns like drifting dewdrops. The chirp of sparrows echoes from the rose garden on the terrace, blending with the soft gurgle of the fountain. The world awakens in the warm breath of a new day. Just 10 days after Anne Boleyn's tragic end, Henry VIII welcomed Jane Seymour into the royal chambers. Jane was like a humble lotus in a shallow pond, sincere, gentle, without a hint of pride. Her light brown hair cascaded over silk robes as the early sunbeam caught each strand in a warm glow. Can you hear her quiet footsteps across the fish-scale patterned tiles, each step touching the heart of any who saw her? Their new affection unfolded in slow morning walks through the upper gardens, where hundreds of blooms showcased their colours. The hum of bees, the whisper of leaves, and the couple's even breaths wove a gentle lullaby. Jane would sit on a wooden bench, caressing peony petals, promising Henry she would bring him a prince, a tender hope for the Tudor line. On the 12th day of October, in the year 1537, the silent birthing chamber burst into the cry of a newborn. Prince Edward arrived amid cheers from courtiers. Applause thundered in the great hall. Trumpets blared down every corridor, and incense mingled with fresh rose scents, creating a solemn yet joyous atmosphere. Henry wept openly, clinging to the infant as though casting off decades of yearning. Joy filled every corner of the palace. Date markers on royal room walls were updated. Artists painted the newborn prince's portrait in meticulous detail, and artisans crafted a new chandelier to illuminate the celebratory feast. Lesser-known chronicles note that Henry even commissioned the finest Italian silk bibs for the baby, light-hearted evidence that the prince's first accessory carried its own prestige. Yet that happiness proved as fragile as silk. 12 days after Edward's birth, Jane fell gravely ill. The birthing chamber, once alive with celebration, turned hushed. A soft cough, laboured breathing Jane. The Queen now lay in solemn quiet. Candles burned low, casting her and her son's forms in flickering shadows. Imagine that scene. The relentless tick of an old clock. Every second a heartache. News of Jane's condition stunned the court. Some royal physicians diagnosed a postpartum infection, while secret notebooks allude to primitive treatments, poultices, rudimentary acupuncture, even herbal plasters resembling a folk medicine crash course. 16th century medicine simply lacked the advances Jane needed. In the dim room once filled with warmth, Henry did not leave her side. His gaze grew mournful, his breath quickened, his heartbeat thudded like a battle drum. Can you feel your own pulse quicken imagining him holding Jane's hand, whispering, "Stay with me, just a bit longer." But fate was unyielding. On the evening of the 12th day, therefore, Jane slipped from Henry's grasp, closing her eyes in his arms. A final sunbeam shone through the window, illuminating her hair in a fleeting halo. The mingled scents of incense and fading roses hung in the air, sketching a gentle yet heartbreaking tableau. Outside, the upper garden seemed to commiserate. Fallen rose petals, leaves turning gold, dew once shimmering now clinging silently. Morning birds fell silent. Only the wind whispered through branches in a farewell murmur. Relax your shoulders, take a deep breath, and let your breathing slow. Hear the dewdrop fall upon a leaf, the breeze rustle through the curtain, and sense Jane Seymour's final breath, echoing still in this space, a brief symphony of love and loss, enough to lull you into a peaceful sleep. Candlelight flickers softly in the grand chamber of Hampton Court, casting Henry VIII's reflection in a slightly fogged mirror. Silence reigns, pierced only by a gentle breeze whispering through wooden shutters. The scent of melting wax mingles with lingering incense, creating a comforting hush. Henry's twilight years unfold like a muted symphony, each note tinged with melancholy. From 1540 to 1543, Henry entered 3 brief marriages, each like an unfinished stanza. His first wife, Anne of Cleves, arrived as a political alliance, departing as swiftly as summer rain. Their wedding bore regal pomp, yet a mere few months later, the marriage was annulled, an expired contract no one renewed. Picture the pale morning sun streaming through pastel green gates, illuminating Anne's face as she departed with courteous dignity, like an uninvited guest slipping out the door. Next came Catherine Howard, youthful and radiant as midsummer but tragically unfaithful, her story ending beneath the silent blade. Westminster's ballrooms, once echoed with music and jasmine, now muted corridors bear only the echo of a solitary guard's steps, a reminder that youthful allure demands its toll. Lastly, Catherine Parr, gentle as autumn's calm, tended to Henry's chronic pain and struggles with wine and opiates. She offered the king the warmth of companionship in darkness, like a thin woolen blanket shielding a weary body. Imagine a hearth's glow crackling in a fireplace, casting a rosy warmth for him to gaze out upon abandoned fields. Beyond, where golden wheat once swayed, only tangled weeds quiver in the breeze. An owl's solitary call pierces the night, etching solitude into the air. Henry sat there, breath wheezy and laboured, chest rising and falling like a worn bellows. Candlelight in Catherine Parr's hand illuminating tired lines etched deep around his eyes. On the 28th of January 1547 at Whitehall Palace, Henry VIII drew his final breath. Breath's rhythm slowed to the silent key of life's last chord. Time seemed to still. The only sound, the soft hush of stone flooring reflecting torchlight. Incense smoke drifted through corridors, veiling memories in pale haze. Envision the hush of his funeral procession winding through marble halls once traversed by his heavy steps. The wooden wheels clattered faintly over flagstones, guards' whispers gliding alongside, and incense drifting like a thin veil over history. Flickering candles lined the way, like distant stars guiding his soul's journey into the night. Henry's life arc closed from gilded heights to rugged final miles. He left behind 3 children, Edward, briefly a prince, Mary, his namesake daughter, and Elizabeth, the great successor. Each name a promise of England's future. Feel the collective breath exhaled as past and future converge in that silent passage. Above Whitehall, the final star glimmered, then faded a silent farewell. Take a deep breath now. Merge your breath with the world's exhale. The scent of incense, the cool dampness of stone, and flickering candle glow evoke life's cycle. Power and love, both fading in time's current. Relax and drift into sleep, where every ending becomes the start of another dream. Morning light of early spring gently filters through Whitehall's tall windows, casting pale ribbons of brightness across stone corridors. Late winter mist clings to the palace lawns like scattered pearls on green velvet. In this stillness, soft breezes whisper through wooden sashes, and the watchman's steady breathing offers a quiet rhythm. A crimson-sealed parchment announced that Henry VIII had breathed his last. Edward VI, a mere 9 years old but heir to his father's reforming zeal, was swiftly proclaimed king. The coronation ceremonies unfolded like a slow, graceful waltz. Candles flickered upon the new monarch's youthful brow, yet his wide, innocent eyes held only a hint of awe. The Regency Council, led by Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset, and the young king's uncle, convened in a dimly lit chamber where wax dripped quietly upon ebony wood. Reformers such as John Hooper and Miles Coverdale fanned flames of change, their hands turning the pages of freshly printed English Bibles that were poised to replace ancient Latin rites. Picture the soft rustle of vellum, interwoven with candles' gentle crackle, a heartbeat of hope in a new age. Across England, parish churches embraced vernacular prayers as tender as spring breezes caressing budding leaves. Crowds gathered outside medieval stone portals, faces aglow with anticipation as hymns in their mother tongue rose in the air, no longer shrouded in the mystery of ecclesiastical Latin. Imagine young choristers in flowing surplices, perched by stained glass windows, their eyes alight as they practice psalms, much like today's children with e-readers drifting through bedtime stories. Not everyone rejoiced, of course. Within gilded palace halls, a few aging bishops muttered that translating hymns was akin to letting common cooks rewrite grandmother's cherished recipes. Their gentle mockery betrayed a genuine fear that empowering lay readers would erode clerical authority, melting it away like early frost in the warming Sunday. Meanwhile, new prayer books were composed, opening with humble invocations. O Lord, kindle within us your light. rather than convoluted Latin incantations. Envision these words resonating beneath vaulted stone ceilings, each syllable unfolding like a deep breath, painting the arches with a soft aquamarine glow. Yet this blossoming dawn was tempered by fragility. Edward VI's frail health weighed upon every breath. A succession of fevers and chest ailments shaped the contours of his brief reign. Picture the young king, pale as new ivory, seated at a leaded window overlooking Westminster's spires, wrapped in a woolen blanket, his soft sighs blending with the sighing wind. Lesser-known reports recount that Edward cherished the bustle of Smithfield Market more than courtly pomp. He dreamt of warm pies, scented with cinnamon, and roasting meat's savoury aroma, tantalizing comforts for his weakened body. Such common yearnings endeared him to the people, even as he lacked the strength to pursue all his kingdom's reforms. In 1553, as Edward entered his 16th year, consumption tightened its grip, turning each breath into a sudden gasp. Candlelight in his chamber dimmed as if sharing his dwindling vitality, while Westminster's bells tolled far away a mournful refrain. Family and councillors gathered, faces hushed and grief-stricken, hands clasped in final silent prayers. On the 18th of July, 1553, Edward VI closed his eyes forever, leaving a throne unoccupied and a realm torn by competing creeds. The wind that once whispered of renewed faith now sighed of parting. Feel your chest rising and falling. Imagine the young king's spirit drifting beyond that misty veil. Mary and Elizabeth would follow him to the throne, each inheriting her brother's tangled legacy of darkness and hope. Religious factions no longer stood as mere threats, but as crucibles forging compassion and power. As the pale, rosy sunrise fades, let your soul drift with each breath, carried by the timeless winds of reform into a peaceful dream. Early autumn mist drifts over Westminster's ancient rooftops, casting silvery highlights on the stone courtyard. Distant church bells toll, marking the turn of fate once more. When the crown settled on Mary's head in the year 1558, the air seemed to hold a solemn chord. Mary I, with her fervent Catholic heart, believed that England's soul would only find peace through the old Latin rites and fragrant incense. Candles flickered in the nave, wind chimes tinkled against the window frames like a forgotten melody. Can you smell the gentle aroma of incense mingling with warm candle wax, as if you've stepped into a secret chapel from centuries past? She swiftly reinstated papal authority. Roman bishops returned to their pulpits, priests donned crimson velvet vestments, and bells tinkled at every et cum spiritu tuo. Under the stone arches, incense smoke swirled like ocean waves, crashing against rocky shores. The populace watched, torn between serenity and unease, somewhat like unwrapping a vintage vinyl record, hearing the crackle, yet feeling nostalgic. Yet tragedy followed swiftly. Those who had embraced reform, now deemed heretics, faced the stake. Over 300 quiet souls were led to the pyre under icy winds, their screams echoing like raindrops on a parched field. Picture the grey sky, clouds crowding the church spire, wind rattling the guards' armour. The pyre stood before the church doors, its timbers crackling, flame illuminating resolute faces. The scent of burning wood and left-behind candle wax hung heavy a stark, chilling tableau. Imagine that scene, the cold steel of swords clinking against leather as soldiers steady themselves, the harsh light of the flames revealing unwavering eyes. The people watched in hushed horror, hearts torn between justice served and humanity lost. The nickname, Bloody Mary, spread like a viral rumour. But beneath the blood-soaked cloak lay a queen's desperate longing to restore her nation's spiritual heritage. Mary believed only the eternal light of the church could heal the dynasty's wounds. Each day she sat alone in a jewel-toned chamber, sipping deep red wine by candlelight, the wax illuminating fine lines etched around her eyes. Picture her silent reflection, as though she listened to grim news reports, already bracing for more sorrow. Little-known records tell us Mary had the names of the martyrs carved into the chapel's stone walls, each name a testament to unwavering faith. Yet legend holds that upon reading the endless list, Mary himself sighed, for power can weigh heavier than the heaviest stone, bearing both glory and guilt. Finally, Mary passed away in 1558, childless, her heart still in the chill of winter. The incense smoke faded, candles guttered out, and the white stone throne stood empty. Witnesses say that as Mary's final breath left her, a gentle breeze swept down the cloistered hall, a lullaby farewell. Take a deep breath, feel the lingering warmth of that extinguished candle, and allow yourself to drift into the hushed stillness where history and dreams unite. The late afternoon glow drifts through Westminster's arched windows, painting mossy stone walls in soft rose hues. Each beam caresses the clock tower's contours, much like the way you might highlight a cherished sepia photograph on a tablet. The distant trill of sparrows creates a gentle soundtrack to the fading light. In the year 1558, Elizabeth I, daughter of Anne Boleyn, ascended the throne, earning her the title, the Sun Queen, for her illuminating wisdom. She inherited both reformist zeal and traditional roots, artfully balancing the Church of England's new path with ancient Catholic heritage. Imagine standing in Westminster Abbey as candles illuminate old Latin chants and fresh English hymns alike, folding together like two silken veils upon a blooming lotus. Under Elizabeth's guidance, English culture blossomed into a radiant symphony. Violin strains drifted through gilded corridors, each note as vital as spring's first breath. Shakespeare and Spencer took centre stage in London's playhouses and salons, poets and playwrights, like today's blockbuster filmmakers and chart-topping musicians, their words resonating in every citizen's heart. Picture actors drawing deep, steady breaths before delivering lines that echoed like the finale of a beloved orchestral score. England's navy, too, rode these tides of renewal. In the year 1588, under Sir Francis Drake's command, the ships confronted the Spanish Armada on the vast Atlantic. The wind roared through canvas sails, and waves struck the hull in a triumphant cadence, akin to a national team scoring the winning goal in a global match, sending the nation into jubilant celebration. Yet Elizabeth's true triumph lay in diplomacy and tolerance. She treated Protestants and Catholics with measured grace, like a fair conductor integrating diverse instruments into a harmonious composition. On the Thames, ancient oaks stood sentinel as the church bells mixed with harbour's bustle, salt spray and coal smoke, swirling together to herald prosperous trade. A little-known detail. Elizabeth adored French poetry and regularly hosted international scholars, transforming her court into a multicultural forum, predating social media outreach by centuries. Some jest that she was the first royal influencer, forging pan-European connections long before the age of Instagram arrived in 1990. In her later years, Elizabeth strolled the Hampton Gardens where roses and lilacs perfumed the air. Fallen petals rustled beneath her steps, and the last sunlight glimmered like scattered gems across delicate blooms. Often, she sat beside a murmuring fountain, her gaze sweeping the distant horizon in a silent quest for peace after decades of upheaval. When Elizabeth breathed her last in the year 1603, at age 69, an extraordinary hush enveloped the realm. Westminster's final tolls faded into silence. The empty throne room lay like a darkened stage after the final curtain. A lone candle guttered its last, its smoky tendrils lingering as a reminder that even the brightest rain yields to gentle twilight. Now, draw a long, deep breath. Feel each inhale blend with the twilight breeze, and let your spirit settle like a droplet on a petal at dusk. Elizabeth I's golden era closed with a flourishing England, a mist-roamed isle, aglow amidst Europe. As you close your eyes, envision a new dawn, where history and dreams entwine in a lullaby of everlasting serenity. Early spring sunlight drifts through the stained glass windows of an ancient church, painting the stone floors with pale pearl-like streaks. Silence fills the space, broken only by a breeze whispering through exterior foliage and your own gentle breathing like a soft wave lapping at the shore. From Henry VIII to Elizabeth I, history's river coursed through twists and turns, carrying England toward religious independence and political innovation. At the throne's base, royal power was cemented by the Act of Supremacy, elevating the monarch to supreme head of the Church of England, much like a tech giant releasing its own operating system, untethered from external servers. This revolutionary step opened doors to religious freedoms, prayers in the vernacular, wandering preachers, and congregational choice in worship style. Picture grand cathedrals resonating with solemn Latin chants, which gradually yielded to hymns sung in English, a seamless software update of faith that never interrupted daily life. This current of reform transcended mere liturgical changes, laying groundwork for the notion of limited sovereignty, the precursor to constitutional government. As people realized their right to choose worship practices, they awakened to the right of political voice. It was akin to an online community entrusted with content moderation, thereby forming nascent, self-governing bodies that fostered transparency. Within moss-covered church walls, the soft glow of golden candles flickered across long pews, reminding worshippers of the fragile bond between belief and authority. That light diffused against stone columns, much like rigid power thawing under the warmth of tolerance. Imagine the flames' gentle dance, the scent of melting wax and drifting incense painting, a serene scene, punctuated only by the distant echoes of a whispered litany. Few remember, but in the late 16th century, a coastal parish dared a small experiment. The rector permitted congregants to hold open-air services beneath willow branches, forging a communion of nature and spirit. At dawn, dew beaded on leaves, ocean waves murmured in tender preludes, and congregants felt a fresh connection to creation itself. Though modest in scale, this gesture exemplified the inventive spirit of an independent English church. Not all welcomed reform smoothly. Staunch clerics decried religious liberty as faith's free for all, playfully likening it to an open market where prices unpredictably jostle a soundbite for uneasy conservatives. Yet through centuries of storms, England endured like sturdy hedgerows, preserving roots while embracing new winds. Each marital upheaval of Henry VIII, each reformist flourish under Edward VI, Mary I's sombre reign, and Elizabeth I's serene dawn, all these were whitecaps on history's vast sea. That ever-flowing stream, sometimes roaring, sometimes drifting, remains the power that shapes a nation's destiny. As the crescent moon ascends, its glow kisses ancient rooftops and arching stones. You might spy glittering ripples on a nearby pool, an echo of an enduring realm and its legacy. Breathe deeply, matching your heartbeat to the night's gentle tide, and let your spirit merge with this tranquil flow, a symphony of faith and power, unending as the sea itself. Under the pale crescent moon, the river lies still, glittering with silver threads of light. A soft night breeze rustles the leaves, carrying whispers of time itself. In this hazy, dreamlike moment, we draw our long journey to a close and revisit the memory of Henry's first humiliating wedding night, an echo of the ghost of Arthur, the late brother whose shadow shaped every step of his life. Take a slow, deep breath now, feeling the cool night air on your skin. Then exhale gently, letting your soul drift on that breeze. Listen for the river's gentle murmur, its waters trickling steadily like the heartbeat of an entire realm. Under the flickering glow of a dying candle, fallen leaves softly descend. They rejoice in having witnessed countless storms, yet fall silently as a farewell. Henry and Catherine's wedding night, though intimate, became ensnared in power, honour, and tragedy. Every fold of those ancient sheets still holds the trace of trembling footsteps. Every smouldering candle remnant echoes Catherine's soft whispers. Shame, guilt, and that haunting spectre carried Henry through sweeping reforms, passionate yet fleeting marriages, secret liaisons, and cold, ruthless executions. But now, beneath the new moon's embrace, let us gently lay the burdens of the past down. Picture the last candle dying, its flame flickering once more before darkness claims the wick. The falling ash drifts like pale snow upon water, forming delicate ripples that vanish into the night. So too does Henry's turbulent story become a faint white crest on history's vast sea. Hear the soft rustle of the night-blooming jasmine by the riverbank, its fragrance a lullaby that soothes the soul. Close your eyes and surrender to the cool breath of the night, letting your eyelids become petals at rest, your heart a bird gliding through quiet skies. Each ghost, Arthur, Thomas More, Anne Boleyn, Jane Seymour, though they tethered Henry's spirit, are but muted notes in history's grand sonata. Now, we carry none of those phantoms with us. Only the echo of a wordless lullaby rings out in the stillness. Listen to the leaves falling, to the waves kissing the bank, to your own calm breathing. Let your thoughts dissolve like waves on the shore gently, softly making room for the sweetest of dreams. In that dreamscape, you might glimpse the glow of a lone candle, see Henry stepping into mist and smoke, freed at last from his ancient burdens, surrounded only by the healing hush of forgiveness. The moon rests quietly above, wind caresses your hair, the river softly recounts tales of old dynasties, and leaves murmur the final lullaby. Sink into this tender symphony, so that when dawn breaks, your spirit is renewed like the first light of morning. May your night be filled with serenity, your sleep cradled by gentle dreams, and upon awakening, may your breath be light, your heart buoyed with fresh hope. Good night, and sweet dreams. Hey guys, tonight we let ourselves drift into the tranquil setting of the ancient Whitehall Palace, where only candlelight flickers and the wind sighs through stone window slits. Right now, you can imagine standing on weather-worn steps, gazing up at the silver moon hanging above the horizon, and beyond lies the silent pine forest, its canopies swaying gently in the night breeze. The distant roar of ocean waves echoes down the stone corridor, whispering tales of old. You won't survive this if you keep probing the spine-chilling morning habits of Queen Elizabeth I without first finding inner calm. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And don't forget to comment below where you're tuning in from and what time it is there. I'm always curious to know which corner of the world is sharing tonight's lullaby with us. Step softly past the stone balustrade, where morning dew still clings to the rail. Each droplet shimmers like a gem on a spider's web, intricate and fragile, cold yet gentle, like a mother's hand smoothing a child's hair. In the distance, torches burn low, their warm yellow glow flickering against the grey stones like the castle itself is breathing. In this atmosphere, all the day's worries fade away, leaving only a slow, feather-light breath, as soft as drifting leaves. Feel the breeze as it brushes your skin as though the ocean wind itself is sending lullabies to your heart. Then listen to the wooden door creak open, inviting you into a room filled with the scent of beeswax and incense smoke. The ancient brick walls, solemn and silent, bear witness to countless secrets lying dormant. From that very quiet, our journey begins exploring the 9 disgusting morning habits of Queen Elizabeth I, routines so eerie few would ever suspect them. Tread lightly over the hemp-woven carpet beneath your feet, each fibre imprinted with stories of travellers past. The candle-lit chandelier scatters a warm glow across the dark mahogany table, casting your shadow on the stone walls like an apparition. The subtle fragrance of frankincense and dried rose petals drifts through the air, gentle as a forest's lullaby. Perhaps you can even hear a quail slip in through the open window, adding its soft call to tonight's symphony. Now, let your soul drift back to bygone days where each dawn began with ritual baths, elaborate makeup, and garments weighed down by the burden of power. But first, let us pause here, at the threshold of a comforting dream. And from this very moment, the Queen's tale will unfold, as slowly as waves lapping the shore. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The surroundings of the palace opened up like a springtime mist clearing, when dawn was only the first pink streaks on a dim grey sky. Whitehall emerged through a thin veil of fog, its ancient stone walls tinted with moss, the cold bricks still holding last night's moisture. The gentle creak of a window frame sounded like a lullaby, inviting you deeper into the Tudor court's secrets. Drifting in the air was the faint scent of incense wood and warm cinnamon, mingling with the damp earth aroma from the upper garden. In the distance, the dark lotus grove stirred awake, old bamboo creaking before a passing breeze. Leaves rustled softly, a whole symphony of nature unfurled, stirring your soul with a slow, feather-light rhythm. And then, in that silent moment, a figure appeared upon the dew-wet stone. She wore a silk cloak of lagoon green, edged with lace as delicate as a drifting cloud. Her gait was graceful yet assured, like gentle waves lapping a rocky shore. Candlelight painted her elegant features with a muted halo, making her seem a mythic beauty against a turbulent world. This was Elizabeth, Queen not only of England, but like a rose blooming amid chaos. Under the soft glow, her copper hair dusted with powder stood out like a warm fire against the chill of dawn. Her eyes held a trace of sadness, like morning dew clinging to a petal. In her slow, measured breath, you could almost hear her heartbeat as a steady drum, echoing the wheels of time rolling on and keeping history alive. You might almost glimpse the Tudor lineage. Elaborate murals depicting King Henry and Queen Anne, wild hunts in deep forests, and archers arrayed in formation before castle gates. All these images seemed to awaken, accompanying Elizabeth's footsteps. A distant rooster crowed once, then fell silent. Only a breeze slipped through the window, stirring a flimsy lace curtain. Eliza, she preferred the familiarity of that name, had stared out at these scenes since she was a girl, imagining herself one day becoming legend. Now, in this peaceful moment, she allowed herself to soften, closing her eyes and aligning her breath. Inhale, exhale. Each breath echoed softly, like a gentle whisper soothing a weary heart. For the first time today, she let tranquility fill her being. Her slender hands rested on the wooden balustrade click-clack, the sound of bone meeting board like a bamboo flute in a distant wood. A gentle wind swept in, fluttering her silk cloak and carrying the aroma of mint leaves and far-off seas. Your own heartbeat slowed, regulated by the calm that enveloped you. Elizabeth leaned over to pick up a dried rose petal from a crystal bowl, faded pink tinged with yellow, yet its shape remained perfect. She raised it to her nose, inhaled lightly, and offered the faintest smile. In that instant, you felt the bridge between past and present, between royal grandeur and a flower's fragile beauty. For a suspended moment, everything hung in balance. Elizabeth's heartbeat, your steady breath, leaves drifting down a mossy hallway, all interwoven into a space both soothing and mysterious. She opened her eyes, and one candle at the window dimmed a single heartbeat of flame only to rekindle again, as if reminding you that power and mystery are always entwined. Elizabeth stepped back into the main chamber, where an ebony table held a mother-of-pearl inlaid box. She lifted its lid to reveal feng shui talismans and tiny pearl beads, each carrying a wish for bountiful harvests and peaceful days. In that moment, you realized that the Queen's morning rituals were more than exercises of power. They were a sacred pact, linking humanity with the cosmos. Listen to your own heartbeat. Feel each step you take upon the silk rug. Let these sounds lull you towards slumber, where past and present intermingle. In that dream, Elizabeth is not an invincible icon, but a quiet pause amid life's vast ocean, where every sigh is comforted and every worry laid to rest. Candlelight flickered gently on the dressing table, swaying in time with the room's slow breath. A soft breeze drifted through a slightly open window, carrying the scent of morning dew and warm sandalwood. Elizabeth once sat motionless, listening to her heart beating steadily like a distant drum, once heralding festivals but now replaced by a hush permeating every inch of her skin. In this space, a small table draped in deep blue velvet appeared under the candle glow, displaying familiar items: a bottle of amber apple cider vinegar, a bowl of fine charcoal powder, a petite brush tipped with chalky white. Soon, the chin-disgusting morning habits would unfold, but first came the cleansing ritual of vinegar and incense smoke. A thin cotton cloth dipped in vinegar was wrung out and pressed gently against Elizabeth I's brow. A cool, tingling sensation spread like a gentle wave caressing a sandy shore at dawn. You could hear the soft rustle of fabric against skin, quietly persistent, stirring a flutter in your chest. Next, she lifted an antique brass mirror to inspect last night's makeup. Candlelight danced on the mirror's surface, casting shimmering specks like stars in a night sky. Elizabeth I bent forward, her fingertip tracing the outline of her lips where acid-tinted vinegar had worn at the enamel. For a moment, the reflection seemed to smile, a timeless emblem's smile, yet shadowed by hidden pain. The room warmed as a servant placed before her a bronze dish containing a charcoal salt paste. The teeth-blackening routine, one of her most notorious habits, was about to begin. Elizabeth I drew a deep breath, her exhale mingling with incense tendrils, then dipped the stiff brush into the dish. sweeping paste across each tooth. The soft scratch of bristles on enamel echoed faintly, reminiscent of a bird's call tapping on bamboo. The sharp scent of salt and smoky incense filled the air, painting an unusual portrait of sound and aroma. Your heart skipped a beat, realizing that such endurance came from the queen of a continent. A rose-tinted steam rose from a teapot in the corner. Inside, chamomile petals swirled, offering a gentle sweetness like a lullaby from nature. Elizabeth I raised the cup to her lips, sipping slowly to soothe the dryness in her mouth. The delicate clink of porcelain against lips resonated softly, perfectly paced to lull you with calm. Then, the ebony box of lead-based chalk came into play. The toxic white paste responsible for her flawless facade gleamed in the candle's glow. Another attendant sprinkled a fine layer of chalk onto a puff, gently pressing it into Elizabeth I's cheeks. Each dusting created a perfect veneer, yet concealed a secret weight upon her flesh. At that moment, candlelight fractured into countless glowing shards across her powdered skin, reminiscent of starlight scattered in the void. Soft footsteps approached, signaling the arrival of the hairpiece ritual. The metallic tap of pins against a brass bowl and hair shards sounded like a small bell tolling. Elizabeth I tilted her head, allowing vibrant crimson extensions to cascade over her shoulder. The scent of glue and lavender oil mingled like rain-kissed pine forest, invoking a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere. A lantern's glow washed across a whitewashed wall, elongating Elizabeth I's shadow until it merged with ancient carvings. You sensed her breath hitch a brief pause, just long enough to feel her weariness and unwavering resolve. Within that contrast, the Queen's beauty felt sanctified and profoundly mysterious. The final touch arrived. Lips were lacquered with a blend of crushed rose petals and cinnabar powder. A faint metallic tang lingered as the brush glided across her mouth, a playful reminder that you would not survive attempting this homemade lipstick at home. The hush of that stroke sounded like gentle waves lapping calm shores. The lamp's flames softened, and an ostrich feather fan, scented with lavender, fluttered lightly across Elizabeth I's face. Each tick of the fan matched her tranquil breathing, as if wiping away the remnants of fear. In that suspended instant, every gruesome detail faded, leaving only graceful elegance and an indelible quietude. You inhaled deeply, attuned to your heartbeat syncing with the Queen's. Scents, sounds, and lights intertwined, cradling you within an enchanted realm where ancient history melded with a present dream, crafting a silent yet profound emotional tide, as steady and hidden as an undercurrent at sea. And from this very stillness, the tale of chin-disgusting mourning habits of Queen Elizabeth, one would slowly unfurl, not with dramatic flair, but with the gentle sweep of emotion, like a dawn breeze slipping through a window, soft and true. A pale beam of sunlight filtered through the window, touching the brass mirror and rousing every mote of dust into a quiet ballet. Elizabeth's breathing was steady, merging with the faint crackle of bread as she nibbed each morsel like a slow prelude to her morning audience. The scene before you on one side, an endless forest cloaking the palace gardens in deep, serene green. On the other, a marble hall glowing in candlelight combined into a harmonious, gentle palette. Soft footsteps echoed along the corridor as dignitaries filed in, their steps as light as dry leaves stirred by an early breeze. They formed a circle around the throne, awaiting a nod or word that would shape the fate of the realm. Today's CEOs may kick off their power with bold boardroom declarations, but Elizabeth's kingdom sprang from each measured breath and subtle smile. You wouldn't survive waking without mastering that royal grin, skip it, and you'd miss the essential ritual of sovereign strength. When the velvet drape parted, a breeze swept in, carrying hints of incense smoke and the musty scent of the nearby library. Dusty leather tomes, their spines frayed, whispered tales of wisdom and cunning. Elizabeth reached out, letting her fingertips graze the book's edge, and in that moment connected past triumphs to present challenges with quiet grace. Amid this calm, she spotted a single pearl, fallen from her necklace. Candlelight caught it, making it gleam pure white. A servant knelt to present it back to her, but she only smiled, a reminder that even the smallest detail can tip the scales of history. According to a little-known letter she once sent to the French ambassador, that pearl signaled an unexpected alliance, proof that momentous change often begins with the tiniest spark. Elizabeth sighed softly, as if exhaling the weight of centuries. She lifted her gaze to the sky, visible through the high window, where clouds drifted lazily like children at play. Suddenly, a silver beam from the waning moon slipped in, outlining her shoulders with ethereal light. That surreal blend of moon and dawn swept you from the rush of the modern world back to timeless nature. The audience proceeded gently. A slight nod here, a parchment exchanged there. You could hear the quill scratching on paper, lacing decisions deeper than any sword. Every curt response held more value than gold, but the true worth lay in the deliberate slowness, granting a moment to inhale deeply before history's pen struck the parchment. As morning brightened the chamber, candlelight merged with burgeoning daylight. A soft orange glow painted Elizabeth's silk gown with warm highlights, proof that grandeur still craves a touch of comfort. Beyond the window, mossy stonework shimmered green, bearing silent witness to endless cycles of rise and fall, a portrait of history's constancy. Elizabeth paused mid-script, lifting her head to allow a stray strand of her red wig to fall free. The scent of adhesive and lavender drifted by, stirring memories of barefoot days on Cornwall's shores. That fleeting joy, proof that even a queen needs moments of pure simplicity. Outside, the forest murmured on the breeze, as doves cooed their morning song. Elizabeth relaxed her shoulders and breathed deeply, each rib cage expanding like a gentle wave. Fatigue slipped away, replaced by serene clarity. Modern wellness talks of meditation or aromatherapy, but Elizabeth practiced her own form of soul care since childhood, albeit in regal ceremony. Before the audience ended, she glanced out once more. The sun had climbed higher, pouring golden honey light across the hall. Elizabeth whispered to her attendant, "Remember, even the greatest power requires a silent moment to renew itself. And you, listening as dusk blurs to dawn, can find your own hush-won breath to restore your spirit. Now, lower the lights to your favorite shade, perhaps dial in that soft hum of a night radio, and let your breath float as gently as Elizabeth's first morning sigh." A faint glow from the oil lamp on the dressing table cast golden streaks across the heavy silk. Elizabeth turned slowly, each step light yet purposeful, the soft rustle of fabric against her shoes marking a silent drumbeat in the room. Outside the window, a jasmine bush in the corner released a sudden scent, as if awakening the space after a long, secretive night. Her steady breath merged with the whisper of wind slipping through stone cracks, creating a delicate symphony discernible only to your heart. Elizabeth stepped onto the small balcony, where the cold, stone balustrade still held morning dew. The sun had not yet fully risen, but the first rosy hues of dawn filtered through the treetops, painting the ancient roof tiles in soft pink. You might smell hearth smoke drifting up from the kitchens, an image of 21st century mornings when we preheat our toaster and scroll our phones before taking a deep, fresh breath. Elizabeth inhaled deeply. The faint scent of sandalwood and barley lingered around her. She surveyed the old city of London spread below ashen rooftops, chimneys releasing wisps of white smoke, a living watercolour in motion. She offered a gentle, knowing smile. Anyone today brave enough to step onto a balcony clad in 9 layers of silk would find themselves spending hours on social media, styling a royal breakfast post. A carved wooden door eased open, letting in another breeze carrying the tinkle of water from a fountain in the courtyard. Turning back, Elizabeth's crimson locks caught that dawn glow, threaded with slivers of gold. She heard the wooden clack of shoes echoing down the hall, whispers among courtiers awaiting the day's grand opening. They might not know it, but Elizabeth understood modern power often starts with a Zoom call. Her 16th century authority sprang from well-chosen silences. Startled by a stronger gust, she rested her hand on the weathered stone railing, tracing ancient fissures carved by time. Moss nestled in those cracks, proof that nature endures long after human dominion fades. The mingled scents of moss, lavender, and hearth lent the air a dreamlike haze that enveloped both queen and onlooker. Stepping back inside to the antechamber, a round table draped with pristine white linen awaited her. Upon it lay a leather-bound registry of morning ceremonies, a quill poised beside an inkwell of glossy sable black. Elizabeth settled into her chair, hands hovering above the quill but did not write. She closed her eyes, focusing on her breath. Inhale, exhale, the sound of ink droplets as she dipped the quill echoed like a wind chime gently stirred. She murmured to herself, "Even a queen needs a morning that isn't rushed. A moment for the soul to settle what folks call self-care today." That whisper, soft enough for only her ears, carried a playful jibe reminding that even sovereign rituals can double as wellness practices favored by luxury influencers. Ink flowing across the pages mirrored the soft wind stirring the rose garden. Each phrase unfurled slowly like a dew-laden petal. Time seemed to stretch, making room for rare silence in a busy day. Outside, dawn's glow streamed through painted glass windows, scattering rainbow flecks across the ebony floor. At last, the grand doors swung open to reveal the marble-floored hall where attendants stood waiting. Elizabeth rose, her silk skirt rustling like a slow-motion wave. Candlelight danced on vaulted ceilings, reflecting golden pools reminiscent of ocean sunsets. She stepped forward, drawing in a deep breath, each inhale marking the beginning of strategic maneuvers crafted with grace. Her footsteps were neither loud nor timid, but they commanded attention. Courtiers leaned in, whispering among themselves. She must have secrets to maintain power for decades. In truth, her secret lay in knowing when to slow down, to listen to her breath, and to cherish the rare stillness. A modern CEO could learn from this. Silence can be one of the most potent tools in any boardroom. Elizabeth approached a portable throne, draped with a small fur blanket, a discreet symbol of warmth amid authority. She seated herself gently and placed a sealed envelope listing the day's engagements on the side table. The hall fell hushed, save for the soft beating of her heart and the faint echo of wind beyond the doors. In that moment, power felt more delicate than ever, not because of crown or throne, but because she knew when to embrace silence and savor a slow morning amidst a whirlwind life. This was Elizabeth's enduring lesson to you. No matter how busy your world, never neglect the quiet moments that let you listen to your own breath. A gentle breeze drifted through the high arched window, stirring the tassels on the silk mantle. The hall lay in peaceful silence, save for the flicker of candle flames and Elizabeth I's steady breath, now calming after the constricting rituals. She stood statuesque at the chamber's heart, grey stone walls bathed in the soft rose glow of dawn. Morning rays filtered through the apertures, painting the marble floor in muted strokes of orange. The sunlight played across the dragon and phoenix brocade, accentuating the gold thread's intricate patterns. Those golden filaments wrapped around Elizabeth I like gentle beams, conveying power without weight. The lingering scents of lavender and sandalwood reminded her, and all who watched, that the world beyond awaited her next decree. She inhaled deeply, the faint tang of chalk and red lip stains still in the air. The hush of the hall made her breath echo like a distant drum from a vanished celebration. Her slender fingers brushed the lustrous pearls at her throat. Each bead tapped softly, echoing the Queen's heartbeats. In those moments, Elizabeth I was not just the eternal emblem of an empire, but a woman savouring life's fleeting fragility. The wooden clack of attendants' shoes faded as she advanced down the polished aisle. The rustle of silk robes merged in a slow, reverent melody. Below her ornate dais, courtiers bowed low, their eyes fixed on her every step. Occasionally, candlelight caught in her eyes, making them sparkle like dawn stars. Settling onto the portable throne, a deep crimson velvet chair, the hall's atmosphere softened. The seating eased her form just enough for comfort while keeping her posture regal. Lanterns cast honeyed light upon the lace ruff at her neck, framing her face in an ageless glow. She closed her eyes, regulated her breath in, out, each exhale like a greeting to the new day. In that quietude, Elizabeth I produced a small leather journal embossed with morning dispatches. Inside, brass clasps clicked as she turned to the first entry on customs tariffs and a little-known proposal to lower salt duties, an initiative that once revitalized an entire port town in eastern England. Beyond the palace walls, distant waves lapped the quay, the sea breeze carrying briny tangs into the court. Elizabeth glanced through a side opening in the dais. as if hearing the fishermen's boats sounding a report on grain and fish supplies. Her time-honored routine began with salt. Of all things, a reminder that salt has long been both staple and strategy. Too little breeds hunger, too much invites riot. A wry thought crossed her mind. Modern conglomerates might issue glossy press releases to sway markets, yet Elizabeth I's single salt decree could shift economies overnight. You might smile, realizing that real power often lies in the smallest details, regardless of century. She inhaled again, warm energy blossoming within, her heartbeat synchronized with the whisper of waves beyond. She lifted her gaze, letting the dawn's glow outline her crown's diamonds, which glimmered through hues of ruby pink, pale emerald, and liquid gold. The sight unfurled like morning dew, beautifully ephemeral, forever etched in memory. Elizabeth I scanned the chamber, her courtiers awaiting reply. She did not hurry. Instead, she allowed herself one more moment of composed breath, feeling both her pulse and the kingdom's cadence. Then she inclined her head, a soft smile playing on her lips, and her voice rose like a tender breeze. "Today, we lower the salt tax." Her words, weighty with authority, carried the warmth of heartfelt thanks to her subjects. A gentle murmur of delight swept the hall, yet nothing disrupted the tranquil hush. The soft shuffle of departing attendants' footsteps, the clink of keys, and the dawn's golden light painting the walls all merged into a lullaby, guiding your mind away from concerns and drifting you towards serene reverie. The audience chamber remained hushed as Elizabeth I approached the marble round table. Dawn's light cut through stained glass, casting mellow amber patches across the dark wood. Her breath was steady, a gentle tide echoing the distant Thames, carrying a sense of flow and tranquility. A Spanish ambassador, once a merchant scion, presented a small worn parchment ink faded at the edges. Few recall this moment, but it was one of the last times Elizabeth personally ratified a spice trade agreement, granting transport privileges for pepper from her colonies and sending tremors through Europe's merchant class. Pepper was then regarded as black gold, a delight to the taste and a pinch to the purse, its price capable of emptying the hold of any galleon brimming with treasure. With deliberate calm, Elizabeth lifted her quill, her fingers trembling not from nerves but from the lingering scent of sandalwood mingling with her heartbeat. She inhaled deeply, drawing jasmine and dawn-fresh dew into her lungs, then tested the quill by dabbing ink on her wrist, a little-known habit, ensuring every royal decree emerged flawless. As the quill met the parchment, the gentle tap resonated like a distant wind chime. You could hear the bristles skimming the surface, black ink blooming like an oil slick on still water. Dawnlight caught in the inkwell's glossy depth, turning it to a gleaming onyx. The ambassador knelt to reclaim the sealed document, bound with linen cord, and offered it back to the queen. Silk whispers of the ambassador's robes swirled around her, mingling with the soft shuffle of the attendants stepping back. He bowed deeply, eyes shining with hope in the last warm rays of the high-arched window. Elizabeth nodded graciously, an echo of dewdrops glinting on a fresh rose, and murmured, "Pray, proceed," her voice a single breath that stilled every other sound, consecrating the moment. Next, a venerable lord advanced with strategic maps in hand. The dry rustle of leather echoed like autumn leaves falling, and the maps revealed bold blue outlines of the Thames and crimson dots marking coastal defences in eastern England. Few know that Elizabeth reviewed these very maps after Storm Anne battered the Scilly Isles, prompting a shift in naval patrol tactics. She inclined her head, eyes bright with thought. The wind moaned through the window panes as if history itself were whispering counsel. You might imagine standing at the shoreline, hearing waves crash, and feeling salt-laden gales on your skin. So too did Elizabeth listen each gust, each tide to craft decisions that secured England's seaborne lifelines. At last, she pressed her ivory seal into the parchment. The resonant thud echoed like a bell tolling a decree. The maps were rolled, bound with leather straps, and returned to the archives. The courtiers bowed and receded, leaving Elizabeth space for her next breath. Returning to her throne, now bathed in golden morning light, she found the hall suffused with incense smoke, fresh beeswax, and the distant perfume of climbing roses. All these elements wove together, guiding you away from your bustling world and into the serene rhythm of the Queen's breath. Elizabeth gave a gentle smile as her retinue withdrew, then closed her eyes. She inhaled, exhaled. Her soft breath echoed through the vast hall like a silent chant, soothing every worry. Beneath the soaring vaulted ceiling, light danced on lace ruffs and gilded brocade, her image etched into your dreams. As you slowly close your eyes, let your own breathing slow to match hers. Feel the cool breeze, the fragrances, the gentle glow and the muted sounds fade into the night, carrying you into a boundless, peaceful sleep. A gentle breeze drifted through the small window, clearing the remaining warmth from the hearth. The afternoon snack now stood upon a gleaming silver tray, each item arranged like a miniature painting. A slice of pristine white cheese with crystal-like eyes, thin, dew-speckled pear slices, soft as silk, and rosemary, scented biscuits, a delicate melody amid the hush. The silver teapot rested beside a steaming pot of chamomile tea, its sweet aroma soothing the vinegar tang still lingering on Elizabeth I's lips after the morning rituals. Elizabeth I raised the cup of tea to her lips, letting the warmth spread across her chest before drifting upward to her throat. The sensation felt like a friendly greeting to her body after hours of formality. The faint clink of the cup blended with the rustle of her silk gown as she inclined slightly. Beside her, a lady-in-waiting whispered tales of newly bloomed flowers in the remote palace gardens, red peonies bursting into bloom beneath first light, and of sparrows whose nighttime roost among bamboo hedges heralded the new day with joyous chirps. In that moment of quiet reprieve, Elizabeth I allowed herself to set aside every pressing concern. This was not the clamour of urgent councils, nor the hush of waiting courtiers, but the gentle voice of life itself. She lightly stroked the armrest of her blue velvet chair, feeling its softness remind her that even at the highest station, she remained human in need of solace. Today's world calls this a midday break to recharge batteries for her. It was a steadfast ritual sustaining her clarity. Few recall that in the spring of 1684, Elizabeth I opened a rosemary garden on the banks of the Thames, importing cuttings from the Mediterranean. There she planted the first seeds of what modern enthusiasts now call aromatherapy. Courtiers jest that Her Majesty anticipated wellness trends by centuries indeed. The blend of rosemary and chamomile steadied her nerves, empowering her to make measured decisions. Noon sunlight filtered through delicate lace curtains, painting the carpet with dappled gold like drops of honey. Each flicker prompted Elizabeth I to follow the shifting patterns, as though searching for unspoken answers. She closed her eyes and drew a deep breath, the air swirling around her chest, then exhaled slowly, reminiscent of a gentle tide rocking a ship at harbour. Silence enveloped her, broken only by her steady breath and the soft scent of herbs drifting in the air. When the final biscuit disappeared from the tray, Elizabeth I set down her dish and inclined her head in appreciation, recognizing the quiet care of her attendants, who had arranged this simple yet complete repast. It was much like receiving your favorite morning coffee today, not extravagant, yet perfectly comforting to begin the day. Standing, she gave a small, contented smile and prepared for the afternoon's audiences. The soft clack of wooden clogs joined the rustle of silk skirts as she moved. At the window, she drew the lace curtains closed, dimming the room to a gentle glow of golden light. Relaxing her face, she took a final deep breath, letting a breeze from her peacock feather fan cool her cheeks one last time. In that instant, court and world alike seemed to pause, sharing in the single, tranquil breath of monarchy and stillness. A gentle breeze slipped through the ornate